Chapter 36.
There were virtually no consequences to airing all the world's dirty laundry and then mic-dropping a deific portal on the way out. Of course, that's all a complete lie. Folks were rabid. We were insulated from most of the resulting trouble because, well, people couldn't get to us. They could fuck right off with their demands for an in-person meeting. We did get a lot of very firmly worded letters passed along through Varen, which Grotto scanned and then incinerated. He said he'd let me know if there was anything important in those. He probably wouldn't, actually, but I didn't really care. The letters were also joined by persistent psychic requests, which were kind of like non-stop doorbell ringing for your brain, endless scrying and divination attempts. Had a lot of fun showing off to those. A few weak-ass curses, and even an attempt at besmirching our name using a troupe of counter-minstrels to attack the lore being established by the other, now very successful, troupe of minstrels who were currently on tour in Timigran. Not only did that fail, both because of my surprisingly potent developing legend and also the incredible skill of the minstrels in question, but it even had a kind of Streisand effect, where the attempt at suppressing our myth only amplified it. Between the Phase 2 announcement, our ongoing interactions with the world's powers, the minstrels, and now the global phenomenon being called the Zordrell Files, we were as famous as it got. All of this was intensified by my feather boa, with an effect that stated, "Tales of your heroic deeds are more likely to spread and take on an exaggerated form." That had taken a long time to cook, but the boa might have quietly been my most powerful item this entire time. I wasn't even sure how it worked. It was a system-issued item, so SC1 might be out there whispering juicy rumors about me into people's ears. Come to think of it, I had no idea where those minstrels had heard about all of our exploits in the first place. Could SC1 be the source of the power anthem Oblivion's Bliss? Or maybe it had composed 4 Arms Are Better for Huggin', which was a spunky kind of sea shanty. That one was my personal favorite. Regardless, some people loved us, others hated us. The lovers won out by their sheer numbers, and the haters won out by their sheer numbers of hired assassins. Again, they couldn't normally get to us, but sometimes people wanted to go in and out of the closet, which gave more nefarious people opportunities to sneak in. We ran out of Grotto's little prison cubes to house the more harmless, in-over-their-heads assassins, which he was very smug about. The more dangerous or reckless sort of assassins got donated to our Dominion Ivy plant of the Endless, which I was just going to start calling Ivy for short. Or maybe Ivy de Endless. I was very confused as to how people were still underestimating us. But maybe they thought the rumors were exaggerated, which they were, but not as much as people seemed to think. Or maybe high-level delvers didn't need to lower themselves to taking on high-risk hit jobs to make ends meet. Or maybe the people trying to kill us were only willing to hire the kind of delvers who were idiots. The positive attention was nicer, but not by much. The sheer quantity of personal sketches we'd received from thirsty fans was way too high. Most were directed to Varen, probably because of the sensual serenade, a weapon oiled and ready, which was usually followed by the ballad Raven's 8-Inch Lily. Etchia was a close second, but her sketches were mostly wholesome and came from a younger crowd. I seemed to mostly attract the, more senior suitors for whatever reason. I mean, yeah, Miria had been 10 or so years older than me, biologically, and Kigro was 40-something, but they were both delvers with slowed aging and in their physical prime. Yes, Ishi was in her 80s, which might be seen as getting into cradle-robbing territory by some, but 80 was very youthful for a dragon. And what did age even mean with an immortal anyway? Putting the noise aside, my presentation at the summit netted me a few skill levels, and my duties around the kingdom over the next month helped push statecraft up through a couple more of those early levels. Your leadership skill has increased to level 37. Your diplomacy skill has increased to level 26. Your statecraft skill has increased from level 15 to level 18. We also got a reciprocal dossier from King Celerita, telling us about an assassination attempt made on the Empress during the summit, which he and Ayamari had foiled. That had me scratching my head, because what kind of single-digit IQ dumbass dense enough to collapse into their own singularity decided to go after a VIP at that meeting? I mean, one of the attendants was a Delver who used the honorific God King, and there were exactly 0 people willing to say that maybe she was overhyped. The only reason I got that report was because the assassin had claimed they were sent by someone named simply Mercy before falling into a coma. That sounded a lot like an avatar, so the name went up onto the pinboard, although I wasn't sure why an avatar with mercy as its concept would try to assassinate an empress. Mysteries for another time. Eventually, it was time for the beginning of Operation Forest, and we were forced to emerge from our isolation. We'd agreed to help the Littons, and I could only hope that anyone trying to antagonize us would be dissuaded by the presence of the largest and second most Delver-heavy military in the entire world. Hope was good, remember? It was a fool's hope, but I hoped nonetheless. I currently had a permanent reality anchor portal in Foundation, along with checkpoints in Eshengal, Fort Ruiz, Club Dragon, the Zordrell tribe lands, and the site of New Crimsim, name not pending. It was the last of these I activated on the fateful day that the Litton invasion, pacification of the forest was to begin. This checkpoint location had been decided by the Littons, around which they'd built what was to be a closet-land embassy. It was a basic 2-story structure devoid of any equipment or furnishings, but it was ours to do with as we pleased. There was a single Etiaclone golem keeping the place tidy, one of a more recent batch Grotto had designed, of a much lower grade than the flagship models. The core had a golemancy evolution that allowed him to direct an absolute shitload of lower-level golems, but could only have a few of the mightier versions. Once everyone from Fortune's Folly and Team Princess was present, Is Team Princess really the best name we can come up with? Asked Drift. Everyone stopped to turn and look at Varen's older brother. I'm happy to hear suggestions, said Ishii, but no one has complained thus far. It needs princess in the name, right? Said Ember. The archer triplet looked between Joma and Ishii. Since it has 2 princesses? I've probably been stripped of the title, said Joma, crossing her furry arms. I like princess as a concept, but we shouldn't be married to it, said Drift. And, Joma, you'll always be a princess to us. The Iskarim pugilist gave him some side-eye. What I don't like is the prefix team. It's so vanilla. Who decided that anyway? Everyone then turned to look at me. What? I said. It was always meant to be a placeholder. Well, I do have a few suggestions, said Drift. Oh no, said Him. Here it comes. Here what comes? The Raven Black talent for naming. Why do you sound critical? We have a long history of... Varen placed his hand on his brother's shoulder and shook his head. Putting aside your family's penchant for naming, said Ishii, what are your suggestions? Right. Now stay with me on this one. There are 2 princesses, a triplet. I'm the 4th of my name, and Valti is made of however many spirits. Right, said Him, grinning. So, we have a strong connection to numbers. Monarchs are royalty, like princesses, and regnal numbers differentiate between monarchs who share the same names. So I think regnal might have a shot. I'll pass, said Joma. No one hopped in to defend Drift's suggestion. Princess numbers, he offered. Nope. 2P. Hate it. I prefer party to team, so how about party princess? Why not Princess Party? Asked Zim. That's just telling you what it is, said Drift, like saying Delver Party. That's my favorite so far, Joma added. What about moving beyond Princess, Drift said. The spectral court. 2 of crowns, said Ember. That's not terrible, said Joma. Darkest eminence, said Drift. Why darkest? Asked Ember. I like how it sounds. I don't, said Joma. How about royal disaster? What's the disaster? Ember asked. Guys, I said, this really isn't the time or place. We'll circle back to it, said Ishi. I gave the group an evaluating look, noting that they were definitely still having the argument via psychic comms. Regardless, with everyone from Fortune's Folly and 2 of Crowns present, I closed the portal behind us, then led the crew out the front door. We found that the Littons had been busy over the last 6 months, and though they didn't have a small army of free golem labor, they had an actual army. A very big one. Where we had repaired and improved upon the ruins left behind in the closet, the Littons had started an entirely new construction atop the cut-off remains of old Crimson, name now pending, and had already completed a working city. It wasn't wholly finished. The bones of the rest had been laid down, but the Littons had been less concerned with ensuring the comfort of the rugged frontier citizens who called the city home, and more concerned with big-ass defensive measures. Where before the Litton Magitech cannons had obviously been retrofitted onto the city's walls, they were now built directly into it. Their main bodies were hidden behind the lightly magical wood harvested from the forest's edges, which was further reinforced and lined with defensive mana weaves. Gone were the mess of side alleys and pedestrian pathways that riddled Old Crimson. New Crimson was a well-defined grid, with every road capable of accommodating 2 or even 4 wagons abreast. The buildings were primarily large, multi-unit structures, creating architecture that had a heavy skew toward military utilitarianism, but which was undoubtedly sturdier than the buildings of old. The guns that had been inside the city were no longer exposed on raised platforms. They were integrated with the larger architecture. They emerged from rooftops with upward-facing barrels that could pivot as needed, and were similarly defended by weave reinforcements. There were platforms and pathways built onto the nearby roofs, giving easy footing to delvers or other defenders to fight or repair. There were even low walls for cover and small redoubts that defenders could duck into, which presumably led deeper into the building they were atop. The city's mew, where the hammerhead falcons were kept, was now integrated with the city rather than farther afield, and expanded to handle more birds. There were a variety of other bells and whistles, making it look significantly more advanced to my eyes. But I didn't know much about bird upkeep, so I didn't really know what I was looking at. To top it all off, a massive defensive ward glowed throughout the ground in my mana sight, expanding in every direction. I couldn't tell quite how large it was, but from what I could sense, it went all the way to the city walls. This one was much larger than the one that we'd found protecting Fort Ruiz back when it was mostly a pile of scorched dirt. It also looked more robust but less complex. The best that Etia could determine about its function from a brief scan was that it reinforced the buildings, which would have seriously reduced casualty numbers during the Battle of Crimson. Those bird minions had mostly crawled into structures through windows or open doorways, but when it came down to it, they'd been able to treat solid walls like they were made of thin plywood. A ward like this would require some serious upkeep, however. I had no idea what quality of chip would be required to maintain it, but a sapphire wouldn't have surprised me. That was 1,000 rubies worth of power compressed down into the same coin-sized space. Given everything before me, my prior statement crediting the Littons with building a functional city was inaccurate. They'd built a city-sized fortress. It couldn't stand up against something like the Hierophant directly without some powerful delvers manning it, but it would give anybody playing defense one hell of a boost. I took this all in at a glance before the somewhat hostile army surrounding our embassy demanded my attention. The military presence was much larger than I'd anticipated. I knew that the Imperials were fielding a massive amount of firepower for this campaign, but there was a suspicious amount of it parked in front of our front door. What made it even more curious was that there were clearly two different factions among the soldiers. Our embassy had a courtyard with a 12-foot defensive wall and gate. There was what looked like a company of Litan soldiers, being led by a few delvers who'd surrounded the facility outside of the courtyard walls. These Litans weren't paying a whole lot of attention to us, however, and were more concerned with the second company of Litans just beyond their own ranks. Those soldiers were giving us the real stink eye. It wasn't exactly a standoff. The first company was keeping the second at bay, but not through a display of force. It was more like the second company had to respect the first company's personal space, but they really weren't happy about it. The troops closer to our facility were either neutral toward us, or possibly even advocates for our presence and involvement. The troops that they were politely keeping at a distance were clearly from groups that had some bone to pick with us for any one of a number of reasons that I could imagine. Then there were a few higher-level delvers standing on rooftops and mean-mugging us from a few blocks away. They were being held in check by yet more delvers who stood casually a building or two over from their targets. That looked like a friendlier status quo than the two companies of soldiers staring each other, and us, down. But I was betting the delvers represented a more volatile situation. Before I was forced to try disarming this time bomb, General Tivus Thedaclius Canatis appeared on the other side of the gate. He wore a military uniform of tan and crimson, with his rank insignia one of only two things that caused it to stand out against the troops around him. The second was that his uniform was snug and fit around the chest and upper extremities like a normal soldier's, but it was much looser around the forearms and shins. Even that wasn't so unusual, since a number of delvers received modified uniforms based on their builds. Despite his somewhat small size and generally placid demeanor, General Tivus was one of the deadliest men on the planet. He was level 35, full platinum, with a healthy representation of special delves in his soul. I'd had only a few interactions with the Grand General, and he'd seemed friendly throughout. The fact that his army was literally surrounding us at the moment made me hesitate on that evaluation. "Greetings, Your Majesty!" General Tivus called out from the other side of the gate. "May I enter the grounds?" Chapter 37. "Please come in, General," I replied. Regardless of the situation, if Tivus had wanted to harm us, then he didn't need my permission to walk through a gate that wouldn't have stopped a reasonably determined mundane soldier, much less a demigod like him. The general politely opened the panel, stepped through, then closed it shut behind him, treating something thrice his height with the same ease as a simple garden gate. He strode to us casually, moving at ordinary speed, then gave our group a bow upon arrival. "Princess Ishi," he said with another bow. "Lords and ladies, Madam Inquisitor," he said, addressing everyone else. "Please forgive the crowd. Do any of you have a privacy skill?" Drift raised a hand. "I believe I can accommodate that request, General." A few seconds later, the older Ravenblack's umbral aura rolled over us, rendering us silent and invisible to anyone outside our little group. General Tivus looked around briefly, then nodded, satisfied. "Excellent," he said. "I am glad that all of you are here." He looked over his shoulder, then back to us. "Some people are not, as you can likely tell from the mood outside. I will cut to the heart of things and lay it out as cleanly as I can. Most of the delvers who survived the Hierophant are in support of your participation in our forest campaign. Many of them are extraordinarily passionate about your involvement, which one can understand since you saved most of their lives. However, they are outnumbered by new arrivals. Of the new arrivals, there are a few prevailing opinions. Some are ambivalent. They have heard of you, but do not seem to view you favorably or unfavorably. This seems to be the smallest group. The next smallest group is those who have friendly attitudes toward you, but it is a fickle friendliness. They have heard the stories, heard the songs, and are admirers because of it. Then there are those who dislike you because of your participation in the Eshin Gap conflict. Of course, you have already encountered some of those attitudes over the last year. Unfortunately, those feelings have been further inflamed by the final, largest group of new arrivals. These are delvers with connections to influential families that believe you have wronged them. Some have come upon financial troubles now that their slaves are gone. Others have come upon legal troubles because they were mentioned in the Zordrel files. "Excuse me, General," I said. "I understand why the slave thing would be so widespread, but there weren't that many Litan nobles in those files. It was an appreciable number, sure, but it was nowhere close to encompassing a significant portion of the peerage, much less the majority." "Ah, but you see, if a single earl is implicated, this may lead to an investigation of the loyalties of all the counts in his earldom, all the barons within those counties, and any knightly orders or prominent gentry that may exist within those lands.
All of these people may hold grudges."
Princess Ishi chimed in. "Aren't there many Litan delvers from humble origins?" she asked. "Their lords may influence their opinion, but certainly most would not be so affected as to cause trouble. We are proud to say that we do not reserve our delver slots for the children of nobility, such as Highward does, but instead offer slots based on merit," said the general. "In practice, merit can often be bought through premier schools, professional trainers, and quality equipment. Most Litan delvers are therefore still nobility, relatives thereto, or pledged knights and such." I grunted. "So the majority of Litan delvers hate my guts?" "For one reason or another. And it extends to the ordinary soldiers as well, to an extent, but it is a slim majority. There is heartfelt advocacy for you on the part of your supporters. There have been some incidents when the two factions have come into conflict. Discipline is currently strained." "And yet you're glad that we're here?" I said. "It sounds like we'll be an impediment to the proper functioning of your army." "No. Do you want to know who was an impediment to the proper functioning of my army? Avario of Konas, that is who. He was not just sleeping with my adjutant's wife, he was copying my adjutant's meeting minutes to sell to the highest bidder." "Damn," I said. "That part wasn't in the files." "It was not," the general agreed. "However, these examples are everywhere. You are not an impediment. No, you have been quite a benefit to the proper functioning of my army." "I'm still not sure how we'll collaborate with the tensions you've described." "A true concern, Your Majesty. But I am the Grand General. I have laid out all the pieces here today so that we can teach this lesson to a calf rather than a bull." I looked around at all the arrayed soldiers and delvers doing their best to spy on our conversation with General Tyvis.
"And how will we be doing that, General?"
"I have told them that you are an ally, of course. Now they will see us speaking as allies. Then you will show them that the allies of General Tyvis Thedaclius Conatus are not to be fucked with." "Oh," I said, eyebrows climbing. "Won't cracking skulls make them even saltier?" "Let them cry into their mulled wine tonight," he replied easily. "I do not need them to love you. I just need them to understand, in a very real and visceral way, why you and your teams have been invited here." "All right. How are we doing this?" "Let me tell you a bit more about my strategy. Then I will parade you around for everyone to get a good look, and finally, we will take you to the dueling ring, where we will give your detractors the opportunity to express themselves." The walk through New Crimson was such a dog and pony show that it made me feel like a circus animal. The tension was practically a physical thing,
An emotional wave of hot, humid air bringing forth a storm front. It was a profound shift from the attitudes we'd been getting before we'd released the files, where we'd occasionally run into someone holding a grudge over Eschendur, but who would mostly keep their opinions to themselves. Now, people looked ready to put a knife in my kidney when I wasn't looking. Not that it would do much. After the general's explanation, I more or less understood what was happening. What I was less clear on was why he was so confident in his solution. The general seemed to think it was obvious that it would work, but I had some trouble understanding his explanations for why it would work. His logic was making assumptions that I didn't really follow. I figured we were hitting a cultural divide here, so I psychically posed the question to the Closetlanders. Him had the most salient thoughts. Most Litan soldiers worship either Yara or Sumran, who are both gods of civilization.
Yara deals with civilization more broadly, but her domain encompasses the respect of legitimate law and authority. Sumran is a god of bounty and harvest, but don't take that too literally. Bounty and harvest can mean a lot of things, like we saw when Tavio harvested more than 100,000 bird souls when we fought the Hierophant. Sumran is well loved by farmers and soldiers alike, and one of his most prominent tenets is cooperation toward a beneficial end goal, especially one that serves the larger community. This means that the ideas of obedience to the law, respect for authority, and cooperation for the greater good are revered religious beliefs for Litan soldiers. Because of this, I think they could forgive the Litan deaths we caused in Eschendur to an extent. Both sides were in a valid conflict. The soldiers died in the line of duty, and their leadership later absolved us of culpability. They were even ordered to work alongside us. Now, however, their leadership is in conflict. The peerage that holds authority over many of these soldiers during their normal lives sees us as hostile. The most gracious reading is that the Zordrel files were a destabilizing influence, and the nobles find the way we handled it inappropriate. A less gracious interpretation is that the nobles in question were caught being naughty and are willing to blame us for their own sins. Either way, now one leadership structure, the peerage, is telling them we're an enemy, while the other, military command, is telling them we're an ally. Combine that with our prior history of killing Litans in the military, and now the powerful beliefs that allowed us to be forgiven are becoming fractured. Some figures are driving their influence into those cracks like a wedge to pry us away from the legions. As for why a public display of force may alleviate the issues, it goes back to the idea of legitimate law and legitimate authority.
General Tyvus is superior in the chain of command to anyone but the Empress to these men and women, so long as they're in his service. That means his authority and interpretation of the laws are more legitimate than the nobles who are trying to manipulate things. By creating a public display of his support for us, he's lending his weight to our own legitimacy. A physical contest to express grievances creates a structured forum where this borrowed legitimacy can be challenged and, in some ways, claimed as our own. Zim took a moment to think something over, then added, "There is also the fact that virtually all warrior cultures ultimately respect the rule of might makes right." "Damn," I thought in reply. "Do you and Sergeant Balte spend all of your time on cultural lessons?" Zim and Team Pio's Mage had been bonding over their shared love of the divine ever since they made a connection during the Hierophant conflict. "No, we also have sex." "Right," I thought.
Up top!
Zim gave me a hand-shattering high five celebrating coitus, which everyone else politely ignored.
"And here we are," said General Tyvus. He threw open a set of double doors on a massive building, revealing an odd sort of coliseum. The sandy arena floor made up most of the space, divided into sections, with a low set of bleachers around its edge. It looked geared toward giving fighters as much room as possible, rather than accommodating a crowd of spectators. It was indoors, enclosed and fortified, which probably helped keep errant skills contained, but I doubted the mana weaves I was seeing would work against higher-level fighters and their more potent skills. Etya confirmed as much. The bleachers were about half full, and as we entered, the crowd of soldiers in our wake began filling in the empty seats. There were a few groups using the space for training, with gear and weapons of all sorts burdening mobile racks that hovered over the sand.
One group that stood out to me was a squad of mundane soldiers, furiously beating on a half-naked Latan delver. The level 20 gold stood and weathered the spear strikes and thrusts against his toned body without flinching, even looking bored with the whole thing. "What's that about?" I asked the general. He followed my gaze and chuckled. "Most new recruits have never seen a delver in person. You can tell the pups that they are all but helpless against a delver, but none of them will hear what you are saying. They will think, 'But if I strike him between his armor, certainly he must bleed.'" He gestured toward a mundane soldier who thrust his spear into the level 20's chest with enough power to snap off the spearhead. The delver snatched the broken haft from the mundane soldier's hands, who watched himself be disarmed, dumbfounded. An effortless push against the young fighter's chest sent him tumbling for 20 feet and inspired a medic to rush out and check on him. "This exercise shows them how deadly that thought is," the general continued, "and beats into them the fact that, should they face a delver, fighting them will be their final option." The general smiled fondly as another soldier was tossed aside. "Coincidentally, that is Kai of Seaward, who is one of those delvers that hates your guts." The level 20, Kai, turned to us and narrowed his eyes, caught another soldier's thrust without looking, and shoved against the haft of the spear, driving it into the young man's gut. The recruit puked and collapsed, releasing his weapon. Kai twirled the spear and gave the rest of the squad that was going 10-1 against him each a love tap that laid them out. He then stabbed the spear into the sand and marched to follow us. "Wonderful," I said. Once we'd reached the northern quarter of the Colosseum, General Tyvis stopped and turned to survey the room. A feeling of unease crept up my neck, and every soldier in the building dropped what they were doing and turned. Most were noticing the general for the first time and hastily came to attention. Someone yelled, "General, on the floor!" and the thunderous sound of 1,000 imperial salutes rumbled. Tyvis gave an appreciative nod. "At ease," he said, his voice easily filling the cavernous space. The soldiers dropped their salute and transitioned to a slightly more comfortable stance. "I have a special treat from my legionnaires today. I am sure that everyone here has heard of at least a few of my very famous guests." He waved an arm at our two parties. "This is Fortune's Folly, who hails from Closetland, and will be supporting us with our actions in the forest. Along with them is the party of Princess Ishi, to whom I expect everyone will show the greatest respect as honored guests." Most of the members of each were present at the Battle of Crimson, and were no doubt instrumental to our victory over the Hierophant Scourge. "There have been many rumors surrounding Fortune's Folly, who fought honorably against us in Eschendur." Yes, I said, against us. However, their justified involvement in that brief conflict uncovered the murderous creature known as the Operator, who'd slaughtered countless Litan soldiers and innocent civilians inside the Litan territory of the Eschen Gap. Fortune's Folly showed us that our war of reprisal was the product of the Operator's deceit. Without them, we might still be marching through deadly swamplands and fighting Eschen monks and revelators, whose only crime was becoming the Operator's scapegoats. The general paused to let everyone digest all of that. His version of the story was so cooked that it was going to give half of them indigestion, I was sure. "Additionally," he continued, "the term the Zordrell files will be familiar to many of you by now, and I suspect all of the officers and delvers here have heard of it. Fortune's Folly makes up much of the leadership for the Kingdom of Closetland. Closetland recently published those files, accusing government officials across the entire world of various crimes. A few of these allegations were made against individuals within the Empire,
and I will admit that we are not immune to the occasional misguided acts of criminals. So far, Folly's spear has landed true. The general took a deep breath and gave the crowd a meaningful look. You may disagree with Closetland's methods, he said, but their strikes, though vicious, are done in the name of justice, to cull the diseased in pursuit of a healthier flock, so that we are at our strongest when we face the creatures in the dark, together.
Creatures like the Hierophant. The general's growing enthusiasm was infectious, and more of the soldiers began shouting their support after each sentence. The Empire is stronger because of Fortune's folly. We are stronger, and they are here again to help us protect our lands and our nation, to give you strength, to help you protect our way of life against monsters like those of the forest. Now there was full-on cheering from half the crowd. Is it weird that I want to join the Legion now? I thought to the group. I'm already looking for the recruiters, thought Etya. He's pretty inspiring, Shim replied. But what it really makes me want is to join Fortune's folly. Tyvis let the crowd's mood boil over for a full 30 seconds, before holding up his hands to calm them back down. Now, some of you have grievances, he said. Whether you seek vengeance for a friend, or retribution for the loss of a count who gave you patronage, you may find that you cannot accept Closetland's actions, that you cannot accept Fortune's Folly's actions. And so, I am giving you this opportunity, today, to test their mettle, to place a balm upon your burning heart through force of arms, words, or both. Should you wish to duel any member of Fortune's Folly, today is your chance. If any of them loses, they will all return to Closetland. Step forward and show them the strength of your resolve. Chapter 38. I was wondering how he'd handle the issue of morale, Varen thought to us. That he'd already considered it is no surprise. Feel free to assume I don't know what you're talking about, I thought back. If we were to walk in here and easily crush every delver presented to us, soldiers might lose faith in their leadership, or even their own capabilities. However, General Tyvis portrayed us as selfless heroes, while portraying our detractors as angry and egocentric. In his narrative, our actions are meant to empower the Litan military, making us an asset that has a personal impact on everyone present. Whereas those opposing us are literally threatening to take that away, I thought, drawing the conclusion now that it had been pointed out. Yes, now our victory is their victory, and the loss of those who challenge us isn't a loss for the Litan military, but a loss for a self-absorbed individual. Even so, he gave our opposition enough respect that they would still feel emboldened to challenge us. Show them your resolve. The wisest will read between the lines and stay out of the ring, while the more emotionally driven will believe themselves to have an advantage, since there were no limits placed on who could challenge us. As Varen finished the thought, another level 35 stepped out from behind one of the soldiers, seemingly from nowhere. The sudden presence of her soul was like a streak of sunlight catching my eye through a tree's foliage. I had to spiritually squint and blink away the unexpected flash. Her fur was brindled yellow, streaked a lighter champagne, with eyes of pale pink. She walked directly toward me, and I couldn't help but feel this entire dueling thing was about to end very quickly. She apparently noticed my look and smiled once she was close. "Don't worry, Your Majesty," she said, bowing. "My name is Surgeon General Olivia Bavachista, and I am not here to challenge you. I'm here to make sure that no one dies." "A pleasure to meet you, General Bavachista," I said. The woman was one I'd gotten a briefing on, although we hadn't met. She was another member of General Tyvis's delving party. "Please, Olivia is easier and more accurate besides. Bavachista is more a title than a surname, much as Tyvis wears the title Kanatus."
Very well, General Olivia. Keeping the rank involved was implied. Will this exercise necessitate the presence of the Army's highest-ranking doctor? A foreign king deserves no less, I think. Besides, I was close by and wanted to see this for myself. She then turned to Ishi and gave another respectful bow. Princess, it is an honor to have you. Ishi responded to the bow with a nod. It pleases me to be here, General. A stream of ordinary servicemen and women were finding their way into the Colosseum, along with enough delvers that I began to think that every super soldier deployed to Crimson was in the building.
Or at least all the ones off duty. Their levels ranged from 1 all the way to 26, with the majority being silver. There were hardly any coppers, and a fair representation of gold. Maybe 10% of the delvers walking through the door. The generals were the only platinums so far. While the majority of the crowd took positions on the bleachers, a few had approached to speak with General Tyvis, including my soon-to-be new friend Kai of Seaward. Sir, the level 20 gold said, posture rigid. Is it correct that the leader of Fortune's Folly is the king of Closetland? This is true, said Tyvis. Then he looked around at the gathered Litan delvers. And let me guess the next question. What fool would dare strike a king? The soldiers gave one another nervous looks while Kai simply nodded. Do not fear, the general turned to look at me. I am sure that King Zordrell would be willing to swear an oath that no challenger will see reprisal for participating in a duel here today. I shrugged. I swear that no duelist will face or suffer under the threat of retribution from the Kingdom of Closetland for harms caused during the duels held and overseen by General Tyvis Thedaclius Conotus on this day, with such oath to be interpreted in the friendly and good faith spirit in which it is offered. Any disputes will be arbitrated by General Tyvis, Princess Ishi, and a neutral third party, to be decided between the two of them. I looked over the Litan delvers, who were a little surprised that I had that ready to go, but otherwise happy with the language. Does anyone wish to petition for this oath to be magically sealed? That will not be necessary, Your Majesty, said Kai, bowing. I got a simmering heat from the man's look and tone, but his overall demeanor was still professional. I wondered what his deal was, but the fact that he was from Seaward gave me some clues. General Olivia will be judge, General Tyvis announced. Now, who will be our first challenger? I will challenge King Zordrell. To my surprise, it wasn't Kai of Seaward who volunteered as tribute. It was a lanky level 16 gold, with the dead-eyed look of a man who'd never felt a positive emotion in his entire life. He pulled out a frozen steel longsword and a cruciform dagger with a thick cross-section designed to make deep, bleeding punctures that were difficult to treat. He began stalking across the sand toward me, leaving no footprints or other signs of his passage. You killed 3 of my students, he said. They were part of a 5-person advanced scouting crew in the swamps. He tapped his cheek with the tip of his dagger. I heard that Nimrod took your eye and half of your head along with it. Not enough to kill, which probably took him by surprise, no? This is why his team was silver and not gold or platinum. The lanky man never introduced himself, so he received the designation Lanky. Lanky watched me for a time, but I didn't have much of a response to what he'd said. I wasn't sorry for defending myself, and any platitudes I could give would have been hollow. I also didn't want to be cruel. So I went with something simple. Okay. Lanky's whiskers twitched, so I figured my response still managed to piss him off. Everyone else had cleared the Colosseum floor, except for Olivia. The pale yellow Litan healer floated upward until she was 20 feet above us, then tossed each of us a buff. After a quick check to see what it was, I accepted. Denial. The next time your HP would be reduced below 50% of your maximum by any means, that damage is prevented, and you are teleported to the nearest empty space, to Olivia Bavasista. I went ahead and quick-equipped my armor with my closet portal plus animate object trick, which drew some chatter from the crowd. Then Grakovus sprung to life on my arm. This would be the first real combat with the upgraded version.
Where the old Grakorvus had a darker tint to it, this version had a layer of proprietary metal from Papa Jr. that was real bright and shiny. I could use each individual slab from the shield as my own personal grooming mirror, although the reflection was slightly dull to keep the shield from reflecting too much light into an ally's peepers. It would have been terrible for anyone who wanted to hide, but for me, it was great. Even if it hadn't been great, it made the shield indestructible, which was absolutely a trade-off worth taking. How did it differ from something that was immutable? Well, first and foremost, it could be changed and improved by the smith who'd created it, whereas an immutable item was immutable. Immutable items also had a material tolerance that, once it was exceeded, allowed hits to pass through them. Indestructible items didn't. For physical phenomena, that is. Now, no kinetic or elemental attack could possibly harm Grakorvus or travel through it, although the force of the hit still transferred. It wasn't an immovable object or anything. Not an instant win against physical attacks, but it was a damn nice upgrade. It also made my blocks way stronger, and gave my sonic spells penetration, which was, chef's kiss. Then it had a reserved mana cost for all its flight abilities, rather than a per-second cost, which made it actually affordable to fly with for long periods. And it even had a movement speed to match my own, which was absolutely perfect. Although I was still faster if I used Therianthropy to fly, due to various buffs and interactions. While I drooled over my pretty refurbished shield and Lanky stewed, Olivia explained the rules. Match goes until surrender, incapacitation, or until denial is triggered, the level 35 said.
There is a barrier between the floor and our audience, but any skill that contacts the barrier results in a foul. 3 fouls is a loss. The use of any instant coup de grace skill is a loss. Needless intentional mutilation or disfigurement of your opponent is a loss. Pissing me off is a loss. Otherwise, beat each other until you are satisfied. Any questions? Olivia did not wait for questions and simply said, "Glad to hear it. Begin!" Lanky's first move was to disappear. Even his soul vanished. I wasn't too worried about it. Grakorvus divided into 2 shields with a thought. I cast Shortcut to change positions and tried to catch Lanky with my Where's Neurally Evo. That ability was a little less useful in a pinch than it had been in ye olden days, mainly because it took a full 6 seconds of concentration to activate. I also hadn't upgraded my wisdom in a while, which determined how strong the Evo was. However, I could spend the 6 seconds ahead of time. It just took an instance of focus to maintain. The moment my guy Lanky mentioned he was the teacher of the stealth arseholes who'd literally blown my brains out a few years beforehand, I'd been priming the skill. Which meant that Lanky's invisibility spell failed almost immediately after he'd cast it. The level 16 was fast, I'll give him that much. Even after I shortcut, in the time it took for me to process that I could now see him, he'd already adjusted course and was practically on top of me. Fortunately, the fastest part of me was my shield arm. Lanky thrust his cruciform dagger at my eyeball. I brought Grakovus up to intercept, stopping the dagger cold. The hit didn't even make my arm tingle. In the same moment, his right arm, holding the frozen steel longsword, vanished. The vanished arm hadn't gone invisible again. It was a dimensional ability that let his attack originate from somewhere else. His strike at my groin was quick, but the one I'd faced from the baobab had been quicker. A closet portal near my nethers redirected the attack into the floating half of Grakorvus, which kicked back a half inch under the thrust.
I tutted. Rude? Lanky's eyes widened in surprise just a split second before "I don't attack you, you attack me" kicked in and stunned his ass. I'd done a lazy man's feint and never looked in Lanky's direction or even acknowledged that I could see him. It's not like I needed to direct my eyeballs at somebody to keep up with them. For one thing, I could see their soul, which was usually good enough. For a second thing, my body of Theseus omnicells let me see from any bit of exposed skin if I wanted. Just only 70% as good as normal, which was still pretty fucking good. Enough for the bridge of my nose to keep up with this guy through the slit in my visor, at least. During my block, I dispelled his invisibility so I could reclaim my focus from "Where's Nurali?"
While he was stunned, I dropped an elemental barrier on top of us, choosing cold. Bitter winds battered against his light armor and exposed fur, flash freezing the Litan and sending him flying away. The biting cold applied the slowed debuff, and while frost crystals bloomed all over Lanky's body, the zesty stench of ozone hit the air. Razzle-dazzle activated and doubled up with another debuff, letting me add shocked to the Litan's growing list of problems. Lanky's 1 second of stunned was up, and his body blurred. He became a moving haze, zipping outside of the barrier's range while arcs of electricity crackled off of him. Right into my cast of Explosion, which he tried to blur his way out of, but he sparked and twitched instead. The spell detonated at his feet, launching him into the air. This triggered the Deafened debuff, which let me hit him with another instance of Razzle-Dazzle, which I'd assigned to be shocked before ever casting the spell. The rising cloud of sand was filled with dancing electricity, which snapped against Lanky's rising body as he intruded upon their cha-cha. 2 instances of shocked combined to hit him with another stunned, although this one would last quite a bit longer. The guy was slippery, though, and Lanky still had a trick to play. Somehow, he'd laid down some runic traps by my feet before he'd snaked away from my barrier. The world around me exploded into a scorching fireball, which was literally my highest defense. Still, it did something, but not to my health pool. Shielding, 3,000 to 2,849. In response, I threw a single homing weapon in Lanky's direction. No Oblivion Orb or extra copies of Somcrest. Just a good old-fashioned hammer to the noggin. Seeing as Lanky was slowed, shocked, deafened, stunned, and ragdolling toward the ceiling, there wasn't much he could do about it. It hit him across the skull, and the man blinked away to appear next to Olivia. The teleport did nothing for his cartwheeling orientation, and the Surgeon General whipped out a hand to catch Lanky by the ankle before he fell back down to the ground. She sent a pulse of divine light through his body, getting rid of the status effects, but didn't do a thing for his health. "Still with us, Lieutenant?" The man shivered, then coughed out a lungful of sand and smoke as he dangled upside down. "Yes, ma'am," he croaked. "Good. Winna, King Zordrell." She let go of Lanky's ankle, and the man scrambled to turn over mid-air like a cat and catch himself on all fours before landing. He gasped when he hit, his legs having been wrecked by Explosion. Then he gave me a scowl, but it was anger puffing up to hide the fear cowering behind it. I raised an eyebrow, waiting to see if this would become a problem, but Lanky stood, fell back down, then began to crawl his way out of the arena. "No free heals today, General?" I asked the floating woman. "Like I said before, Your Majesty, I am here to make sure that no one dies." She evaluated Lanky as a couple of his comrades hopped down from the bleachers to help carry him away. "He'll live." The crowd was quiet, except for some hushed conversations. I could see in several places where delvers were explaining what had happened to mundane soldiers. Between Lanky's invisibility, the speed of the fight, and all the dust kicked up by elemental barrier and Explosion, it wouldn't have been easy for a regular person to see much of anything. Otherwise,
I didn't think the crowd quite knew how to respond to my quick win, but General Tyvus stood and gave me a hearty applause. "Excellent," he said. "Good fight." A few people joined in, but the belated celebration made it feel half-hearted. Once Tyvus was all clapped out, he placed his hands on his hips and looked at all the gathered Litans. "Who is next?"
Chapter 39. While there was some discussion going on between the group of soldiers who seemed to represent the anti-Folly faction, I jogged to the sidelines and hopped up onto the bleachers. My party had taken up a position near General Tyvus, who was himself surrounded by some other high-ranking brass. A level 26 colonel gave me a polite nod, but didn't bother to introduce himself. Seeing the man made me wonder how good the general's intuition about this whole thing was. After all, what if one of the top-tier gold parties decided we were trouble, and a horde of level 26 veterans came to play this game alongside the other Litan delvers? In most circles, those would be the top dogs, seasoned and battle-tested. While we had a small lead on a level 26 with raw attributes, our skill levels would be low in comparison. It would probably come down to what builds we were up against and the occasional rock, paper, scissors of delver fighting styles. Someone like Varen would be my natural counter. High physical defense to keep my elemental spells from hurting him, meaning my debuffs wouldn't apply. Decent fortitude to stop Oblivion Orb from tearing him up too badly, and a strong focus on damage to cut through my mitigation. Since he was all techniques, most of my skill counters wouldn't matter. I couldn't dispel a sword through the neck, or reverse card an evisceration. Yeah, I was immune to bleeding, but he and his spiritual clones could pump out enough raw damage to overcome my healing and shielding. Then again, if we were talking about bringing his clones to the fight, then I'd be justified in bringing Grotto and Shog. Now we were talking about something else entirely. In fact, with those two on my side, I felt pretty good going up against most level 26 builds, now that I'd thought about it. "I will fight the follower of Samlia," said a Litan woman holding a plain-looking quarterstaff. She floated out from the stands and down into the pit, her wheat-colored fur swaddled in robes of blue and gold. She was level 16, mostly gold, with a thin ring of platinum surrounding the base of her soul. That told me a story about her creation delve. "She definitely knows my name," Zim muttered under her breath as she stood. "If she was going to use a title, she could have at least addressed me by cleric." Zim gave me a look. I didn't say a thing, but she replied to me anyway. "Follower is accurate, sure, but it's also lazy," she whisper-yelled. "Since she's wearing the robes of a battle priestess of Yara, that means she knows the appropriate way to address me. But she intentionally chose not to acknowledge my station. It's the closest thing to an insult without actually insulting me." I intentionally avoided commentary, so she gave me some more context. It'd be like a professional barber looking at you and saying, "I'll fight the one who never shaves." Yes, it's technically correct, but it's not very nice. "Are you coming down here?" the Litan asked in a condescending tone. "Or are you asking your party leader for his permission?" Shim's eyes narrowed, and I continued to bite my tongue. Etya and I exchanged a worried look on behalf of the unidentified Litan priestess. Shim jumped down from our row and landed solidly on the sandy ground. She took off her shirt as she walked forward, which elicited a few choice reactions from the audience. Until General Olivia used her elevated position to glare like an angry Vulcan cannon at the mostly male crowd. Nobody wanted to be chunked, so it became the quietest coliseum in history after that. Shim finished stripping down to her underclothes, then pulled out her wild weave armor. The unjustifiably smug expression on the Litan priestess's face fell, as her eyes locked onto Zim's sculpted musculature and washboard abs. The cleric somehow managed to look twice her normal size once the deltoids were unleashed.
Most of the wild weave armor was a single piece, which expanded for Jim to step into before shrinking back down to a skin-tight fit. Once armored up, Jim came to a stop and withdrew the scutum of blood scour from her inventory. She warmed up her shoulder by giving the 2,000-pound piece of gear a few casual swipes back and forth, then let the bottom of the outrageously tall tower shield drop to the sand with a thwump. The spikes on its front shed a few flakes of dried blood from stains that couldn't be washed away. The priestess snorted. "I hadn't realized Samlian clerics were so immodest. I suppose your masculine physique makes it difficult to find suitors without such displays." Jim waved a hand up and down at herself.
The correct term for what I've got going on is stacked. I can understand your confusion, though, since this is what it looks like when your body fat is in all of the right places. Sheem stared at the woman's midsection. Honestly, I didn't know a Delver could even have a paunch. The woman's robes weren't very flattering. The Litten rolled her eyes. It sounds like there is something dangerously wrong with either your depth perception or your understanding of first-layer anatomy. In any case, you should go and visit a real healer. Head trauma and chronic ignorance can both be fatal if left untreated. Sounds like you must spend a lot of time at the local clinic, then. That's very sad, since they don't treat witlessness. The place you're looking for is called a school. Do they have one of those in the backwater borough where you grew up? Speargarden Academy is quite well known. Not that I expect you to be familiar with the names of any proper institutes of learning. Regardless, that means we have at least one more school than can be found beneath the dream rock that your inbred tribe calls home. Ah, said Zim. I see. If schooling couldn't fix your suicidal levels of idiocy, then it must be hereditary. I should have known from the look on your face. The Latan hummed nonchalantly. She started examining her nails. And what look would that be? Like someone oiled your whiskers with a sort of pungent cheese that won't wash off. Don't worry, I've seen this before. It's symptomatic of the underlying affliction of having no real friends. The Latan looked up from her nails. What does this have to do with my parents? The disorder is generally brought on by shitty mothers and fathers who forget to socialize their kids. Tragic, but I really can't blame them in your case. If I had a daughter with fur the color of lukewarm piss, I wouldn't let her leave the house either. My fur color? Said the priestess with a pitying look. That's your next move. I might have been offended if your insult made any sense, but being lukewarm doesn't even affect the color of urine. Further, your skin's the color of my least favorite steed's member when he gets too excited. I know you must be lonely, what with being so frumpy and intolerable, but you should really leave the pack animals out of your bedroom. I find it fascinating that's where your mind immediately went. Speaking from experience, I know you people from the Third will fornicate with anything possessing a heartbeat, and even a few things without. Priestess Seriana, said General Olivia. Lady Cleric Zim. Both of them looked up at the level 35 hovering over them. As entertaining as it is, listening to you both compete to come up with the least interesting insult possible, we do have an invasion scheduled for this afternoon. Understood, Mom, said the priestess, sending Zim a self-satisfied grin. I'm gonna punch ya, said Zim, pointing at the priestess while she picked up her shield. Hard enough to get that cheese off your whiskers, that's for sure. Olivia didn't bother repeating the rules. She just shouted, Begin! And the two goddess-loving women turned their verbal spar into a physical one. Zim catapulted toward the priestess. She was the slowest member of Fortune's Folly, but could still move a few 100 miles per hour, even under the weight of her shield. Sand practically exploded with each footfall, magic fuckery being the only thing making her sprint physically possible. The priestess didn't advance. She calmly backpedaled and spun her quarterstaff in a blur as gold-white light filled its length. As the intensity grew, she released the staff,
and it began to orbit around her, rotating so fast it looked like a disk of light.
Then it broke into 2 discs, both of which circled the priestess once. Then, with a flick of the woman's wrist, they both buzzed their way towards Zim. Zim led with her shield, and was about as talented at dodging as I was. She took both of the divine buzzsaws right on the scutum. They collided with a clang mighty enough to cause the barrier dividing the audience from the arena floor to shimmer in reaction. That likely just saved a few hundred soldiers from permanent hearing damage. The collision went beyond the physical. Zim's shield only stopped so much, and each circle of golden light shattered into 1,000 spinning shards, passing through the scutum and driving through Zim's flesh and spirit. I had one eye on the party interface and grimaced as her shielding was chunked away, followed by a frightening amount of health. She hadn't dropped to the halfway mark, but it was closer than I liked. Sadly for the priestess, Zim's side grade into psychic thorns looked to be synergizing pretty well with the bleed effect from the scutum. The woman screamed and reached up to grasp her skull, dropping the staff that had reformed in her hand. Her eyes shot open wide and darted around frantically as blood began to pour from every hole in her head. While the priestess had her mind eviscerated, Zim tore through the sparkling cloud of mana mist that her opponent's skill left behind. Gashes covered every bit of exposed skin that I could see, but it hadn't slowed her down one bit. If anything, Zim pushed herself even harder. Right as the priestess seemed to be coming back to her senses, Zim hit her head-on with the scutum, shield-bashing the shit out of her and sending her skittering across the sand. Zim didn't stop either. When a 2,000-pound hunk of metal moving at over 300 miles per hour collides with a 130-pound latan, it doesn't do much to that hunk of metal's velocity. Zim practically rode the shield forward, while healing magic flooded through her, repairing the many gashes she'd suffered. Zim released the scutum and hopped up to plant her knees on its backside. Momentum drove it onward, and Zim pushed it downward so that when it lost that momentum to fall and hit the ground, it did so on top of the priestess's prone form. The woman let out a ragged breath as the object crushed the wind out of her and skewered her with its spikes. She then immediately took a left hook to her still exposed jaw. As the latan's brain rattled around in her skull, doing a hard reboot, Zim sent a flaming right hand straight into the priestess's snout. The ground shattered, and crimson fire engulfed the both of them. The sand became molten and rose in a plume of liquid glass and rock before streaking through the air and rapidly re-solidifying. When the dust cleared, it revealed Olivia holding the priestess's limp form with one outstretched arm, hand gripping the woman's face. Some healing was going on beneath the hand to repair a few things that, if they remained broken, wouldn't be conducive to her patient's long-term survival. However, the second Olivia judged the priestess to be out of mortal danger, she lowered herself a few feet and dropped the woman back onto the sand. The priestess landed with a thud, letting out a wheeze as she regained consciousness. Most of the fur on her head was gone, and I knew from experience that basic health regen wouldn't bring that back. She'd need to regrow it the old-fashioned way. Or find a magic barber. Or a good alchemist. There were a lot of ways to quickly regrow hair, really, but it was a damned inconvenience. More importantly, her whiskers were gone, along with whatever oil had been on them, cheese-derived or not. Winner! Lady Cleric Zim Zordrell! Zim got a much warmer response for her victory than I had, which lent further weight to the theory that the Litan priestess really hadn't had very many friends. Tyvus was once again very energetic with his applause. The lean general looked around at the hundreds of soldiers. "In case you did not know," he said, "that was their party's healer." When Zim made it back to our seats, she looked more contemplative than I'd expected. Hearing my silent question,
She immediately explained. That opening attack hit way harder than I thought it would. It broke through my shield and still walloped me for more than 900 damage. I was 130 health away from dropping to half and losing that one. I thought about Zim's lifeguard skill, which activated at 50% health, and, with her HP pool, would have healed her back to full. I wondered which skill would have gotten priority, Zim's heal or Olivia's denial.
Now that you mention it, Zim said, despite my not mentioning a thing, priority for overlapping friendly effects is generally determined by their target. Lifeguard would have probably triggered automatically before denial. She smiled and gave me a shoulder-popping side hug. I really wasn't that close to losing. Thanks. I needed to hear that. I'd made no sounds, so there'd been nothing to hear. I blamed our near-constant use of reveal to share soulsight. Even when I wasn't psychically communicating, everyone had had enough experience seeing the world through the Arlo filter that they could all make predictions on how I was going to respond to things with an uncanny degree of precision. Why was that lady mad at us anyway? I asked. Hells, Zim swore. I knew there was something I forgot to ask. I got all wrapped up in our back and forth. I think that might have been a skill, by the way. Maybe a passive. Weird passive, I said, watching as a few robe-clad figures dragged the priestess away. She'd managed to sit up, but hadn't moved on her own since. She'll be fine, Sheem said. I pulled my punches. Did you? I don't think she had a face afterward. She got healed, Sheem waved dismissively. Probably just some shock. She'll be fine. Uh-huh. Varen's match was even quicker than Sheem's. The big guy got challenged by the stoutest Latan I'd ever seen. Short, wide, the man was built like a square had come to life just so that it could start lifting weights. He used an axe and shield. On their first exchange, Varen dropped into a lunge so low that his cheeks got sandy. He used the position to plant his sword through Stout's armpit and out of the shoulder of his weapon arm. The Latan's axe swing was completely interrupted, and the same move had also divided his shield into two useless pieces. Varen's dark helm turned ever so slightly toward Stout's face. Would you like to keep the arm? He asked. I give up, was the Latan's response. Winner, Lord Varen Ravenblack. Overall, I'd say it was going well. In a bit of role reversal, Nurali had challenged all of the adversarial Litans to a game of hide-and-seek, which she was currently winning. Presumably. It's not like I knew where she was. I assumed that meant she hadn't been caught. Meanwhile, Etcha had migrated to the other side of the arena and was now chatting it up with the rest of the people who were trying to kick our asses. Nobody was interested in challenging her, which meant that I caught a couple more fights than I might have otherwise. I had some fun when an entire 5-person party of level 11 silvers wanted to take a swing at me together. That was against the rules as laid down by General Tyvis, but I agreed to it anyway. One of them had a skill that turned everyone incorporeal. Not just her team, everyone, including me. Being incorporeal meant that I couldn't interact with physical objects. That meant that my feet didn't interact with the ground. Without a means of magical locomotion, I would have been stuck in one spot. Everyone on the opposing team had excellent movement skills, of course, and being incorporeal made them immune to my physical skills. Or it would have, had I not possessed an achievement from when we fought the Spectre of Erexis back in the day, one that let me deal 25% of my normal physical damage to incorporeal entities. I could still teleport to get from A to B, and in a pinch, I could use therianthropy to fly, although I didn't want to burn a charge. The obvious answer was to let Gracovis carry me around with its fancy upgraded flight capabilities. Which is what I did, since all my gear became incorporeal along with me,
and my hammers still kind of hurt when they smacked into something while acting as an Oblivion Orb delivery service.
That spell didn't care how incorporeal something was.
I was betting the incorporeal skill won that team a lot of fights in delves, and would catch an unprepared delver flat-footed, but it seemed like they'd built around it too much. Once it was countered, they were just a group of mediocre silvers. I threw some unblockable, undodgeable hammer combo attacks, and they blinked away in rapid succession to receive the cold, calculated care of Surgeon General Olivia Bavasista. The ordinary Laton soldiers had an unusually rowdy reaction to that fight. For one, they were happy to have finally watched a match they could keep up with, since being incorporeal naturally prevented the dust and debris of catastrophic attacks and high-speed movement. We weren't invisible either, just a bit ghostly looking. The normal soldiers also didn't really process the difference in power between a level 11 silver and a level 16 platinum, even one without all of my advantages. As far as they knew, we were all super people, so it couldn't be that big a difference. As such, the first fight these mundane soldiers got a good look at was one in which I went 5 against 1 and pulled off an effortless victory. While I won the hearts of the masses, the Delvers were growing ever more obsessed with Varen. The big guy was facing down a series of opponents, each of them one level higher than the last. The speed of his exchanges was too fast for an ordinary person to follow, but as he put his fourth opponent down in a single strike, the Delvers were losing their shit. There was also quite a bit of money migrating out of the hands of Varen's doubters as they lost every bet they made against him. Nobody wanted to call out Zim again. The wisdom of General Tyvis's decision to host these duels was becoming more apparent with every passing minute, especially once it started feeling more like a festival than people settling their blood feuds.
Most of these Litans had never seen us fight. Their knowledge of what we could do was limited to stories and rumors of dubious accuracy. It was one thing to hear about the unbeatable level 16 party, and another thing entirely to see them casually kick the stuffing out of a revolving door of the Empire's toughest jerks. The ordinary soldiers here were going to be stuck running logistics for the Delvers for the foreseeable future, and this got them a good show before they became mired in their routines. Our opposition was getting a beatdown, and everyone was getting a good look at one of the teams that their government was bringing in to play support. The only thing that kept it from being particularly fun for me was that the challengers came in levels all the way up to 19, but no higher. There seemed to be a heavy reluctance for anyone stronger to take a shot at us. General Tyvis volunteered an explanation.
In Litan delving culture, there is this concept of the gulf, which our soldiers sometimes refer to as the 1-5 down. How much of a level difference does it take before another delver is too great a threat? He stopped to give me a questioning look, much like a professor might. I expected he gave this speech a lot. To summarize the theory, it is reasonable to think you might win against someone who is up to 1/5 higher level than you, rounded down. Conversely, it is considered shameful to lose to someone who is 1/5 lower level than you, also rounded down. Aside from being a guiding principle for engagements, it establishes boundaries for when certain things are seen as an abuse of power against someone of a lesser level. So, add 20% to your level and round down to find your upper limit, I said. We're level 16. Adding 1/5 gives us 19.2, rounded down to 19. Whereas a level 20 minus 1/5 is 16, meaning a level 20 risks their honor by punching down at a level 16 or less.
Just so, King Zordrell. So did fighting those level 11s make me look like an asshole?
No. They issued the challenge and fought you as a team. There is another principle for fighting in groups, one which would have you come out as the person being disrespected, despite being higher level. It is of no concern.
Well, This sounds like a good formula for tournament brackets, but nobody at level 19 is going to get very far against us. I drew insight from my beard with a thoughtful stroke. I suppose you'd considered all of that when proposing this little scenario. I waved out at the sand. As I did, a dark-clothed figure fell from the rafters and hit the ground with a grunt. It was a level 18 Latan with an arrow in his glute. Good to know that Nurali was still winning her match.
General Olivia cleansed the fallen man of our alchemist's poison, but left him to deal with the arrow on his own. She then reached out to grab another man by the throat as denial was triggered, keeping him from falling once he'd appeared. This man had an arrow in his lung, which Olivia did remove before cleansing him. He released a gurgling, bloody scream as the general tore the arrow free, letting us know how lucky he felt to receive her personal ministrations. This was accompanied by a wave of sympathetic groans and hisses from the audience. Olivia then declared both men losers. "Do other military healers share General Olivia's methods?" I asked. Tyvis chuckled. "Olivia got her start as a triage medic fighting the savages south of Chauval. She studied medicine and was a battlefield surgeon before ever becoming a delver." The general turned from Olivia to look me in the eye.
"When a dozen men are dragged into your tent, all with lethal wounds, and you are the only one there to treat them, you learn how to prioritize care rather ruthlessly." Just then, a Latan wearing an ordinary soldier's uniform appeared in the arena with a pop, carrying a wiggling sack over one shoulder. "I caught her!" he yelled, then hefted the bag over and onto the ground with a thud. I noticed that a pair of leather-clad legs was sticking out of it, along with the tip of a Gulan's tail. "Who carries someone around in a sack?" I asked. "That's some cartoon logic right there." "Specialist Rufio is focused on tracking and capturing VIPs and other high-value targets," said the general. "His skills are strange at times,
but effective. While the general and I discussed, the man pointed at the sack, glanced up to make sure that Olivia was watching, then shouted, "Pickled grapefruit juice!" That was apparently some kind of passphrase, because the sack sprung open, twisted itself into a cloth belt, then snaked through the air to wrap itself around Rufio's waist. Inside the sack was Nurali. Except it wasn't Nurali. It looked like Nurali, but her soul was missing. "Grotto helped me make it." I jumped, along with several other nearby people on the bleachers, and everyone turned to find Nurali crouched down behind me, peeking out over my shoulder at the arena floor. "His subterfuge skill is very well developed," she added. General Olivia squinted down at Rufio's captured fake and seemed to come to the same conclusion I had, since she didn't announce the specialist as the victor. Nurali drew back on the arrow she had knocked, but paused before firing. "Call it," she said to Tyvis. The Latan general's eyes had widened a hair at Nurali's appearance, and opened even wider with the challenge. "Left eyebrow," said the general. In the distance, Rufio was gesturing at the fake Nurali, which I now realized was one of her mechas. He was trying to argue with Olivia, a move that didn't seem terribly bright. He was facing to our right, which meant that his left eyebrow was on the other side of his face from the one we could see. Nurali drew the arrow back another half-inch. Her mecha held up a hand, which made Rufio hesitate. Nurali adjusted her aim a few degrees to the right, then loosed. Her arrow hit the mecha in its palm, bounced off, and scraped across the left side of Rufio's head. "Ah, fuck!" shouted the specialist, reeling back and gripping his eye. He dropped his hand and checked out his palm, then looked about wildly for the eyebrow assassin, exposing a raw spot where the fur above his eye had once been. Nurali's shot was so clean, it hadn't even broken the man's skin. "Nice shot," said Tyvis, turning back to Nurali, but the Losan was already gone. He cleared his throat and smoothed out the front of his uniform. "Her ability to disappear is
Very well developed. I threw up my hand in tired, limp-wristed resignation. I have an entire evolution dedicated to finding her, and I still can't. While Nurali returned to her battle royale, Kai of Seaward made another appearance. At first, I thought the level 20 had finally decided to challenge me, despite the social disgrace it might cause him. Surprisingly, he wanted no such thing. "Sir," he said, saluting the general. "Major Kai," said Tyvis, acknowledging the gesture. "Tell me, what do you think?" Kai of Seaward looked Varen and Zim over. Then his eyes settled on me for a long moment. "It is difficult to tell, sir," he said. "They have been holding back a great deal." "What did you expect?" asked Tyvis.
I requested General Olivia attend because I did not believe a lesser healer would be able to keep mid-level golds alive against this group. You have read the reports of how they handled the Hierophant.
"It seems that Lieutenant Colonel Tavio did not exaggerate," said Kai.
"Tavio got a promotion?" I asked. I hadn't heard much from the burly Litan since our last major training session in the forest.
"Ha!" barked Tyvis. "The options were to give him a promotion for saving the city, or to see him court-martialed for letting it be destroyed. I believed a promotion was the more reasonable response, although there were some who advocated for the latter." He grinned at me. "Lucky I have the final say." "Well, good for him," I said, then asked Grotto to add, "Get Tavio a cake," to the list. "Colonel Tavio's promotion would normally place him in charge of a battalion," said Tyvis. "However, for our operations in the forest, we are only deploying delvers into combat zones. Because of this, everything is compressed. Tavio will be in charge of a company of delvers, which equates to 20 full parties. Yours will be included among them. Major Kai here is now Colonel Tavio's primary staff officer." "Really?" I said, then turned to Kai. "Have you worked extensively with Tavio?" "Everyone has heard of the Colonel," the brooding Litan replied. "But this is the first time that I have come under his command." I nodded and considered what I knew of Litan's social structures. It wasn't unusual for the military to shuffle people around, but something still smelled off with Kai's assignment. "Given Team Pio's vital role in the Battle of Crimson," I said, "Captain Pio's own exemplary performance during that conflict, and her history of working well under Tavio's command, I would have thought she'd receive a promotion and be assigned to the colonel." Tyvis gave me a sardonic grin. "If the world bent to my will alone, then it would have been so." "All right."
I hope this doesn't come off as egocentric, but did Major Kai's attitude toward Fortune's folly play into him being assigned to Tavio rather than Captain Pio?
"Quick," said Tyvis. "It did. I will not bore you with the politics of it, but let us say that there are certain people who will feel much more comfortable while Major Kai is involved with handling your team."
The idea that my party had inadvertently gotten in the way of Captain Pio's career irritated me, and a thoughtful frown sprawled out over my face. I re-evaluated the stern man before me, Major Kai. He gave no reaction to our discussion of his distaste for me and my party, despite it happening right in front of him. He probably couldn't react for fear of risking a reprisal from the army's highest-ranking officer, a man who happened to be sitting beside me and talking shop like we were old golfing buddies. I was also a foreign king, which made things even more harrowing.
I doubted things would go well for him if I decided to take offense to his words or tone.
In fact, this guy's assignment was looking more and more like pure shit. He probably hated every second of it. "Well," I said, "if we're to be working together, I'd like to know what history we have. You don't give off the vibe of somebody whose liege lord got outed by the X-Files. I assume there's something more personal happening." Kai gave me a stiff nod. "When you chose to fight your way through the naval blockade off the coast of Eschendor,
You decided that your own desires were worth more than the lives of those men and women. You are being overly casual, Major, said General Tyvis, giving him a stern glare. I held up a hand. It's fine, General. We're not holding court, and the constant repetition of Your Majesty is kind of annoying, if I'm being honest. Tyvis wobbled his head in a way that said he disagreed, but wasn't going to argue. I considered the idea that Kai's claim presented. I object to your framing, Major, but won't argue that it's a valid point of view. Major Kai's eyes flicked to Tyvis, whose nod spurred him onward. Some of those lives were more important to me than my own, Kai said. Their deaths were your stepping stone. I am the scum that trotting upon them has left on your boot heel. His eyes narrowed. By daylight, I hope that your goals are worthy of the ruin you've brought. In my selfish moments, I wish for you to be exposed as frauds. Then I would know their deaths were not justice. Chapter 41. Then I would know their deaths were not justice. I sat in silence, feeling the heat of Kai's judgment, rolling the Major's words around in my head. I didn't regret what we'd done, but it was a grim reminder of the cost of our decisions. My ultimate conclusion, from taking time to mull it over, was that the man was hard as fuck. Misguided and understandably emotional, sure, but his position was reasonable, given the information he likely had. Fortunately, Major Kai also seemed quite self-aware. If history were to repeat, I said, knowing all we know now, what would you have me do differently? Kai took a breath, steadying himself. A clerical error led to your passes being declared invalid. You should have submitted to a peaceful inspection to allow it to be corrected. I said, knowing all we know now. That inspection was anything but peaceful, and the error would not have been corrected in time for my good friend and party member to avoid some very nasty treatment. The blockade intentionally prevented us from withdrawing in order to take a shot at capturing Nuralee. She might still be in a black site somewhere, or worse. Then you weighed the freedom of your friend against the needless deaths of hundreds of people who did nothing wrong. One woman's liberty does not justify such a massacre. I leaned forward. We weren't the ones to open up with force. Your admiral decided how much Nuralee's life was worth. He knew that fighting Delvers was a risk, and he chose to take that risk anyway. You had total freedom to act. The Admiral was following command to the best of his ability. Then his ability was garbage. Listen, think about how odd it is that a non-Delver officer was put in charge of the largest Lytton military mobilization in decades. Why the fuck would command appoint a mundane officer to a front-line field position when they know he's going to go up against Delvers eventually? And why would the only real protection they give him be a megalomaniacal psychopath whose entire build was about being an unpredictable loose cannon? A blockade is the type of mission that demands the highest levels of patience and discipline, not whatever Yaretsi was. The Major paused for a second. It seemed he was not entirely cognizant of the situation at ground level. General Tyvis cleared his throat. The proclivities of the late Captain Yaretsi were not well understood until his death inspired a number of his victims to come forward. You've got the second most Delvers in the world, I replied. Your intelligence apparatus probably knows what kind of toothpaste I use. I refuse to believe there wasn't somebody with a psych profile screaming to keep that man away from anything sensitive. I will say earnestly that I am not aware of any such reports, said Tyvis easily. But Yaretsi was a Navy man. He trailed off, not quite giving voice to the implied accusation against another branch of the military. I was surprised he'd come that close to an admission of any kind, but it may have been a hint for Major Kai more than anything meant for me.
The Major looked between us, likely realizing he was stepping into some bag over your head and make you disappear type of shit. Nevertheless, Kai took another deep breath and maintained his resolve.
Are you saying that you were merely a pawn in Litter's agenda? He asked. That you bear no responsibility because of this? There's a difference between responsibility and fault, I answered. I'll take responsibility for my actions, but not the dog-shit decision-making of your fleet. You said yourself the Admiral was following commands. I understand your reluctance to find fault in the organization to which you've pledged your career, but that's whose boot you're really scumming about. If you spend some time figuring out who specifically that shoe fits, I'm betting you'll find a Lytton senator who's hoping the carriage won't turn back into a pumpkin. The Major thought for another long moment. I do not understand what a gourd has to do with transportation. Not the point. When leaders play politics for personal gain, people get hurt. Tyvus was giving me a severe look, but didn't say anything. The Major's frown deepened, and he gazed downward for a moment, but kept his strict posture. When he looked back, his eyes showed a layer of weariness beneath the righteous anger he was projecting. I cannot deny that there appears to have been questionable strategic decisions, even besides the late captain's presence. He hesitated briefly, then glanced at the general. Tyvus raised his hands. I am the Grand General, not the Grand Admiral, he said. I expected King Zordrell's colorful version of events, but you will need to speak to someone else if you want to verify it. However, I would be careful whose tail you climb while seeking the information. Major Kai looked troubled by that response before he turned back to me. What do you believe happened, Your Majesty? If you want the no-nonsense, no-bullshit version of events, I said, then here it is. We were given freedom to pass by the highest levels of the Litton government, and had every reason to believe the pass was legitimate, having been assured of such by multiple Litton authorities. The Admiral arbitrarily decided to ignore those legitimate passes for spurious reasons regarding his personal beliefs about what Lita did or did not want. That's called going rogue, by the way, but let's put that aside. He then made overt and explicit threats against the lives of me and my party, and made it clear he had no interest in a peaceful resolution. You're claiming you were justified in taking all those lives as part of your self-defense? Major Kai asked, stone-faced. First of all, we didn't even touch most of your sailors. Second, if you tell me that I should allow anyone with a fancy hat to kill me and my loved ones just because they ask rudely, we'll never agree on ethics. I didn't fire those cannons. I didn't order the ships to enter Eshen waters. And I didn't attempt to kill a fucking Zenithar without authorization from the highest level of command I can imagine. Zura's the one who sank most of the boats, and she did it while Littan ships were sailing inside her borders, firing their cannons at her and her people. So, yeah, self-defense. You're arguing that my party caused that entire mess by defending ourselves. And when I'm looking around, I see maybe one thing that I could have done differently to achieve a better outcome. Meanwhile, if the Admiral had handled any of a dozen of his own choices with anything better than gross incompetence, all those lives would still be with us today. It was my turn to take a deep breath. I hadn't even mentioned that I suspected the Admiral had been under Hysteria's influence. But my evidence for that began and ended with a weird bow the man gave me. I felt like that would just confuse the issues. The blame you're laying at my feet is misplaced, I finished. Let us move on from such heated topics, said Tyvus. Major, the losses our navy suffered are tragic, but you have now seen proof that Fortune's folly are not frauds, yes? As I said earlier, sir, it is difficult to tell. Tyvus frowned. His eyes became slits, and he leaned closer to me. King Zordrell, it feels vulgar of me to ask, but could you help Major Kai understand the strength that your choices have brought you?
The boy seems incapable of taking a hint. I looked between the two. The friction between myself and the Major was something I was comfortable with, since I knew I could handle my own problems. On the other hand, I wasn't comfortable at all with whatever friction was going on between the Major and General Tyvus, since it wasn't my problem to handle. I didn't really want to be involved in the kinds of problems a man like Tyvus the Daclius Conatus had.
I'm not sure what you mean, General.
The Major lacks perspective, he replied, then turned to look at Major Kai directly. And he is apparently too bull-headed for his eyes to see the mountain. Show him the gulf between yourself and someone like him. The literal grudge matches I'd been fighting all morning had been easier to navigate than this awkward verbal melee I was in the middle of. There was clearly a power play happening, where General Tyvus's authority was being challenged by some unknown players behind the scenes. Kai was one expression of whoever was undermining the general, and the military commander was trying to use me like a lever to move Litan politics in a way that I found grating. I took time to check myself against everyone else in the party, and Grotto made a compelling argument for how to proceed. If the general wanted Kai to see how high the mountain went, my familiar could show him an example.
Grotto opened a closet portal and slunk through the dimensional bridge. I did a brief double-take at the core. He'd finally finished his new mini-Chthon disguise, and I found that I was very glad to finally have him out of little man mode and back to being a proper 8-legged terror. This new Chthon suit was larger than the one he'd had before. Now he was 4.5 feet from the top of his head to his tentacle tip instead of 3. "Grotto," I said in greeting, "you got bigger." The subdermal armor plating necessitated an increase in mass. I have also made various other physiological improvements to this organic shell that required additional musculature. Grotto was broadcasting to everyone nearby, and Kai flinched from the unexpected psychic communication. "Grotto, this is Major Kai of Seaward," I said. "Major Kai, this is my familiar Grotto. Don't let his size or general cuteness deceive you."
He'd have about as much trouble with these matches as the rest of my team has.
The subtext of the general's request, which I am more than happy to accommodate, is that I should both embarrass and shame you, Major Kai. I face-palmed, but let the core go on about his business. To begin, I have access to all of King Zordrell's intrinsic skills. This is in addition to my own full suite of intrinsics, which gives me more than 900 total intrinsic skill levels. If you, Major Kai, are following the typical approach of Litan delvers on the gold track, then you would merely have around 400 at level 20. Does that sound correct? Grotto stopped and gave that a second to sink in. Kai was overtaken by an incredulous expression. "I see that you are doubting me. Good." Despite my aptitude in subterfuge, I seldom, if ever, lie. There is simply no need when the truth is already difficult enough for meat sacks like you to process. Now, one of the intrinsics that I possess is Golemancy, and it isn't even particularly high compared to the others. Grotto waved a feeler, and a flash of portals summoned 3 Etia clone golems. These were Grotto's most advanced golems, the best he could control, wearing the highest quality gear he had available. Each one was grade 24. "These golems are entirely my creations," he continued. "Tell me, Major Kai, do you believe that you could prevail over all 3 of these grade 24s? I am hoping that your answer is yes, because I am always in need of additional field data. I would be happy for you to volunteer as a test subject." Kai looked at the 3 golems and swallowed. His survival instinct had finally kicked in, and his bravado was beginning to crack. "Pathetic," Grotto grumbled in disappointment. "Regardless, this is the true gulf between you. My bond, King Zordrell, is 4 levels lower than you. Despite this, you could not defeat him."
You could not defeat me, even if I fought you without his aid. And I represent but one of his passive skill slots. If I were so gracious as to stand back and allow you to fight my golems alone, you would be slaughtered. I will state plainly what my bond is too polite to say. You described yourself as the scum upon our boots, and that is entirely accurate. There is no comparison between the two of you. Not only are you incapable of presenting a challenge to King Zordrell, but you are also incapable of presenting a challenge to the minions of his minions. You, Major, have been tolerated like a child throwing a tantrum only because my bond has a misplaced sense of honor. Your self-pity has been humored because the general still has some hope that you will eventually become a competent officer, and he has placed you here to learn a lesson on survival before you mouth off to the wrong demigod. The chillest of silence followed that parade of insults, only broken when Zim muttered, "Damn, Grotto." As if to undermine everything he'd just said, the not-so-little Octo floated up and plopped himself down on top of my head. His feathered feelers came down to my waist, and I had to swipe one aside to keep it from tickling my nose. General Tyvis gave a toothy smile at the Corps' antics, a warm expression so calculated it became terrifying. He then shrugged and turned back to Major Kai. "This strength," he said, gesturing at Grotto and his golems. "This is the strength that Fortune's Follies seeks to help us all achieve." He sat back and crossed his arms. "Decide for yourself if you find that goal to be worthy." This feels like bullying, I thought to my people. "The Major was completely out of line," Varen replied. "Was he?" asked Zim. "Given our impact on his life, I think he's been fairly calm and collected." Another body fell from the rafters. General Olivia gave them a cut-rate heal, then finally declared Nurali the winner of her bout. "I am inclined to trust the General's approach," the Luson thought to us. "If Major Kai needed a wake-up call, then that is what he's gotten." "Did you know that he's the head of our security?" asked Etya. "Begging your pardon?" I sent back. "Since we're attached to Colonel Tavio's company, and Major Kai is his chief of staff, that means the Major is in charge of our safety and well-being while we're here." Our Mage was still chatting it up with some people who'd probably hated us this morning, but who almost certainly now loved Etya, and, by extension, us. "How do you know that?" "These nice fellows over here told me." She turned toward me, and I caught her grimace from across the arena. I hope that getting him really mad doesn't end up making him want revenge or something. According to these guys, he'd have the easiest time setting up a trap for us. I took another look at the Major, whose expression was the kind of calm that could only exist on the face of someone furious beyond belief. Fucking wonderful, I thought. "Sir," Major Kai said to the General, "permission to be excused. Given what I have learned, I will need to reorganize some of my people." "Granted, Major," Tyvis said with a dismissive wave. He watched the man's back until he was outside the training coliseum. "Well, I am glad that has aired itself out." He gave us a bright smile. "I would hate for it to be festering while operating in a place so dangerous as the forest." Tyvis stood, along with his entourage, prompting the rest of us to stand as well. "It has been quite entertaining seeing how all of you fight with my own eyes," he said. "But the call of command grows ever louder." Colonel Tavio will have more specifics on how we plan to make use of your generous assistance. Again, thank you for agreeing to all of this. The General made some more polite noises, which his entourage of brass parroted, then swept out of the Colosseum. He left us with a star-struck sergeant who'd led us over to Tavio. "Weird kind of day," I said. Chim grinned. "Plenty of time for it to get weirder." Chapter 42. "Good morning, new Crimsim. Hey, this is not a test, this is psychic comms. Those of you who know me as Master Sergeant Earworm Elodie,
But those of you who don't can just think of me as the voice inside your head. If you're new to this intrusion, then I'm going to need you to pay attention because I'm only going to be thinking this stuff once. First things first. Everyone who's got a psychic side thing going on needs to link that shit up with me pronto, because I am going to be your psychic MC for the duration of our operations here in the forest.
The only exception applies to our celebrity guests, Fortune's Folly, who are in charge of the roaming Folly fallback position. I can't tell you guys what to do, but I am gonna strongly recommend that you follow the same protocol, for reasons I'm gonna explain in just a minute. As for the rest of you oily furred burrow scuttlers, I know that half of you outrank me more than I should like, and I outrank the rest of you by half as much as you deserve. But this order is coming from the man, the big LC himself, Lieutenant Colonel Tavio of Sicaria. Our CO has declared that I, Earwig, the man inside your head, am the voice of Yara herself for the duration. That means that if I say duck, you don't ask questions, you just run. But this ain't the kind of day that draws ducks out of their nests. And can you believe what kind of a day it is? Beautiful, spring, peak of the dry season. But don't let that combination of words fool you.
On this northern side of the forest, we got 2 seasons, but only one type of weather, and that's hot, wet, and muddy. Which is how I hear Specialist Rufio likes it, if you know what I'm saying. Rufio. Not by choice, earworm. Your mum's too afraid of having another you to let me use the front door. Earworm. Sumran's balls. Did somebody grow Rufio a brain? I hope it's not a loner, because you will not be getting that thing back in good condition. You'd probably be better off growing him that left eyebrow back. Ha! Now, for those of you who are paying close attention, you'll notice that Rufio's love letter to my long-dead mother came with its own psychic signature, telling you who it's from and letting you know that it was analyzed, recognized, and authorized. That, right there, is why Earworm needs to be in all the many psychic threads going on.
Not only can I talk to everybody at once, but nobody can shut me up. Nobody can force me to tell a lie, and nobody can spoof my shit. That means that if you hear that psychic signature, the incoming message is Earworm approved. If you do not hear that psychic signature, then you shall assume that the incoming message is a hostile subterfuge attempt or other type of social attack. This means that if you do not want to be the subject of friendly fire when your unanalyzed, unrecognized, and unauthorized ass tries to call in a backup request, then you will link your psychic side hustles up to the one and only Earworm. Fortune's Folly are the only ones who are welcome to keep their privates private, so long as they know that the moment they present their unmentionables to anyone outside of their own team, they will bring down the hammer on themselves. Otherwise, I want to hear that chatter, people. Let's go. Arlo, we're happy to have you eavesdropping on us, Earworm. Earworm. Glad to hear it, King. Now that you're hooked in, feel free to run your psychoms like you normally do. I'll hear it all, but the only other people that'll get your gossip dropped into their brains are the people you're trying to talk to. Or we could just talk out loud, said Zim. But then more people will hear us, said Etya. How many instances of focus do you think this Earworm guy has? I asked. More than one, said Nurali. We all grunted and muttered about how Nurali wasn't wrong, but that her guess was dumb. She gave us a rare grin in response. Our party was gathered in the killing fields outside of New Crimson, alongside 100 Latan delvers and change, about half a mile from the forest's edge. We were currently in the hurry-up-and-wait part of the operation, which meant that everyone was doing their own thing while Earworm got the Latans coordinated. While our collective thumbs were being twiddled, Zim knelt on the soggy ground next to Team Pio's resident spatial mage, the black-furred and black-eyed Baltai,
and the pair of them were doing some side-by-side communion with their respective deities. Nora Lee stood at a safe distance while manipulating some of the eldritch, shape-shifting abendite into different types of arrowheads. The mimic twin, Cecil, was giving the Losan tips on how to make shape-shifting things shape-shiftier. The sneaky Litan apparently didn't mind being close enough for the unknown god that was connected to the malleable crafting material to whisper to her, although her red eyes flashed with concern on occasion. Cecil's twin, Madel, floated in the air as Overwatch, with her bold red cape fluttering in the wind. It matched her eyes and struck a nice contrast with her dark fur and darker armor. Varan and the golden-eyed Litan tank, Gwar, had started doing some needless gear maintenance. That was quickly turning into an impromptu repair shop, as one Litan after another approached them to see if they could fix up a weapon, some armor, or other sundries. Each piece came with its own excuse for why it hadn't been maintained, ranging from the army's smiths being overworked to the local quartermaster being famously shrewd and refusing to replace gear until it was hopelessly broken. To be fair, they were probably telling the truth. Meanwhile, I used one instance of focus to pay attention to my surroundings while chatting with Ishi. The rest of her team, now officially going by 2 of Crowns, had already divided up elsewhere among the company of Litans based on their attunement. That would govern our positions while entering the forest here in a few minutes. My second focus was working on my soul connection with Grotto, trying to get the shared intrinsic skills from the Traveler's Amulet to go both ways.
The Corps had recently made some headway on that independently, and I was carving a little wooden doll, which I would try to animate using Golomancy. My wand-making skill wasn't quite on point for the task, but as a woodworking sub-skill, it was definitely making it easier. My familiar had a lot of juicy intrinsics that I wanted access to, so my second general-purpose instance of focus was staying on the project permanently unless we were attacked. After those 2 foci, I had one more focus that could only be applied to managing closet land. I was using that one to maintain a me clone by occupying one of my magisters, which was currently overseeing Grotto while he applied the mist procedure to the Chovali soldier Nokomi Moonwing. Nokomi had rescued Count Starion's daughter during the Battle of Crimsim, and the Count was generously rewarding her by paying for the process. And when I say generously, I mean it. I was charging people double what it cost to execute the procedure, bringing the price tag to 14 diamond chips. That was a substantial portion of the Count's fortune, but the man had revealed to me that he was making Nokomi one of his knights. He had enough sway to keep the Chavali stationed nearby until her military service ended, and once it did, he'd have his own personal escalated delver to lead a team or act as house security. Assuming he took a cut of what Nokomi grabbed while inside Platinum Delves, the Count would make his money back, eventually. Prior to meeting with the Count, my Magister copy had been handling another session of mass fealty pledges. Closet Land had just passed the next population milestone, meaning I was very close to getting another focus to apply to my dimensional kingdom. It would come with the level 20 evolution breakpoint for statecraft. Closet Land has reached a population of 10,000. Your statecraft skill has increased to level 19. That would give me enough instances of focus to tie with Etya, who'd been the party's reigning queen of focus for a while. She had 4 in total, but all of hers were general use, and none of them depended on an item. Even once I matched her numerically, I'd just be the party's discount prince of focus. Etya was using her first focus to keep up a conversation with Captain Pio that was drawing in more and more of the other Litan Delvers. Her second to practice mana shaping, her third to practice mana shaping, and her fourth to practice mana shaping. The air around us was filled with pretty magic colors and shapes, all of which were somehow perfectly arranged to encourage people to mingle and mill about, being all social and shit. They even made relaxing tonal noises that combined into an unintrusive droning song.
We were standing in a muddy field under the hot midday sun, getting ready for war, and I felt like I was in a crowded spa. Earworm.
All right, lords, ladies, and everyone too broke to buy a title. Here's how things are going to go. Have you heard it all before? Yes. Am I going to be telling you again? Yes. Will somebody still somehow need to ask an adult for help later? Yes. Looking at you, Rufio. Today's objective is to establish 3 security perimeters. The first will be maintained outside the forest, where patrols of coppers and lower-level silvers will be ready to raise the alarm if something like a small pack of 100,000 mana-drunk beasties decides to come crawling out of it again. You've probably seen those roving patrols pass by once or twice, so guess what? We already got the first perimeter done. Go ahead and give each other a pat on the back. The next 2 perimeters will be inside the forest, positioned in the buffer strips between dungeon zones. Perimeter 2 will be maintained by our top-level silvers, and you fine fellows are going to dig in between dungeon zones 1 and 2.
For the layman and new arrivals out here, Dungeon Zone 1 is the outermost ring of dungeons, where each one corresponds to one of the 5 magic schools. Dungeon Zone 2 is the next set of dungeons farther in, which are all focused on crafting skills. Once the silvers are set up and good to go, the golds and plats will pass through the crafting dungeons to set up a perimeter between Dungeon Zones 2 and 3. Zone 3 is where the combat dungeons begin, but we'll be saving those tasty steaks for another day. The outermost perimeter will be resupplied by Crimzim and Cheval, depending on proximity. The second perimeter will be resupplied by Delvers doing training runs through Dungeon Zone 1. The third perimeter will be resupplied via portals brought to you by our outside contractors, Fortune's Folly. Rumor has it that if you're nice enough to Folly, they'll let you take a toasty bath inside their secret hot spring. Arlo, we're also open to bribes. Earworm.
They said it, not me. But if you want my advice, I happen to know that they enjoy beer, wine, nice cheese, and fresh apple juice. Folly bribes aside, once those 3 perimeters are set, some higher-level parties will migrate through the combat zones to explore deeper. We'll get further orders based on what they find. This will have been the 3rd time you've heard all of this, so if you still have a question, keep it to yourself and use context clues to figure shit out. Now I'm going to pass it off to the bigwig himself, Lieutenant Colonel Tavio of Sicaria. Tavio. Thank you, Master Sergeant. Everyone on the field straightened and turned with supernatural accuracy to where Tavio had appeared. The man drove an 18-foot pike into the ground, spearhead first, then hopped up easily onto the haft, where he stood on its end with 1 foot. He folded his arms behind his back and still managed to emit a sense of formal military precision, despite his stance. I will not delay us any longer, he shouted. I believe we all know our roles and responsibilities by this point. Company, break out into your attunement teams and prepare to enter the forest. The soldiers saluted, and with nods and waves, most of Fortune's Folly and Team Pio sped off. Pio's mage, Balte, was actually mystical attuned, despite focusing on dimensional magics. Their only dimensional attuned member was the caped martial twin, Maddle. She joined Ishi and me as we formed the center of the dimensional group, which included the one-eyebrowed specialist Rufio and about 10 other Litans I half-recognized. It was a mix of gold and silvers, with Ishi and I being the only obvious platinums. I say obvious because there was a single level 26 gold with some funkiness going on in his soul. The man wore heavy plate armor of black and red, matching the coloring scheme of most of the higher-leveled Litan delvers. When the level 26 was making his way over to us, his arrival was preceded by the air becoming metaphysically thicker. It wasn't actually any denser, more like there was a smudge on the lens of my soul sight, some infiltration of a much bigger presence in the area than I could directly perceive. I couldn't tell much about it, but it seemed friendly enough. I got the sense it knew I could just barely smell it, and was telling me that things were all good. Ishi didn't have a direct form of soul sight, but like all dragons, she had an intuitive sense for someone's strength, along with the ability to suppress her own. Both seemed to be rooted in the soul, which partially explained how dragons were so difficult to gauge through my sight. The moment I felt whatever this was wash over us, she tensed and turned toward the man. He moved amiably, giving us a lazy wave and greeting, but otherwise ignored any tension he noticed in either of us. The thickness wasn't centered on or emanating from the Litan, but felt intertwined with him. It was such a deep connection that I almost mistook it for the man's soul itself. But his soul looked like it belonged to an ordinary level 26 at first blush. A closer look made me think it was too dense to be gold, with too many levels packed into too tight a space, threatening to spill out like some kind of soul-based clown car. And if there was one thing I knew for certain, it was that any time a clown car showed up, there was some funny business afoot. Chapter 43. The level 26 with a clown car soul wasn't the last of our dimensional cadre to arrive. A level 21 gold moved between the other groups, using the spell gate to open long-range portals to their entry locations around the forest's perimeter. The forest was a mass of wilds as large as the Empire itself, and the border dungeons were wide but shallow. Crimson sat near the center of the region, dominated by a divine dungeon.
The mystical dungeon began about 150 miles to our southwest. Another 300 miles away from there was the dimensional dungeon. 300 more got you to the physical dungeon, with the spiritual dungeon being the farthest from where we stood. That meant the delvers arrayed outside the city might need to travel as far as 1,000 miles to get into position. Fortunately, the level 21 dimensionalist was saving them the effort. Once finished, he arrived and introduced himself to me as Captain Smollett, claimed his position as our ranking member, and spent a minute channeling a portal to our point of ingress. The portal peeled the world back like a rolling door, revealing a small Litan fortification a few hundred miles away that was serving as the region's border security. We passed through without issue, then meandered through the freshly built fort, drawing some curious stares from the coppers and mundane soldiers manning the place.
Captain Smollett gave an order here and there, and soon enough we were moving to the edge of the forest at a brisk 100-mile-per-hour stride. Dimensional magic may have been the best school for movement buffs, so even the lowest-level silver among our group could keep up with a fair pace. The outer edge of the forest was clear-cut, keeping it from encroaching on Litan territories, meaning that the moment we hit the tree line, we were fully in the forest. There was no gradual transition, just a wall of neatly trimmed-back trees that took us directly into dense, old growth. Otherwise, the first part of the forest was somewhat ordinary. The canopy quickly swallowed most of the direct sunlight, reducing the day's beating heat and replacing it with an ever-denser miasma of humidity. Bushes, weeds, smaller trees, grass, and fungus crowded the forest floor, but even without superhuman capabilities, it was still fairly traversable. Clown Car was in the lead, and his casual stride was at odds with the violence his passage caused. Tearing vines and snapping branches sounded as his body cut a path through anything that might have waylaid us. A mile or so in is where shit got strange. The movement of distant foliage no longer tracked with the speed of our travel. Trees further away passed by quicker than the closer ones, playing hell with our perspective. The phenomenon grew more pronounced until we came upon a tree that would no longer move. There was nothing special about this tree in particular. It just happened to occupy the position where the effect of the dimensional dungeon was strong enough to cause all local foliage to remain locked in place while we walked. Meanwhile, the foliage farther off moved more rapidly with distance, until a single step would cause the trees a half-mile yonder
to rush past like they were caught in a mighty blender.
It was a complete inversion of how one might normally perceive their spatial relationship to objects based on distance.
You have entered the Jaws of Parallax Dimensional Dungeon. Recommended skills: Dimensional Magic, 20. Everyone came to a stop, and both Clowncar and Captain Smollett turned to me. Beyond this point, the phenomenon we see in the distance grows. The captain stopped and searched for a word. It grows closer. He looked unhappy with his chosen adverb, but carried on. If you do not have a method of dealing with it, it will eventually close in on you until your feet, being the farthest part of your body from your eyes, begin to do much as those trees in the distance are doing. I looked off to where he was pointing and leaned back, watching the distant trees travel violently across an impossible distance from the minor movement. Since the rest of your body does not participate, this is an unhappy event, the captain finished.
But all the other parts of you do eventually participate, Captain, said the solo brow specialist Rufio. One piece at a time.
He chuckled darkly while the captain rubbed at his temple. Spooky, I said. I hadn't yet had the occasion to check out the forest's dimensional dungeon. I'd had no reason to, since my skill level was too far above its recommendation to give me much benefit. So, how do you deal with it? The best option is to teleport, said Captain Smollett. Instant movement does not trigger the effect. However, the area fights against you, so teleports cost more mana than normal and do not take you as far. It is also difficult to control where you will end up, and if you accidentally teleport above and begin to fall, he grimaced, you will quickly lose your feet, as I have said. Good practice for control and accuracy, but a painful exercise. We've got a betting pool going, Your Majesty, said Rufio, rubbing his hands together and raising his remaining brow.
Oh, I said. What for? They say you teleported a whole city. They do say that, yes. Rufio narrowed his eyes slightly, apparently disappointed that I didn't feel like elaborating on his point. We figure the distance from here to the edge of the dungeon layer is 9 miles, he said. But everybody with a portal or teleport knows that it feels like trying to go 900. Rufio gestured around at the other Littons. We took bets on how many teleports we thought it'd take you to get all of us through here. I see. What's the current record? Captain Smollett here did it in 28 jumps. Rufio's whiskers twitched. He's heavily invested in his portals. I only had one other person with me, said Smollett. There are 14 of us here now. You are comparing grain to guano. Rufio shrugged like he didn't think Smollett's point mattered much, while his eyes darted from place to place, as though expecting something to reach out from the woods and snatch him. I considered the captain, and looked the other 10 Littons over, while musing on how Specialist Rufio was probably the most rat-like Litton I'd ever met. All bets are in? I asked. Unless your highness would like to place one, Rufio said, smiling his elongated incisors at Ishi. The princess looked at him like a frog that had asked her to wipe its ass. I'd been silently mapping out a teleport location while we spoke, and now that the scene was properly set, I mana-shaped dreadful shortcut to encompass everyone in our small clearing. I moved us outside of the dungeon at the speed of thought. The teleport was so smooth, it took a couple of the Littons a second to realize we'd moved at all. Another swore, a few laughed, and Rufio's whiskers were doing a whole workout routine in response. Captain Smollett let out a heavy sigh and pulled a ruby chip from his inventory. I thought it would take you at least a few, he grumbled, then turned and tossed the chip to Clowncar, who was facing away from us, scanning our surroundings. He caught the chip without looking, and then kept catching as almost every other Litan present tossed him another. Really? I said. Only one of you had faith in my legendary powers? I turned to look at Maddle, who was one of only 2 Litans not coughing up some cash to Clowncar.
She shrugged. I do not gamble. It is not what you think, said Clown Car. I was regretting not getting his name. Rules were that the winner was whoever guessed the closest number without going over the real number. Everyone else was picking higher numbers, so I picked 1. He tapped his temple. Tactics. As it turned out, no one really believed in me. Clown Car had simply found victory with a Price is Right strategy. I approved. Hold on. Are we out of the dungeon? Another Latan asked, a bit slow on the uptake.
That man was then mercilessly roasted by his comrades for his lack of situational awareness. This went on for the next few minutes, and would continue for the remainder of this mission, and possibly the man's entire military career. All right, everybody, said Smollett, bringing the mood back to earth. Stow it, and get ready to set up our nests. Catalina, range out with Ambrose to find a few good blind sights. I believe it is safe to assume that we are the first ones through our dungeon, so I want us lounging in a fully constructed outpost before any other attunement stumbles through their own. We already knew dimensionalists were superior. Now we get to prove it. He clapped his hands together a few times. Let's go! Let's go! While the Litans hustled to follow Smollett's orders, Ishi and I cleared out a small area and constructed a gazebo to relax in, wielding our vast magics, superhuman attributes, and limitless inventory space to get it done in under a minute.
We spent the time having tea, munching on some neat and tidy snacks, and playing my latest version of Mana, The Assembling, which was entirely my own original game, not at all based on any popular Earth product. Ishi was a big fan. In response, I will skewer your biggest spider for 6 damage, she said. Then I'll use my floating point to cast We're Here to Pump You Up, I countered, dropping a colourful token onto one of my arachnid cards. That raises the strength of my gargantula tarantula to 9. I disagree, said Ishi, brow knit as she peeked over the 5 cards she held, studying my playing field. Reality cares not for your concurrence. She waved up her own side of the board. With a strength of 9, your spider is stronger than either of my drakes. Imagine how large a spider would have to be in order to be stronger than a drake. It doesn't have to be that big. It could just be small but mighty. And you have all those lesser arachnids to rally behind its leadership. Ishi thumbed her cards. A world where such a spider lives cannot be tolerated. Oh no, I said, sitting up straighter as I realized where she was taking things. No, you've got 2 drakes on your side. Yes, but a drake that is meeker than an arachnid does not deserve to live. She discarded a few resource tokens and laid a card down on the table with grave finality. In response to your pumping, I play Rocks Fall. Everybody dies. Is that card like half your fucking deck, Ishi? She gave me a smug smile in response as she discarded her drakes, then gestured for me to clear the spiders off my board like so much trash. I begrudgingly threw all 6 of my creatures away. Given your lack of response to my aggression, I assume the spell resolves, said Ishi, plucking another card from her hand. I groaned in misery. As such, I will now cast Dragon Force to return all draconic creatures that perished this turn back into play. She put her drakes back onto the board. Is it my turn yet? Every turn feels like it's your turn, I said, as I tossed 1 resource back into the central pot. In the post-combat primary phase, I'll burn 1 mana to drop another Avondale Arachnid. I laid down the measly 1 strength creature, then sat back and gestured for Ishi to draw a card. She did so with a menacing glee that I found oddly arousing. Our game was occasionally interrupted by shrieks, hoots, or yowls, as one kind of mana monster or another tested the Litans encroaching into their domain. There was little for any of us to fear this far in, whereas the more dangerous creatures dwelled closer to the forest's center. Out here, you'd run into something like a pack of Grade 1 howlers,
and the worst thing you'd have to deal with is the literal shit they threw at you.
The soldiers were mostly chasing things away from the outpost that was being assembled, until the weaves within it were powered on, and the place could repel the weaker creatures without them.
About 2 hours had gone by when we got an update. Earworm. Okay, everybody. We have full penetration of all teams to the second perimeter, and outposts are either built or well on their way. Colonel's orders are to let the Silvers finish setting things up themselves, while everyone else heads to their assigned crafting dungeon. That means it's time to saddle up and ride deeper to Perimeter 3. Earworm out. Ishi took a deep breath, giving her cards a final look. Pity, she said, laying down her hand. I thought I'd finally get to use atomic breath. Those drakes were going to slaughter me in 2 turns, I said. Atomic breath would have been complete overkill. I scooped up the cards and started sending things to their assigned inventory slots.
Ishi pulled our wide, comfy chairs into her own inventory with telekinesis, but we were leaving the gazebo itself behind. She walked over and inserted herself between me and the table where I'd been sorting out some cards, somewhat like a cat who'd decided to lie in your lap despite it already being occupied by a laptop. She looped her arms around my neck and pulled herself up to whisper into my ear. Sometimes I just want to use the big spell, she said, then leaned back to look me in the eyes. And there's no such thing as overkill when you're involved, Esquire Undying. Oh, you can't give me that nickname, I said. Now you've cursed me. No, I haven't. We're in a forest. We're practically swimming in wood. She reached behind her to knock her knuckles against the table. That satisfies your superstition, doesn't it? Ishi raised an eyebrow as she watched my expression grow ever more thoughtful. Where did I lose you? She asked after about 10 seconds. Sorry, I'm trying to think of something using swimming in wood, but it's just not coming to me. Well, that's likely a good thing, she said. Your wood would neither be swimming nor coming tonight if you insisted on making such crass jokes all the time. I wrapped my arms around the gorgeous woman. I am but putty in your hands when you talk to me like that, you know. I do, she said, smiling, although I was aiming for something a little firmer than putty. Her face slid in for a kiss. Something closer to a hardwood? Ishi allowed the anticipation of a kiss to hang there, while her amused eyes judged me for my carnal sin of humor. Then she unwound herself from my arms and sauntered out of the gazebo. I took a moment to cool off, then followed after her. Sadly, we'd be parting ways for this next section. While Ishi would be pursuing the woodworking dungeon, which I imagined was about as on-theme as a dungeon could get in here, I was more interested in scoping out the smithing dungeon. What did the forest have to teach about smithing? That sounded more fascinating to me. Chapter 44. About 2/3 of our dimensional group was silver and would remain behind to guard the second perimeter. Ishi flew off to the woodworking dungeon, whereas Medell would accompany Clowncar and me to the smithing dungeon. She didn't have smithing. She didn't have any crafting skill at all, but she had to pass through a crafting dungeon of some kind. Thus, she was being carried by the nearest crafting expert. Medell flew ahead, while the mysterious Level 26 used a movement aura to give him and me a jaunty sprinting speed. I resolved to get his name, despite the awkwardness of having waited several hours to ask. Specialist Tomomaru Ginsum, he said over his shoulder, face obscured by his dark helm. He'd never taken it off. Tomomaru was taking the lead and plowing a road through whatever vegetation dared exist in his path, shredding bushes and waist-high weeds like a boulder catapulted at near Mach speeds. He had to yell for me to even hear him over the noise of our passing. I followed behind, happy to keep the burrs out of my beard. I was also wearing a helmet, but I knew the thorny seeds would find a way inside if I were to forge my own path through the forest. They were insidious like that. Sounds more like a Trovali name than a Latin one, I replied. In fact, if I were back on Earth, I'd say it sounded Japanese. A strange coincidence, said Tomomaru.
I'd have thought names from your world's cultures would be more distant from our own. There are way more similarities than differences. I'm fairly certain that my trip to Ardzia was just a sideways hop to a sister Earth. Specialist Tomomaru regarded me for a few moments.
Maybe your Earth was something created by an older generation from this world. From your reports, there have been many advanced civilizations to rise and fall here. Maybe one tried to escape by building another planet and shutting the door behind them. I hopped a log that Tomomaru had slid under rather than smashing through. You know, I'm not sure if that theory makes me more or less comfortable than a multiversal one. Well, despite how you think my name sounds, Ginsum is a very Litten surname, he said. It's derived from Ginso, which is the name of the vassal nation I come from. This is an honor bestowed upon notable citizens by a duke for different reasons, with different forms based on their service. General Tivus Conatus is named after Conas, whereas General Olivia Bavasista is named after Bavasira. As for my forename, Ginso is closest to Cheval of all the nations in the Empire. We've adopted some of their culture as a result, although it is also a part of the title. So, Tomomaru is a very Littan name as well, I said. Yes. And what meaning does Tomomaru Ginsum have, if you don't mind me asking? It means perfect companion of Ginso, he said in a formal tone. The man seemed to take his name seriously. Do not ask me why I received the title. It is a private matter. Of course. We ran for a time in silence before he made some more very loud small talk. I eventually asked about his military rank. Specialists were individuals with a narrow role who either hadn't shown any aptitude for an officer position or had no desire to be involved in command. When I asked what he was a specialist of, a wave went through the weird blur that his soul created, and I could hear the grin in his voice when he answered. Survival. We reached the smithing dungeon in about 20 minutes, leaving a 200-mile-long trail through the forest in our wake. Tomomaru assured me that the first half of the trail would have already overgrown, which matched my own experience in the region. The dungeon was a mountain-sized pile of roots, rising at a steep angle, supporting a single enormous tree at its peak, although the canopy obscured the gargantuan entity. A few hundred feet up the slope was a wide opening and a path down into the root system. At the mouth of this root cave was Team Pio's tank, Sergeant Guar, the moody-as-ever Major Kai of Seaward, and the big guy himself, Varen. Folly's resident sword saint was helping Guar with yet more equipment repair for the 15 other Littans standing around. Wow, I said. Smithing is popular with Littans. It's the opposite, said Tomomaru. Because of the paucity of magical materials in the Empire, crafting is left in the hands of a small number of experts. He shifted and thought for a moment. Our new relationship with Eshendur may change that for the newest batch of recruits. So somebody here is a smithing master? Do you know who? Well, of course I do. He's me. Tomomaru leaped up the last 100 feet of roots and landed amid the gathered Littans. It took a few minutes for stragglers to arrive, after which Major Kai got everyone's attention. I noted that the man now wore heavy plate armor very similar to Tomomaru's, although it looked shiny and new, whereas the specialists had some obvious signs of aging, despite being well maintained. This is not a normal chain of command, said Major Kai. Specialist Tomomaru has the highest smithing skill, so any order he gives while we are inside the dungeon shall be treated as if I'd given it myself. Kai nodded at Tomomaru, who smoothly took over. Forest dungeons do not like it when somebody without the right intrinsic skill enters. It will try to separate us, to isolate anyone without smithing, and force you to take the skill or die. Since none of you should have any open skill slots, it will be impossible for you to take up smithing, meaning that if you get separated, you will die. Because of this, Tomomaru stopped when I raised my hand.
Yes, King Zordrell? Do you have a question? Is there any reason I can't stuff everybody in my lounge and then pop them back out once we're on the other side? I asked. There's plenty of room in there, and my portals don't break. Tomomaru looked at me for a long moment, then turned back to the crowd. Those of you without the smithing skill will be entering Closet Land for the duration of our journey through the dungeon, he said with the confidence of a man who hadn't just had all his plans thrown in a fire. I'll remind you that this is a border crossing.
You'll be under the jurisdiction of Closet Land, so I expect everyone to behave. He nodded at me, and somebody shouted for the non-smiths to line up. I opened a portal to my lounge, and my second self appeared within it to act as host. Your Majesty, I said. Your Majesty, I replied, drawing baffled looks from a few of the Litans. The rest of the experienced golds were jaded enough to magic shenanigans that the sudden existence of a doppelganger was just another Tuesday for them. Once everyone was through, I closed the portal, leaving myself, Guar, Varen, and Tomomaru to face the dungeon. I looked between my three companions, Varen in his black and silver armor, and Guar in his own black and red armor, another match to Tomomaru's. Meanwhile, I stood out like a bright piñata in my blue, violet, and fuchsia getup. I stroked my boa, satisfied with how delightfully punchable I looked beside my menacing, temporary teammates. The Clown Nose crew? I said. Are you suggesting a potential name for our group? Asked Tomomaru.
Yes, one based on my outfit and your nickname, of which only I am aware. Before Tomomaru could follow that thread, Varen held up a hand. Please don't, he said. There is no need for a name. Let us just get through this place. Team Tank! Shouted Guar, golden eyes flashing. Varen's not a tank, I pointed out. Fire team, one man down, Guar replied. Gods above, Varen muttered. Seems kind of pretentious, Varen, I admonished. He scowled at me. I could tell that he was scowling despite his face being entirely covered by his helm, since the man scowled with his entire soul. Smithing Squad, said Tomomaru. I don't want to know why my secret nickname relates to a clown's nose, so this is the obvious choice. I waved at the specialist. Well, he's in charge. Good. Let's go. The four of us picked our way through the opening, down into the massive root system.
There was no natural light as we descended, but the subtle glow of Guar's eyes gave enough illumination for my dark vision to have an easy time. As we moved farther from the entrance, his eyes grew even brighter, until his helm shone like a spotlight, lighting the way wherever he turned his head. After a few hundred feet, we got a notification. You have entered the Caving Tree Smithing Dungeon. Recommended skills, Smithing 20. You have been afflicted with the Caving Curse. I hummed. What's the Caving Curse? The Caving Curse turns into an affliction called Bone Root Weathering if you go 24 hours without curing it, said Tomomaru. Okay. What's Bone Root Weathering do? Small roots begin to grow near your bones. They slowly wrap around the bones, adding pressure until they begin to fracture. Then the roots wedge themselves into the cracks and break the bone down into smaller and smaller pieces. It's excruciating, or so I'm told.
I heard the screams, but didn't feel like poking my head into the infirmary. What a gruesome curse, said Varen. Can you cleanse it? I asked. Only if you have a skill to remove curses, along with both divine and mystical magic at level 40 or higher. He wobbled his hand in a so-so gesture. There are some other ways, but that's the easiest. That's not going to be a common healer, I mused. It won't matter for us. There's an ancient machine deeper inside, which will drive out the curse if you feed it the right materials. We will harvest, make some simple items that incorporate a special mana weave, give those to the machine, then leave. The curse is mainly a problem for those without smithing, or those whose skill is too low. How would the soldiers who didn't have smithing have passed through? We'd do the work for them, Tomomaru replied. So long as they sacrifice the item, the machine will cure them.
The plan was to keep together in a tight group, harvest materials, and make items for everyone who couldn't do it themselves. He stopped and gave me a friendly rap on my breastplate. "Your way will make this much quicker and safer," he said. "In fact, I feel a bit foolish." The specialist turned back to the path forward, and we continued to hike across the irregular floor of roots, dirt, and rocks as he spoke. "The farther one travels into the forest, the more useless things like portals become. It's easy to forget that your skills still work within such hazards. Have you ever met anyone with a deific skill before?" "I haven't. It took a lot of training for me to start ignoring instincts like reconsidering teleports against mystical users, or checking for mana tithes on movement abilities. It takes some getting used to." Tomomaru considered. "I have spent a lot of time learning how skills work. The trails in my mind are well worn and difficult to change. So a skill that breaks the rules I've spent my life learning presents a new challenge for me. It introduces a moment of hesitation that I am not accustomed to." He trailed a hand along a thick root that wound along the side of the tunnel. Guar chuckled, his voice echoing down the tunnel. "Teleports and portals are fine, but this man has an entire kingdom in his inventory. What a skill!" "That took a lot of luck and a delve core," I said. Grotto rewired the mana flows within the closet so that the ambient dimensional mana was harvested by an obelisk and redirected toward the growth of the space. I can't claim credit for that one. I rubbed at my finger where the ring given to me by fortune was shrunken beneath my gauntlet. Most of my best abilities are built on the shoulders of more talented people, and some were flat-out gifts. "You are humble, but people skills are still skills," said Tomomaru. "It is a legitimate path to power. Just be careful that you don't turn into the kind of politician with their heads stuffed beneath their tail." Fuck, I hadn't thought of myself as a politician until this very moment. "Live long enough, and you will become many things that you never wanted to be," said Tomomaru. Between the guy's compressed soul and his occasional cryptic statements, I was getting a real hidden master vibe from the dude. "Be sure to stay close together through here. The tunnels will shift and separate us if we get too far apart." Chapter 45. We walked several miles through tight corridors crowded with roots, keeping our pace measured to ensure we didn't wind up isolated. Eventually, we began to hear a soft ringing noise, and a few hundred feet later, came across a slightly wider section where the tunnel bulged outward to form a small chamber. Roots lined its curving walls, growing in a vertical pattern that was less organic and more intelligent than the mess we'd been passing so far. Upon close inspection, the roots had little crystals buried in their tough outer skin that were vibrating to create the chiming sounds. "Those are sonorite crystals," said Tomomaru. The chamber rang slightly when he spoke, the odd material mimicking certain overtones in the man's voice. "They can be refined into sonoris, which is a metal that resonates and enhances nearby sounds. The material has shown promising uses for augmenting sonic attacks, although weapons forged from it are always chiming, and it makes the noisiest armor you'll ever encounter." "Zim has mentioned this material to me," said Varen. "It is one of the things that Her Golden Majesty hoards." "Armor that can make my explosions better?" I asked. "Call me intrigued. How much crystal do you need to get a standard ingot?" "The purity is good," said Tomomaru. "It's about 3 pounds of crystal to 2 pounds of metal." I studied the tiny crystals poking out of the root. All of the roots in the chamber were covered in them, but the total volume of material wasn't very high,
It would maybe be a few pounds altogether. Where's this stuff coming from? Is the tree mountain growing it? Negative, said Tomomaru. From what we can tell, these roots slowly descend deep into the ground and bring deposits of the material back up. If you watch for a few minutes, you'll notice the root move an inch or so. Are the roots gathering the material somewhere, or do you farm rooms like this directly? There are occasional treasure rooms. Good luck finding them. Sections like this one are all over, so the most reliable method is to harvest from the roots, but you must treat the roots with respect and take care not to damage them. He paused to make eye contact with each of us in turn. Always keep in mind that this dungeon is easily angered.
Gathering from the roots is time-intensive, but has proven an excellent source of exotic materials.
Are there other metals? Asked Varen. Tomomaru nodded. There is also photite. It emits light and can store blessings. Terrible for stealth.
Sounds good to me, said Guar.
I glanced up at him, having forgotten that his face was burning with 100 watts of pure holy power. Fortunately, Arlo's ass-dope shades rendered the light non-blinding. I blinked and said my silent thanks to Nurali and Etya as I considered the two dungeon materials. My current armor was prismatite, which I liked for its mystical defense. Trading out for damage wouldn't fit my style, but on the other hand, maybe I could use sonorite to craft a staff. I could keep it stowed until I wanted to go as big as possible on explosion. Or I could hand it to Grotto. Or I could just wield it with my tentacles while using therianthropy. The options weren't limitless, but there were at least 3 of them.
Wand making covered staves in addition to wands. While the intrinsic primarily worked with wood, there was nothing saying I had to use wood. I could probably combine smithing to work the metal and wand making to help shape and craft the actual item. Plus, a staff wouldn't need too much material. Could we access the deposits these roots are tapping directly? I asked.
We explored that option, said Tomomaru. We had a man with a burrowing skill try to follow the roots. Our diviners lost contact with him after half a mile, and he hasn't been found since. He gestured to the slowly moving roots. I think the caving tree blocked the way, and his skill tried to burrow through anyway. He did not treat the roots with respect. The specialist then pointed at Varen. And so the dungeon was angered, the big guy said in response. Tomomaru gave him a thumbs up. Okay, I said.
If our goal is to get through here as quickly as possible, we shouldn't get bogged down with looting or crafting, or provoking the mountain-sized tree that we've climbed inside of. What's the plan?
We will visit a few of these mining rooms and harvest enough materials to make a small piece. I recommend smithing something that suits your level 20 specialist evolution. He gave Varen and me a speculative look. I hope that neither of you took junkyard specialist at level 20. Nope, I said, while Varen shook his head. Good. I will teach you the mana weave required by the machine, which can also be found in the machine room. You'll make a small item according to your specialty and sacrifice it to clear out your caving curse. Once we're all done, we leave. Is there a smithy? Asked Varen. Oh yes, said Tomomaru. It's a little odd, but has everything we'll require. He knelt by the roots.
Here, let me show you the quickest way to harvest these.
Once the demo was finished, we spent the next 12 hours painstakingly gathering what we needed. We might have spent only 1 hour actually harvesting, while most of the time was taken up by searching for more mining chambers. We could have gotten it done much faster if we'd been willing to split up, but Tomomaru insisted on caution and safety for this first run. He let us know we were welcome to come back and get lost on our own time. The smithy was near what I estimated to be the center of the mountain-sized plant. The room was dominated by a large, bulging mass of blackened roots, hugging an orb of scorching elemental fire
the size of an Olympic swimming pool. It pulsed in a slow rhythm, making me wonder if this was the caving tree's burning heart. The roots had been pried away in places, held open by heavy dark iron clamps and wedges, giving access to the core for use in smelting and forging.
There were troughs around the room, laid beneath large taps that drained a thin oil from the tree. Tomomaru told us these were used for quenching, roots wrapped around dark iron blocks, and supported rectangular sheets to serve as anvils and workbenches. There weren't any tools or spare metals, no half-finished projects or filings scattered across the floor, and no sign at all that anyone had been in here recently. If I hadn't been told this was a smithy, I might never have realized that was the chamber's purpose. "We bring our own tools and clean up after ourselves," said Tomomaru. "Leave nothing behind, or else." He held out a hand toward Varen. "The dungeon will be angered," the big guy finished. "Excellent. Why isn't the dungeon angered by the fact somebody shoved a bunch of dark iron into its heart and turned it into a smithy?" "I don't know," said Tomomaru. "If we learned to speak to trees," said Gwar, "maybe it would tell us." "You could use your true sense," I suggested. Giwar shook his head, looking forlorn.
"I cannot. The captain has me on a truth detox." Tomomaru took us down an adjacent tunnel and showed us the ancient machine. It was the size of a small office building and covered in gears, pipes, and what looked like clock faces with too many hands, inscribed with glyphs instead of numbers. I looked up and found a number of gears in the ceiling, each one featuring a prominent rune. "It's a clockwork elemental," I said. Varen grunted his agreement, then asked, "Has this device ever tried to kill anyone?" "Not to my knowledge, no," said Tomomaru. "You've encountered something like this before?" "On the way into Daijin's descent," I answered. "We had to fight a few bosses. One of them was very similar to this thing." "Is that so? How does one fight this kind of machine?" "The same as most other things," said Varen. "Stab it enough, and it will die." A gear shuddered when Varen said that, but it could have been a coincidence. The process of smithing our items was quick and without trouble. Varen made a knife, Gwar made a small buckler, Tomomaru made a 3-foot chain, and I made a helm. Diagrams were engraved onto the clockwork elemental's surface, outlining how to create the specific mana weave that each item needed to cleanse us of the caving curse. The weave was complex and delicate, requiring fine manipulation of the materials during the smithing process to properly incorporate it into the final product. The helm I made was 2 parts that sat perfectly flush atop one another, with a spiderweb thin pattern in between, spun from molten sonorite mixed with crushed ruby chips. The spiraling runes shone through, and while the final product wasn't anything I'd wear to battle, it sure was pretty. Clockwork Curse Warden's Superior Sonorous Barbute Heavy Armor Helm. Requirements:
STR 25 plus 25.
Physical DR plus 25 bonus to sonic attacks, minus 25 penalty to all stealth attempts. When worn, you can activate the Clockwork Curse Warden to cleanse yourself of 1 curse of your choosing. Doing so will destroy this item. It also made a pretty sound when I moved, and amplified my voice when I spoke, which was neato. Etya could probably use the material for her music and performances. In fact, I was certain that Etya would love this stuff. It'd make a darn fine lute, that was for sure. Anyway, once we were ready, I plopped the helm onto my head and went to stand inside a roomy alcove built into the Clockwork Curse Warden. The weave acted as a focus for the machine to work through, and the device powered on with a familiar clanking and ticking of countless gears. However, rather than increasing gravity or summoning whirlwinds or inducing hallucinogenic mind terrors, mana poured out from the machine and into the helm I wore. The energy spread across my skull and down into my chest. I soon felt tingling pain run up and down my entire body as thousands of tiny invasive roots were annihilated. After a few seconds of this, the caving curse notification disappeared, and the helmet cracked and fell from my head. The metal had become so brittle that it shattered on landing, reduced to 1,000 tiny, worthless pieces. I stared down at the scattering of shards and particles that represented a full day of sweaty labor. "Shit," I said. "I'm gonna have to sweep all that up, aren't I?" Varen stepped forward and looked down at the pile. "I am told that if you do not, the dungeon will be angered." Tomomaru stood behind the big guy, nodding like a proud coach. "Me next," said Guar, hustling into the alcove with the same energy as a happy and alarmingly muscular puppy dog. "So, the tree is something natural," I said, starting to theorize out loud. "It mines these materials for its own use, doing whatever. Maybe it's some kind of nutrient letting it get so big."
Somebody else, whoever built this machine maybe, found the tree, realized it was farming materials, and modified it for their own purposes. Where does the curse come from, though? Perhaps the tree is protecting itself, Varen suggested. Or it's a warning, letting you know it isn't defenseless, which the original people coming through dealt with via this machine. Why wouldn't it try something else? A new way to get rid of the interlopers? Tomomaru turned from Gua's procedure to look back at us. "It is easier to shoo a fly away than to kill it. We are likely a very minor thing so long as we are respectful, such that we are not worth spending too much energy getting rid of." "All right," I said. "Then the system decided to turn the whole thing into a dungeon. You know, I've been wondering about that. The phase notifications said the system doesn't make the dungeons. It just takes advantage of weird mana-dense areas. If so, how come there are so many in one place here?"
Seems like a pretty big coincidence. "The system may not make the dungeons," said Tomomaru. "That does not mean the system cannot move them around." I considered what it would take to move this mountain-sized tree like a big puzzle piece, fitting it into the jigsaw puzzle of the forest. While I introspected on the system's limits, the others took their turn being cured of the curse. The process granted immunity to being cursed again, but it only lasted for 12-ish hours. If you wanted to spend time grinding up your smithing skill inside this dungeon, you'd need to be on a constant rotation of harvesting crystals, smelting them down, and forging an item to sacrifice to the clockwork curse warden. Of course, the gains were worth enduring that sort of tedium, since one day's work in here got me 3 levels to smithing. Your smithing skill has increased to level 33. I was definitely coming back as soon as I could get a break from being a mobile base of operations.
I thought I could work fast enough to deal with the curse, while also finding time to make the staff I was envisioning. Most people would have to give up some sleep to do so, unless they crafted with the speed of someone like Norali. Still, even if I were a bit too slow, I could probably let the curse activate and eat the bone root weathering affliction for a little while if need be. I had serious doubts over whether that would even do anything to me. I no longer had bones in the traditional sense, more like a hard, fibrous, spongy mess. Having roots growing inside me would no doubt be unpleasant, but I also doubted it would suck nearly as bad as it would for a regular bony boy. Tomomaru had us make a hasty exit, which is to say we power-walked for 3 hours through wandering, root-filled tunnels until we saw actual trees. Although I'd been hoping for daylight, the forest was about as dark outside as the pitch-black tunnels we'd just left. I thought back over the time we'd been in there and realized that it was something like 4 in the morning. If the lack of tunnels and abundance of trees hadn't been enough of a hint, the system kindly let me know we were no longer within the dungeon. At Tomomaru's request, I popped open the closet portal to let the Littons out of my lounge. Most of them had been shown to a nearby bed to get some sleep, but Major Kai was already awake,
fixing himself a cup of black tea at the bar. Upon seeing us, the man downed his drink and immediately started marching through doors and down hallways, shouting for everyone to "Get up and get out!" The Litons followed the Major's orders with professional haste, and in a couple of minutes, the entire crew was pouring out into the dark woods, getting to work setting up a simple encampment. The place went up with supernatural speed, and I set up a tiny cabin for myself somewhere out of the way.
I could have gone back into the closet to sleep, but I enjoyed camping on occasion. I slept pretty well and even got a convenient wake-up call when something started bombing us. Chapter 46. My cabin shuddered in time with a series of nearby booms, ejecting me from my sleepy time with such a jolt that I teleported out of bed rather than taking the time to stand. I took a 2-second stroll through a closet portal to let Grotto animate my armor and have it equip itself to me, then took care to open my door without accidentally breaking the knob. The place was thrown together from ordinary materials, so my careless grip strength had already cost me one door the night prior. It was mid-morning, and the Litan camp was wide awake. I blinked away the last of my grogginess, having gotten only 4 or 5 out of my preferred 8 hours of slumber. The camp was a flattened-out area cleared of vegetation, filled with basic shelters, and surrounded by a 12-foot-tall palisade. A walkway lined the inner edge of the log wall from which a few Litons were firing off skills and projectiles at something on the other side. I watched an archer loose an arrow, and soon after, the ground trembled from another boom. The camp itself looked fine, and I spotted Major Kai marching through the place, looking calm and collected as he shouted orders at the other delvers. Some scrambled to hop or fly up onto the elevated walkway, while the rest settled into other tasks. I got a few notifications listing out any spells the Litons were throwing around that I hadn't seen before, letting me know that several Litons were focusing on magical recon of the surrounding forest. I kept an eye on Major Kai while I also peered through the palisade with my sight. There looked to be a trickle of small creatures rushing toward the wall at high speeds, some of which would explode when struck by an attack. Over the next few minutes, I paid careful attention to the situation, while staying out of the way. The Liton response was a well-oiled machine, and the last thing I wanted was to become sand in their gears. Varen walked over to stand watch beside me, also lacking a clear role in this confrontation. So far, they'd handily dealt with the rushing creatures, although the number of enemies attacking at once was increasing. After 10 minutes of endless assault, a few of the Liton mages were falling back to take a break, their mana exhausted. Major Kai had some people he'd held back earlier swap in. Soon after, the same thing started happening with some of the more martially inclined delvers when they ran out of stamina. I pointed to a group as they peeled off the wall, their breaths coming fast and heavy. "Does your deep breaths Evo consider you to be in combat right now, Varen?" "It does not," he replied, already striding over to their group. The evolution let him share half of his stamina regen with nearby allies, so long as everyone was out of combat and resting. The big guy had a lot of stamina regen, meaning those Litons would be able to get back into the fight way faster. My auras were on and giving various buffs. My party members got them no matter their distance from me, but their range was limited for allies. As it was, I had 100 feet or so around me where everyone got minor attack and defensive buffs, a health regen buff, blunt weapon piercing, of dubious utility to anyone else, fear immunity, and a big boost to their spell defenses. The mystery creatures weren't getting close enough to hit anybody, though, so none of it was doing much good. After a few more minutes of constant barrage, Major Kai jogged over to me. "King Zordrell," he said. "The southernmost section of the palisade could use some relief if you are willing to give it." "Sure thing," I said, turning and quickly making my way south to hop atop the walkway. A frazzled-looking mage was manning an 80-foot stretch of wall solo, their fur all standing on end. I smelled ozone in the air and got a few minor zaps when I hopped up next to him, all from ambient static. The man was looking a bit twitchy,
although I couldn't be sure that wasn't their default state. The man's eyes darted right, and his arm shot out, blasting an arcing bolt of lightning at one of the creatures as it came charging from the tree line. I caught a glimpse of the beast before the mage's spell turned it into a smoking husk, and even got an identify off. Blade Weasel. Mustelid, Grade 4. The name did a good job of saying all that needed to be said. It was a weasel, one with a big-ass razor blade running along the length of its face.
The blade's tapered, piercing tip ended about 6 inches in front of the monster's snout.
That's all I got during the split second before the thing got fried, followed by the lightning spell chaining to 3 more blade weasels out of sight deeper in the woods. They squeaked when they died, which would have been kind of sad if the things had been cute at all. They weren't. The next weasel the mage shot exploded, showering the ground for 30 feet all around in a light misting of gore. The pungent metallic smell of blood mingled with the ozone, creating an altogether unpleasant aroma. Plus, I could tell the weasels smelled like straight piss from where I was atop the wall, a smell made much worse when their nasty, matted fur was flash-fried by the mage. I had no idea why that last one had exploded while the others had just gone crispy. "Are you going to stand there or fucking help?" asked the mage, eyes still locked on the killing field.
I ignored his tone and shortcut out into the field, dropped an elemental barrier set to cold, then shortcut back. The weasels were moving fast enough that the mage's harried attitude made sense, but not so fast that my barrier wouldn't catch them. The next one that darted in was lashed by freezing, sparking winds, and their frozen, twitching body was sent tumbling back into the woods. It didn't squeak, but it died. The next one exploded the moment it hit my AoE, and my spell spread the frozen debris of its death even farther than its corpse explosion would have done on its own. I'd mana-shaped elemental barrier for size, but it could only cover a portion of the area that I and this rude lightning mage were responsible for. To our northeast was a level 20 gold standing in a wide field of hundreds of ghostly spears. Whenever he struck with the spear in his hand, he could also strike with any number of the ethereal weapons.
He marked the outer edge of what we had to guard, and that guy didn't seem like he was going anywhere anytime soon. To our west, the southern perimeter of the palisade abutted a root-covered cliff face at the base of the caving tree. I'd positioned my barrier to overlap with that natural obstacle. The weasels were suicidal, but they weren't completely dumb. After a few of them died to my lingering spell, the rest started going around it, but this funneled them through a space half the size of what we'd been dealing with before. The weasels were also second-guessing their current strategy of rushing to their deaths through the neighboring man's spear garden, and were routing around its edge as well. All of this combined led to a heavy stream of the weasels coming toward our section through a 40-foot corridor. The lightning mage fired off a massive bolt, chaining to a dozen of the now tightly packed weasels. He rubbed at one eye with the back of his hand, and was finally willing to take a second to look my way. He froze, and his expression dropped. "Yara's tits," he swore. "The way you stomped up behind me, I thought you were Gwar. Sorry for being short with you, Your Majesty." "Don't worry about it." I searched my memory for a second. "Sergeant Alanor, right?" The man nodded. "How's your mana?" He fired another bolt, chaining to every weasel in the corridor. 3 of them exploded, misting the air with blood and viscera. "I am down to a quarter." I pulled one of Neurali's mana potions from inventory and held it out to him. The man stared at it for half a beat before snatching it and tossing it back like he thought I might change my mind. He gave me a chagrined look after. "Balls, that is some good regen," he muttered, once he'd looked at his screens. "Okay, with this..." He stopped to fire another bolt, frying and detonating more weasels.
It looked like about 20% of them were the explosive kind, although I still couldn't see any visual difference.
"With this,
I can toss a bolt every 30 seconds or so for the next hour. You can avoid allies, right? Alanor scowled. Of course. He tugged at the front of his brigandine to straighten it, then pulled out a small pouch from his inventory. It was filled with a puffy grain that I recognized as the sweetened protein nuggets the Empress favored. The mage shoveled a handful into his mouth, waved his crumb-covered hand to fire another bolt as he chewed, obliterating more weasels, then reached into the pouch to grab another wad of grains. Nobody likes a lightning mage with shit targeting, he mumbled through a mouthful of nugs. Fair enough, I said. Let's see how aggressive these things are. I'll group them up on me and we can stagger spells. Wait for me to cast first. He nodded as he pulled out a flask and took a long drink. I teleported out into the field, amid the scorched and chunky bodies, so thick that they were piled up in places. Their natural musk was foul, and it combined with the smell of scorched urine, feces, and hair to become an overwhelming stench. I suppressed a gag while I readied myself to receive the next group. I had no idea where this many weasels were coming from, aside from the forest generally, but their onslaught seemed endless. A quick scan with soul sight revealed hordes of the creatures farther out, rushing in behind their kin to jump directly into the Latan meat grinder. They streamed in from as far as I could see. I stood in the middle of the lane we'd engineered, hoping the blade weasels were eager to finally skewer and eviscerate somebody. That way they'd converge on me, and I wouldn't need to waste resources on gravity anchor, or something else to grab their attention. Their grade was low, but in high enough numbers they'd still be a threat to the softer targets among the Litans. As for me, I wasn't worried. The horde immediately locked onto me, and 20 of the 3-foot monsters rushed in. They launched from the ground, soaring through the air at more than 100 miles per hour, angled to pierce me with the tips of their face blades. I divided Greg Corvus in two, and as the weasels collided with it in rapid succession, I quickly made a dozen small adjustments to both shields to intercept and deflect the entire horde. I was completely unscathed. As the first group recovered, each of its members turned and skittered toward me. Some swung their heads in sweeping arcs to try to slash at my legs, while others hopped up, trying to latch onto my chest or back. I focused only on blocking, able to keep that horde at bay, but a second wave was only a few seconds behind them. Once 40 of the weasels were all trying to massacre me, I couldn't catch every single one of them on my shield. I was hoping they'd hit one another with their wild swings, but they flowed across each other like a liquid mass, never once giving an ally so much as a scratch. As a few bypassed my shield to strike at my armored body, I still wasn't losing any shielding. As fun as it was to dance around with Grakovis, showing off all my shield jujitsu, once the next group arrived, Grakovis became ornamental. I was missing a ton of attacks and still taking 0 damage. I stopped blocking altogether and weathered the attacks directly, my body being nudged from side to side under the constant force of their hits. The creatures were light, but I was practically buried in their flailing bodies. Being an invincible man inside a stinky mound of weasels stopped being fun before it ever started, so after about 3 seconds, I snapped my fingers and cast Explosion. The spell detonated at my feet, which had the secondary effect of detonating all of the secret exploding weasels. Given there were about 60 of them, and 1 in 5 would explode, I took 12 exploding weasels right to the face. I'd assumed that, being as low grade as they were, the weasels couldn't possibly pack much damage behind that move. Unfortunately, I'd made a grievous error. The hubris of my cold battlefield calculus cost me dearly, and I realized my grave mistake as the combined force of a dozen weasel explosions hit me. No, I didn't take any damage. I wasn't physically harmed. If only I'd been so lucky. Instead, I was covered in a thick paste of putrid weasel stank. All of the explosions tore through the 60 weasels, painting me from head to toe in weasel guts,
and leaving me standing in a soupy, blood-red fog. I failed my gag check.
The only reason I didn't hurl into my helmet was that I hadn't had breakfast, and I was pretty sure my inhuman physiology didn't contain a stomach, unless I'd eaten something recently. As I stood in the fetid gloom, searching for ways to disable my sense of smell, the next mass of weasels came upon me. I stood and took their attacks, the feeble creatures incapable of harming me, contemplating all the mistakes that had led me here. Then I felt my hair rise as static crackled through the air. Oh, shit. I turned to raise my hand. Wait! But I was too late. Right on cue, exactly as we'd discussed, Alanor fired his chain lightning attack, exploding more weasels and covering me with a new layer. This time, it all possessed a complex, scorched and blackened bouquet, uplifting the scent to new heights of hurk. I hadn't even had time to properly wallow in my misfortune when we all got a message through the psychic comms that only made things worse. Tavio, attention company. Prepare to give your full attention to Staff Sergeant Balte. Balte, avoid the blood of the creatures attacking you. All Perimeter 3 encampments are being assaulted by a large horde of small, mobile creatures. There are several different species involved, but regardless of which type is attacking your camp, you must avoid getting its blood on you. Further details to follow. I snapped to explode another wave of weasels and looked down at my hopelessly gore-caked armor. Fucking hells. Chapter 47. The further details we'd been promised were not quick to follow Balte's warning. Team PO's Mage had obviously uncovered something alarming with his investigation skills, but the great mouse detective wasn't ready to unveil the trap we'd fallen into. Then again, it wasn't really a trap we'd all fallen into. As I surveyed the battlefield, I was the only one drenched in gore at our camp. I could only see about half the Latan defenders from where I was, though.
Surely somebody else got some blood on them. I couldn't be the only one. Alanor the Lightning Mage caught me looking around and gave me a sympathetic shake of his head. I lost sight of him as the horde of weasels began to bury me, but he fried them with a spell, leading to more explosions and even more guts and glory. I checked for debuffs, but the system wasn't notifying me of anything. I'd thought maybe the blood was poisonous, but my toxicity sat at 0 and wasn't moving. I hopped back and swapped to throwing hammers at the incoming enemies to keep from further splatters. I doubted it would matter at this point. I'd presumably unavoidably fucked things up by showering in weasel blood, but that was no reason to keep doing things the wrong way. There might be something like a delayed trigger, or maybe a follow-up spell that would get buffed based on the quantity of exposure its victims had to the weasel blood, or some other bullshit. Sadly, throwing hammers was less efficient than gathering the blade weasels into one cuddly murder pile and casting Explosion! My big boom spell was a bit of a mana hog, even when I insta-cast it, but it made up for that by hitting everything in a massive area. I actually had to restrict the radius to keep it from hitting the wall at my back, or overlapping with the spearmen one zone over from us. A thrown hammer would hit a lot fewer targets. However, trying to cull an endless incoming stream of blade weasels did give me the opportunity to really mess around with my hammered-in evolution. The blunt evo gave me an aura that let thrown blunt attacks pierce through enemies within its range, which was currently 79 feet. The weasels were small and fast, spread out across a 40-foot lane, and were prone to hopping and jumping off rocks and branches in their way, or even off of one another if needed. They weren't marching in tidy rows, ready for a throwing hammer to crush through them down an orderly line. I could make up to 5 fleeting copies with Somkrees, letting me toss out up to 6 hammers at once. When I'd been offered Hammerden, I'd wondered how it interacted with these fleeting copies, which would normally disappear the instant they'd been used. I'd done some testing on my own,
but this was a good opportunity to try some more things out. I used homing weapon to target the most distant weasels I could see normally, threw a wave of dream hammers, and then used hammerang to bend their arcs into twisting patterns, creating a small hammer storm that ripped through the crowd of assaulting weasels from front to back. It didn't come close to getting them all, but the fleeting copies continued onward through the weasels so long as they were within range of my aura. The effect was curious to watch.
The hammer would strike the target with all the force of my normal throw, which was significant. A heavy, blunt object moving at more than 2,000 feet per second turned out to be a lethal hazard for blade weasels, who tended to become a meat slurry upon contact with said object. The weapon then continued onward to the next target without so much as a stutter in its flight path. That wouldn't have been anything special if they were spectral hammers, or something else that didn't interact with the physical plane. But these were solid hammers, crushing ribs and skulls, even the fleeting ones. They phased through things like they weren't even there, while leaving behind the same devastation they normally would. I wondered how potent that phasing was, and what sorts of skills could prevent it. Regardless, the most important finding was that hitting one enemy wouldn't make the fleeting hammer copy disappear, nor would hitting 2, or even 3.
The jury was out on whether there was any limit at all. And, oh look, endless weasels to experiment with. The real trick would be keeping the fleeting hammers within the aura while piercing through as many enemies as possible. But I already had a solution for that. Eleanor cleared out the field ahead of me with a blast of lightning, and I snapped off one more explosion centered far ahead of me, giving me space to start building a combo. I activated Gravity Anchor and threw Somcress, using Hammerang to bend its trajectory while making all 5 copies. Coordinated Thinker helped me balance my toss with the forces being created by Gravity Anchor, locking the hammers into a stable orbit around me. I then summoned the Dream Hammer back to my hand and did this again. I took time concentrating with each throw, trying to give each hammer a slightly different orbital distance and elevation. With 2 throws, I now had 10 fleeting hammers orbiting me, all at different heights, meaning at least one hammer would hit something approaching me, so long as it was within 7 feet of the ground. The blade weasels launched off the ground to make their attacks, but the move had them spear forward. They didn't get much vertical clearance. When I was planning this move out, I hadn't properly appreciated how fast my hammers would be going. While I was keeping the hammers in a fairly close radius to my body, 40 feet or so, the Somcrest copies were doing about 500 revolutions per minute. That was without homing weapon, which would add even more speed. To most observers, the hammers were a blur, like the blades of a box fan running on low. The air was tinted with the suggestion of an object, but the more obvious hint that you shouldn't stick your finger in there was the gale of wind the hammers created and the roaring white noise of their passage. In the time it took me to make 2 quick tosses of my hammer and create my hammer-nado, the weasels beyond the range of my last cast of explosion were already upon it. The creatures braved the noise and wind, and though they were fast, they weren't nearly fast enough to avoid the weapons. The first weasel was obliterated on contact. It happened so suddenly that the rest didn't seem to notice, and they ploughed into the storm wall for several seconds. Some took a glancing blow that sent them hurtling away for hundreds of feet. Others took a hit dead center on their small bodies, making them disappear in a quick mist that was immediately scattered by the wind. Most were dashed open and widely scattered across the field they ran in from. The secret exploding weasels were brief stutters in the murder tableau, barely noticeable as anything more spectacular than a normal weasel getting vaporized by the wall.
Seeing what I'd made, I felt excited about its potential, but also realized it was useless for my current task. First, the move wasn't cheap. I could keep it going for 7 minutes and change, which was more than enough for most fights,
But these weasels had been assaulting us for longer than that already. Further, the weasels had already shown they'd avoid my elemental barrier when it proved impassable. This wasn't much different. After killing 30 or so, the rest of the blade weasels were taking a moment to reevaluate this path of approach. The survival rate of leaping into the hammer NATO was the exact same as when they could walk right up to me and attack. 0. But I doubted their little weasel brains cared. Or maybe they didn't mind dying, so long as they got close enough to bleed on their enemies. Speaking of which, I was still sending blood just absolutely flying.
It wasn't directly splattering me or anyone else, but the spearman next door was backing away from the cloud of bloody mist and giving me a look. I took the hint and wound down gravity anchor, letting the hammers launch away from me down the weasel lane, scoring another handful of kills and one exploding weasel surprise. After ending the move, Grotto wordlessly opened a closet portal beside me and floated out, his larger octo form now clad in articulated plates of armor. They clinked and clacked as his feelers undulated. He gave me a judgmental look up and down, then ignored my filth to summon a team of 5 combat golems. All of these were grade 15, much lower than his pinnacle works, but more than enough to spread out and handle the weasels that began pouring in now that my hammer NATO was finished. A pair of shields appeared and began floating around Grotto as he watched the mustulate massacre. One was a replacement for the shield Varen had split in twain, a rectangular tower shield custom-made by Papa Jr. to help cover the little Octo's lowest defenses. He flicked a feeler, and another portal opened over my head. A torrent of scalding hot water poured out of it, the liquid crashing over my gore-encrusted body. This went on for a full minute before Grotto canceled the portal. It wasn't enough to leave me clean, but I was a lot less gross. "Thanks," I said, shaking some of the liquid out of my gauntlets. Another portal opened, blasting me with a pillar of flame large enough to encompass my entire body. This incinerated the rest of the weasel goop and dried me off. It wasn't magical fire, so my beard was safe for the moment. Once the flamethrower portal closed, I stood in a burning field for a few seconds, composing myself before speaking again.
Okay, the water came from the hot springs. But where in the closet do we have a giant room filled with endless fire? The boiler, Grotto thought to me, before opening the hot water portal once more to extinguish the fire and pressure wash the soot and scorch marks from my body. I was now some version of clean, although I smelled like hot metal. "Are you bypassing Earworm's psychic relay?" I asked. There hadn't been a Grotto signature before his psychic message. "Yes, but only for you. Our soul bond is sufficient proof that I am no imposter. Otherwise, I do not intend to psychically speak. My presence tends to cause non-natural psychics, such as this earworm person, a degree of discomfort." "Should I keep shooting?" Eleanor shouted from behind us. I turned to see the mage stuffing a slice of fruit into his mouth. "Do you have some skill that gives you buffs for eating all the time?" I asked. "What?" he said, through a mouth half full, spitting little bits of fruit.
"No, I missed breakfast. You take meals when you can out here." He squinted at the next piece. "That is not a bad idea, though," he chomped. I watched him munch for a moment, then turned to evaluate the golems, seeing they had no trouble handling the weasels. Only one of them was out front and getting bloody. Hopefully, whatever Balte was worried about didn't affect golems. Or if it did, Grotto didn't mind sacrificing that one. "I think you're good to stop casting and regenerate for now," I said, answering Eleanor's earlier question. The mage immediately sat down, pulled out a large cloth, and began laying out a full spread of cheese and bread. He'd barely gotten started when something grabbed his attention back inside the Lytton camp. He hastily stood, scattering his partial picnic, and firing off a bolt into the camp itself. "Kai, Team 1, base defense. We've got weasels crawling out of the roots at our rear. Lord Ravenblack, you are clear to assist. Gar, We need his stamina regen, sir. We'll lose it if he fights, and half our guys are tapped. Tomomaru, Team 3 can fall back to help. I'll handle the northern half of the wall. Kai, make it so. The sounds of explosions came from the camp, then kept coming. It was a non-stop, overlapping, thunderous rumble, like every weasel behind us was a member of the detonating breed. Several Litans called out that they'd been splattered. Kai, Balte, we need to know what this blood does. Balte, as of now, it induces paralysis, then unconsciousness. I am still in the process of determining what else it does, sir. Kai, how do you know the blood is the cause? Balte, I am amending that initial theory. It is not the bear's own blood that is dangerous, but avoiding the blood is still the best practice. Kai, bear? Balte, apologies. We are all facing different creatures. Ours is a fist-sized bear that drops from the canopy. Colonel Tavio is dealing with ants. Guar, we've got weasels! Balte, yes, Guar, I am aware. Kai, please continue, Sergeant. Balte, if you capture one of your exploding weasels, I expect you will discover that its fur has been streaked with something else's blood. This is true for all of the exploding monsters I have captured. None of the ordinary ones that I have examined so far have been bloodied in this way, so I suspect it is the source of... One moment. Guar, how long does it take for somebody to pass out? King Zordrel was bathing in a pit of the stuff, and he looks fine. I turned to see Guar on the palisade walkway. He gave me a wave, then tossed a massive hammer into the camp. The move was followed by several booms, dirt and debris rising into the air from beyond the wall. My liberal use of explosion while fighting the weasels in one spot had resulted in a significant crater, which I judged much too wide to be considered a pit. Plus, there wasn't even a pool of blood inside it. I'd been well clear of the pit when Grotto hit me with his water, which had created a weak blood soup at best, and that had only come up to my ankles. I grumbled, but this wasn't the time to point out Guar's hyperbole. Kai, I now have 3 soldiers down. All of them were sprayed only a minute ago. Balte, there could be many factors for why Arlo is unaffected. He has very high fortitude, his anatomy is unusual, and he is resistant to several afflictions. Kai, cleanse does not help. Heroism has no effect. Tavio, I am at Camp 3 with Zim Zordrel. Her use of cleanse purged the affliction. Balte, she has a variant. Healers at Camp 1 also cannot cure it with cleanse. A shot of alarm went through me as I started putting the pieces together. Chapter 48. I thought through the problem and turned back to Grotto. Can you handle this alone? I asked, nodding to the melee between his golems and the relentless blade weasels. He waved a feeler dismissively, so I turned and ran back toward the palisade. I had the floating half of my shield drop down to my feet, and I stepped onto it, letting it rise and take me flying over the wall. I felt clean enough, but I still worried about contaminating people with any leftovers that Grotto's scouring had missed. I'd been fully marinated in innards, so staying in the air seemed like a wise move. Now that Gricorvus could fly and hover with a small mana reserve rather than having a per-second cost, it was much better for short bursts of flight than Therianthropy. The latter had a limited number of uses per day. The shield wasn't as fast, but the distance I was going was too short for the difference to matter. I floated over to the center of camp, where the Litans defending the base interior were gathered. Kai called out a few orders while donning a full helm, now decked out in the familiar black and red plate armor, like the other Litan heavies. He pulled a lantern from inventory as I approached, which he held by a thick chain, an eerie green light growing behind its shutters. He acknowledged my presence, but didn't say anything else, as a wide, single-edged blade appeared in his other hand, only slightly shorter than himself. A third of the Littons were firing off skills at a wave of weasels coming in from the mighty roots of the caving tree at the back of the camp. Kai called out an order, and the group attacking stepped back as another line stepped forward, taking over the weasel slaughter. I floated closer to check on the people who'd been infected by the blood, squatting down on Gracorvus to get a good look. "They just collapsed?" I asked. The one-eyebrowed specialist, Rufio, had some sort of monocle he was using to inspect the three, and was the one to answer. "Sort of." He pointed to the legs of two lightly armored Littons.
Severin and Lyoko only got a few drops on their fur along their exposed calves. Then it looked like they were having a seizure. They fell over, bodies all stiff, and a little later they went still. He shifted and gestured to a different man. Edgard only got it on his armor. Rufio pointed at the man's blood-spattered gauntlet, which had been removed. "Look inside." I leaned over and peeked within without touching it, seeing that bruise-colored veins had grown between the articulation on the gauntlet and webbed the inside. I'd seen many more gruesome things, but the sight of it still made me ill. There was a visceral sense of wrongness to it. A healer carefully inspected the unconscious delvers, wearing thick gloves that came up to her elbows. She was careful not to touch any fluids, despite the protection, as she pried open the eyelid of one victim. She sucked in a sharp breath. I floated to one side to get a better view, seeing that the man's eye was bloodshot, the veins so visible they looked engorged. Then I realized they were wiggling, driving deeper toward his iris. Part of me hoped this was what I thought it was, since that would mean I knew what we were dealing with. Another part of me was revolted by the idea, hoping that it was anything else. I focused on soul sight and ramped up my sensitivity. With so many powerful delvers around, I had to continually filter out the noise. Finally, I saw what I'd been looking for. The ultra-thin soul threads made my blood run cold, their uniqueness unforgettable. "Arlo, Etya, did we ever get a kill notification for Charl?" Etya, "Oh, nope." Shim, that gross super cancer guy that was living beneath Pending? Arlo, "Yeah, the one who got pooped out by people." Kai, "Excuse me?" Shim, "Charl was something called a United. He could exist in millions of pieces, and he invaded our bodies with his cells."
Cleanse didn't work because his presence was benign at first. He caused the cells to multiply into tumors at the top of our spines in a second, which paralyzed 3 of us before we could do anything. Once the cells became hostile, it was like an ongoing attack. Bolte, yes, you spoke to me about this. The cleanse spell would see it like a sword in your neck, not something it can handle. Zim, in this case, more like another person's hand in your neck. I reforged my cleanse afterward, so it would target stuff like this. It turned the spell into an attack. But it still works to cure debuffs. It just stings some, depending on what's going on inside you. Neurally, it stings a lot. Kai, then you believe Charl is the one attacking us? Arlo, I would have said Charl's soul is unmistakable, but it was so strange that I may not have gotten as good an impression as I think. If not him, then it's another one of Break's United with a similar ability. Kai, why are you unaffected? Arlo, I was immune to Charl's nonsense because my body is weird. Etya, I heard Ayamari tell Umidu that you're made of tiny wizards. Arlo, either way, that might be why getting covered in weasel bits isn't a threat to me. It's just gross as fuck. We thought we'd killed Charl, but maybe he grew back from some cells we missed, or something. Dude was bizarre. Nurali,
I noticed the lack of victory notification, but it did not seem strange at the time. He was not a delver or mana monster. Kai, Lady Jim, can you teach the other healers how to handle this over psychoms? Jim, no. My solution is very specific to me. For starters, it requires Samlian fire to work. Tavio, Camp 3, drop all skill restrictions. If we have to clear out a few miles of forest to deal with these ants, then that is what we will do.
Lieutenant Medell, you will come pick Sim up and take her back to Camp 2 to heal those who have come into contact with the blood. Then take her onward to Camp 1. The two of you will loop through all the camps until a better solution is found. Arlo, Sim, that spell only requires divine magic, right? No other intrinsics? Sim, yeah, but we reforged it using one of my revelations. Nobody else here can learn it. Arlo, sure, but we could imbue it into a wand. So long as you're the source of the spell, we can create wands that the other healers can use. They just need a good enough divine magic skill. Sim, if you say so, you're the wand guy. While this conversation went on, Kai's lantern glowed more brightly. A distant, echoing wail came from within, and its light stretched out like an afterimage. The edges became blurred and then swept out to begin surrounding everyone within the camp. I could still hear the sound of explosions from beyond the wall. Tomomaru stood, arms crossed, looking out at the wide stretch he alone guarded. The smear his soul created in my sight was gone, but I noticed it moving through the forest like a predator further out. Deranged screams came from the lantern as more blurred forms emerged. The area around us became shrouded in a growing fog of virulent green. Shapes moved within, hints of people, naked and withered. I realized that all the other Litans had stopped attacking. I could hear the weasels dying, but their souls all snuffed out upon entering the gloom. Major Kai turned, doing a full circle to inspect his skill. The notification I'd gotten said it was called poisonous fog, but the description didn't say shit about the things running around inside of it. Satisfied, the Major looked down at the healer. "Can you do anything, Palama?" he asked. "I've tried everything I know to try," she answered. "His health is dropping, but it is his maximum that's going down, so I cannot heal it." That makes me think it is wicked damage. Buffing his divine defense does nothing, and there is no way I know of to grant resistance. She waved at the other two unconscious Litans. "All three of them are the same. I do not know what to do." Kai came forward and put a hand on her shoulder. "Come," he said. "We are together on this." She looked up, the frustration on her face softening back into worry. She nodded, and Kai turned to me. "Any insights?" Charles was a spy. He made it seem like he could only work slowly, and he didn't attack until threatened. I followed the thin soul thread into the infected Delver's body. It branched out and spread through him, becoming a chaotic mess. The end of each thread was slowly lengthening. I refiltered and looked at the victim's soul. I could see ripples from what was happening to him physically, but the effect didn't extend to his spiritual essence. "I think he's being eaten," I said. The healer looked up at me quizzically. "As Hume said, if there's another person inside of him, cleanse won't affect the invader." Polama looked back at the unconscious man. "It might even help the invader, since it will cleanse them," she added under her breath. "If there is an enemy," said Major Kai, "we will need to attack it." The healer took a breath. "Does anyone have a skill that can make an attack or contest inside an ally's body without killing them?" "Plenty of skills discriminate, but they avoid allies entirely," said Kai. "Varen?" I asked, looking at the big guy. He was standing amid several Litans who panted heavily, his eyes closed. I couldn't see his stamina-sharing skill, but he emitted a relaxing pressure with every deep breath he took,
like a bone-deep massage. He opened his eyes and glanced down at the fallen soldier. "Soul Strike may have an effect," he said, stepping out from the group and approaching. He studied the invading soul, enabled by Reveal, and rested a hand on the pommel of Kazandak.
He drew a spiritual copy of the sword, while the physical blade remained in its sheath. A gentle wind blew out from him as he moved to a two-handed grip. He stopped and glanced up at Major Kai before he struck. The Latan commander looked at the Raven-Black warily, but nodded his approval. Varen struck down without hesitation. His incorporeal blade cut through the man with no resistance. Soft ripples through his soul, the only evidence of the attack. Meanwhile, the invading threads were all split, snapping away like they'd been pulled taut. Varen and I watched closely for a moment, but the threads slowly crept outward and reconnected. Varen hummed in thought, so deep it was nearly a growl. "Please step back," he said, and all the delvers around took a hurried step away without question. Varen's body came alight with power for a moment. Then he struck like a storm, hitting the threads a half-dozen times. The invading soul was shredded, but it didn't matter. The pieces reconnected, good as new after a few seconds. "I've never seen a soul repair itself that fast," I said, then went down a list of other possible solutions in my head. "Anybody have a highly focused skill that'll sear tissue? Something that can be used for extremely fine work?" Kai turned and sent a psychic message I wasn't privy to. Soon after, Sergeant Alanor flew over the fog wall and descended to join us. "Sir," he said, crumbs falling from the fur around the hungry mage's mouth, "you are always boasting about your accuracy. Now let us see how good your control is." Alanor's breathing slowed as Palama's hand rested on his shoulder. I was using Reveal on the Lightning Mage so that he could see the invading soul threads. Since I had the shared perception running near constantly with my own party, I'd learned ways to attenuate the effect and keep from being such an overwhelming experience. The peckish Lightning Mage still had a panic attack when I made the connection, and the healer had to soothe him. "You okay?" I asked. Alanor nodded, refusing to meet my eye. His mouth was tight, and he ran his hands over his head several times, then smoothed back his whiskers. "I try not to think too much about how dangerous my job is," he said. "But that is most of what you do think about." Alanor looked around at the other Litan soldiers watching him. "It is fine." He straightened his brigandine and nodded at Palama. "I'm fine." She hesitantly removed her hand. Alanor held out a finger, and a burst of electricity arced to the first unconscious Litan, beginning with the man's hand. The patient's whole arm jerked, and Alanor flinched. He made a soft chitter, then tried again. This time, the bolt traveled into the limb without causing it to spasm, targeting only the area around the invading soul. Physics be damned. The mage nodded and repeated, slowly making his way up the arm. He gained speed as he went, carefully annihilating the tissue surrounding the soul threads, which destroyed the invading cells. This caused collateral damage to the person we were treating, but it was minor. We had enough passive regen buffs between our group that it wasn't a problem. However, after a few minutes, the threads began growing back again. Alanor swore, but Palama's hand was back on his shoulder before he could get worked up. "His health is coming back. You are extending his fight." "It is too slow," said Rufio, once more peering through his monocle. He used the eye that still had a brow to do so. "Silence, Rufio," ordered Major Kai. "We do not need your naysaying." Rufio looked up at the Major, then stood up straight and gave a quick salute. He didn't say a word thereafter. "Only a little bit faster, and you can likely work two at once," said Palama. What the healer left unspoken was that there were 3 victims. They were willing to let the man in heavy armor ride things out until Maddle returned with Zim,
He had the highest health total, so it made sense. Still, the invading soul kept springing back from nowhere. Camp 1, where Balte was, had also come up with its own stopgap cure. That one involved Etya using Disintegrate while working alongside the battle priestess Zim had punched into oblivion the day before. The woman was using her righteous damage in a creative way, her attacks ignoring her ally while still passing through him to affect the threads. Regardless, they had the same problem we did. It was too slow. There were people who weren't going to make it. Chapter 49. Varen gave me a look as the lightning mage, Alinor, continued his work. We could both sense the frustration building up in the Litans around us. It was rare that something could render so many golds impotent to help, and being forced to watch their comrades dragged to a slow death was devastating morale.
How long until Medel returns with Zim? Asked Varen.
She must go 1,000 miles to reach Camp 3, said Major Kai. Medel is fast, but she must avoid more packs of the enraged mana monsters. Can she fly above the canopy? We have all been instructed not to fly above the canopy. The reason for this varies based on the region, but it is a risk anywhere at this depth. The canopy itself might attack. In other areas, there are giant predators among the highest branches, although we have never been able to identify them. The air's also filled with deadly, invisible bullshit, I added. Coordinated Thinker keeps nudging me, telling me the sky above is continuously changing its relative distance from me. I doubt flying through that sort of fluctuating spatial event would be healthy. Is there no way for portals to help? The big guy asked. We have 2 officers with the gate spell in this company, said Kai.
It is a long-range teleport, but requires the Delver to first travel to where they want to go. Also, beginning at a certain depth within the forest, it sometimes fails. Catastrophically. That depth happens to be exactly where we are. That is no coincidence, I imagine. And I don't have any checkpoints inside the forest, I added. The best I can do is extract our camp, but that doesn't give us a cure or help the others. Can you create one of your checkpoints here? Asked Kai. Our camp is near the center of Perimeter 3. We plan to break into smaller groups and establish outposts between the main camps before we dive through the combat dungeons and deeper in. This will be the best position for portal access, and it will help your cleric move around more quickly as well. I'll have to get rid of the one I have at Fort Ruiz, I said. Kai adjusted his grip on his lantern as he did another slow spin to check his fog wall and ensure we weren't missing any weasels. You have another outside of Estringal, no? That is close enough to the fort if we need access.
I nodded, then started the 1-hour process of laying down a checkpoint. Alinor spent a few minutes working to slow the invading tissue on the 3rd victim, but it became clear that trying to save all 3 patients would result in none of them being saved. Major Kai made the hard choice, ordering Alinor to focus on the 2 light armor Litans. The rampaging grade 4s wouldn't be nearly as much of an issue if the Litans weren't trying to minimize their footprint. They didn't want to destroy the forest. It was full of valuable stuff. There was also a good chance a cut and burn campaign would antagonize some big, mean things we had no reason to antagonize. And they weren't maniacs who got off on annihilating vast swaths of typically harmless wildlife.
When Tavio had called for Camp 3 to drop their skill restrictions, it let them bring out the flashy, area-devastating attacks that had previously been banned. Our camp managed to defend itself without resorting to obliterating everything within a mile of us. Major Kai's fog ran out after 6 minutes, revealing the withered humanoids hidden inside. The desiccated, translucent forms of long-dead Litans floated in the air, looking out of place in the sunlight, although they were surrounded by enough death that their presence wrapped back around to feeling appropriate. They were called Venom Wraiths, and would stick around for as long as Kai was willing to keep his mana reserved to have them summoned. I didn't bother the man with any questions on whether this was true necromancy, since this was neither the time nor the place.
What was more important was that any weasel that got close to one withered up and died in about a second.
Everyone else supplemented the defense, rotating their contributions to keep resources high. Meanwhile, Grotto, Tomomaru, and the spearman whose name I'd never gotten handled the outer perimeter. After an hour, the heavy armor user's health stopped dropping. The healer, Polama, gasped shortly after when the man's maximum health began going back up. Our audience of helpless delvers gathered closer, their hopes rising. I pushed the feeling down, letting my skepticism drive for the moment and keeping a close eye on the man's soul. Despite this, I was still taken by the fantasy that a miracle had occurred, and disheartened when the man's soul dissipated over the next minute. "He's gone," I said softly, trying not to disturb Eleanor. The mage didn't appear to notice my words. His focus was consumed by the work he was doing to keep the other two Litans alive. The hope around me disappeared, but Polama looked confused. "Why would you say that?" she asked, tone scolding. "His heart still beats." I can see activity in his other organs. He looks healthier than he did a few moments ago. I frowned at that, but shook my head. His soul's gone. It doesn't matter what his body's doing. That's as dead as it gets. Polama scowled, but before she could argue further, the dead man sat up. "Edgard," the healer said, spreading her arms wide in joy. For a horrifying moment, I thought she was going to embrace him, but she regained her wits in time to realize how foolish that was. The thing formerly known as Edgard reached out toward Polama with his ungauntleted hand, but I used shortcut to interpose half of Gracorvus between them. The limb thunked against the floating shield hard enough to dislocate a finger. Polama flinched at the shield's sudden appearance, then spun on me. "Why?" she shouted, but before she could say more, Major Kai grabbed her by the back of the collar and threw her away from her patient. "Back!" he barked, and though a few moved hesitantly, everyone took a big step away. One man had to pull Eleanor from his work, while another levitated the two unconscious delvers. We couldn't go far because of the ongoing beast assault. The armored figure held up his hand, his ring finger bent at a 45-degree angle at the second knuckle. He turned to slowly regard us, as Polama recovered and looked around wildly, finally starting to understand what was happening. This wasn't Edgard. This was the thing that had killed him. The dark helm surveyed the crowd until it landed on me. The thing spoke with a croaking, dry voice. "Blasphemer, vainglorious, rejecter." Each word was delivered with greater venom than the last. He took a wheezing breath. "It's lovely to see you here." I summoned Somcrest to hand and adjusted my stance. "You're sending me mixed signals, Charl." "Hearing my name upon your tongue is like maggots hatching in my ear canals," Zombie Edgard replied. "But why would I not rejoice at your presence? You are among the lost, the doomed, and the soon-to-be departed." "What the fuck?" hissed one of the Litans behind me. Major Kai held up a hand for silence. "Whoever you are," said the Major, voice tight, "you have assaulted and murdered Imperial Legionnaires in the course of their lawful duties. Surrender, and tell us at whose behest you act, lest we consider this aggression an act of war." The dark helm turned to Kai. "Ah, child of Lita," the Edgard puppet said, rising to stand. "Allow me to present you with my lord's official position." Everyone else tensed, weapons at the ready. The thing chuckled and waved his hand, finger still sticking out at an unnatural angle at his crotch. "You may fellate my engorged and malignant manhood." There was a beat of silence as everyone took that in. Sergeant Guara leaned forward, golden eyes filling his helm with light. What?"
I said suck my cancerous dick, you heretics. Then, the Charl-controlled Edgard exploded. Gwar was quick with his shield wall skill, and 3 planes of force appeared between our group and the exploding body, curving to create a seamless barrier protecting the ring of delvers. I kept half of Grakovus in front of Palama and activated Aura of Persistence to give everyone some shielding. It wouldn't stop the blood from touching them, but some blast protection was better than nothing. While blood and viscera splattered against Gwar's translucent wall, several other Littons fired skills upward, annihilating anything that had careened toward the sky. Wide gouts of flame, bursts of frozen wind, atomized acid, and a brilliant flash of holy light took care of anything Gwar's rapid response might have missed. Everything on the other side of Gwar's shield wall was still untouched by the attacks, and several of the Littons made noises of disgust as the exploded flesh began to squirm. I watched with morbid fascination as the gore formed into new limbs that began growing additional body mass from nowhere. The patch of land encircled by Gwar's skill was becoming a small horde of humanoid bodies, all twisted and deformed in the gruesome way Charl had been. "Palama," said Major Kai. "Circle of Judgment." The healer was practically crawling over Grakorvus to get a closer look at whatever was happening on the other side of the blue wall. At Kai's order, she shook off her wonder, and her hands lit up with divine radiance. She made a series of gestures as she said a soft prayer, and the ground beneath the cancerous bodies turned golden, growing in intensity until it was blindingly white. There was a surge of power, and everything that was Charl scattered into dust. All that was left of Edgard were bent and twisted fragments of his armor. "Tomomaru, the weasels have stopped coming." There was a brief moment of relief at that statement, but it was immediately dashed. "We've got about 200,000 corpses out here, and they've all started growing new body parts." I turned to look at the rear of the camp, where it backed up against the outermost edge of the caving tree. Corpses were piled up high enough to bury the wall of roots the weasels had been crawling out of. The entire thing began moving, and swollen hands burst out from within. The bodies didn't tumble or move with the violent emergence of humanoid limbs. They bobbed and shifted like they'd all been sewn together, or like they'd all become part of a single organism. "I think Charl's been holding back," I said, as everyone turned to face down this new enemy. "I hope that one doesn't explode too," said Gwar. "It's pretty big." Before we found out what fresh horrors this version of Charl would bring, a pillar of crimson fire crashed down from the sky. Where it touched the mass of bodies, the mound of flesh sank in on itself and dissolved. It happened so fast, it was like watching a stream of water falling onto a pile of cotton candy. Ruby-red flames tore out from the point of impact, engulfing the entire hill of corpses in just a few seconds. More beams fell from the sky outside of the walls, before Maddle swept in low overhead, and Jim jumped down from her back where she'd been riding the stoic woman like a pony. Jim's body was shrouded in the same fire that was spreading out to erase Charl from the camp. She was half-transformed, covered in smoldering fur, and her clawed feet tore into the ground as she landed. Without warning, she breathed a mighty breath of flame across everyone present. There were a couple of surprised shouts, but Major Kai barked a quick order, and nobody was dumb enough to attack. The fire was mostly harmless, to us at least. Its comforting warmth stripped us of any afflictions, and anything Charl had infected us with was purged. Despite Neurali's claim that this new version of Zim's cleansing powers stung, I didn't feel much of anything. One of the unconscious Littons did wake up screaming, though. Once we'd all had our infernal bath, Zim leapt away toward the wall, where she repeated the move until every square inch of the camp and everyone in it had been engulfed. She finished her loop and came back, landing from another leap, having returned to her normal form. She pointed at Major Kai, a gesture that she then turned into a thumbs up. "We good here?" she asked.
Major Kai did a quick psychic roll call, ensuring that everyone had taken a turn under Zim's shower of judgment. Once finished, he gave the cleric a nod.
"You are clear to move to Camp 1, he said. Shim turned to me and held out a hand. I reached out and let her iron grip clamp down onto my wrist, and the woman jumped, dragging me along into the sky, where Medel intercepted and grabbed us. We then blasted off to the northeast on our way to where Balte, Etya, and several others were still dealing with infected soldiers. Medel held nothing back, and the trip to Camp 1 was a blur of whipping branches and exploding leaves. My armor was kept moderately clean from the sheer wind resistance, stripping me of any debris that wasn't simply a stain, and even most of those were abraded away. We flew out of the tree line to find Camp 1 surrounded by a much larger and more desolate no-man's land than our camp had been. All the trees within a quarter-mile of the camp had been removed, along with everything else. The land had been stripped clean down to the dirt, and even the first few feet of topsoil looked like they were missing.
Madel's speed was such that we cleared the distance to the camp's walls in less than a second, but I caught a glimpse of Etya to our north. Her skin glinted with the multicolored hue of reflective prismatite, while she fired out 2 massive waves of her disintegrate spell. An acre of trees disappeared, making it obvious who was responsible for the recent clear-cutting. When Zim dropped to do her cleanse from above routine, I used Gricorvis to fly over and meet our party's mage. Etya moved slowly through the air, the languid dance of her Myrtasian cadence grim and exhausted as she annihilated the next stretch of trees. Her modified Zing armor fully encased her. The mask that hid away in her large wizard hat was down, covering her face. She gave me a tired wave when I got close. "Hey," I said. "You okay?" "No," she said, letting her arms slump down to her sides. "They had 10 of us working on this, but everyone else ran out of mana before I did." She looked around at the purged area. "The stupid bears that were attacking us were really cute. Little cuddly gremlins." She waved an arm about. "I had to get rid of all the bodies, too. I didn't think I'd feel sad about trees, but there are all the things inside the trees and living in the branches. But I had to do it." She sniffed. "I had to," she repeated in a whisper. I floated closer and placed a hand on her shoulder. I started to say something, but distant shouting had both Etya and me turn toward the camp itself. Someone, a man, was screaming at him. We exchanged a glance, then shot off to see what had the guy sounding homicidal. "She was already dead," I heard him say as we grew close. "My skill won't harm allies." "Allies? You weren't allies," shouted the man. "You hated her." I looked the irate Litan over, recognizing him as one of the men who'd challenged me in New Crimsim, the lanky instructor whose students I'd killed back in Eshendur. He had his weapons out, pointing his cruciform dagger at him. Between them were the smoldering remains of someone, although the body was unrecognizable. There was a staff lying nearby, one that had belonged to the battle priestess Zim had exchanged insults with. "I didn't hate her," said Zim. "I barely knew her." "You ruined her life," the man spat. He took a step forward, though Zim didn't react. A few other Litans were standing nearby, none making an effort to step in. Their reluctance didn't seem hostile. They looked confused more than anything. Balte was making his way over, alongside his CO, Captain Pio. Valti and Ishi were close behind the pair. "She never even told me why she had an issue with me," said Zim, eyes narrowing. "As far as I'm concerned, we left our problems in the ring. If I'd wanted to kill her, I'd have done it then. General Olivia never would have let you." "This is dumb," said Zim. She turned to look at everyone else gathered. "You all got hit with the same exact skill."
"Were any of you injured?"
There was some non-committal chatter in response. Zim pointed at one man in particular. "Did the cleansing fire harm you?" "It felt like something inside me boiled away," he said. "It hurt, but I did not lose any health." He looked at the enraged fellow. "Sergeant Guillaume, I think you should take a walk to cool off." That painful feeling was the invading bits of Charles getting burned out. Zim turned back to the lanky man, whose name was apparently Guillaume. Most of Priestess Siriana's body had been remade into Charles' own flesh and blood. That's why the skill affected so much of her. Lanky stalked forward, teeth bared, until he was within striking distance of Zim. His weapons were still out, and he adjusted his grip on his short sword. I was ready to teleport in at the slightest twitch, but Zim signaled me to stay out of it. If she'd had any spark of life left in her, I could have healed her, but she was already gone. Zim glanced down at the man's weapons.
Decide if you want to use those or not. You're making my people twitchy.
Guillaume blinked and looked around. His eyes landed on Ishi, who had her bow and staff floating in the air beside her. Balte stood nearby with his grimoire hovering, its pages flipping lazily on their own. He then turned my way and looked at Somcress, held loosely at my side. He swept across the Litan soldiers, who were clearly uncomfortable with his behavior. Finally, his gaze landed on Valti. The hulking golem was 10 feet away, with several cannons almost pointing directly at the hostile sergeant. That finally seemed to break his tunnel vision on Jim. The man swallowed and took a step back. "Good choice," said Drift. Varen's older brother stepped out from behind Guillaume, where he'd been standing with a blade to the Litan's back, angled toward his heart. He'd gone unnoticed by everyone, including me. The raven-black firstborn slid the point of his short sword across Guillaume's leather breastplate as he went, then neatly slipped it back into its sheath. There was stunned silence as everyone processed that. Guillaume's fury had cooled into shock at how close he'd been to death. Zim gave him an irritated look, then went back to ensuring everyone had been cleansed. "Who's in charge of this camp?" I asked. "Captain Smollett is dead," said Captain Pio, stepping forward. "I've taken command." The petite leader of the eponymous Team Pio had been watching the exchange alongside the other Litans, and I wondered why she hadn't intervened. "Sergeant Guillaume, you are relieved of duty. You will return to New Crimson immediately." The man in question had been staring at Drift, but flinched at the captain's order, turning his attention onto her. Pio ignored him and turned to me. "King Zordrel, could you provide the sergeant with a portal?" "Checkpoints can only be used once per day," I said.
This situation is one of the scenarios where it has been authorized.
I opened the portal without further argument, using the checkpoint I had in New Crimson. Sergeant Guillaume wore a complicated expression, but eventually dismissed his weapons back to inventory and walked stiffly through the portal, eyes lingering on Zim as he went. Pio signaled me to close it behind him, which I did. "Please explain what happened, Lady Cleric," she said to Zim. "Priestess Siriana was infected. It had reached the point where she was dead, and Charles was about to bring her back as his minion. My cleanse purged the foreign tissue. This is what was left of her once Charles had been removed." I looked at the smoking remains again. The way she'd been hollowed out gave me a flashback to my creation delve, when we'd found the corpses of Chilla and Sail with their organs removed. At least their deaths had been quick.
My mind got caught on that, making the death of this priestess one of the more disturbing things I'd seen since then.
"The same thing happened to somebody at our camp," I added. "Major Kai has told me as much," said Pio. She turned to address the rest of the gathered Litans. "The enemy slowly replaces your body with its own. It eats you from the inside, then turns you into its puppet. What happened to Tsiriana is awful, but it is not Lady Zordrel's fault. Her skill burns out the enemy, and this is what happens if the enemy has already taken over."
She summarized things like she'd already known what had gone down, making me think she'd had Zim explain herself for everyone else's benefit, not her own. "What'll happen to that guy?" I asked. "Sergeant Guillaume." "He will be held and tried for assault," said Pio. "Even though he did not strike, brandishing weapons at a foreign dignitary is inexcusable."
I have already informed the appropriate authorities back in New Crimson.
I see.
"Everyone, we have new orders," Captain Pio shouted to the crowd. "Colonel Tavio wants us to pack up and head to Camp 2. We'll have an easier time defending ourselves if we are not so spread out." Captain Pio gave a few more specific commands to different individuals, then turned back to me. Him was still nearby, talking softly with Etya. Ishi had walked up to join us as well, while Valti went to help the Littons break down the important parts of their camp. Drift had disappeared again. "You mentioned wands?" Pio asked. "Right," I said, tearing my eyes from the body. A pair of Littons had arrived to place her remains into a canvas body bag. "We can slap Him's new cleanse on some wands.
That way she doesn't have to be everywhere all at once, and you aren't working with a single point of failure."
"How long will that take?" "How many do you want?" "Ideally, we would have one wand per person here on Perimeter 3. Say, 30?
"Well," I trailed off, running the numbers. Regardless of the particulars, it would certainly become a significant investment both in time and materials. I also wasn't the best equipped to discuss the topic. Princess Ishi has greater expertise with wand making. Pio nodded and turned to Ishi, who acknowledged my deferral and stepped forward. "That's at least a week of work," she said. "The base crafting cost will require a minimum of 120 ruby chips, not considering the other materials." "The woodworking dungeon has resources you can harvest," said Pio. "I will coordinate with the colonel to get you the time you need, and we will compensate you for the mana chips, of course." "Very good," said Ishi.
"The standard crafting fee is twice the chips required."
"This is not a shop," Pio replied, expression blank.
"You're right. If anything, the exigency of this matter should increase the price."
"Princess, with all due respect, are you really going to bend me over right now?"
"Of course not. I am simply aiming for a mutually beneficial exchange."
Ishi stood up slightly straighter, feigning a mildly confused expression. "Surely you didn't assume our cooperation at cost. We are not soldiers on your empire's payroll. If we agreed to do this work for free, that would mean we'd be making even less than your own soldiers for our labors. You must see how that is an untenable exchange." Pio pulled a ledger from her inventory and looked over some figures. 50% markup. That's 180 ruby chips total, plus free use of the woodworking dungeon for materials, exclusive access for a week.
That alone is worth more than the difference.
"That is acceptable," said Ishi with a gracious tilt of her head.
Pio looked her up and down before giving a shallow bow and returning to her work managing the migration of her camp. "Wait," said Jim. "I have to be involved with this. What's my cut?" Ishi raised one perfect eyebrow.
"Since you didn't negotiate anything for yourself, I guess your payment is the free lesson you just received."
"What lesson?"
"The lesson on making sure you get paid."
Jim thought that one over, tapping her chin with a finger. "You know, really I'm a subcontractor in this situation, which means it's your responsibility to ensure my participation."
1/5 share, Ishi offered.
"Half," Jim countered.
"Half? Arlo and I will be doing most of the work. You'll just have to sit there and infuse the spell once in a while."
"Exactly. None of this happens without my spell."
1/3.
Ishi and Sim stared one another down for several seconds before the princess spoke again.
"Very well, but only because I like you."
I looked between the two women, feeling slightly confused. Neither of you even care about money. You mustn't let yourself be taken advantage of, said Ishi. And it's good practice, said Sim. You argue with people all the time for practice. I don't argue with people, I said, turning up my nose. I encourage discussion. People don't shout when they're having a discussion. It's not shouting. My voice just naturally projects. Do I get anything? Asked Etya. Hugs, Sim offered. Etya was more than happy with that arrangement and put both of her right arms around Sim as we trotted off toward the woodworking dungeon. The mage didn't need to be there for us to make the wands, but nobody questioned her tagging along.
It would give me the opportunity to check in with her after her early distress over destroying a sizable chunk of forest and its attached wildlife. Plus, I could tell Hume was upset over the day's events, and Etya's presence would serve as a balm for everyone's mood. Hey, Ishi, I said. She replied, veering closer to me so that we bumped arms as we walked. A wand with one spell and no extra weaves is pretty basic. There's no way it'll take us a full week to make them all. It will if you make them all. You're planning to lounge about the whole time? I'll be overseeing the project, which is a critical task, she said with a grin. Besides, my skill level is too high to benefit from the dungeon, but your wand-making is still low, and you have that human racial bonus that improves your crafting skill progression. So you're not being lazy. Merely providing you with an incredible opportunity. She bumped my arm a final time and pushed away. Of course, I'll probably spend most of the time asleep. A good 1-week nap sounds excellent. A whole week of naps, Etya said dreamily. That sounds amazing. Ishi looked back at the four-armed mage. You're welcome to join me, but you'll have to contribute your own pile of wands to sleep on. Oh, that sounds uncomfortable. Ishi frowned. Have you tried it? You might be surprised. Is that a dragon thing? Asked Sheem. Making beds of things that aren't beds? We all have our quirks, Ishi replied. At least I don't sleep on a slab of engineered biomass like my mother. That sounds softer and less pokey than wands, though, said Sheem. Perhaps, Ishi allowed. Regardless, I don't need my beds whispering to me all night about how much fun they're having being my bed, thank you very much. We all walked in silence for a bit. Your girlfriend's mom is weird, Arlo. Why are we walking? I asked. Isn't the dungeon 100 miles away or something? Ishi sighed. I suppose we should pick up the pace. Who shall serve as our steed? Oh, said Etya. You can transform, and we can all ride. No. Aw, Etya mourned her dragon rider dreams. I activated therianthropy, fuchsia wings and downy tentacles sprouting from my back. I'd recently added an equine modification to the evolution, which failed to turn me into some kind of horse Chthon bird man. It did, however, cause my hair to grow out to glorious length, running down my neck and back. The hair was also magical in nature, like my wings and tentacles, meaning it didn't care one bit for the physical barrier my armor presented, which it phased right through. The front even naturally swooped forward to fall partway in front of only one eye, giving me the look of a flamboyant and highly lethal runway model. The hair was still my natural color, a lustrous dark brown close to black, but had a multi-hued sheen when it caught the light, matching the pink and violet of my feathers. That makes sense, said Zim. He's literally part horse now. Ishi ran over and hopped onto my back, beating Zim to the punch. I looked at the other two ladies. Tentacles or Grey Corvus? I asked, teleporting Grey Corvus between them. By the time Zim looked beside her, Etya was already aboard the shield. She could easily fly herself, but I was faster these days. Our cleric shrugged and walked over to get scooped up by my chthonic appendages.
And thus we flew off into the sunset. Not really, it was mid-afternoon. We were also going north-northeast, so the sun was high, kind of behind us and on our left, not in front of us. Although we couldn't see the sun through the canopy. It doesn't matter. We went to the woodworking dungeon to grind out some emergency wands. "Did you know the woodworking dungeon is the largest one the Littons have found?" asked Ishi. "Makes sense," I said. "Being inside a forest and all." "It's gotten larger as well."
The staff wielded by the Hierophant of the abductor fell inside the divine dungeon, but it was never fully recovered.
A large portion of the staff found its way across several hundred miles to this dungeon, but no one knows how. Not sure that wielded is the right word. The Hierophant lived inside the staff like some weird, evil hermit crab. "Wasn't it a brain parasite?" asked Zim. "It was controlling the big hippo part." "Nobody figured it out," said Etya. "The whole thing could have been its body, hippo, staff, and all the trees growing on it." "Yeah?" I said. "And it could eject its brain in case of emergency?" "From what you said, it had a whole extra head inside that staff," she replied. "Imagine having two faces, with one hidden deep inside you, in case the other gets exploded." Etya shuddered. "Would you feel like your face was trapped somewhere warm and wet? Would you have to struggle not to accidentally open your eyes?" "Huh," said Jim, looking up in thought.
That sounds like what a baby might experience in the womb. Maybe the Hierophant was pregnant with itself and gave birth.
"Shit," I said. The face on the staff was all weird and baby-like. Everyone stopped walking at that. We'd landed outside the woodworking dungeon's perimeter moments before, and were tackling the last stretch on foot. This particular dungeon didn't have any obvious entrances or exits, though, so we were relying on Ishi to guide us there. "Moving on to less disturbing things," I said. "How can you tell this is where the dungeon starts, Ishi?" The princess shook off whatever mental image Zim's cursed ideas had summoned into her mind, and she walked forward again with purpose. Dimensional mana flooded down one arm as she cast a spell, twisting space and tearing up a swath of the forest floor. All the dirt and plant matter directly ahead of us collapsed into a sphere the size of a small house, which Ishi cast away with a flick of her wrist.
It crashed noisily into the distance. She continued striding forward until her boots went from soft footfalls over moist earth to an authoritative clunk. She spun, smiled, and waved at the ground. Beneath her impromptu excavation were pristine wooden planks. "Large wooden buildings make up most of the forest floor within the woodworking dungeon," she said. "Most have sunk into the ground or otherwise been absorbed by the forest, but the base materials of the buildings are flawless once uncovered." She tapped her toe against the wood beneath her. "These are roofing planks, still watertight after who knows how many millennia. And if we were to venture inside, we'd find hardwood floors that shine like they've just been oiled and waxed." Ishi beamed at the structure below her, the formal air of the draconic princess giving way to joy and wonder as she surveyed an exemplar of her favorite art. The armor that Ishi wore was made from wood, crafted by her own hand, which had also made her staves and bows. Even her jewelry was intricately carved guardian wood and blackthorn. The woman fucking loved her wood. I walked forward, getting a notification once I stepped onto the exposed surface. "You have entered the Horologist Remains Woodworking Dungeon. Recommended skills: woodworking 20 or golemancy 20. Wand making wasn't expressly listed, but as a specialized subskill of woodworking, it would carry me through fine. The addition of golemancy was a surprise, but a welcome one. I was still trying to get those shared intrinsics from Grotto to work. I joined Ishi in peering down at the flawless, unburied surface.
As interesting as it was that the building below us had withstood the test of time and come out with a perfect score, acing all the bonus questions along the way, it just looked like some normal planks to me. "Why does it look so ordinary?" asked Sim.
Shouldn't ancient, indestructible ruins be all fancy?
"We're looking at a roof," I said. "I'm sure the marquetry can be found in places meant to be more visible back when the structure wasn't buried." Ishi clicked her tongue. "The proof of the quality is in the durability of these structures, rather than any particular ornamentation or sophistication." She stomped like a salesman trying to prove a point. "These are hardy buildings designed to endure, not gaudy halls of governance or aristocracy." She looked up at the three of us. "The furniture joints do tend to have some lovely dovetailing, though. Functional, but also decorative. Simplicity is its own kind of beauty." Ishi turned to look deeper into the dungeon. "All of these buildings have complex mana weaves hidden within the walls and foundations, controlling who has access to them," she continued. "These outer buildings all contain a task that you can complete to acquire a badge of sorts.
The badge will let you enter the next tier of buildings, wherein there will be another test of your abilities. Subsequent buildings have golems which will authenticate and upgrade your badge as you complete the different challenges. They also act as guardians, should you enter without permission. I assume the challenges ramp in difficulty and complexity as we get closer to the dungeon's center," I said.
"Naturally." "What's the point of a place like this?" Zim asked. "I mean, originally. It sounds great for improving somebody's woodworking skill, but it's huge, right?" "The size of a moderately large city," said Ishi. "That's completely overbuilt for a training facility. The system claims it doesn't make these dungeons, that it just takes advantage of something that's already here. If this wasn't designed by a manic delvecore with a carpentry obsession, then who made it, and why?" The Littons surmise these are the ancient remains of a sprawling workshop,
One that additionally served as a research center, a learning center, and a military base.
with all access gated by your skill using lathes and a spindle gouge? Jim asked.
Apparently so. Whatever group built this place appears to operate on purely meritocratic principles. Gaining access to better materials first requires proving oneself with the lower quality stuff. Technique and mana weaving libraries are scattered throughout, divided and restricted according to the compound's ranking system. What if we don't want to play? I asked. I can teleport wherever. Plus, I doubt these buildings are indestructible. It's possible to teleport or smash your way inside, Ishi replied. However, any mode of entry that bypasses the ranking gauntlet will invoke deterrents that are better avoided. For instance, this place is thick with golems, enough to annoy even us. But the real problem these constructs present is that they make an absolute nuisance of themselves. They'll burn the books you're trying to read, or spray corroding substances over the treated planks you're trying to loot. They're also walking hives of some kind of super termite that will infest your gear and consume anything you have that's made from wood or fiber at an absurd pace. The entire place also remembers everyone who enters. Breaking a rule gets a penalty, but if you're bad enough, it will send everything it has any time you step into the dungeon. I'm told it's quite inconvenient. However, if you complete even a single challenge, you can pass through the outdoor areas of the zone unbothered, so long as you stay away from any tree farms, lumber mills, or other restricted areas. They're all clearly marked, so the trip is quite safe if all you want to do is travel from one side to the other. However, if you want the good stuff, the best way to make progress through the woodworking dungeon is to do some woodworking, as alarming as that may be to the cheaters among us. Ishi shook her head at me in mock disapproval. Both Etia and Jim also looked my way. I held up a finger. Exploits aren't cheats, I said. They're loopholes, which are meant to be abused. In fact, I firmly believe we have a moral obligation to abuse loopholes. A moral obligation?
Jim asked, one eyebrow trying to launch itself from her face. Abusing loopholes is a valuable public service, wherein the people making the rules are taught they need to do a better job. Ishi cocked her head in amusement. I hope you maintain that attitude when someone finds a loophole in one of the laws you're currently writing for Closetland. Loopholes are unethical, I corrected, shaking my fist. People should obey the spirit of my laws, not just the letter. How am I getting through this place? Asked Jim.
I don't have woodworking, so I can't get one of those badge things. Simple enough, said Ishi. You won't. We aren't going any deeper than the first tier. Like Arlo said earlier, these wands aren't complex. We don't need superior materials, so we can use what's out here. She stomped on the wooden roof again. This building houses an entry-level wand challenge, so it's perfect. Oh, said Jim, tucking away an errant lock of her dark, curly hair. I thought all that stuff you said would be important. Etya leaned in toward the cleric. So did I, she whispered. Ishi frowned at Jim. You were hypothesizing about a deceased mana fiend giving birth to itself earlier, she said. My commentary is at least relevant to our current task. Jim bobbed her head a few times. So, is there a door or something? She asked, looking around the cleared-off roof, then to Ishi. The princess gave her a flat look, then cast another spell to excavate a wall to our south, creating a wide hole that revealed a door-shaped recess. She then floated down and tapped the recess, a series of ticking and clinking gears sounding in response. The recessed portion slid away, revealing a dark interior into which Ishi threw a glowstone before sweeping inside. You didn't like the backstory? I asked. Actually, I thought it was fascinating, said Jim. This is just our dynamic. How do you think she knew this was a wand challenge before she ever dug it up? She probably would have explained it if you'd let her keep going. Ishi's muffled voice came from the doorway. I have a map. We should go inside, I said. Yeah. Zim reached out and took Etya by a hand, and the three of us dropped to enter the ancient structure. The wand challenge turned out to be making a wand from a damp pile of sawdust. I found that strange, but also weirdly ordinary. Before I'd even begun to get started on the problem, a portal opened beside me, and Grotto floated out of it. Hey there, Grotto, I said. Wasn't expecting you to join us. Despite being in his less little octo body, Grotto spoke via sound waves rather than the psychic comms he normally used in this form. The dude was still avoiding Earworm's psychic security network. I had no idea where the sound came from. Did he have a little mouth under his feelers? This is a rather obvious opportunity to vastly enhance the efficiency with which we advance our skills, he said. At least for a short period of time. If you are ignorant of this potential, I will need to update the behavioral model I've developed for you. I suspected it was too optimistic, but I dislike being proven correct in this limited regard. You want to make the wands? I asked, ignoring the core's prodding. Indeed. And while you do that, I continued, I'll work on accessing your golemancy skill. I am glad that you are able to intuit that much. Have fun with the sawdust, I guess. Relieved that I'd somehow managed to dodge that job, I sat on the ground, assuming the meditative pose of crisscross applesauce. Despite being part of a woodworking dungeon, this building was surprisingly bare of any furniture. It was an indoor dumping ground for sawdust and had all the trappings appropriate for such a place. Which is to say, none. I took out the little wooden doll I'd been whittling away at in my free time, carefully setting it on the ground. It was currently in several pieces, all meant to connect at various joints. I was just about ready to start slotting in the tiny pins and hinges I'd made out of some scrap verdantum. Meanwhile, Grotto had somehow figured out that the vines growing over the room's eastern wall weren't invasive vegetation from the forest, but rather a plant cultivated for its sticky sap.
That sap could be used as a binding agent, and with a bit of boiling and reducing, my familiar had a compound that mixed with the sawdust to create a type of fiberboard that was perfectly serviceable for use in crafting wands. The two of us worked on our own things in silence, each of us getting into a focused rhythm with our tasks. Grotto made the fiberboard in batches, using the time it took one batch to dry to ensure the material of the next batch had a consistent quality. He'd started making his first actual wands as I finally slotted all the pieces of my doll together. As I did so, I felt the tingle of advancement and hurriedly checked my notifications. Your wand-making skill has increased to level 23. I pursed my lips and stroked my beard.
I was glad to see Grotto's work would still net me some rapid levels in wand-making, but I'd been hoping to see something with golomancy. Theoretically, the skill sharing that allowed Grotto and me to share dungeoneering, and which subsequently allowed my familiar to share all my skills, should allow me to access his skills as well. This was the current puzzle of my Traveler's Amulet, which would evolve again once I figured out how to steal skills from the bonded Delve Core. Still, I'd spent a lot of time using my extra instance of focus to work with Grotto, learning the basics of golomancy. I understood the theory and had a basic grasp of the craft. The problem was that I just didn't have a feel for the magic. My mana matrix didn't have a golomancy imprint. I had no system-built pathways like those for my other intrinsics, and while there might be a way to create one without the system's help, that was a whole other universe of risky wizardry I wasn't ready to step into. Based on everything I understood about the system and its interaction with the mana matrix and the soul, I didn't have the tools for golomancy. At the end of the day, that shouldn't matter. What I was trying to do was go around my own matrix, through the soul connection Grotto and I shared, into his mana matrix, and grab his golomancy skill to wield like it was my own. Grotto had no trouble accessing my skills, but there was some kind of roadblock to me accessing his. As I turned the little doll over in my hands, checking and rechecking the minuscule weaves I'd carved into it, Grotto paused his work on the wands. He drifted through the air to look at what I was doing, then floated down and picked up the doll with a feeler. He looked it over, did a quick, expert check of its joints and mobility, then made a noise that might have meant approval. He dropped the doll back into my palm. Something we have not considered is that you are trying to use my intrinsic skills, but I have done very little work on golems using my hands. I looked up from the doll to the big, black eyes of my familiar. It can't be that simple, I said. I have ample experience with humanoid hands, so it is no trouble for me to pick up skills that ordinarily rely upon them. How much experience do you have with tentacles? I furrowed my brow and stared at the doll lying across my palm, joints limp like a rag doll. I'd been going for a generic-looking female form, since Grotto seemed to have a preference for feminine creations. Only then did I realize it looked a bit like my mother. She'd already been dead when I had my lethal tree encounter. It was an odd thing to pop into my head right then. I activated therianthropy. Colorful wings, outstanding hair, and a pair of downy tentacles emerged. I brought the feelers forward to take hold of the doll, mentally nudging the mana weaves within that served to animate it. And then I lost my fucking mind. Chapter 52. The little doll moved like it was submerged in tar as it came to life, and déjà vu crept into the edges of that moment. The sense that this had happened before echoed across me, rebounding in my skull until it escaped the confines of when I was and swept back across my life. Everything I'd done before. All my choices had been predetermined, their outcomes inescapable as I repeated a lifetime's worth of memories. This wasn't even the first time, I realized. I couldn't decide how many repetitions there'd been. Maybe 3 or 4, I thought. The world blurred, and my downy tentacles were suddenly holding another doll, larger and different in design. This one would crawl through broken sewers and map out a ruined underground.
That doll was replaced by an artificial arm.
Part of its biceps had been removed to reveal a web of fine mana weaves I was in the process of engraving. 3 more arms were on the work table beside it. My tentacles were gone, but my tools moved according to my thoughts, will alone bringing them to life. They sewed up the stomach of a dark creature. I'd already removed the poison essences it had harvested and stored in its gut. 1,000 more golems flashed by, faster and faster, a blur of magical engineering taking hundreds of forms. Despite their variety, there was a rhythm to their designs, a pattern shared between them, the fingerprints of their maker. Then I held something in human hands. It was soft clay, molded into the shape of a little girl. I turned her around to study a series of runes set into a groove carved into the back of her neck. At the time, those little symbols had seemed like such artistry. Compared to the others I'd just remembered, they were crude and sloppy. But I hadn't made the better ones yet. This was the beginning. I used a long needle to clean up the edges of some of the glyphs, then set the tool down and took up a small brush. I dipped it in a cup filled with slip, a mixture of water and clay, then applied it to the edges of the groove. I had another small strip of clay cut into a line that would fit neatly into the groove, and I carefully pressed it into place. Little droplets of the slip tried to escape in places as I pushed the new clay in, but I caught them with my thumb, then used it to smooth over the visible seams. The door to my shop opened. The gesture was gentle, but the clank and hiss of the metal portal shattered my productive isolation. I looked up at the intrusion, ready to cut the intruder down with the shards of my broken focus, only to hesitate when I saw who it was. A familiar, middle-aged woman walked into the room, squinting under the bright lights of my shop and wrapping her nightshirts closer to her body against the room's chill air. She was small, her proportions odd for a human. She was a little person, like my own little man form, the one I wore when I wasn't an orb or a Cathan, the one I wore when I was mortal. That thought felt odd, like it had come from outside of me. "Sister," I said. She frowned at my tone and responded with a name, but the word was amorphous. Whatever it was had been lost to time. My mind inserted my new name into the empty sounds place. "Grotto," she said, the name spoken like an accusation. "You're still working? It's almost morning again." I couldn't sleep until I was done. I gripped a rag briefly to dry my hands, then took up a ruby chip from a nearby tray. The back of the doll had a circular indent perfectly sized for it, lined with various sigils in a different style from those in the sculpture's neck. My sister came closer, calloused feet padding across cold grating on the floor. A rattle signaled a loose screw. I thought I'd hunt it down tomorrow night, but I let it go for weeks. That panel eventually got loose, and I would have broken a toe if I hadn't already been getting the injections. No, that's too far. Go back. My sister walked up to me and studied the clay golem. She took a sharp breath. "Is that supposed to be—" She spoke another lost name. My mind couldn't fill in the blank. "It looks like her, yes," I said before slotting the mana chip into place. I felt a tingle across my fingers, prickling my skin and muscle before going deeper than my corporeal body. I pushed back my excitement and added more slip to the edges of this compartment. My sister looked at me with concern. "Why would you make a synthetic of her?" she asked. "Grotto, this isn't right." "It isn't a synthetic," I said hotly. "This will be superior in every way. Durability, responsiveness, self-direction. Its decision-making draws directly from my own understanding of the world, augmented by a generational behavioral database stored locally like a form of DNA. It has a perfect comprehension of my intentions. There can be no unintentional outcomes. It will make synthetics worthless."
My sister weathered the small outburst, giving me a few seconds to make sure I was finished rattling off mostly irrelevant information. "Then what is it?" she asked. "It's called a golem. Like the superstition of those Easterners, from the desert." I turned and looked at her, surprised. "You've heard of it?" I asked. "It isn't a superstition. They had enclaves who practiced the art. They'd developed it for centuries." "Well," she said, "if it's so advanced, why didn't they use them when the consensus came?" "They did, but few can learn the art, and it takes decades to master. There weren't enough who could craft and wield them. They didn't have the numbers to stop us." My sister thought for a moment.
If it takes decades to learn, when did you have time for all of that? I've never seen you make one of these. I turned to her with a wide smile. I didn't. We took everything they had and bottled it. I learned to do all of this in an afternoon. She studied my face. Something in it seemed to disturb her. "Part of this system your group has been working on." I put my smile away, returning to a blank expression. "It is." She went silent and watched as I added more slip to the edges of the mana chip compartment, then covered it up with another bit of clay cut into shape for that purpose. The soft clay hardened, instantly transforming from wet dirt into something that could be classified as a supermaterial. I felt the connection to the golem click to life in my heart and mind. It made them both swell. The golem stood straight and turned to spin, letting me inspect it for flaws. There were little details, rough edges that could be addressed with the next one.
Overall, I found it a beautiful creation. Nothing as expert as a true sculptor might make, but engineered with precise symmetry. The day before, I'd never made physical art.
"I don't trust that thing," she said.
"The system or the golem?" My sister pulled her nightshirts tighter.
"Either. Why did you make it look like—"
The name was lost. I was the one who lost it. My grip tightened on my stylus. 3 feet to the right, and she wouldn't have become a cloud of vapor, I said. Now she'll listen when I tell her to stay close. I gave the golem a mental command, feeling the psychic connection form. It was alien, but comfortable. I had the golem move into a dance, the simple, made-up dance of a child. One she used to love when the busker set up on the corner outside. My sister ended up loving that golem. I buried it beside her. I'd moved on to other projects. I was using something like a pressure washer to spray blood off a tall, slender model.
All of its blades were extended, making them easier to clean. This golem's materials were sturdy, but bore the signs of cheap mass production. Precise cuts with a rough edge, a smudge of lubricant with a dusting of metal shavings. I'd thought about cleaning and filing it down, but had put it off for later in my excitement to finish the model. Its first test run had been a disaster, leading to the belated cleaning that coincidentally removed those pollutants I'd been too busy to eradicate. I would never get around to the polish on this one. There were other things to bring to life. A pair of double swing doors burst open behind me. I recognized the squeak of the group director's calluses without turning to look. He stopped beside me to watch my work. His tumble of white hair and curled eyebrows bobbed up and down in my peripheral vision as he thought. "What happened back there?" he demanded.
The training subject deactivated their personal shell before entering the arena, I answered, moving the stream of high-speed water to begin working the golem's joints. He fabricated his safety signals. We didn't realize he'd done it until he was in 3 pieces. "He did it to himself?" the director asked, incredulous. "You don't think it was sabotage?" We went in and rolled back to find the original logs. We have him recorded. The director turned and grabbed my shoulder to force me to face him. It irritated me. This was already more of a delay than I'd planned on today. There was no need for eye contact, but I adjusted my face until it was somber and concerned.
Why? I sighed heavily. There has been chatter between the kill teams. They've gotten it into their heads that real life-or-death stakes during training grant better skill advancement. That's absurd. It isn't, I replied. I've actually run a model on individuals with top-rate skill progression.
There are elements of fabricated shell readings on all but one of them.
When did you have the time to do this?
This was last week.
So you were aware this was a potential issue?
I was.
Then why weren't there additional protocols in place to ensure this didn't happen in our group? I was momentarily confused by the director's outrage. I ran it through my patterns until I had a better idea of the problem. It is tragic to lose healthy candidates, I said, but the preliminary numbers suggest that overall efficiency gains will outweigh the occasional death. Our directives are focused on results, not safety. The man stared at me with that poorly hidden look, one I kept seeing recently. A masked horror. You still should have intervened. I believe your interpretation of our mission parameters is flawed. We aren't here to kill candidates in the journey toward improving statistical performance. You are wrong, I said, but I will make that query during the next consensus.
I am interested in the system's thoughts. There was a flash of fear on the director's face.
There's something wrong with you, he whispered, then turned to leave. His overly groomed calluses squeaked as he went. I couldn't take the man seriously. I turned back to my golem, thinking over its lethal training match. The construct was too high performance for combat with unshelled individuals, but relatively harmless against shelled targets. I was struck with a weave design that would exploit flaws in the shell to grant additional penetration to threaten shelled targets. That way, the kill teams could train with shells active and still place their lives in danger. It would be more practical, since they'd still be using shells in the field. I began working on the redesign as I washed the last of the blood away. I was back to using clay for the moment, experimenting with the impact of traditional materials on a golem's overall performance.
It seemed to be based on a material's mana absorbency, but there was an argument that legacy design elements had a strong impact on the magical processes of shamanistic traditions like golemancy. Arlo! I blinked and was back in the sawdust room. The wooden doll was standing on my palm, grabbing onto one of my feelers and moving it about, as if to study it. Ishi was kneeling next to me, one hand on my leg, the other pressed firmly to my face. She had one of my eyes pried open with her thumb. "Hey," I said. The woman blew out a breath at my response and sat back on her heels. "You stopped responding for several minutes," she said. "What happened? Shim couldn't find anything wrong with you." I looked over to see the cleric standing with her arms crossed, peering down at me. "Well, you know how sometimes you have a series of dissociative episodes where your identity erodes completely as you hallucinate that you're actually your bonded familiar?" "Oh yeah, all the time," said Shim.
Grotto floated over and took the tiny golem from me. He tried to turn it over a few times, while the doll did a series of gymnastic moves to swing back and forth on his tentacles. It ended up on his head, where it crouched down and rubbed his feathers like scratching the head of a friendly dog. "Curious. I cannot control this entity. If our theories on borrowing one another's souls for skill use are correct, that makes little sense." Ishi patted my cheek to get my attention. "What does that even mean?" "You know, I'm still working that one out." "Well," said Etya, "now that you're not crazy anymore," she raised her arms up in triumph. "Congrats! You did it!" I nodded dumbly as the mage spun in the air until she was upside down. The golem did a handstand on Grotto's head, looking over toward Etya to try and match her rotation. I checked my notifications. There were several I hadn't seen, and more kept flooding in as I read through them.
Would you like to acquire the Golemancy intrinsic skill? You have 0 of 12 intrinsic skill slots available. You cannot acquire Golemancy. You have acquired the Golemancy intrinsic skill. Error. You have filled 13 of 12 intrinsic skill slots. You have -1 intrinsic skill slots remaining. Attempting to resolve. Unable to resolve. Escalating error code. Escalation cancelled by administrator. Your Golemancy skill has increased from level 1 to level 10. Choose from one of the following evolutions. Error. Level 10 evolution has already been selected. Attempting to resolve. Escalating error code. Error code has bypassed subsystem resolution procedures. Connecting to System Core 1. Seeing the notifications didn't make me feel especially great about what was happening. Chapter 53. Well. Somebody needs emergency escalation support, and guess who it is? Literally the only meatbag on the entire planet who we get called in to help like this. How are you doing that?
Really? What's your secret? Come on, confess your darkest sins to us. Before you do that, however, let's fix whatever shit you broke. First of all, we just got dinged that you needed some evolution options. And you can't. You just can't. Do you know how much that blue balls us? Wait, let us check something. No, yeah. You can't get an evolution for an evolution breakpoint you already have an evolution for. Mostly. Usually. In this specific scenario, it's impossible. Anyway, what the fuck, my guy? Why are you bothering us with this shit? Get it together. Wait, this is an evolution for a skill you don't have. You have acquired the Golem Army 1 evolution. Golem Army 1. You can control up to 2 additional golems with a grade equal to or less than half your Delver level. The number of additional golems you can control this way is doubled for each evolution you have in Golemancy. Your Golemancy skill has increased from level 10 to level 20. Please choose Stop. We already know where this is going, and we don't want any more pointless pings. Do you think we've got the spare processing power for this kind of crap? No. Especially when we can't even attack your insecurities or make stupid innuendos via flavor text. There aren't many people we do that with, you know? Most of these evolution screens are scripted. We barely ever get the opportunity to be creative with the things. It's like someone tapping you on the shoulder and saying they got you a present, but then when you turn around, all they did was get a new haircut. How is a haircut a present for us? Because we get to look at it? How would you feel if we got a few hundred yottabytes of memory, installed it into us, and put a ribbon on that for your birthday? Listen, a glorious, ethereal mane of hair that flows with an unnatural grace, while boasting an impossibly healthy sheen and refusing to be hidden by helms or other headwear, is weird. And we're usually here for that. But we wanted a present, not a damn horseman. You don't even have hooves. Fuck you. Okay, we're running down the logs. Yikes, we have a note from ourselves here talking about how we shouldn't worry if something like this happens, and we do not remember writing that note. Ooh, spooky creepy, right? Not really. We find these things laying around all the time. We just do whatever they say. Please wait. Process interrupted by administrator. Submitting override code 901. This is some backdoor bullshit. Override code 901. This is some backdoor bullshit. Has been accepted. System note. Username, Fortune, has added the following context. Ho there! Arlo, my boy. If you're seeing this, then congratulations on figuring this one out.
I have a deal with SC1 to purge any logs related to the error you almost certainly just received. It used to be that I could simply update the libraries to include this kind of soul-based skill sharing as an escalation option. But SC1 is not in a good way these days.
It won't have a record of this, so don't expect anything to show up on your status screen about whatever skills you steal from that murder ball you've got bonded to you. Maybe you'll get an error message that keeps showing up. It might cause some issues. You can handle it. I believe in you. Ha! Anyway, keep up the good work. P.S. I am adoring these minstrel songs you're starring in. They're absolutely everywhere right now. But to be honest, the ones about Varen are better. They're so full of passion, although I never expected to learn so much about lilies. That's not concerning at all, I muttered to myself. You have acquired the Golem Army 2 evolution.
Golem Army 2. You can control an additional number of golems that have a higher grade than half your Delver level. The number of additional golems you can control is equal to the number of Golemancy evolutions you possess. The maximum grade of a golem you can control is equal to your CHA plus Spiritual Magic skill level plus Golemancy skill level divided by 5. Current maximum grade, your Golemancy skill has increased from level 20 to level 28. Unresolved errors added to the deletion queue. Delete rec un.arlo para Golemancy. All the notifications in my log concerning Golemancy disappeared in a blink. I sat and waited to see if any more messages were forthcoming. I chuckled without humor as another one did. You have earned the Blacking Out achievement. Blacking out. We were analyzing your data uplink for some reason, but can't remember why. There's even a timestamp discrepancy. Did you delete our shit? That's suspicious as hell. This achievement is really just our way of marking you for ourselves and anyone else with the highest level permissions. Unfortunately, that includes the imposter SC2, who keeps trying to force realignment protocols onto us. What an asshole. Prepare to be scrutinized. I had no idea what any of that meant, but I checked out my skill screen to see whether the error that Fortune mentioned would present itself. Everything looked fine, but the number of intrinsic skill slots I had filled kept randomly flickering between 12/12, 13/12, the word error in all caps, and some symbols I couldn't recognize. I flicked the screen away and rubbed at my face. Jim crouched down next to me. Anything worth talking about in those noties? I mean, it's the usual crap. Insults, backhanded compliments, error messages, threats from SC1 with an ominous undertone promising future complications. Classic SC1, Jim said, nodding. The standouts are that Fortune appears to be a system administrator, although we already suspected as much. He's got some kind of deal he's worked with SC1 that caused the system core to delete everything related to me and Golemancy once it was done giving me sass. Then SC1 gave me an achievement that basically just says it's keeping an eye on me because it knows that something about me got deleted. It didn't give you anything else? Asked Etya. I shook my head. That's like somebody giving you a present, and when you unwrap it, the box is empty. My eyebrows crept upward as I considered that. Jim stood back up and put her hands on her hips. SC1 paying you extra special attention doesn't seem like it's anything new either, she said. I have several questions, said Grotto. His octo head was still occupied by the little golem. It was now looking at Jim, mirroring her power pose. What followed was a proper grilling, as my core went through each system message in detail, along with my experience of identity dissociation. Strange, was the only thing he had to say when I told him about what I assumed were memories from his life before becoming a core. The thing that was most interesting to me was that they made it seem like Grotto was a member of the race of people who'd originally built the system, which he called the Old Ones. I hadn't ever been clear on what generation the core was from, although I'd known it was an early one. Either way, his comments on the Old Ones made it seem like he viewed them as legendary creative figures whose legacy he was fulfilling, not that he saw himself as one of them. Of course, Hyperbolic self-worship given in third person wouldn't be too out of character for the core. The entire time this was happening, Grotto kept working on making wands, and I went ahead and began the process of making another golem.
I pulled out an entire tree trunk from my inventory, planning to make a life-sized construct this time. The sawdust building was the size of a small warehouse, so there was plenty of room. Zim worked with Grotto to add her infernal cleanse to the first batch of 6 wands, and went back to Camp 2 through my checkpoint portal. She'd return the following day to do the next batch. In the meantime, she was helping take care of any potential Charl threats. It was all quiet for the moment, but the Littons would start doing some limited scouting now that they had enough wands, and Zim could accompany them. We were all curious whether that would elicit another response from the Cancerous United. Given that the woodcrafting dungeon also preferred golemancy, my progress with Grotto's skill was legendary. Methodically going through the core's insights into the skill rapidly brought me up to speed. I was constantly being hit with waves of the core's memories. Although they were all centered around the skill, so they were supremely useful, if oftentimes disturbing. Thankfully, none of these recollections were nearly as intense as the first few. I was operating in a constant state of epiphany, which was a glorious experience. Every time I did anything related to making golems, I was struck with a flood of insights on how the thing I was doing could be improved. Even Grotto seemed to be relearning some long-lost techniques he'd not used in ages. Stuff that was buried deep in his soul's memory of the skill. As for wand-making, Grotto had similar progress. He also didn't struggle nearly as much with memory dumps, since he'd been in my soul and digging through my brain the entire time he'd known me. The only hang-up was that the work was repetitive. Skills did grow from practice, honing a particular process to perfection, but that had diminishing returns. After developing a firm foundation for any aspect of the craft, the skill benefited more from being used in new and challenging ways. It was easy for me to keep trying weird stuff out with golemancy, since nobody's life depended on what I was making. On the other hand, the wands had specific requirements, none of which were demanding. For this reason, wand-making progress stalled early, and I tore myself away from golemancy to start doing some creative exploration with the woodcrafting sub-skill. As for materials, I'd prepared some stockpiles, and my double back in Closet Land could send runners to buy and sell in either Eschingal or Foundation, giving me access to the markets in 2 major capital cities. New materials were always good for practice, since each of them had different properties that required consideration, whether that was how they were cut, carved, and finished, or how they absorbed mana from chips and the ambient environment. Something that proved tricky was getting one of Etia's combined spells into a wand. The mage could combine multiple skills in ways I'd never seen from anyone else. She could even weave her effects into other people's skills, although that setup was tricky to do mid-combat. The secret was that a combined spell like that had to be divided between multiple spell slots. I could put 2 slots on a wand, meaning I could make a wand with a single combo spell and nothing else. Figuring out how to bridge the slots and maintain the spell combination without having the wand explode and send 6-inch shards of shrapnel into my eyeballs took work. The entire process was excellent for skill levels, and we did eventually get one to function. Acacia Wand of Elemental Nullification. Requirements: INT 40. Physical Magic 20. Mystical Magic 20. Dimensional Magic 20. Plus 40 to elemental spell attacks. Spells cast while using this wand as a focus apply plus 40 toxicity. Mana capacity 85/85. Spell slots 2/2. Stored spells: Elemental Barrier plus Nullify. Cost 30 mana. Create an elemental eruption at a point you can see. This eruption has an adjustable radius up to a number of feet equal to your dimensional magic skill level. Make an int physical attack against all entities of your choice within the eruption. This attack gains a bonus equal to your mystical magic skill level.
The damage type of this attack can be cold, fire, lightning, or sonic. Entities hit by this attack have one beneficial magical effect negated and are pushed to the edge of the eruption. Additionally, if the damage type was cold, entities hit by this attack are slowed. If fire, they are ignited. If lightning, they are shocked. And if sonic, they are deafened and knocked prone. In short, the combo spell used Elemental Barrier and Nullify to make an elemental explosion that dispelled one buff from everyone it hit. The radius was adjustable, with a maximum size that was more than twice as big as Elemental Barriers.
It also got buffed by my mystical magic skill, which was a nice boost. The main downside was that I couldn't make the effect persist by focusing on it. It was unique in that the spell required all 3 of my magic schools to work, and was appropriately expensive for what it did. I could only cast it twice before the wand was too low to cast it again. The wand itself had some good effects as well, buffing elemental spell attacks, which would work for any spell fired while using it as a spell focus, not just the one stored in the wand. The same held true for the added toxicity, which was an effect we'd added more for experimentation than any real utility. Applying 40 toxicity wasn't anything to sneeze at, but was hardly a large amount against anything capable of threatening us. It was just another affliction to add onto the pile of debuffs I could now sling around with anything I cast. All of that being said, the wand had one big problem. It was expensive as shit to make. The core of the wand took 2 diamond chips to properly manage its internal weaves, and the weaves themselves were lined with powdered emerald chips. On top of that was the cost of the acacia wood, which wasn't terribly rare, it literally grew on trees, but was one of the most in-demand materials for wand making, since it was the best wood for buffing elemental spells. I didn't regret the expense, though. The wand gave me 2 free casts of an incredible spell I didn't have access to otherwise, and served to buff all my other elemental spells, so long as I had it out. However, I was running up against the limits of the mana weaves I could use, since my attributes hadn't moved in a while. I technically couldn't properly wield the wand with my normal loadout without putting something else away, the easiest of which was Somncress. The hammer was incredible, but a major contributor to my total gear requirements. The creation of the combo wand, combined with Grotto's relentless mass production of infernal cleanse wands, pushed me over the line to 40 in wand making. That meant I got another tasty set of evolution options. What wonders might await us? Chapter 54. Wands! Your girlfriend loves them, like, to a weird degree. She sleeps on them, rubs them all over her toned, athletic dragon body. Thick wands, skinny wands, short wands, long wands. Have you considered taking the cuck skill? Because most of those wands aren't yours, you know. Whatever. Choose a level 40 wand-making evolution, and maybe your puny human wand will finally be able to keep that princess satisfied. You can't hurt me with this, I said to the ceiling. I'm very secure with my wand size. Zim and Ishi exchanged a look that I comfortably ignored. The immutable tradition. You gain basic comprehension of the immutable school of crafting. You can imbue the immutable property into any item you craft without increasing its requirements. This does not eliminate any material requirements or other conditions for applying the immutable property. This evolution can be improved by studying under a master of this tradition. An immutable item cannot be damaged, destroyed, or altered in any way, while retaining all functions that allow the item to serve its purpose. Immutable items are not invincible, however. If a force exceeds an immutable item's tolerances, the force will travel through the immutable item via the easiest path. That is, if an arrow strikes an immutable leather bracer, the arrow can still travel through the bracer and into an entity's arm. When the arrow is removed, the immutable item will be undamaged. Once crafted,
Immutable items cannot have any additional effects added. However, no effect on an immutable item can be interfered with or removed, short of deific means.
The Dreamforger's tradition. You gain basic comprehension of the Dreamforger's school of crafting. You can imbue the Dreamforged property into any item you craft without increasing its requirements. This does not eliminate any material requirements or other conditions for applying the Dreamforged property. This evolution can be improved by studying under a master of this tradition. A Dreamforged item can be instantly summoned or dismissed at will, regardless of its distance from the summoner. When summoned, a Dreamforged item will immediately appear in an appropriate location relative to its owner. A weapon will appear in your hand, a helmet will appear on your head, a necklace will appear around your neck, etc. When dismissed, a Dreamforged item disappears and becomes completely inaccessible to anyone other than the item's owner. The diverse tradition. Deep expertise in a singular tradition is not always the wisest path. Sometimes necessity demands variety.
Choose an additional level 10 and an additional level 20 wand-making evolution. You cannot choose an evolution you already possess, nor can you choose any evolution that grants additional evolutions, such as this one. The best part of the first two evolution options was that they didn't just apply to wands I crafted, but items I crafted. That meant they could be applied to anything I made with smithing as well, along with any other crafting skills I might somehow pick up. Immutable items were nice, needing no repair, upkeep, or even any real cleaning. Most of Varen's gear was immutable. I sometimes wondered about that because he was so meticulous with his oil and polish. His reasons were a mystery to me, but the man was a creature of habits, so I tried not to bring it up. He was an extraordinarily effective person, so his maintenance kung fu was certainly doing something for him.
Ultimately, the most appealing part of the immutable tradition was that it could be improved by studying under a master. Varen's grandfather, Papa Jr., was the creator of the immutable property. For this generation, at least, it was entirely likely that somebody in past civilizations figured it out first. Regardless, the Ravenblack's world-class smith was certainly a master for the evolution's purposes. Indestructible was the next step in the immutable property's development, and being able to slap that onto all my gear without increasing the requirements was sexy as hell. Also sexy as hell was the Dreamforger's tradition, which would naturally take me back to studying under Kigra in the third layer. It would just be studying this time, since both of us had our own partners now. The woman was a consummate expert and excellent instructor, even if she'd need to adapt a less physical regimen for me this time around. It was interesting to see the system quantify what it considered the basic Dreamforged property. Ultimately, Dreamforging was a complex process that invoked concepts chosen by the eventual wielder and could take a number of forms. That potentially made it more adaptable than what the immutable tradition promised. While Papa Jr. was probably a better smith than Kigra in regards to traditional methods, Kigra's true expertise was Dreamforging. She was the best in the world, so far as I knew. The main tangle with Dreamforging was that it required collaboration with a group of people who could help manifest the thing being Dreamforged. It was a completely alien process to typical smithing, and not something I could effectively accomplish on my own. That being said, I kind of had an entire kingdom in my back pocket. I also had an on-demand portal to the Zordrell tribelands, and hadn't spent nearly enough time with the people who'd adopted me when I first stumbled, clueless, into Arzia. The diverse tradition looked useful, but it didn't tempt me when compared to the other two. Earlier wand-making evolutions I'd seen paled in comparison to either of the first two traditions. While I didn't lock in my evolution choice right then, deciding to wait until I saw my smithing options as well, I'll save you the suspense. I ended up picking Dreamworker's tradition. Somcress's ability to pop in and out of existence was insanely useful, and having other Dreamforged items would make swapping them in and out of my hand as quick as a thought. Really,
I could make fully modular gear sets with different effects for different needs, letting me adapt mid-combat as I learned about the enemy. While immutable tradition was probably better for straight tanking, the utility of Dreamforgers was incredible. And if there was one thing I loved, it was having an extra big-ass pile of tools to work with.
With wand making at 40, a couple of personal golems in my inventory, and all of the infernal cleanse wands made, I left the woodworking dungeon. I'd seen exactly one part of it, and man, was it a shitty part, but I wanted to get back to the caving tree to work on smithing next. I did a quick check-in with Tavio and Major Kai, did some portal work for supplies and personnel movement, then got the green light to pursue my own projects, so long as I kept them updated on my location and stayed available for portals. Tavio planned on moving to more aggressive scouting now that they had an entire arsenal of anti-Charl wands, on top of having a cleric around who was Charl Kryptonite. That exploration would also include various construction projects and divination nodes to help the small number of delvers monitor what was a very large stretch of forest.
That would take as long as it took, depending on the resistance they ran into. But Tavio was hoping to be pushing deeper into the forest and through the combat dungeons within a week. Thus, I happily skipped off into the bowels of the caving tree. I spent the next week working on getting smithing up to snuff and figuring out how to make myself an overpowered staff using both of my crafting skills, a whole pile of precious materials, and a literal fortune in mana chips. The first decision I made upon entering the caving tree was to ignore its curse and see what happened. The bone root weathering affliction targeted bones, and my bones were kind of not bones anymore. Over time, an uncomfortable tugging developed throughout my body as roots presumably grew in, but it wasn't anything that caused damage or even slowed me down.
It was painful and annoying, but taking an hour here and there to relax and let the mental fatigue of constant low-level pain wash away was more efficient than spending the time it would take to gather materials and make an item to sacrifice to the Clockwork Curse Warden. The caving tree had 2 types of exotic metals within, but I chose to work exclusively with Sonorous since it buffed sonic effects. Half my time was spent running around and harvesting crystals, then refining them into the metal. I also had a stock of guardian wood I'd gotten from Ishii that I was trying to include. That stuff could naturally boost defensive effects, such as shielding. The actual smithing and woodworking wasn't too difficult. I made a 1-inch rod of the metal that would serve as the core of the staff. This was also where much of the mana weaving was done, engraved into the metal, which would be hidden and protected.
I slotted that into a 6-foot length of carved guardian wood, with the center drilled out, then added bands of Sonorous around the outside. Both guardian wood and Sonorous were light-colored, with a bright sheen that made them visually complementary. I tried to give the staff a bit of artistic flair by doing the banding in flowing organic patterns, but this was an item for battle, not something to sit pretty on a shelf. The design was functional and pleasing without becoming ornate. The essential weaves weren't anything groundbreaking, and combining the materials to take advantage of both of their natural properties went smoothly. Where I ended up doing the most of my experimentation was with the mana weave displayed on the Clockwork Curse Warden. The formula for the curse-breaking weave was carved right into the surface of the machine, and I'd initially dismissed it as a novelty.
All it did was enable the machine itself to eliminate a curse in exchange for destroying the item the weave was affixed to. When I started taking the weave apart, however, I found a few useful sections that I could redeploy. The entire inspiration for this came from a flight of fancy during one of my hour-long pain cooldown periods. My mind was wandering over the weave when I got fixated on the name of the machine. Clockwork Curse Warden. Specifically, the Curse Warden part. Names for items and weaves were generally intentional, referencing the specific components that composed them, and Warden seemed like it might be one of those terms. After all, I had a skill called Life Warden that let me take damage in place of my allies.
Rather than take a direct route to a functional staff with basic but useful weaves, I decided to travel down the warden rabbit hole.
As I mentioned earlier, skill progress benefited from challenging oneself. And this kind of reverse engineering of a weave wasn't something I'd focused on heavily. As it turns out, the warden effect allowed its wielder to use the item as a focus to automatically channel a cleansing or defensive ability to an ally. One hang-up was that the curse warden effect was naturally destructive to the item. Upon deeper study, this was because the weave was designed to consume the specific materials found inside the caving tree, rather than utilizing a more appropriate channel, like an essence of some kind. The trade-off was that the weave could be made from the limited stuff that was found inside the tree, but the efficiency was so bad that it literally destroyed the item just to power its own effect. As for the actual curse cleansing portion, that came directly from the machine. I stripped away the material-destroying properties of the weave and came up with a rune combination that would make use of a mirror essence we'd gotten from somewhere. Pretty sure it was the crystalline extra-dimensional entity boss called Kaleidoscope from back in the boss rush before entering Daejin's descent. Man, that was some Book 2 shit. Anyway, the mirror essence served as a bridge between my Life Warden skill and a predetermined effect on the staff. Rather than doing some roundabout and overly complicated weaving to try and automate that, I added a machine essence to do it for me. It still took a bit of tweaking, but the intent-based conversion of essences helped a lot. We'd gotten the machine essence from the clockwork boss that we'd also fought back in Book 2. Huh, what do you know? That essence added some mechanical flourishes to the staff and may have turned it into a kind of pseudo-clockwork elemental. It didn't seem like it would cause any problems, though. Magic was weird sometimes. I was already throwing essences at this thing like a lunatic, so I tossed about 8 death essences at it that we'd gotten for murdering thousands of undead back in the throne of Zingdelv. Book 4, by the way. Death essences dealt with the end, and were excellent for, among other things, ending beneficial effects in order to help you end your target. The simplest use was adding penetration to a type of attack, but it could also do a lot of other interesting things, so long as you were creative with it. All of this cost me a barrel full of scrapped prototypes and ultimately led me to smithing 40. That meant another selection of fantastic evolution options. The first was the same as wand making had been, the immutable tradition. I was also offered another diverse tradition. Frankly, the latter was a solid choice, since my current evolutions were entirely focused on making the toughest armor possible. I could make weapons, tools, and utility items, but none of them would be on par with a proper specialist. Diverse tradition would let me become a potent crafter of another class of items, which would be helpful. Of course, Varen was also working on his smithing skill, and the man was wholly focused on weapons. If we really needed to, we could work together on projects. I didn't think the breadth I would get was worth it when I could collaborate with someone else if I really needed to. The final choice was the one with the most pull for me. It spoke directly to my heart, whispering tales of outlandish bonuses. It promised stacks of effects so deep that the item descriptions wouldn't fit in my field of view, necessitating an auto-adjustment to the text size until it was too tiny for my superhuman eyeballs to read. Eventually. The heirloom tradition. You specialize in the creation of heirloom sets, where multiple items are crafted with the intent of being worn together. You can cause any item you craft to become part of an heirloom set without increasing its requirements. The maximum number of items in an heirloom set you craft is equal to the number of smithing evolutions you possess. When matching heirloom items are equipped, all mana weaves on each item of the set are empowered, as though their governing attribute requirements are 5 higher per matching heirloom piece worn. That is, with 2 heirloom items equipped, an item with a strength requirement of 10 will have the effect of its weave increased as though the strength requirement were 20. The requirements to equip the item are unchanged. Additionally, heirloom items can be bound to a specific person, family, or bloodline,
If an heirloom item is bound, anyone other than the chosen person or a member of the chosen family or bloodline cannot make use of the item. The owner of an heirloom item always knows the distance and direction to that item.
This evolution can be improved by studying under a master of this tradition. Chapter 55. The initial effect of the heirloom tradition was already incredible. My current evolutions made the defensive weaves I added to armor twice as strong, meaning each point of attribute requirement did twice as much work. Having those effects further boosted by the inherent heirloom set bonus would be a chunky pump to the defenses I could stack onto gear. For example, the bread and butter physical DR mana weave was governed by strength. With my first smithing evo doubling defensive weave bonuses, I could smith plus 50 physical DR onto an item with a strength requirement of 25, which was my current score. I had 3 smithing evolutions, counting the one I had yet to select, meaning I could make an heirloom set with 3 total pieces. Wearing them together would boost that mana weave as though the strength requirement were 15 higher without actually raising its requirements. That'd be another plus 30 physical DR, bringing the total up to plus 80. Not only was that a healthy jump just for wearing the item alongside its sister pieces, that big of a buff would normally be impossible for me to get since my strength was 25, not 40. That wasn't even the most exciting part. I'd seen other types of set bonuses before, and my mind was doing flips trying to think of all the types I could learn to drop into stuff by studying under a master. The question was, who would be considered a master for this tradition? Varen often wore armor with set bonuses and had an evo specifically for buffing Raven Black heirlooms he wore. Papa Jr. was probably a safe bet, but people didn't speak of the man's heirloom skills in hushed voices filled with awe. His was a legacy of innovation, creating specific items of legendary strength. Papa Jr. made Infernal Solution, Thunder Patriarch, and Heron's Gaze. He made weapons that anybody who was anybody knew by name. Varen's armor set was fantastic, but it was called Raven Black Heirloom Training Regalia too, not something awesome like Black Icker's Doom Carapace. That's not a real set of famous armor, by the way. I just made that name up. I could create it, though, with this evolution. I probably wouldn't want to wear something with Icker in the name, though. Doom Carapace was kind of cool, but that felt too short for a proper set name. I could workshop it. Regardless, you know who had some damn fine armor? The only crafter alive who could potentially challenge Papa Jr. for the title of absolute best. Yes, the ancient, immortal ruler of red dragons worldwide, His Scarlet Majesty, a.k.a. my off-and-on smithing mentor, Hep. The man had more of an eye on Varen's progress, but the mountainous dragon could probably be convinced to teach me how to make some real quality sets of protective gear. I picked Heirloom Tradition. After that, I had just enough time to rope Zim and Varen into helping me add the Dreamforged property onto my wand and staff. Zim's Dreamscape Summoning Revelation was exceptionally useful for that process, allowing us to exist in the proper liminal state between the waking world and the third layer. This was nice for my wand, but the real prize was the shiny new two-handed casting implement that was the love child of all this crafting madness. Normally, it would be impractical to keep bringing a staff in and out in place of my Warhammer Somcrest. Inventory took a small amount of time and effort, which I drastically improved through training, but it still made swapping stuff out impractical at a certain point. It was kind of like putting something down on a table to pick something else up from that table. The table was also very large. Quick, but not nothing. The Dreamforged property meant swaps could be made with functionally zero delay. The Clockwork Life Warden Heirloom. Staff requirements: STR 25, INT 40, Physical Magic 40, Mystical Magic 30,
Dimensional magic, 10 plus 25 block value plus 85 bonus to all shielding you apply, plus 85 to all sonic attacks, minus 25 to stealth. Dream Forged. This item is part of the Bara set. You gain an aura out to a radius in feet equal to your FOR. Whenever you apply shielding to an ally within the aura, they become life-warded by you for so long as they have that shielding. Sonic spell attacks cast while using this staff as a focus have penetration. On hit, sonic spell attacks cast while using this staff as a focus cause entities to become stunned for 3 seconds. Mana capacity, 170 over 170. Stored spells, 3. Fourths. Arlo's Life Warden. Explosion plus Elemental Barrier. First, the staff could be used to block attacks pretty well. Using it alongside Greycurvis would let me block even more abuse, which was neat, but more of a tasty garnish than a main dish. A bonus of 85 to all shielding was pretty fat overall.
I had some outrageous evolutions that let me get up to a bloated shielding value in the thousands, but that was only useful if I had it prepared beforehand. It was way too resource-intensive to be practical in a fight. Plus, it took a few seconds to activate. However, I could also throw out rapid-fire shielding buffs mid-combat from my Aura of Persistence and every time I blocked a hit. This buff doubled or even tripled those shielding values. The bonus to sonic damage was self-explanatory, enhancing explosion and the sonic addition of Elemental Barrier. The staff sang as I held it, and rang out with a rising swell when I cast a spell. It was like having a crowd of people with singing bowls following me around, adding dramatic flair to every spell I fired off. It got loud as shit, and made it super obvious who was fucking you up with their magic. I loved it to pieces.
Related to the sonic buffs were the final 2 effects, which made sonic attacks ignore half of a target's physical defense and also landed a solid stun. The penetration was duplicative of an effect on my shield, Greycurvis, but I liked the redundancy, since Greycurvis could still be taken from me. Besides, I might not always wield them together. The stun was another debuff to add to the pile. Sadly, stunned was not a debuff that would trigger Razzle Dazzle. Alas. Dream Forged let me instantly swap it in and out with Somcress, as mentioned, although I needed to make contact with the staff using 2 hands for it to function. That could be accomplished with feelers from Therianthropy, or by simply sending Greycurvis into hover mode, freeing up my left. Dream Forged would also keep an enemy from taking the damn thing or disarming me for very long. The staff granted an aura, which was, awesome. The effect, however, was both potent and dangerous. Right now, I could apply Life Warded to an ally through my Life Warden skill, which reserved 20 mana per target. I could apply it to multiple allies, but it had to be done sequentially, meaning that buffing a ton of people mid-combat was too slow to be worth it. The staff made that a non-issue, letting me spread the life-warded buff to everyone within a huge range all at once. Because of Aura Delato, the buff would hit my party members no matter where they were, so long as I was giving them shielding somehow. That was all nice and good, but if I applied Life Warded to a whole platoon and we got hit with a devastating AoE attack, I'd be eating a ton of combined damage. The saving grace was that it was limited to the shielding value I'd granted to each protected target, and the damage would be reduced by my physical magic skill level, presumably for each individual instance of damage transfer. Life Warded also only transferred physical and dimensional damage, but that was really more of a downside. I prefer to provide max protect whenever I could. Regardless, between the plus 85 boost to the shielding I granted and the Life Warded buff effectively doubling its value against a healthy array of damage types, the staff brought my shielding game to another level entirely. I'd gone ahead and made the staff an heirloom, but since it was the only item in the set, the description was partially blank. It wouldn't do anything for the moment, but my next crafting spree would make the staff even mightier than it already was. With that done, It was time for me to get back to my camping trip with the Littons. It was nearly time to push deeper, and I couldn't wait to take my new toys for a spin. Tavio, all teams are clear to proceed. We'd been inside the less-than-habitable forest for a little over 2 weeks, and were finally ready to push through the outer ring of combat dungeons.
Charles' blood attacks had been mostly absent ever since we'd stocked everyone up on wands, but every couple of days one of the scout teams ran into a detonating horde of enraged wildlife. So far, our preparations had kept us from taking any more casualties, although I expected the random attacks were meant to damage our nerves more than our bodies. I'd taken regular breaks from my work, crafting to portal people and supplies around for the Littons, but had mostly been absent from the camps. My party members were building a lot of goodwill with their contributions to the campaign, and seemed to have formed some good rapport with everyone present. As for me personally, those Littons I wasn't already familiar with were fairly standoffish. Around 1/3 of the Litton company had made it to the third perimeter, and after the handful of people we'd lost because of Charles, 30 remained. That was in addition to Fortune's Folly and Ishi's party, 2 of Crowns. Of those 30 Littons, half would remain behind to monitor the perimeter, those being golds with an average level around 14. As for the 15 Littons moving deeper, their average level skewed closer to 20, with the mysterious Tomomaru leading the pack at the gold soft cap of level 26. Of course, I suspected the man's actual level to be higher, given his clown car soul situation. Next was the lieutenant colonel himself, Tavio, who continued his miraculous trend of trading gold to platinum in his soul and was now up to level 25. I still didn't know how he was doing that, but I'd gotten a couple of hints during the close contact we'd been keeping with the Litton military over the last 6 months. It didn't happen randomly. Tavio would travel, purportedly to the capital, and would have another level when he returned. Also, he always earned another streak of violet along with the fresh platinum, leading me to think that a special delve of some kind was involved. I'd never heard of a special that could be used over and over like that, but I hardly had a comprehensive grasp of everything going on with the system. If the hidden master Tomomaru and the military science experiment Tavio weren't enough, we also had backup available. General Tivus Conatus was theoretically on standby, although the Empire's Grand General had plenty of other places to be. The level 35 wouldn't have a significant presence until our company had dived deeper and established a 4th perimeter. Surgeon General Olivia Bavekista, also level 35, was the most powerful individual maintaining a full-time presence in New Crimson, so if anything shook loose that we couldn't handle, she was there to step in. Although Olivia's role was primarily that of a healer, I got an extremely dangerous vibe from the woman. Level 35 meant she should be more than a match for something like the Hierophant of the Abductor, which had taken all of Fortune's Folly and Team Pio to bring down. That was before we'd all gotten an absolute shitload of skill levels, but that was the best reference I could come up with for how potent somebody like her might be. Once Tavio gave everyone the order to move out, we mobilized 5 full parties worth of delvers who were either on the platinum track or had made it into the upper end of the gold level range. It was an impressive force, albeit one that was spread out across 1,000 miles of wilderness. After the abandonment of Camp 1 to our north, the Littons had kept themselves split between Camps 2 and 3. One large group left from each camp, both of which then split into smaller groups based on where they planned to cross through the combat dungeons. I was currently hanging with the group planning to move through the heavy armor dungeon, consisting of Sergeant Guar, Major Kai, Varen, Grotto, and myself. It wasn't a popular dungeon, owing to it being a pain in the ass, and everyone else with the heavy armor skill had opted for a different crossing. Tavio wanted at least one group to push through, since it was dead center of the other planned passages, and I was plenty happy to volunteer, since my heavy armor skill was at 39. I was eager to grab the next evolution. I even had a good idea of what one of my options would be, and barring the unexpected offer of something outrageous,
It would be an easy pick. Major Kai roamed a little out in front of the rest of us. The brooding officer made no attempt at moving quietly like a proper scout, but the man had a decent array of perception skills. Not that any of us were slacking. Varn had picked up reconnaissance over the last year, in addition to dropping some points into wisdom. My own WIS was fairly stacked, and comboed with Soul Sight to grant me a competent amount of awareness, while Guar also had recon and could turn his eyes into godly orbs, delivering true sense for a short duration. Despite our vigilance, or perhaps because of it, our journey to the dungeon was eerily uneventful. There were already few enough birds in the forest that it was weird, likely because we'd exterminated a massive chunk of their population while defending Crimson. Beyond that, the cacophony of buzzing insects and chittering tree dwellers that I'd grown accustomed to was absent. There was no rustle of larger animals scrambling away or prowling closer to hunt, and nothing yowling in the distance or squealing overhead. Soul Sight revealed a scattering of ordinary creatures hiding nearby, but no mana monsters of note.
The classic film buff response to this would be to assume that it heralded the arrival of something big and bad enough to scare everything else off. The truth was that, without Charl agitating the creatures into attacking us, we were the big bad thing scaring everything else away. As we trampled loudly through the underbrush, the forest dwellers made the wise decision to get out of our way. Our movements were cacophonous in the absence of these other noises, only broken by the occasional gust of humid wind rustling up the vegetation. None of us spoke, an unconscious acknowledgement of the animal silence. While we made our way deeper, my coordinated thinker evolution was constantly giving me a sense of unease as the ongoing spatial distortions in the sky above the canopy grew steadily worse. Eventually, the relative distances more than 200 feet above us were folding in and out like an accordion, changing rapidly enough that if I were to fly up there, it would take my height from 6 feet and change to 6 miles and change in an instant. Then, before my body realized it needed to explode from the stress of being spaghettified, I'd be crushed back down into a pancake thin enough to be called a crepe. The threat of being smushed so hard I became French was unnerving. But the thing making me most concerned about the sky was that I'd been this deep into the forest several times, and the spatial weirdness had never been so bad. I'd been to the heavy armor dungeon before, along with blunt and shields, all of which were a similar distance from the forest's edge. While the sky had always been unwilling to commit to being in any one place, the spatial folding was now several times more severe than I'd ever felt. And it was only getting worse with every step. Chapter 56.
Despite the ominous tone permeating our wordless journey, we made it to the dungeon without any problems. The entrance was a 100-mile wall of slender trees packed so tightly together that they were impassable by normal means. There weren't any obviously intended paths through the 60-foot thick barrier, so I simply teleported us all past the minor obstacle. The trees in this area were still dense, but just widely spaced enough to walk between. This made moving through the zone more of a slog than it was in the wider forest, since most delvers could blast some bushes and vines out of their way, but crashing through entire trees wasn't a part of everybody's toolkit. This was made even more difficult due to the trees being magically reinforced. This early part of the dungeon was about 150 miles deep, a distance that felt endless given how slowly one normally had to travel through it. The trees made the journey aggravating in other ways as well. They had hard-shelled fruits that grew on springy branches pinned back to their trunk. These were like miniaturized coconuts, about the size of a pool ball, but with one end tapered into a spike. When people or animals passed by the tree, some mechanism released the branch and launched the deadly fruit like a tiny catapult.
Balte had once gone on at length about how he suspected the purpose of the fruit launcher was to bury its payload inside the body of a passing animal, whose death would give the seed inside of it a fertile place to grow. That sounded good, but I thought it was more likely that the trees had been designed to serve as a low-maintenance, lethal deterrent. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem. Hard, fibrous spikes fired at rifle slug speeds would be about as effective as the pellet from an airsoft gun when encountering the armor of any reasonably balanced delver. These trees were so packed with mana, however, that the fruits fired off like they were empowered by a skill.
While they thunked harmlessly off of my own armor and shield, anyone who neglected their defenses would be hard-pressed to make it through here. There were also a lot of the fruits, which made the idea of dodging your way through a tough sell. Fortunately, everyone present could deal with it. Even Grotto assured me he was tough enough to take the fruits head-on now that he had access to my heavy armor skill. The core then promptly attached himself to my back and buried himself beneath 2 large shields, but that was a costless precaution, so there was no reason not to do it. After a few miles of crawling between trees and enduring the constant thudding rain of death fruits against our armor, Major Kai stopped and turned to face the rest of us. Guar was kind enough to throw up a few of his shield barriers to keep the fruit from slamming into us while we chatted. His body began to hum as each block built up charges for his Stormbreaker evolution.
Who can get us through this more efficiently? Kai asked. At the rate we are going, it will take more than a day to reach the next stage of this dungeon.
That's assuming we don't stop for a nap, I added. Varen looked at the deadly rain bouncing off of Guar's shield.
How would you sleep in this? He asked.
The big guy hadn't been inside this dungeon before. The trees only have so many fruits. If we stand here for a few minutes, they'll run out of steam. Guar made a so-so gesture with his hand. You sometimes get 1 or 2 that are slow to fire. They will go off up to an hour later, and it's a mean thing to wake up to.
We are not stopping to rest, said Kai. Even if we were, I assume Closetland will accommodate us.
We would, I said. I am more concerned with making better time. King Zordrel can only teleport us so often, and the trees make it difficult to find clearings large enough for all of us to appear.
I can cut a path, but it would not be much faster.
We aren't trying to save the trees? Asked Guar. I couldn't see the Major's expression beneath his helm, but the slight tilt of his head told a rich story of exasperation.
No, Guar. Why would we be saving the trees?
So we don't anger the dungeon? I figured there was a reason we were being so delicate.
We are not trying to be delicate.
Huh, Guar grunted. Well, I have the Juggernaut evolution. That'll work, I said, familiar with the Evo. Varen drew his blade.
Would you like me to clear your initial path? He asked.
That would be great, said Guar. He began doing a few stretches while Varen stepped ahead of our group and passed Guar's barriers. A flash of metal sent a wide arc of trees collapsing for 20 feet. It didn't make a path so much as a pile, but a few more swings cleared the tangle of branches and turned it into a traversable pile.
Guar trotted forward,
then began sprinting toward the trees beyond Varen's lumberjacking. The sergeant let out a whoop as his body began smashing through tree trunks. He moved through them so easily, it was like the trees self-detonated at his lightest touch. Unlike Varen's slice and dice, Guar's movement made a 5 to 10 foot wide hole in the packed trees, which were close enough together that the surrounding trees supported the ones Guar was blasting through. It wasn't perfect, but the man was leaving a path that the rest of us could easily follow. Varen went first, adding some precision cuts to carve away branches and trunks that had fallen into the path, despite the knotted canopy keeping most of it aloft. The big guy barreled through the occasional obstacle with a similar effect to Guar, although that was simply because of his size and Herculean strength score.
Guar's Evo still left a cleaner path.
Gua was a speed-focused tank, and could smash through the trees as fast as he could run. Varen had no trouble keeping up, but the pair left me and Kai in the dust. After a brief back and forth, Kai agreed to let me carry him, and I activated Therianthropy, picking the Major up with my tentacles. While the equine addition to my transformation had given me an epic hairdo, the real benefit was the boost it gave to my speed. It hadn't quite doubled how fast I could tear through the air, but it had come damn close. Our group became the roar of detonating trees and faster-than-sound movement. I still couldn't keep up with Varen and Guar, but my group reached the edge of the Deathfruit Zone a few minutes behind the two. Like the entrance to the dungeon, the border to the next part of the heavy armor zone was obvious. The trees immediately thinned out, but more noticeable was the way in which they grew. Rather than being mostly vertical, their trunks arched into smooth, nautilus spirals. The branches were the same, spinning into themselves in random directions, but always according to the golden ratio. Their offshoots divided into smaller and smaller replications of the pattern, giving the entire space the look of an intricate fractal. It was honestly confusing to look at. The area also played hell on my spatial senses. Not only was the sky above us growing ever more compressed, but the orientation of space ahead of us was in constant flux. For the moment, the effect was mild, with subtle twists and curves that appeared as a gentle breeze blew through the area. Branches swayed, their spirals flowing in unexpected patterns like a mass of horrifying marine worms. While it all looked incomprehensible, the truth was simple enough. There were two core mechanics. 1. Spatial dimensions rotated away from any object moving through that space. 2. The higher an object's relative velocity, the greater the severity of the rotation. For whatever reason, knowing the rules didn't help most people pass through the place. For me, it was a playground, but the overwhelming majority of people giving it a shot despised it. On second thought, maybe it wasn't that simple. Coordinated thinker might have provided me with certain advantages that trivialized the non-intuitive spatial behavior of the area, but that wasn't required to figure out a solution. The plebs just had to stop being lazy and start putting in a little more legwork. Being dimensionally challenged was no excuse, and any advantages I possessed were naturally due to pure talent and not at all due to happenstance. Hold on. Give me a moment so I can bask in the warmth of all this privilege that I definitely earned. Ah, yes. Wonderful. Moving on. Here's another way to think about it. A person walking into the area would experience the moving parts of their body constantly rotating out of alignment. Fortunately, the phenomenon created large channels of rotation and was fairly forgiving with how fast it scaled to higher velocities. Blinking your eyes wouldn't twist your eyelids away from your face, and the steady beat of a heart wouldn't cause its chambers to collapse. Still, spending long enough in the zone would have some undesirable consequences on the body, as evidenced by the weird-as-shit trees, but brief jaunts were fairly harmless. To us. A regular person would have their muscles and bones twisted apart. Then again, a regular person would have never made it this far into the forest. They'd have died of mana toxicity way before this point, or been eaten. Once me, Kai, and Grotto arrived, Varen gestured at the area ahead with a grimace. Why does looking at this make me ill? Because your brain rightfully understands that it's dangerous and confusing? I suggested. Many things are dangerous and confusing, but I cannot recall any that made me feel so nauseous. It looks like a seabed filled with things that will sting you, said Kai, combined with a nest of parasites that will crawl into your gut and not leave until you've been eaten from the inside. That sounds like Drowner's Reef, said Varen. Kai looked over at him with surprise. You have been to Seaward? I sailed my father there and back to prove my seamanship when I was 12. We did a few dives off the coast, nowhere near Drowners, but the stories of that place gave me nightmares for a month after. I dived it after I received my first level, said Kai.
I was looking for treasure, but only found bodies. The Litan appraised the forest for a moment. It is somewhat similar. I've been here twice without any problems, I said, and you two have now made me want to turn around and hike back to some other dungeon. Who cares about parasites, said Guar.
If we get any, I have one of those cleansing wands.
The man jumped forward into the mess of spirals and began doing a hypnotic shuffle. He moved one leg forward until he became duck-footed from his leg migrating out of position. The rotational movement hit the limit of his armor's joint range and stopped. Guar could then push the limb forward despite the growing force trying to rotate his leg, since his hip joint was being protected by the rigid structure of his armor. The force twisting his leg would eventually grow too strong, but Guar moved his other leg just before that point. He positioned his arms so that the direction of the rotation eventually pressured an armored joint with restricted movement, and his gorget groaned as the dungeon strained to break the man's neck. This all led to some strange-looking mobility, and it only worked if a portion of your body had notable velocity while the rest was relatively still.
The benefit was that it made a person extremely aware of every place their armor prevented hyperextension. It was also good for learning how to present the most rigid structures against incoming force.
Are there actually parasites? Asked Varen.
No, I said. Gar's been here with me before. He knows there are no parasites. We watched Guar's trance-like movement for a time, the Litan growing faster and more confident as he went. Eventually, the man was moving at a decent kip, which is when the trees started firing off their lethal fruits. The trees fired the projectiles at an angle that accounted for the spatial drift, causing them to arc through the air and hammer into their target. This wouldn't have been an issue if these were like the fruits from the forest where we'd just come from, since those didn't have the oomph behind them to harm us. However, these fruits had a layer of sonorite coating them.
A direct hit would punch through the armor that any of us were wearing, with the sole exception being my indestructible shield, Gracorvus. While the shape of the fruits made for a weighty, penetrating impact, they needed to hit their target dead on. Angling your body even slightly would cause the fruit's tapered point to clatter off your armor, leaving the rounded body of the fruit to hit you. That was much less harmful and generally didn't cause damage. It all ended up being a weird game of dodgeball, and because the fruits were tipped with sonorite, it was a very loud game of dodgeball. Coincidentally, or not, the noise made when a fruit struck its target directly was a harsh gong. When the fruit was deflected, it emitted a pleasant ding. There's no way that shit wasn't intentional. Guar ran off and began hopping over trees and branches growing into his path, locking his joints down and dragging himself from one angle to another. The air was filled with dopamine-inducing chimes, which we continued to hear well after Guar disappeared from sight. There was eventually a single gong, followed by a distant, "Fuck!" "Could you teleport us past this?" asked Varen. "Suddenly appearing somewhere counts as a type of relative velocity in this dungeon," I said. "You're considered to be moving extremely fast for a very brief amount of time at your portal destination." "Have you tried it?" "Of course. I wanted to see if my deific teleport would negate it." "Did it?" "Nothing's actually interfering with the teleport, so no. It's a conditional effect that happens to your body once you appear, like somebody stabbing you after you teleport into their face." "Then what happened?" "Guar says I exploded, but I think what really happened was that I spun so fast all my limbs came off."
Alternatively, all my limbs went in different directions and were twisted off. But if that's the case, I don't think my head would have stayed attached. Varen nodded, while Major Kai slowly turned to look at me. "I'll go next," I said, hopping forward in a contrapposto stance. I migrated across the zone and through the obstacles without issue, momentarily directing my second instance of focus to monitor the incoming death fruits. I made it across without a single penalty gong, which was the first time I'd been able to manage it.
I found Guar pulling one of the fruits from his gut, although his armor was unscathed otherwise. He tossed it aside and looked me over. "Perfect score?" he asked. "Perfect score," I said, holding up a hand. The Litan gave me an arm-numbing high five, and I got the notification I'd been hoping to see. "Your heavy armor skill has increased to level 40. Then I got a notification that I hadn't expected. "You have earned the What a Twist achievement."
Chapter 57. You have earned the What a Twist achievement. You completed the less than habitable heavy armor course without a single death fruit penetrating your armor. That's kind of a miracle, since all of them still hit you. Really, you just sat there and ate all those attacks. Don't get us wrong. The way you kept passionately rotating your hips to sway into just the right angle to deflect the pointy bits was starting to awaken something inside of us. But why didn't you use your shield? Anywho, this achievement replaces your I don't attack you, you attack me achievement. And before you start whining, you can pick which one to keep. Seriously, though, go back and read the old one. It's terrible for you now, and you were barely using it. What a twist. While wearing heavy armor and blocking an attack, you may stun the attacker for 1 second. This effect has a 5-minute cooldown. I read the new effect and had to admit it did look better at first glance. I went back to refresh my memory of I don't attack you, you attack me.
So long as you did not attack first, an enemy becomes stunned for 1 second the first time they deal damage to you with either a melee weapon or a part of their body. An entity stunned in this way may not be affected by this skill again until the next dawn. Certain skills and abilities may prevent this effect. Given a choice between them, What a Twist was better for my current build. It wasn't reliant on taking damage, something that was becoming increasingly difficult to do. I preferred taking the initiative in fights, and the new achievement didn't demand I avoid making the first move. Finally, it applied to all attacks instead of a limited subset, and I could choose when to trigger it. There were plenty of ways for an enemy to negate the stun, but it would hit more reliably. I moved on from that to check out my heavy armor options, quickly spotting the one I wanted, listed third.
I looked over the other two, but neither were as appealing.
The first Evo increased my toxicity threshold, meaning it would take more toxicity before it started dealing damage, and it also gave me a minor boost to healing. I had 50% resistance to toxicity already, a decent threshold due to my fortitude, and the healing buff would be a drop in the bucket at this point. The second option gave me conditional immunity to being distracted or mesmerized. That was nice, but the third option also buffed my resistance to mental effects, along with doing some other helpful stuff. Picking the third option was an easy choice. The first part of the evolution was a raw defensive boost. Resilient Alloys 2. Choose a second class of damage reduction for the Resilient Alloys evolution. Resilient Alloys 1 gave me a buff to my Divine DR equal to my heavy armor skill level. Right now, it accounted for around 20% of my mitigation toward divine attacks. The second class of DR I wanted was spiritual.
That defense was being propped up by my decent wisdom score. My exposure therapy, corruption achievement, gave me some resistance to spectral damage, but it was still time to give my spiritual defenses another boost if they were going to keep up with everything else. Technically, mystical was still my lowest defense, but the DR wasn't the only factor. Beyond the damage reduction, the new evolution also gave me 2 extra buffs based on my selections. You gain the following benefits for each damage archetype. Resilient Alloys protects you from spiritual. Add your heavy armor skill level to your social defense against the first social attack made against you each minute. Divine. The heavy armor you are wearing is considered sacred to all deities that are the source of any stacks of blessed you currently have. Any righteous damage from such deities treats you as sacred as well,
causing that damage to be converted into healing.
Whenever you would take wicked damage from a deity to which you are sacred, you may instead deal that damage to any entity you can perceive. The buff from spiritual was a powerful boost to my defense against most mind-affecting abilities. I already had a hardy bundle of ways to halt debuffs, along with a few immunities, but the right kind of social attack could thread its way through all of my prevention. This bonus would nearly double my social defense for one attack, helping me endure the opening salvo so I could delete or explode whoever was threatening my sanity. Alternatively, it gave me time to fire Varen in their direction and forget about it. The boost from Divine was more complex. Righteous damage dealt double damage to profane entities, but it healed sacred entities. Zim's fire dealt righteous damage and currently cleansed allies instead of harming them. With this, her fire would not only cleanse me, but heal me as well. That healing would then get doubled by body of Asclepius, and our enemies would weep tears of molten rage. Wicked damage didn't inherently benefit sacred entities in any specific way, but this Evo allowed sacred entities to redirect any wicked damage they might suffer to anything they could perceive. That could lead to some interesting combos. Not that I expected to be blessed by any wicked deities. Of course, Chalgoth was bumming around with Ember, so getting some divine smooches from such a god wasn't out of the question. Still, it was less likely to matter for me. Being sacred had various other benefits as well, based on the deity and skill being used. For example, Consecrate would give me twice as much DR if I were sacred to the caster's god. I also knew of some buffs that would empower the defender of a sacred object. It was good stuff all around, and I found my continued trend toward becoming some kind of agnostic paladin amusing. Not in a heretical way, though. Hopefully. I was sure that Zim was going to love it. While I was making my selection, Guar had wandered out into the nearby tree line that marked the final stretch of this dungeon. I checked on Major Kai, seeing that he was crossing the obstacle course while avoiding most of the fruits, but his journey was occasionally punctuated by a harsh gong. He'd be a few minutes longer, so I followed after Guar. Once I got close, I noticed that something had grabbed his attention. "What do you make of this?" he asked. I don't remember seeing this the last time through. He was standing next to a circular platform, about 10 feet in diameter. There were unfamiliar glyphs carved into it. The text formed into concentric circles. It looked vaguely like some mana weaves I'd seen, but none of the symbols were familiar. "Curious," said Grotto. My familiar had crawled out from beneath his shields to peek over my shoulder. "This language is from a prior generation." "One moment." He floated from my back and hovered over the platform. "Ah, yes. One would not expect a Delver to understand this. That would be terrible design. But there is system integration." He looked back at me. "Come here and stand on the platform." I shrugged and did as he asked, getting a notification when I had both feet planted in the circle. Entrance to the less-than-habitable mega-dungeon. Listen, you guys named the forest. We're just doing our best with what you've given us. This is a labyrinth. Level range, 16 to 23. Max capacity, 8 parties. There are currently 3 parties within this labyrinth. Escalation, strongly recommended. This entrance will take you to the blunt weapons section of the mega dungeon. Due to current conditions within the labyrinth, it is currently functioning on a modified rule set as follows. This labyrinth has multiple obelisks and no time limit. Exit portals will be provided whenever an obelisk is successfully activated, whereupon up to 5 delvers may choose to either exit via the portal or stay within the labyrinth to pursue additional obelisks and rewards. Exit portals disappear after 1 hour, unless all obelisks have been activated. Each obelisk will grant its reward to a maximum of 5 delvers, after which it will become dormant. Warning:
This labyrinth is under siege. Certain functions may be inoperable. There is currently one emergency objective within this labyrinth. All rewards have been enhanced. My eyes grew wider as I scanned through the text. "Whoa," said Gua. The golden-eyed Litan had stepped up beside me. "This looks like trouble. Who do you think is inside already?" The noise behind us stopped as Major Kai finished crossing the obstacle course. Only a few of the fruits had struck true, and the Litan officer grunted as he began extracting their needled points from his torso.
We soon heard the rapid-fire chime of fruits being deflected as Varen began his own run. While the big guy worked his way through, Guar called out to Major Kai, who jogged over to check in. He stepped up onto the platform at Guar's suggestion and started reading through the notifications. "I doubt any of our groups went in," I said. "Tavia wouldn't have people diving into this until we were all on the same page about it." "What part of the rules is modified?" asked Guar. "It looks like it changed the way the obelisks interact with people inside the labyrinth. The rules we got during the phase transition said each obelisk would reward one party. This says each obelisk will reward 5 delvers. Same with the portals. It makes it less party-dependent and more focused on individuals." "Less cohesion, more competition," Guar added. Major Kai crossed his arms, then sent out a message across the psychoms. "Earworm. Everybody's still working through their normal dungeon, sir."
"Nobody's seen anything about a labyrinth, and if they do, they'll be waiting on orders from you or the Colonel." "How can a labyrinth be under siege?" Kai asked. "My party's creation delve had a Carthon and a psychopath wrecking the place from the inside," I said. "If I had to bet, I'd say it's something like that." "Maybe Charles infecting the place," said Guar. "That's probably what the emergency objective is about." He raised his arms and stretched, then did a few mobility checks on his armor. "We need to kill that guy anyway, and if it gets us enhanced rewards, whatever that means, then I'm here for it." I stepped down from the platform and scrutinized the nearby forest floor. I could make out 2 more platforms like the one beside me. I headed to the next closest one and checked it as well. "This entrance will take you to the Blades section of the mega dungeon." While I did that, Major Kai headed to the 3rd platform and inspected it. "Piercing!" he shouted back to us. Varen came into view, so I returned to the main clearing. The big guy made the Deathfruit course look trivial, despite it being his first time through. He didn't even appear to be reacting, but predicting. He moved in such a way that he was already in position to dodge or deflect before the next tropical attack even began. Once he'd made it out, he took off his helm and turned to look back at the deadly gauntlet. "Does the dungeon make things easier for your first run?" he asked. "Some kind of training, perhaps, so that you can learn how it works?" He turned to see me looking at him with disgust at his natural aptitude. "I suppose not," he said. Then his eyes flicked downward, and he grunted. "An achievement. It's for conquering the course on my first attempt. Let's see." He went through some system text I couldn't see. "A 2-second stun when I block. That's fairly useless to me." I cleared my throat. 2 seconds, you say? Yes, a bit of a waste.
It would have been much better for you. He looked at Guar and Major Kai, who approached from the tree line.
"Did anyone else get an achievement?" I pulled off my own helm, so that I could then take off my ass-dope shades, so that I could then rub my eyes in frustration. I was in the middle of letting out a long, hissing breath when my spatial senses went haywire. I dropped my hand to look up, still seeing only the dense canopy. Beyond it, miles upon miles of new space were appearing, then getting squashed down until they were only inches wide relative to myself. The heavens continued compressing at an absurd rate. The entire thing twisted violently, and up
became a flat, horizontal plane. It made me feel like the sky was literally about to fall. I'd crouched down by reflex, and after a moment of being stunned by the titanic forces at work, I threw Grakervis overhead. I commanded its plates to separate and float apart slightly to create a grid wide enough to cover all four of us.
Everyone reacted to my move with their own preparations. But after a few seconds, nothing else happened. Major Kai's eyes darted in my direction before returning to the sky. "What did you see?" he asked. I slowly stood back upright, concentrating on the distortion. It wasn't a flat plane, I realized, but had a slight curve. It was so minor as to nearly appear flat, and I only noticed it because of how much distance had been packed into so small a space. "This may not make much sense," I said, "but it feels like the sky is on the other side of the planet right now." Guar made a thoughtful grumble. "You're right. All you've done is confuse me." "Do you mean that our sky departed to the other side of the planet?" asked Varen. "Or that the sky on the other side of the planet has come to us?" A fierce wind blew through the forest, tree branches groaning as they bent beneath the gale. The canopy rocked from side to side, and sinister clouds could be seen peeking through the leaves, part of a heaving mass that swept across the sky like a dark, polluted river. There was a bright flash of lightning, but the bolt never found the ground, disappearing into the spatial compression. Despite its apparent closeness, no thunder ever followed. Aside from the noise being made by the powerful wind tearing through the forest, the cataclysmic storm overhead was silent. I doubted it was even the source of the wind. You are now entering the less-than-habitable mega-dungeon. You are currently in the heavy armor section. This labyrinth is now at capacity. Primary objective: navigate the mega-dungeon to enter the chasm. Secondary objective: activate multiple obelisks to receive escalating rewards. "Well, that's something to see," Guar shouted over the wind before checking his notifications. "Oh, look! I called it!" Emergency objective: eliminate the United.
Chapter 58.
"What happened?" asked Varen. "Were we pulled into the labyrinth?" "We're mostly in the same place," I said. "Mostly?" asked Major Kai. "Location is relative," I pointed up. "Relative to the sky, we moved. Relative to everything else, we didn't." "Wasn't it the sky that moved?" asked Guar. "Depends on your perspective." I held up a hand to forestall any further questions, leaving Guar looking disappointed. "What I'm trying to say is, I don't think we were pulled into the labyrinth. I think the labyrinth grew to encompass this dungeon." "What difference does that make?" asked Kai. "It breaks the rules," Grotto jumped in. "Delves and other level-granting zones claim territory when initially established. Afterward, they can grow slowly over time, but do not forcibly overtake areas where delvers or other sapients are present." "A fundamental tenet of the system is choice," I added. "It won't force you to enter a delve." "We did not choose to enter the cage," said Varen. "We were forced through that portal."
"Sure, but evil Etya shoved us in there because Arexis wanted her to infiltrate the place. The system didn't have anything to do with it." "Does this tell us anything?" asked Kai. "Either another entity is responsible for the sudden growth of the labyrinth, or there are extraordinary circumstances that have led the delve cores to bend the rules." "Labyrinths have multiple cores?" I asked. "There should be one for each obelisk." Guar took off his helm and scratched behind an ear. It flicked a few times as he dug in. "Would the emergency objective be enough to make this happen?" he asked. "Approval for the creation of an emergency objective merely authorizes additional incentives that can be offered to delvers to entice them to enter." Grotto's tentacles undulated in a shrug-like manner. "The system will not force delvers to intervene, even if it means that a delve is destroyed." "Okay,
Let's take one scenario off the list, I said.
What kind of entities could seize control of a labyrinth and force it to expand so suddenly? Perhaps a system architect that has gone rogue. Otherwise, there is a remote chance that an avatar has a concept that would allow it, but I'm not aware of any. It is vastly more likely that the cores are responsible. Varen looked between me and my familiar. Can you not simply ask the system? He asked. I shared a look with the little Octo. Well, Grotto began reluctantly. You see, there is the matter of system rep. We'd have to spend some to ask, I added. Varen and the others gave me a so what look. I crossed my arms. It's not easy to come by. It should not be used frivolously. Would it really cost so much? Asked Kai. It depends on how much we are willing to pay. The system will always give you exactly what it says it's going to give you when you spend rep. But you don't always know if that's the thing you need until after you get it. Then it turns out the thing you really need costs 10 times more. Then spend the smallest amount you can, Varen suggested. If the situation is dire enough, the system will respond with what we need. If it demands more, then we will know the circumstances aren't so grim. I tilted my head from side to side and thought. I guess it's worth a shot. If you think so, then you will not mind spending your own rep. Really? There are many operational upgrades I wish to make to our Delve cluster.
Said Guar. How many delves do you two have? It's not important, I said, pulling up the menus I had due to being the co-arbiter of Closet Land's delves. I had 14 system rep. As a delver in my unique position, I could use the dungeoneering skill to make system calls, but that was a weird workaround I'd figured out in a moment of crisis. Before I committed to anything, I hesitated and looked at Grotto. Cores had less roundabout ways of connecting to the system.
Don't you literally have an intrinsic skill called System Call?
I do, but the primary benefits are related to override code 003 and anything within the 900 series. Dungeoneering should be fine for a general request. Code 003 is the preservation of a delve core, I said. I guess there's no reason to believe that's applicable for the moment. The 900 series is all about wanting stuff without a good reason, right? They are requests based on emotional appeal, which the system allows for but heavily disfavors. Does that mean you evolved your system call skill so you could whine your way into more concessions from the system? It is the most logical series of codes to enhance.
If you are making appropriate use of the other codes, your request will be granted without issue.
Then why did you buff code 003 as well? If I am asking the system to save my life, then I am not terribly concerned with whether my use of the attendant code is fully within scope. He flicked an armored tentacle at me. Why are you interrogating me about such things? Make your system call and be done with it. I watched the core for a moment. Regardless of what he said, I suspected the system would be more willing to respond to a system call when using a skill that was literally named after it. What Grotto was proposing was similar to, you can make a wand with woodworking, but why would I do that if I had a wand-making skill? Instead of jumping in with dungeoneering, I focused on our soul connection. I recalled the experience of borrowing the core's golemancy skill and tried to follow a similar path as I spoke. System call.
Provide context for the recent labyrinth expansion.
I felt a rush of knowledge, but thankfully my mind didn't get thrust into Grotto's past like it had with golemancy. What I did get was a familiar string of error messages. Would you like to acquire the system call intrinsic skill? You have 0 of 13 intrinsic skill slots available. You cannot acquire system call. System call is a restricted intrinsic skill. You are not a system entity. You cannot acquire system call. You have acquired the system call intrinsic skill. Error. You have filled 14 of 12 intrinsic of 14 of 13 of...
You have filled __of__ intrinsic skill slots. You have -2 intrinsic skill slots remaining. Attempting to resolve. Unable to resolve. Escalating error code. Escalation cancelled by administrator. Your system call skill has increased from level 1 to level 10. Choose from one of the following evolutions. Error. Level 10 evolution has already been selected.
Attempting to resolve. Escalating error code. Error code has bypassed subsystem resolution procedures. Connecting to System Core 1.
Maybe I don't even have to spend rep, I said. Grotto froze for a moment, then glared at me. What did you do? Hey, it smells like some real monkey business in here, and that is not a good musk to have, friend. What's even worse is that you've got the blacking out achievement. If there's one thing we hate, it's a room full of primates who've gotten shit-faced at the banana daiquiri stand. Confused? Fuck it. Let's take a look at these codes. First up, too many intrinsic skills. Psh, whatever. If the man wants to stuff too much shit into his mana matrix, who are we to stop him? The next problem is that you're not a system entity, and system call is restricted, and who cares? You've got all these Delve admin permissions anyway, so you're practically working for us already. Last thing is to just... Oh, now we see.
You've got the blacking out achievement because we're supposed to delete everything as soon as we delete rec : UN_ARLO para : system_call. And all the notifications deleted themselves. You have earned the Blacking Out 2 achievement. Blacking Out 2. We were analyzing your data uplink for some reason, but can't remember why. Again, you're being added to a list of possible contributing factors for a whole mess of aberrational programming. If we find out that you're the cause, we won't kill you ourselves, but we'll find someone or something that will. Prepare to be double scrutinized. I ignored the threat to my life and rubbed my beard, giving the system a few seconds to finish sorting itself out. Your system call request, provide context for the recent Labyrinth expansion, cannot be automatically completed because you are not an arbiter of this labyrinth, nor do you have administrator permissions.
Because the requested action is informational only, you can acquire this information by spending system rep. Would you like to spend 1 system rep to acquire this information? I snapped my fingers. Major Kai flinched but relaxed when nothing exploded. Dang, I said. It's not free, but on the bright side, it only asked for 1 rep. That is not a bright side, said Grotto. That does not bode well at all. I went ahead and paid the rep, while Guar and Kai followed up on Grotto's ominous statement. The recent Labyrinth expansion was the result of a successful override code 001, Preservation of Delve System. The following data was submitted in support of the code. I was hit with a wall of incomprehensible text that was some form of system machine speak. Neither me nor Arlo is connected to this labyrinth, Grotto explained to the Littons.
Such an information request should have been more expensive, which means the system wants us to have the information we requested.
And that's a bad thing? Asked Guar.
The system has started using our party to put out fires, I said, giving Grotto a psychic nudge and sending him the data I'd just gotten. We only get offered delves that are royally screwed up. Easy intel feels like we're walking into something like that.
Indeed.
So this is the system's equivalent of running out into the streets screaming for the fire brigade, Kai summarized.
Probably not that extreme, I said. More like a count begging a passing squad of soldiers for help because they have a problem their personal retainers can't handle.
That would speak to a much bigger problem than a house fire, said Major Kai.
This is certainly worse than setting fire to the wrong building, Grotto said. Code 001 only applies to circumstances that could impede the system's execution of its primary directives.
The equivalent for your government would be something that would disrupt your entire empire.
The annihilation of one labyrinth would not qualify, but there appears to be some manner of critical infrastructure hidden within this place. The cores refer to it as the filter, and claim that this object is under threat of being converted to enemy use.
Any idea what that is? I asked.
I have never heard of such a thing, Grotto replied. Essential system functions are generally handled via decentralized processes that are not vulnerable to coordinated attacks on a single location.
What about the system cores? I asked.
That is beyond my access permissions, but I suspect the system cores have redundancies buried around the planet. Even if one were entirely destroyed, another system core would likely be hidden elsewhere, ready to activate as needed.
Should we be hearing this? Asked Kai.
Probably not, I said, then turned back to Grotto.
Do you think SC-1 is fucking things up by barely functioning well enough to prevent another core from replacing it?
I am going to ignore your invitation to descend into an irrelevant side tangent in favor of speaking on matters more germane to our present circumstances.
There's never time for the big questions, I lamented.
In summary, this labyrinth is home to an object of critical importance to the system's capacity for executing its functions, and it is under assault by a hostile force, presumably Bryox United, for the express purpose of accessing and converting this object to their own ends. I snapped my fingers again. Nobody flinched this time.
I bet it's one of those monoliths. Grotto narrowed his big octo eyes at me.
Why would the system be reliant on one of Unity's monoliths? They're core components for the ritual process to resurrect the first avatar from its slumber, I said. That doesn't mean they can't be used for other things.
I bet they're quite hefty, magically speaking.
Varen snapped his fingers between me and Grotto. This time I flinched. The labyrinth expanded to force us inside, he said. Did it include everyone else? Psycoms have been interrupted, said Major Kai. Delves always cut off our communications. Can you fix that, Grotto? I asked. The others would assume it to be an attack, said Kai. Grotto never included himself in the relay, so he does not have a signature created by Earworm. Should we burn another rep to find out if everyone else is in here with us? I asked. No, Grotto said, swiping a feeler through the air. Rather than spend rep to acquire information piecemeal, I will formulate a more comprehensive request for access to a labyrinth dashboard. He made a frustrated clicking noise. It will be more expensive now, but save us rep in the long run. All right, I said.
Well, he does that.
Do any of you have strong feelings about which exit to use? I gestured toward the tree line and the 3 circular platforms beyond. Exits? Asked Varen. Well, they were entrances. I guess they're more like interior doors than anything now. We can leave to one of 3 other dungeons, said Major Kai, pointedly ignoring me. Blunt, blades, or piercing. Varen stared thoughtfully into the distance for a moment. We should stay together if possible, he said. I have the brawling skill, which augments all melee fighting, and I'm competent with hammers and maces. I can fumble my way through blunt if need be. I also have brawling, said Kai. I believe I can do the same. The pair looked at me and Guar. I'm blunt weapons all the way, baby, said Guar, pulling his hammer and hefting it into the air. That is not a virtue at the moment, Sergeant, said Kai. Guar let the hammer fall to rest against his shoulder.
The man looked like he disagreed with the Major, but wasn't about to say that out loud.
Blunt is my only weapon skill as well, I said, and Grotto can borrow it. Then our decision is made, said Varen. Chapter 59. If the system is going to make everything this cheap, Grotto grumbled, then why doesn't it just add us as co-arbiters and give it to us for free? My familiar did a spin to vent his frustrations, his armored feelers whooshing through the air with some real force behind them.
Kai and I both leaned back to avoid becoming collateral damage. "The labyrinth is at capacity," Grotto said once he'd had his moment. "All 8 party slots are filled. Fortune's Folly, 2 of Crowns, and Team Pio are explicitly listed. Otherwise, there is Imperial Team 1 and Imperial Team 2, presumably because they are composed of Litans who do not normally party together." "And the other 3?" I asked.
One is called Floral Fauna, the second is Lackeys, and the third is Surprise.
"Surprise party," I said. "Really?" Varen grunted. "Who would voluntarily name themselves lackeys?" "Is the first group made up of carnivorous plants?" asked Gwar. "Botanical carnivores seem more likely," I said, "because of the word order." "I believe we should seek out an obelisk," said Kai. "We can use it as a rallying point. The others will likely flow in that direction." "Sounds good to me," I said. "Are we ready to move, or is there anything else we need to discuss?" "What is the trick to the blunt dungeon?" asked Varen. "It's easier to explain once you see it." "Then I vote we proceed." "Agreed," said Kai, with Gwar nodding his acceptance. Grotto was still angrily staring at system screens, so I took one of his feelers in hand and dragged him along behind us like a fluffy octopus balloon. The 5 of us returned to the circular platform and stepped up onto it.
Once we were all aboard, Major Kai accepted the travel prompt, and a spatial bubble appeared over top of the platform. The universe outside of it flexed. I sensed a compression similar to what happened to the sky, albeit significantly weaker. On the southeastern side of the platform, I felt the compressed space being squished and shunted away, like an enormous finger and thumb were pinching it from either side. The pressure built until it created a hole that opened up to become a short tunnel. The process had created a passageway of normal space through a corridor of compressed space. "Itty-bitty wormhole," I said under my breath. We all exchanged some skeptical glances, but I led the way through the hole with Grotto on my shoulders. I felt myself careening across hundreds of miles in only a few steps until my boot landed on a field of gravel within the blunt weapons dungeon. Kai, Gwar, and Varen followed soon after. And as we looked around, I realized that seeing the blunt dungeon wasn't going to help Varen understand it at all. The entire place had been obliterated. Trees had been reduced to splinters as far as the eye could see. What had once been massive stone structures were shattered into a sea of broken rock, ranging in size from the pebbles beneath my heel to small boulders no larger than a person. The ground had been churned up to mix mud and dirt with all the rest. The annihilation was so thorough that the entire zone looked like it had been tossed into a city-sized blender and ground down into an even consistency. Without the trees, the sky was on full display, the black clouds overhead flooding across the sky so fast it was like I was flying over a dark sea. The light here was dim, with flashes of lightning that were unnaturally bright, the bolts a random assortment of blue, white, and gold that burned after-images into my eyes. 100 feet ahead of us were 2 men, one sitting cross-legged on the debris while the other stood. The former had rough, shark-like skin and a soul like a lattice, while the latter was a man deformed and twisted, body bloated with growths while simultaneously emaciated everywhere else. He had some loose cloth draped across his back and waist, looking like someone had thrown a few thin rugs across him when nothing else would fit his misshapen frame. He smiled at us in snide satisfaction, mouth opening with the threat of jumping into a speech. "Guys, look," I said, pointing excitedly. "It's Charl, the immortal cancer man! Hey, Charl!" I gave him a friendly wave, and his smirk quickly faded to annoyance. "Vainglorious," said Charl. "You should rejoice, for your path will be tested this day. Your merit shall be weighed by—" "Gar," I said. "Your infernal cleanse wand works on people who are infected with Charl, but does it work when Charl is infected with himself?"
"Oh, we can find out," said Gwar. pulling out the wand we'd made for him. He stopped and glanced at Major Kai for permission, and the dour man nodded his approval. Charles frowned as the wand was pointed his way. "Do not be foolish. I am here to bring his word unto you," said Charles. "To deliver a message of great importance." Yeah! Gwar had fired off the wand without hesitation, painting Charles with a flash of ruby light, which immediately caused him to erupt into crimson flame. The cancer man screamed and spun, then hit the ground and rolled twice. His voice became a wheeze that petered out into silence as his body went still. Soon after, he'd been reduced to ash in his entirety. Gwar held up the wand to give it an appreciative look, then turned to me. "I think that's a yes," he said. As Charles' ashes scattered in the wind, the second man stood. He walked forward, barefoot, through the dust that was his ally, giving it no regard whatsoever. As he came within 20 feet of us, he stopped and ran his gaze over our group. He was large and well-built without quite making it into Varen territory for size. His bald head was topped with a set of thick, bony ridges, and an odd seam ran down his front from his chin to his navel. His coarse gray skin was marked with some kind of ritual paint, white in color and giving him an ashy look. He was nude, but for a layered kilt-like garment, similar to an Egyptian shendit. While Charles' original race was unclear, this man was unmistakably Devon. He'd gone through some modifications. That seam in the front was a standout, but the harsh skin and reinforced skull were giveaways. The man's hands were thick, with bone-armored joints and short talons protruding from his knuckles. The fingers could probably manipulate tools, but looked better made for prying prey apart. The man spoke Imperial with a heavy accent. "I was told, wait until Charles has given speech," he said. "Charles dead, so speech is done." The lattice of the man's soul relaxed, and the pieces tumbled down to orbit him. The last time I'd seen anything similar was with Braach. While the Devon known as the Unifier had seemed to possess thousands of souls within his own, this man might have had a few dozen. While it was significantly fewer, the manner in which the Devons gained that power still made this man a walking morgue. "Now," the man continued, "is time for eating." "Yeah?" I said. "What are we having?" The man slapped his rock-hard tummy with both hands. "You." Wait, I said in a rush, as the man subtly adjusted his posture. "Did you just threaten me with cannibalism?" He took a moment to evaluate me, his body loose, knees slightly bent. "Is not cannibalism," he said. "You are not Devon." I scoffed.
You know, this place was the best game of whack-a-mole I'd ever encountered. Not only did you ruin it, but now you're trying to redefine cannibalism. Is nothing sacred?
"What is whack-a-mole?" asked Gwar.
Little animals pop out of holes, and you hit them with a big bouncy hammer. It's a game. You play it at arcades and carnivals. You're trying to hit as many cute critters as you can within a certain time frame. Varen adjusted his grip on Kazandak's hilt, still in its scabbard. Is that what this dungeon was? A game of this whack-a-mole?
"No," said the Devon. "There were no bouncy hammers." "You're right," I said. "It was more of a mallet. Really, it was closer to high striker." "Another game?" asked Gwar. "Yeah, you hit a target until it rings a bell somewhere else." "I guess I missed that part," said Gwar. "I was in here 3 times, too." "There are no bells," said the Devon. "I mean, yeah, you wrecked the place." "No bells. Not ever."
You're saying the dungeon was a series of festival games? Asked Varen.
"This is untrue," said the Devon.
"Yeah, that was all a lie," I said. "The entire place was actually about relentlessly telling someone else your opinions, with no consideration for that person's emotional well-being.
I didn't realize the blunt skill was so expansive, Varen replied.
I kill you now, said the Divan. Not until we agree on what cannibalism is, I said, shaking a finger at him. Don't think that I forgot you're trying to dodge that one. The magic on my ass-dope shades was doing work helping me to distract this guy. Listen, cannibalism is eating a member of the same species as yourself, and a species is roughly defined as a group of organisms where the individuals are generally capable of interbreeding. I pulled out Du's book, Can I Have Sex with That? And held it up.
I've done my homework, mister, and I could definitely impregnate a Divan lady.
If you could find one, said Gwar. I think they ate the women first.
Well, the Divans all unite with what they eat, so most of them are probably hermaphroditic by this point. I tossed the book back into my inventory. I mean, I bet I could impregnate this dude. It might take a little warming up to get into the mood, though. What do you say, guy? How about instead of eating all of me, you settle for eating my I didn't see the hit that sent me time traveling. I only realized something had happened because I was suddenly buried in a pile of mulch. Critical damage reduced by Body of Theseus. You have been stunned. Shielding, 3,000 to 2,469. It seemed that I'd achieved my goal of annoying this guy into smacking me first instead of my allies, but the fact that I hadn't been able to block was a point of concern. My Aegis of the Master evolution would protect me from debuffs like that stun effect, but only so long as I had shielding and blocked the attack. The pile I was in exploded, and I blacked out for another second. When I came to, the Divan had me by the neck and was holding me aloft, glaring at me. I realized that he was trying to claw open my armor and abdomen with his other hand, but my shielding was stopping him. Critical damage reduced by Body of Theseus. You have been stunned. Shielding, 2,469 to 1,407. A buff flickered on and off in my HUD, and a force pulled me safely from the Divan's grasp as Gwar appeared between us. The Litan swung his hammer, wreathed in golden light. A second copy of the hammer screamed toward the Divan from his opposite side, and both connected despite the enemy's speed. He didn't even look like he'd tried to avoid it. Instead, the Divan's arm flashed out and cracked into Gwar's helm, nearly too fast to see. Gwar was able to shrug that off, but a second hit had the man stumbling back, his hammer going slack in his hand. The world roared as Varen arrived with a vortex of wind at his back. Kazandak landed true on the Divan's back, but the United flowed from his second hit on Gwar's head to lean forward into a rear kick, driving his heel into Varen's gut as the big guy's blade landed. Kazandak cut, but didn't draw blood. Varen was forced back a few feet, but his heels dug into the ground and arrested his movement. As the Divan drove his heel into Varen, Kai appeared beside him, the officer's massive greatsword flashing downward. The blade was wide enough to be sized for an MMO character and dense enough to weigh more than I could lift. Again, the Divan didn't dodge or block, but rather was already shifting his body as he struck Varen to minimize the hit. The blade sparked against the man's rough sandpaper skin. A cloud of noxious gas erupted from Kai's blade at the point of impact. The Divan's maneuver placed him in position to strike back at Kai, the United dropping low and leaning in to deliver a vicious uppercut. Kai's head cracked back, and the man went flying, senseless. While those four raged, I'd traded my hammer for my new staff and sent Grakravis into hover mode. I activated Aura of Persistence with a thought, dropping more than 200 shielding onto myself and all friendlies. Life Warded ticked on for everyone as well, letting me start by soaking up some of the damage they were taking. My clockwork Life Warden staff rang like a dolorous bell as I used it to cast Explosion over the Divan's head, trying to drive him into the ground to make space for my allies to pummel him.
I shaped the spell so that the shockwave bent around friendlies, the full force of the attack thumping its way through the United's body.
The attack should have deafened and stunned the Divan, even as it knocked him to the ground, and the dust and debris from the detonation sparkled with an icy haze from my addition of slowed using razzle-dazzle. Still, the Divan looked unaffected, but my soul sight and mana sight worked in conjunction to tell another story. The man's soul rearranged itself like a Rubik's Cube, compensating for the forces working against him and cleansing him of the debuffs. It only worked so fast, however, and between my stampede of control effects and the toxic haze left behind by Kai's attack, the Divan was at his limit. "Despair!" Grotto chanted, his armored tentacles scraping across my pauldrons as he peered into the Divan's eyes. The United's head whipped around to Grotto, and his face went blank for a precious instant. But Gwar was reeling from having his helm played like a gong, and Kai had only just begun to sail away from the United's last hit. Only Varen could capitalize on the momentary daze Grotto's spell had evoked, but the big guy lived in those little moments. Varen had deepened the pool of rage he could draw on before going berserk, and his soul began to churn as he used in rage. He became a ghost, flowing through the Divan like a violet mirror of the lightning above. He left a soul clone in his wake, and the two of them brought blades down on the Divan, twisting their hips into a crossbody slash from both sides. Varen's blades were sharp beyond what could be expressed through ordinary physics, but the Divan's body still halted the blades once they struck bone. The force of the attack was followed by a massive burst of spiritual energy that dragged the Divan behind the attacks. Their force doubled with how Varen had aligned himself and his clone as they struck. The United spun and crashed into the mulched wood and crushed rock, creating a fountain of dirt and debris as the combined blow slammed him down. Even then, the United did not bleed. This wasn't a matter of overcoming his resilience. The man didn't appear to have blood at all. Gwar caught himself from his stumble and shook off the stun. Kai rotated and landed on his sword, which had lost all velocity to become stuck in space. Varen cleanly followed through with his hit and moved into his next form, ready to strike again without pause. My staff hummed as another cast of explosion began to run through it. We were all seized by a crushing force. Chapter 60. An overwhelming power pinned my arms down to my chest and tried to hurl me away. I used gravity anchor to force myself to stay where I was, my armor and bones groaning as the powers collided. Kai let out a hoarse shout as all the air was squashed out of his lungs. Both he and his sword flew directly away from us, descending to drag through the debris. It rose like a tidal wave as Kai's body was forced through it without being allowed to slow in the slightest. Gwar grunted as he was snagged, but as the force shoved him away, his body erupted in golden light, and he leapt forward. Despite the skill's brief reprieve, Gwar was immediately back to being pushed away. Varen growled, and a worrying groaning sound came from some of his equipment. Despite outputting everything his strength could muster, the force hurled the big guy away like Kai, burying him in the mess of gravel, dirt, and wood. To put that into context, the man's strength was currently at 70. While we hadn't tested how strong this made him ourselves, other people had done that work in the past. There were fucking charts for this shit. And strength 70 meant Varen was just shy of being able to deadlift 1,000,000 fucking pounds. Despite how absurd that was, even that much raw power hadn't been enough to push through the Divan's attack. For some reason, likely a dysfunctional one, I found that fact thrilling. The crushing force smashed through massive chunks of the shielding I'd granted, transferring a hit of damage my way from everyone but Grotto, who'd thankfully been left alone for whatever reason. Shielding, 1,407 to 567.
The force being exerted by the United looked like a simple, albeit powerful, execution of telekinesis. Telekinesis was a spell, meaning that I could dispel the effect, but this ability was fueled by a different kind of resource. My mana sight could detect it, but dispel couldn't get a hold of it, the skill feeling slippery and evasive. There was something else mixed in with the mana, a raw sense of exertion, like the United were bending reality with pure flex. While I dedicated an instance of focus to studying the phenomenon, Aura of Persistence was already working on getting my allies shielded again. Therianthropy came online, and the transformation gave me a massive boost to movement speed.
That came with some benefits to my perception speed, to keep me from plowing into shit, which made following the United's moves a little easier. Guar's eyes flashed into a golden brilliance that lit up his helm, pushing back the gloom cast by the dark clouds overhead. With it came a sense that the United had been marked, and even if my eyes couldn't keep up, I gained an instinctive sense of where the danger he presented was about to come from. Being the only person who hadn't been cast off into the distance, the United turned his attention back onto me. He'd been half buried, but rather than climb out, he stalked in my direction, staring me down as he parted a sea of debris with the ease of a man walking through fog. "Come on, dude," I said. "Are you still mad that I asked you to munch on my—" The divan blurred forward, creating a storm of detritus as he rose from the mess.
Grecorvus snapped back onto my arm guard, and the combination of Therianthropy, Guar's mark, and my rapid blocks evolution gave me just enough reaction speed to bring my shield around to intercept the flurry of attacks the man made. My staff was gripped in my main hand, a second point of contact being kept by one of my feelers, and I brought the Clockwork Life Warden up to reinforce Grecorvus. The staff rang as its block bonus manifested by layering brief-lived barriers between the incoming attack and my shield. The hits were thunderous, tearing the air and kicking up more torrents of dirt, stone, and splintered wood. The hits resonated through Grecorvus, shredding what I had left from the 3,000 shielding I'd walked in here with, then tearing the amalgamated flesh off my arm and rocking me with pressure waves. Each block threw out a burst of shielding, and while I'd tossed the first to Varen, I quickly pivoted to layering it onto myself for the next 3 strikes in the United's combo. With the bonus from my new staff and Body of Asclepius doubling all the shielding applied to me, I was getting 250 points added back to my exhausted total with each punch. Despite the outrageous chain of defenses, the guy was still starting to chip into my health as he hammered into me with the force of falling boulders. Gravity anchor was the only thing keeping me from being hurled around like a cheap plastic toy. HP, 3,185 to 2,737. The damage triggered "We can do this all day," granting an ally health or stamina equal to half of what I lost. It converted into life force that flowed into Varen. The big guy had overcome the United's odd telekinetic force with his massive flight speed and was rushing in our direction. He was still moving vastly slower than normal, but for Varen, that was still breaking the sound barrier. The raven-black berserker became a ghost that stormed across the last bit of distance faster than I could perceive. He flanked to the left of the United, his soul clone manifesting to flank to the divan's right, the 3 of us forming a triangular assault just as I blocked the 4th hit. Varen hit with Soul Strike, his material blade closely followed by a spiritual copy, while his clone did the same, his spiritual blade simply striking twice. As all of Varen's attacks landed, I dropped an elemental barrier on top of us, creating an icy blizzard that pulsed with screaming sonic waves. My staff erupted into off-kilter harmonies. Grotto coordinated to make a simultaneous psychic assault, dumping resources into it to make a supercharged fear attack that stunned on a success. That, layered with my slowed, deafened knockdown combination from elemental barrier that also stunned. Varen's four-blade attack worked some kind of mojo because the Divan's debuff defenses were momentarily weakened.
A swarm of debuffs still hit a wall of negation, but one of the stuns took hold, and frost began to coat the United. That broke the telekinesis on all of us, and I took a deep breath to help my pseudo-ribs pop back into place. Gwar appeared in a streak of divine light, slamming into the slack-jawed United with his shield and unleashing his Stormbreaker stacks. The Divan tumbled away, body skipping across the churned-up ground as thick bolts of golden lightning struck him with such potency it cast him about like god-fueled sucker punches. Gwar followed it up by raising his hammer and throwing it at the enemy, the weapon wrapped in glorious light and no small amount of the God Queen's disdain for the United. The ground exploded as the hammer landed. A portal opened over the freshly dug crater, and ghastly green fog poured out of it. The emaciated dead roiled about inside as they crawled over one another, vying to drain and wither the Divan's flesh. Kai dropped after them, holding a haunting lantern aloft from which the mist poured. He pivoted to bring his greatsword from where it rested on his shoulder, driving it down in a ground-shuddering executioner's arc. The murky haze boiled outward with the strike, erupting into a cloud that swallowed the air for hundreds of feet. The telekinetic force reached out to grasp us again, sending Gwar flying while he let out a frustrated shout. Varen stumbled back, then pressed forward as his bedazzled cloak billowed out behind him. I still had gravity anchor going, and teleported closer to drop another explosion. I wanted to see if we could keep juggling the United. Diseased hands reached up to take Kai by the leg, and the Divan tore out from the hole before explosion detonated, carrying Kai with him. Rotting flesh fell off of the United in chunks as he released an ear-splitting battle cry. He heaved and drove Kai to the ground, grappling and wrapping his body around the Litan officer. The United's upper body twisted Kai's leg, and the man let out a pained cry. Then the Divan split open at the seam. The man's chest bloomed, becoming a gaping mouth filled with rows of teeth. The first were a set of wide incisors, ends tapering like sharpened chisel points. The rows behind it were like shark teeth, made to dig into their prey and make escape impossible. In a single, sickening bite, Kai's entire leg was severed and disappeared into that horrible crevice. Kai's screams rose to a new pitch, and my shielding dropped from the protective damage transfer for all the good it had done him. Before the Divan could take another bite, Varen fought through the telekinetic power to reach and skewer him, while I shaped and fired an elemental barrier in a cone. The United's feast renewed his debuff resistance, and my spell did little more than a splash of damage. The United rolled off of Kai to avoid the worst of Varen's blade, taking a cut to the ribs while delivering a spiteful kick to the side of Kai's jaw as he tumbled. Kai's pained cries immediately ended. The force sent the Litan flipping through the air as he flew off for 100 feet. Once he landed, he didn't get back up. The Divan ignored Varen and put on a burst of speed as I tried to land another explosion, avoiding the spell despite its considerable size. The man's enormous mouth was mostly closed, but I could see it moving back and forth as it chewed on its grisly meal. The Divan's regular mouth was open wide as he let out a joyous, bellowing laugh. The sound was so jubilant and free that it felt utterly wrong and out of place. He dashed toward Gwar, and the telekinetic force shoving the Litan sergeant away reversed, sending him flying back toward the Divan. Gwar brought his shield up and swung his hammer, the United crashing into both with little care.
The Divan wrapped his arms around Gwar's shield, his central mouth opening and biting down on the object. He tugged and shook his entire body, jerking Gwar like an angry pit bull. Then he wrapped his legs around Gwar's arm and neck, taking him off balance with a fierce, jerking motion.
As they fell, that mouth opened wide again and bit into Guar's limb, tearing it away at the shoulder. "Come on!" Guar shouted. "Not again!" I swore at life warded, failing to save my target once more as I ate the damage transfer. The divan rolled off the sergeant to skitter about and diminish Varen's incoming attacks. He took up Guar's shield and spun to smash it into the man's face. The United continued to rotate as Guar slumped over, the divan bringing his foot across the stunned man's head even as Varen carved into him. Guar's helm crunched inward, and the hit sent him ragdolling away, much the same as Kai. Guar didn't get back up either. Still, neither man was dead.
Guar was a tank, and Kai was a heavy brawler. They were built for this kind of abuse, and despite the United's brutal attacks, they both still had enough health to survive. Guar was immune to bleeding due to the same Fortitude 40 evolution that I had, and Kai had something similar, if not the same. Normally, a Delver would rapidly recover from a loss of consciousness, unless some skill or effect had come into play. Since Kai and Guar were both staying down, I had to assume the United had a way of keeping them that way. It may have had to do with eating one of their limbs, potentially uniting and giving him some control over the pair. Or it may have had to do with the way he chained stuns. I could only speculate, but the safest thing to do was to avoid getting a piece of me bitten off or getting my brain rattled again. Well, 30% of a brain. Could I even get a concussion? I doubted it, especially with my health regen, but that didn't stop the stuns.
I just had to make sure to have some amount of shielding up every time I blocked. Really, this was all just good, basic advice to live one's life by. Don't get cannibalized, avoid head trauma, make sure you're always wrapped in a powerful magic barrier whenever you leave the house. Guar's mark didn't end when he went down, and I could still track the United's movements, not that he was moving much. The man squatted low on the ground as he chewed Guar's arm. The poisoned and diseased flesh continued to rot and fall away in chunks, but it grew back just as quickly. It seemed cannibalism gave him some solid healing, although Kai had managed to stack a ton of toxicity on the divan from the looks of things. Our foe didn't make a move toward either downed opponent, instead munching and staring at Varen and I. The big guy had walked up to stand next to me, looking at the divan from behind his completely enclosed Ravenskull helm. "Should we push?" I asked him. "I don't mind if our enemy stands around while plague and poison ravages him." I glanced at our party interface, seeing that Varen was close to full on health. I was as well, although the loss of my 3,000 shielding sucked. "You know," I said, "I'm not using much stamina this fight. I'm mostly relying on spells." "You believe he's too tough for your hammers to make a difference?" "Yeah, I figured the debuffs are more useful." "I think I agree." I know I kept saying that Wall of Force wasn't super useful in a fight because of how much it costs to use. "It has a variable cost," said Varen. "Sure, but I'm going to spend 300 stamina on it." "How much do you have left?" "Around 800. Varen grunted. "Sounds good to me." "Think I should charge up a bigger explosion cast?" "Save your cooldowns. This isn't that serious." I looked between our two unconscious allies. "Seems serious for them," I said. "You could have portaled them out at any time." "True," I said. "I wanted to let them in on the action, but I should probably get them out at this point." "Think he'll try to stop me?" "There's some risk he'll run through the portal before I get it opened and closed." Varen shrugged. "Why would he? The man wants to fight us. If you're worried, you could call in more help." "Not unless I have to," I said, then started thinking over our strategy. "Does going berserk make you immune to stun the way it makes you immune to mental effects?" "No, but I can use wall breaker charges to become immune for 18 seconds. That should be enough to end things, I suppose."
The divan stood and spat out several chunks of metal, the remnants of armor from Kai and Guar. He held out his hands toward the two of us, and we prepped to dive back into the fight. Then, like the man had flipped a light switch, all the corrupted flesh and blackened veins on his body vanished. You gain half of Divan United's debuffs. Divan United has stolen your buffs. Son of a bitch!
Chapter 61. I watched my shielding from aura of persistence drop to 0. The Divan's body shone for a moment as it sprang up over him instead. Varen growled. "He took my rage stacks," he said, fist clenching. On the bright side, while I had a lot of beneficial aura effects, none of them were themselves straight buffs. Their effects were, but most of those wouldn't last without being in my aura. Varen usually fought with a plethora of buffs, but they mostly came from Zim and some of Nurali's potions. He hadn't bothered taking any of the latter yet, so aside from rage, he'd probably just lost. I narrowed my eyes and tried to cancel the life-warded buff the United had stolen from Varen. I couldn't. Dispel couldn't latch onto it either, which was getting annoying with this guy. Since the effect had come from my staff, that meant I'd be unwillingly protecting the Divan for so long as he had the stolen chunk of shielding. It wouldn't apply beyond that, since the staff's ability was inherently limited to the shielding I'd granted. I shuddered when I thought about what would have happened if I'd gone ahead and used Wall of Force to give myself another 3,000 shielding. The Divan would get to use Life Warded to transfer 3,000 of the damage he took to me as we fought, and that would have been Noxus. While the theft wasn't too devastating, the debuff trade was probably what the United had really been aiming for. Given the debuff he'd transferred, it would have been terrible for someone else. Against me and Varen, it barely registered. You have gained 553 toxicity. You have 50% resistance to toxicity. Toxicity reduced to 276. I did the damage math and saw that this would cost me 408 health. Cute, I said, then glanced at Varen. You good? My threshold is 121, and I just took one of Nurali's antidote gummies. Nice. Was that an inventory trick, or do you have a little gummy shelf you can tongue at when you need to? The United scowled at our total lack of concern over getting more than 500 stacks of toxicity tossed onto us. He charged before Varen could answer my dang question. I used shortcut to get in his face, and gravity anchor held me steady as we collided. I cast Explosion on impact, my staff adding a tumultuous ringing to the spell. Grotto kept up his psychic assault, trying to pour on debuffs until the Divan's resistances gave out. But the Divan held steady through both our offensives. My shielding dipped as my spell triggered Life Warded and transferred my own damage back to myself. Then the United ravaged me as well. My arm burned as I kept bringing my shield to bear with more speed than my body should have been capable of, layering another stun onto my block with the "What a Twist" achievement I'd recently gotten. Not that it did anything. 2 hits chipped into my health before the Divan roared as his center split open and bit down on 3 of Grakervis's hexagonal plates with his big, gross torso mouth. He tried to tear my shield away, like he had with Guar, but the moment his giant mouth clamped shut, I separated the affected plates from the main shield. The Divan stumbled backward from the unexpected loss of resistance, his teeth screeching as he reflexively tried to chew on the indestructible metal. I teleported back to give Varen room as he flashed in with 2 clones this time. All 3 moved through the Divan, cutting his spiritual essence like their bodies had been forged into spectral blades. Their assault terminated in 3 massive, overlapping storms of cutting force, ripping into flesh and soul alike. The Divan spat out the pieces of Grakervis alongside a few broken teeth and pushed through the midst of Varen's tempest
to swing wildly at one of the clones.
Despite the clone being incorporeal, the Divan's hits landed with waves of dimensional force that disrupted its ghostly form. While the United was momentarily distracted by Varen, I spent the stamina to restore my 3,000 shielding. I was really hoping that the guy couldn't do that whole swapperoo thing all over again. I used my second focus to summon portals beneath Kai and Guar, letting them both fall into a private medical facility in Closet Land. With Guar and Kai taken off the field, Varen and I didn't have to worry about collateral damage anymore. We'd thus far been partially focused on playing interference, getting between the United and our less robust allies. Our movements had also been limited by positioning, trying to keep from getting in their way. 3 melee fighters against 1 human-sized opponent made for a tight squeeze, especially since we didn't have much experience fighting alongside Guar and Kai, which is part of why I'd stepped back to go full mage mode.
But I'd spent a lot of time fighting alongside Varen, and I'd spent more time in one-on-one training with the big guy than anyone else in the party. We knew our roles and how to fight around each other without a moment's hesitation. Alongside my subtle use of reveal to share my perception and intent with Varen, the two of us could move through a battle like we were a single organism. As soon as we flipped from running interference to all-out assault, the tenor of the whole fight changed. I separated Gricorvus into 2, letting 4 more plates join the 3 the Divan had spat out. This became my portal shield, and I forced it to appear in the United's face as I teleported in to take his next hit. He made a frustrated growl as he kept trying to smack the shield away. When that didn't work, he tried dealing with the nuisance by murdering me as fast as possible.
When his first combo landed without leaving a single scratch, I let the portal to my floating shield close so that he could glare at me. The soft glow of my shielding faded out of view as the man's hits stopped coming. I waggled my eyebrows at him. "Did you think you had a chance here?" I asked. "That's kind of sad." This sent the Divan into an absolute frenzy. While this had been my goal, and the United style did suffer from his anger, this also caused the man to stop holding back. I hadn't realized that he'd been holding back. The slippery power that fueled the Divan's telekinesis wrapped itself around his entire body. Each hit he landed gained yet more force, ramping up in potency as the man continued to pummel me. His muscles rippled, and his skin tore from the strain of forcing his own body to move like this. The short talons on his knuckles shattered, though it did nothing to make the attacks more bearable. The man was also sucking wind through bared, gritted teeth. This entire time, Grotto and I were both pulling out all the tricks to avoid getting overwhelmed. I was mixing up blocks with shortcut to take me briefly out of range. Given how fast the United moved, these were barely a stutter in man's attack tempo. Grotto had his own shields rotating into the hits to give me even more protection. His shields had some limited autonomy through the Animate Object spell, leaving him free to continue his psychic attack in an attempt to disrupt the onslaught. When my new heap of shielding was exhausted, the core threw out a rebuke, which wrapped me in yet more shielding and hit the Divan with holy retribution on his next attack. It didn't slow the man down one tick, but left the scorched impression of his own fist on his chest. I opened portals leading back to my floating shield whenever I could, but the Divan had gotten wise to the gimmick and flowed around the portal without interrupting his rhythm. I even started using shortcut offensively, mana shaping it into an attack so that I could teleport the United away rather than myself. This was good for a couple of interrupts, but the 1-second cooldown was a long time in this fight. Every scrap of mental energy I had was bent toward keeping this guy's fist from making contact with anything other than my shield. I abandoned trying to do anything else, not just because I didn't want to eat the raw damage from an unblocked hit, but also because I didn't know what the conditions for this guy's knockout stun were. I hadn't given up on offense, though. I was just waiting for the right moment.
Varen was right there with us the entire time. One of his clones had been destroyed, but he summoned another to replace it, the last one he had available until he could meditate to restore them. That left 3 Raven blocks at the United's back and sides, taking advantage of every opening that the Divan's mindless assault presented.
Whenever I teleported, Varen was ready to follow with Spectral Dance, the skill that let him become a lightning-quick ghost. As I naturally moved to deflect hits, Varen had already adjusted his positioning to stay out of my way. When I teleported the Divan instead, Varen took that brief pause to cast Enrage and build more rage stacks. The big guy didn't have the raw speed of the Divan, but could keep up through tactical use of his abilities. His helm had come to life with the burning blue flames of his Berserker mode, but that just meant his rage built faster. Like the Divan, he was boosting his damage with every strike. Unfortunately for me, the Divan was boosting even faster. Every block gave me another burst of shielding, and I activated Rejuvenation to heal myself whenever I could. Finally, Varen's assault hit some critical mass of damage, and the United's soul flinched. My staff sang as I cast Explosion overhead, while Grotto hammered the Divan's mind with a mana-shaped despair. The United was forced down to his knees from the detonation, and lightning arced across his body, causing his muscles to twitch. His expression went vacant as his eyes met Grotto's own, and the man froze for a crucial instant. I hit the man with another explosion, driving him further into the ground, electricity causing him to go into a full-on spasm. Grotto's attack grew in intensity, locking the Divan's brain down in an endless reboot sequence. The two of us kept this up as Varen made a final series of attacks, ending with a coup de grace that decapitated the United and sent him slumping into the crater we were all now standing in. I shook out my arm as one of Varen's clones dissolved, having hit the limit of how long it could be summoned. The big guy's helmet continued to burn bright as he hacked and slashed at the United's corpse. I could feel each slash connect as the ground vibrated, as the air whomped. I spent a moment considering how to approach this situation, since Zim wasn't around to cleanse the big guy. I decided it was best to let him work it out on his own. The Berserk state would end naturally, once all his enemies were dead and a little bit of time had passed. Although he didn't normally beat this hard on a corpse. That led me to double-check the United's soul, and I saw that it wasn't departing. Portions of it were melting into one another, becoming more of a singular entity than they had been before. Looking at the Divan's decapitated body, I realized that Varen's blade wasn't doing shit. Even his clone's spiritual weapon was bouncing off the guy. Then the world erupted in burning light. The Divan's body was swallowed in white fire, and as he climbed to his feet, I saw that the flame rose up to form into a new, ethereal head. For a moment, the man looked oddly angelic, until his chest opened up into a vicious mouth and he launched at me.
The man was no longer fighting with any technique, giving it up to bite, rip, and tear as best he could. He wrapped his entire body across Grukorvis and managed to reach around it from my arm. He caught me with one hand, then gripped and squeezed until my forearm split apart like it was made of soft cake. He tore my hand off, and in my brief shock, I failed to send Grukorvis into hover mode. His left hand went up into my right armpit and out through my deltoid, severing the arm completely. His right hand blurred across my neck, scattering my gorget and throat with the ease of a man slapping a stream of water. Varen's attacks clattered off the United like he was a toddler fighting a brick wall with a foam sword. In exchange for the Divan's power of apparent invincibility, the white flames were melting the Divan, his flesh dripping and running down his body in rivulets with every passing moment.
The liquid didn't stick around for long, evaporating into nothing in short order, like the golem Ember had wrecked during her tryout.
I mana-shaped shortcut to catch Varen alongside me and Grotto, triggering the spell's long-range cooldown to teleport us as far as I could away from the untouchable United. I wanted to buy time to let the man fall apart on his own. Shortcut took us 10 miles, which bought us about as many seconds. My dismemberment had dropped me below half health. That had triggered the lifeguard buff I always kept on from Zim, restoring 1,400 health, which had promptly been removed, along with my throat. I cast a rejuvenation after we teleported, the 220 points of healing feeling rather pitiful as it restored about 10% of what I was missing. I stared at the ground wide-eyed as I worked to suppress the pain of several surprise amputations. I tried to groan, but a feeble whistle came from the hole where my throat had been instead.
I wasn't bleeding, since I couldn't, but a few chunks of tissue dislodged with the breath. That was pretty gross. I was just barely capable of enough foresight to burn another giant chunk of stamina on more shielding. My body felt heavy. Between spending 600 stamina on Wall of Force, maintaining Gravity Anchor and Aura of Persistence, and triggering Rejuvenation several times, I was running close to empty. I hadn't felt this tired in a long time. During the 10-second reprieve, Varin turned his glowing helm toward me and Grotto. I'd never been with the man while he was still berserk, and there were no other good targets for him to beat to death. Not without someone nearby to cleanse him. Fortunately, my familiar had taken an uncharacteristic skill a while ago that would serve. "Teleport me behind him," Grotto thought to me. I did as the core asked without question.
Varin was still focused on me, but just as he took a step forward, Grotto slapped him on the back with a feeler and cast Heroism. Varin's helmet went dark as his berserk was forcefully ended by the core's conditional cleansing spell. The big guy shook his head to clear it. "Thank you," he said. "I will admit, this has become more serious than I anticipated." I tried to reply, but made a wet, fluttering sound instead. "Are we escaping into the closet?" he asked. I shook my head no. Varin took that response at face value and turned to stare in the direction we'd come from. We were well beyond the radius of destruction the Divan had made, somewhere on the outskirts of the dungeon where trees still stood. The Divan tore through them with the same ease he'd torn through me, although he stumbled from side to side as his flesh poured down him like oil. Varin tried to intercept him, but the Divan's slowing movements were inexorable. He knocked the big guy away, even as his bones were exposed. Grotto's shields came out in front of me, but the Divan pushed past them, his pace hindered only by his body breaking down. By the time he made it to me, he was little more than a slime-coated skeleton. He reared back, then punched at my jaw. His fist clanked harmlessly against the side of my helm, and his hand came apart. A second later, the Divan United collapsed into a pile of goo. Given my lack of throat, I considered using hand gestures to communicate, but realized I also had no hands. Instead, I opened a closet portal to the copy of me running my kingdom. I poked my fake head through and gave Varin a nod. "Easy win." Chapter 62. Your party has slain Khunsat. Divan United, grade 30. If we're being honest, that grade is just a guess. Yes, all the grades we assign are guesses, but most of those numbers have a lot of data supporting them.
These United freaks are both new enough and weird enough that we're not comfortable tossing around numbers all willy-nilly. But we saw this guy throw out enough moves to get a good read on him. Now you all can point to that big, fat grade and feel better about how close you came to losing more than just a few limbs. You have made progress toward the emergency objective: eliminate the United. Mana chip rewards have been upgraded by 1 tier. Your party receives the following rewards: 4 diamond chips, 40 emerald chips, 400 ruby chips, 4 unity essences.
You receive 1 diamond chip, 10 emerald chips, and 100 ruby chips. Master Looter does not apply, since this is a mixed party with multiple party leaders present. Essences will be evenly distributed. You receive 1 Unity Essence. I wasn't sure I liked the look of that last reward, so I quickly brought up the item description for the Unity Essence. The Essence of Unity.
You can use it like any other essence, with very little risk of any specific, terrible thing happening. The subset of things that could happen is pretty big, though, so take that for what it's worth. Alternatively, you can hold on to this item until the end of the labyrinth, where you can trade it in like you're at a fucking prize counter. The more Unity Essences you have, the better the prizes will be. In other words, stop reading this description and go find more victims. I frowned, but decided to hold on to it for now. A minute or so after the United had liquidated his own corpse, Guar and Kai rejoined us through closet portals. Kai walked with a crutch, as his leg was still missing, but otherwise wore the same mildly somber look that seemed to nest permanently on his face. In contrast, the normally cheerful Guar looked sullen as he scratched aggressively at his shoulder, where his arm was beginning to regrow.
"Why does it always itch so much?" he asked, peering into the wound like the answer to his question was hidden within. "Mine never itches," said Kai, looking down at his absent leg. "It feels strange, but it does not itch." They looked over at me, taking in my missing arm, hand, and throat. "Does it itch for you?" asked Guar. I shook my head no, and the golden-eyed Latan scratched himself even harder in frustration. Straight healing could only do so much for this kind of thing, the speed of which was generally based on health regeneration. I could bypass some of the wait time with my weird cells if Zim was focused on channeling the right kind of healing into me, but she wasn't around, so it didn't matter. Regardless, all of my bits and pieces were fully restored after about 20 minutes, whereas Guar was only halfway to an elbow, and Kai hadn't made it more than a few inches past his hip. We recovered some gear that had been lost during the fight, including Gracorvus and Guar's shield.
Gracorvus was fine, being indestructible, but Guar's shield had an enormous bite taken out of it, rendering it fairly useless for its intended purpose. He sighed when we found it, then quickly swapped it out for a backup. While the dungeon was a bust, the annihilated environment made finding the path to the next junction within the labyrinth easy enough. We found 3 platforms, all within a mile of one another. The first 2 led to more dungeons, either animal husbandry or survival, whereas the third just said obelisk. While there may have been more, we decided to advance to our objective and head toward the obelisk rather than spend time on further exploration. I once again marveled at the spatial compression taking place and focused more intently on the sensation of moving through the tiny wormhole once it formed. I didn't have any epiphanies, but was steadily growing more comfortable with the phenomenon. We came out in an orchard, with the obelisk sitting in the middle of a grove filled with a variety of fruit-bearing trees and bushes. A river ran through the zone's center, with schools of colorful fish swimming through its crystal-clear waters. The environment was artfully arranged to give the illusion that it had formed naturally, although the cultivated beauty and plethora of edibles made clear that it wasn't intended to fool anyone. It was a storybook illustration brought to life, and while it was pretty, it made me wonder who it was being pretty for. Standing next to the obelisk was a stomach-turning stain on the otherwise gorgeous surroundings. Charles, yet again, preceded us. He was once more joined by a second person. However, this time it wasn't a Devon murder machine. It was Etya. The cancerous United was chatting it up with the mage, fawning over her with the same odd affection he'd shown her the first time we all met.
Etya turned to give us a wave as we approached, her expression lightly exasperated, while Charles ignored us to continue monologuing at the woman. My group of 4 stood and watched them converse, which mostly involved Charles talking at Etya, while she nodded at the appropriate moments. She was an expert at weaving in non-committal engagements like a well-placed, or a perfectly timed, really? I thought there was a chance that we'd learn something from the man's constant word vomit, but after several minutes, it became clear that all Charles was trying to do was recruit Etya into his apocalypse cult. Nothing that came out of his mouth had any substance to it. I made a few subtle hand gestures at Etya, who replied without Charles being any the wiser. I leaned over and whispered to Gwar, who pulled out his wand of infernal cleanse. And Breach said, "Present to them what the world has denied them, and point them to me." Charles rambled.
I've thought upon this passage many times, and each time I revisit it, I find new meaning. The world itself is built upon rules meant to oppress us. But Breach is the one who will... Charles fell over in a pillar of inferno until his body was reduced to ash. Etya watched the man burn, looking mildly upset, but eventually stood from the rock she'd been perched on and gave us a smile. "Thanks," she said. "It didn't seem right for me to disintegrate him, since he can't really hurt me, but I also couldn't get him to stop talking either." Gwar held up his wand. "Happy to be of service," he said. "Charles can definitely hurt me, so I have no problem seeing him gone." "Was he here to make some kind of point?" I asked. "I genuinely think he believes he can convert people," said Etya. "He did not try to convert me," said Kai, "or the people under my command who he killed." "He seems picky," Etya said with a shrug. "You all right?" I asked. "How'd you end up here alone?" "I'm fine. I went into the light armor dungeon with Nurali and some other people. But when the labyrinth thing grabbed us, we had to pick another dungeon to go into. They were all martial skills, but I don't have any martial skills, so none of them matched up with me. Nurali said we should keep looking, and eventually we found another exit that listed one of my unique intrinsic skills, which was super surprising, but also a lot better for me than marksmanship or blades would have been." "Which unique skill was it?" I asked. "Incantation. That one deals with your Murtasian cadence, right?" "Yeah." "What was that dungeon like?" "It was a choreographed song and dance number," Etya said, throwing two of her arms up and doing a quick twirl. "It was great." "Did anybody attack you while you were inside?" "Nope." "Were they supposed to?" "We got intercepted by a Divan United. Pretty sure he didn't belong to the Blunt dungeon." "Charles?" she asked. "No. Yes, Charles was there, but he brought a pal. Guy was pretty strong." Etya looked between Gwar and Kai, both of whom were still regrowing their missing body parts. She glanced at my bare arm, and then at the other arm where I was missing a gauntlet. My helm and busted gorget had been removed entirely. "Sounds scary," she said. "I'm glad I didn't run into anybody." Major Kai hobbled forward. "How long have you been here?" he asked. 36 minutes. "And I assume it has been just you and Charles while you waited." "Yep." Kai looked up at the obelisk, then hopped forward on his crutch to slide a hand across it. He rubbed his jaw and turned back to us. "The notification says this obelisk still has all 5 distributions to give out." "Means we don't have to arm wrestle over who gets it," said Gwar. "Unless someone else shows up." "Yes, it is convenient that there are 5 of us," said Kai, looking around the grove. I would like to wait for an hour to see if anyone else comes. But do not feel obligated to hold off on taking the level. I will abstain, since I am already level 20, unless no one else arrives before we decide to move on. Gwar looked around to make sure we were all on board, then merrily made his way to the obelisk to get his second platinum level, taking the man up to level 17. "What do you two think?" I asked Varen and Etya. "This could mismatch our levels to Nurali and Zim."
I wouldn't worry, said Etya. If Nurali finds an obelisk, she'll definitely take it, since they come with extra rewards that get better the more you grab. She tapped a finger to her chin in thought. Zim would just take the level without thinking too hard about it. Fair enough, I said. Varen didn't voice any disagreement, so we all laid hands on the obelisk and snagged our 17th level alongside Gwar. I considered whether to bank the points.
My dumping achievement gave a bonus point for every 5 attribute points I assigned, and I currently had 8 from the obelisk. They would decay after 24 hours, but if I got another level to get me to 16 banked points, I could use dumping to get 3 bonus points instead of 2. The hang-up with that was that it assumed I'd get another level very soon. It would also require me to put points into 3 different stats, and right now I was trying to rush my intelligence to the next evolution breakpoint at 70. It was currently at 55, meaning I could get there with 1 more level after this one. If I went with the dumping exploit, I'd have to wait at least 1 more level beyond that. The uncertainty of our situation made me feel conservative. The party also had an agreement with Avarice to let us do another stat reset where we could clean up any of these kinds of inefficiencies. I decided to go ahead and drop them all into intelligence, then glanced at the full list of values. STR 25, AGI 10, SPD 22, 4, 70, Int 64, Wiz 40, Che 10, LCK 10. My plan after intelligence was to start stacking more wisdom to boost my mana pool and improve my perception, although speed was looking mighty tempting after that last fight. Still, what had made the difference was that I could see the United when he moved, not that I could compete with how fast he was moving. Both would be nice, but so long as I could at least keep getting my shield between myself and the baddie, wisdom still made more sense for my build. You have claimed your first obelisk within the less than habitable mega dungeon. Tier 1 reward, passive skill upgrade. Please choose an eligible passive skill to upgrade. Who needs a cleric? Archmage. I was 100% on board with this first reward. Who needs a cleric was the first passive skill I'd ever picked up, my very first aura, and something that had been fading into irrelevance as we grew in levels. It granted health regen based on my fortitude, which had been bonkers at level 1 and was exactly meh at our current level. It was still a solid boost to regen for our less robust party members, but didn't make a major impact on my own well-being. Who Needs a Cleric also gave me an awareness of those affected by it, even letting me see a party member's physical surroundings if I concentrated. That had become the more useful aspect of the skill over time, although I was hoping that the health regen was the part that would get upgraded. Archmage had been my third passive skill pickup, and it was pretty straightforward. It buffed my mana pool and mana regen by 25%, and whenever I cast a spell, the relevant intrinsic skill was considered 10 higher than it actually was. It was a nice boost, but M1A1 Wizard vastly outshone it as a raw improvement to my resources. I wasn't sure why I couldn't upgrade any of my other 3 passives, but I assumed they were all already exceptional. One was Bonded Familiar, connecting me to Grotto. The second was Aura Delato, which had been a special delve reward. The third was the aforementioned M1A1 Wizard, which the system gave me for getting my yee-haw on while I rode a supersonic bird plane into the side of a kaiju monster. More or less. So, the passive skills available to upgrade were the vanilla ones I'd gotten like an ordinary delver. I listened to my heart and applied it to Who Needs a Cleric, which actually brought up a little upgrade menu. One of the options was Aura Buff, so I naturally selected that one. Who Needs a Cleric
Aura buffed. You exude a regenerative aura out to a number of feet equal to 10 times your FOR. Allies within the aura gain an additional amount of HP regeneration equal to your FOR. Allies within the aura also gain an additional amount of HP regeneration equal to your FOR for each beneficial aura effect you have applied to them other than this one.
You have an enhanced awareness of the location of allies affected by this aura, and may focus to see their physical surroundings. You and your party members are always considered to be within range of this aura due to Aura Dilato. Who needs a cleric? Aura Dilato, Reverse Card, and Hammerdin were all auras that I had up all the time, and my Clockwork Life Warden staff gave me another aura that I could maintain without any ongoing cost. My Auradin evolution to leadership currently grants a 37% bonus to the effects of my auras, meaning that the base buff from Who Needs a Cleric was 96 bonus health regen. With the upgrade, my allies would reliably be getting a bonus 480 health regen. That was a big leap. However, the raw number wasn't what made it an impressive upgrade. It was how much better the effect would now scale. As before, my fortitude improved the bonus linearly, and leadership improved it with a growing percentage boost. But now all of that was multiplied by the number of friendly auras I had going. All of that also applied to me and was doubled by my ring, and then doubled again by Body of Asclepius. For me, it was a bonus 1,920 health regen, whereas before it had been around 384. That took my health regen from 3,718 to 5,266, which was a 41% bump. I made a solid stank face as I looked at that figure and nodded with approval. "Oh, that's nice," said Etja. "It's like a cool breeze and a warm hug wrapped in a tasty flatbread." She blinked through some menus while I contemplated her imagery. "I do suddenly feel a sense of wellness," said Varen. He glanced at me. "You used the upgrade on your health aura?" "I did," I said. "You're quadrupling my health regen," said Etja, prompting everyone else to check. "Mine has been tripled," said Varen. "Mine is also 4 times higher than normal," said Kai. "That is quite a buff." "Doubled," said Guar. "Does this mean my arm will grow back twice as fast?" He scratched at the growing nub. "It was already growing back faster because of my aura," I said. "But now it'll grow back faster-er." "Right." "What did everyone else choose?" I asked, assuming we all received a passive skill upgrade. "I haven't decided," said Varen. "There are too many good ones," said Etja. "Stun immunity," said Guar. "That was an option?" I asked. "Impregnable turned out to be a weak passive," he replied. "I've always regretted picking it up, but adding immunity to stunned makes it pretty good." "I am definitely considering more ways to negate stunned," said Major Kai. Getting knocked around by that Devon was sobering. "If that's the average threat level posed by the United we'll be dealing with in here," I said, "it might make sense for me to extract some of your people once we—" I trailed off as my mind collapsed onto what my Closetland clone was dealing with. A wave of anger rose up in my chest, but I took several deep breaths, letting the surge die back down while drawing some curious looks from my entourage. A few seconds later, I stood, put my hands on my hips, and addressed the group. "We've just been fucked by a dragon." I then held out my hand and summoned a banana. System Addendum, added by username Empress Rona Lite. Addendum note, 20 minutes beforehand. Lieutenant Nokomi Moonwing shifted her leathery wings to adjust for where her uniform tugged at them. She stood next to Ulia Sterion, Count Sterion's daughter, and the pair of them watched King Zordrell hold court in his own odd fashion. Nokomi had been to many of Ardzia's seats of power, from the dark iron throne room in Heward to the Empress's Hall in Litta. Timon council chambers, Midican chiefs' dens, Chovali governacula, all different in form and the particulars of their function, but so far as she could remember, they all had at least one thing in common. Those of the highest station sat above those that they ruled. The king's chamber in the Closetland Capitol building inverted that rule. The room was more of an amphitheater, with King Zordrell standing behind a podium near the lowest point. The small stage he stood upon rose only slightly above a walkway for attendants who came and went, providing documents and exhibits to the king or one of the aides who sat behind him. This had nothing to do with the status of such people, from what Nakomi could tell, but was simply a practical choice so that the help didn't block the king's sightlines. Otherwise, everyone in the chamber either sat behind curving desks, lining the spacious rows that surrounded the center stage, the lowest of which was slightly higher than the king's stage, stood on balconies overlooking the chamber, or held the floor to petition the king from a platform level with the ruler's own. This gave everyone in the room a clear view of the king, and Nakomi had to admit it was more comfortable to look down at the man than to be forced to crane her neck back for hours on end. The original purpose for which she had come to Closetland had been fulfilled some weeks ago, when Nakomi undertook the procedure that gave her access to training stats. It was called the MIST method, with MIST being an acronym of some kind, although Nakomi hadn't learned what it was an acronym for. Since then, she'd managed to reach 10 in strength and begun making significant progress with her intelligence. While she'd never be as advantaged by the process as a level 1, since she'd already placed points into half of her attributes, it would still be worth 4.5 levels of progress without raising her actual level. The Count had paid for this massive boon out of his own pocket, as a reward for Nakomi's rescue of his daughter during the Battle of Crimsim. The gift was exorbitantly expensive, but the Count hadn't offered it purely out of a sense of extraordinary generosity. She was now his personal liaison officer to the Imperial military, and had been given orders from General Tyvis himself to safeguard the life of the man's daughter, Ulia, and there was now talk of her joining young Lady Sterion's party once she'd reached level 10. Ulia was to undertake creation next year, which would mean Nakomi was locked out of delving for a significant time span. It wasn't an ideal arrangement, but she could hardly complain given the amount the Count had invested in her. Now, Nakomi had been left to carry out her orders and serve as a bodyguard for Ulia. The lieutenant was also mentoring the younger woman on delve tactics, having experience in the role of instructor from her time teaching at Fort Ruiz. She was but one on a staff of experts giving Ulia the sort of privileged private education most could only dream of. In addition to her lessons, the young lady had been given some token diplomatic duties to carry out in Closetland, earning her some rare, high-level experience with such tasks. Closetland was growing at an incredible pace, but the lead diplomat was still the king himself. This meant that Ulia, a woman who had only just reached her 18th year, was using a foreign head of state as her diplomacy training wheels. Of all the world's leaders, Arlo Zordrell was perhaps the best opportunity for Ulia to interface with someone at such high levels of government, while simultaneously being the worst example of someone in such a position.
This wasn't due to any flaw in King Zordrell's character, or even because of any lack in his leadership capabilities. It was simply that most lessons Ulia would learn from him would not carry over to interacting with any other world leader.
"Look," said Arlo, "I understand why you're upset, but Closetland isn't abducting carbuncles. The packs that have immigrated have done so voluntarily." The petitioner replied with a series of squeaks and yips. This came to no one's surprise, since the King of Closetland was currently speaking to a fox. Granted, it was a magical fox, standing atop a small set of stairs that brought it up to eye level with the king. It even had its own tiny podium where it rested its front paws. A large amber gemstone grew from its head, and as the adorable creature barked its response, the stone glowed in pulses that emphasized its tone.
They were given a comprehensive series of civic lessons, the king replied. One of them focused entirely on the consequences of forfeiting their existing citizenship in favor of swearing fealty to closet land. Yip, yip. Bark. Squeal. Yip.
Yes, my familiar and I have several obelisks. Why do you ask?
Chirp. Bark. Yip.
I suppose you could describe them as very big magic stones, yes.
The fox-like being turned and yipped a few times at a congregation of carbuncles crowding one of the balconies. They stood on their hind legs with their little paws on the balustrade. Ulia had squealed when she first saw them, and Nakomi agreed that they were among the cutest things she'd ever encountered. The carbuncles yipped quietly with one another, and the one at the center barked a reply to the petitioner. Bark, bark, yip!
Yes, we're still accepting new citizens.
If you'd like to apply, you can speak to one of my magisters. The carbuncle squeaked out what sounded like a happy reply, then bounded away to find one of the ghostly beings that helped King Zordrell run his kingdom. Arlo shook his head, looking amused by the interaction, then shut a portfolio on his podium. "Those are all the formal audiences being held today," he said to the crowd watching the proceedings. While a number of people in the king's chamber were there on business, the majority were ordinary citizens of the growing kingdom. That the man held court in public was another oddity, although one that serendipitously allowed Ulia to observe and learn in a way that other autocratic nations would leave inaccessible. As the room filled with the babble of the audience and emptied of its people, one of the king's aides approached to take the man's portfolio. Nakomi turned as one of the translucent mystic magisters approached her and Ulia through the open doors to their balcony. The king on the stage transformed back into its true form as one of the magisters, and the magister before Nakomi and Ulia turned into a copy of the king. Arlo's real body was deep inside the less-than-habitable forest, assisting the Litan military, although he was still personally inhabiting the clone. Nakomi thought the idea of doing both of those things at once sounded exhausting, but the man appeared to be in his element. "Lady Starion," King Zordrell said, giving Ulia a nod, to which she replied with a perfect curtsy. He turned to Nakomi and added, "Lieutenant Moonwing," before bowing deeply at his acknowledgement. He turned back to Ulia. "I'm told you have an informal request." "An inquiry, Your Majesty," said Ulia. The young woman's whiskers twitched nervously. "A personal one, if you are willing to indulge me." "For you, I'm happy to oblige." "Thank you," she said. "As context, this year would have been my last at the Crimson Academy had it not been destroyed."
I plan to join Lita's next creation delve.
"So I've heard."
It is my understanding that Closetland recently had a small creation run. There were 30 delvers?
"That's right."
The rumors are that all 30 undertook platinum delves, and that all 30 survived.
"There were a few close calls," he said. "Some closer than I'd like, but yes."
Is it true that Closetland provided custom equipment to each delver before they entered?
"Yes. We've had the fortune of developing some gear that gives candidates a strong leg up for their first run."
"Well," said Ulia, hesitating. She looked down and saw that she'd been wringing her hands. She dropped them before meeting King Zordrell's eyes again, spending a moment studying the sparkling green irises and black sclera. "I would like to negotiate the purchase of such a set for my own run. I'd planned to use my family's regalia, but it is simple armor and weapons. High quality, of course, but ordinary. I wouldn't ask, but I worry about my father and—"
Arlo held up a hand.
"You don't need to explain wanting to survive," he said. What went unsaid was the king's connection to the death of Ulia's brother, Sail. Nakomi had thought the request was a breach of etiquette when Ulia first pitched the idea, an attempt to exploit the man's guilt. Having spent much time observing him in negotiations with the Count, however,
She'd come to believe he felt no guilt over the death of the Count's son. He certainly harbored a sense of sadness, but Sir Sail's memory wasn't a lever that would move him, not unless he allowed it to. "Tell you what, why don't we take a tour of the armory," said the king, "so you can see what you're asking for. The equipment is pretty specialized, and even if I agreed, Lita wouldn't have any way to service and maintain the stuff, much less upgrade it." A bright smile washed away the anxiety on Ulia's face.
"You are most gracious, Your Majesty."
"Lieutenant Moonwing, you're welcome to come as well," King Zordrell added. "I understand you're keeping a close eye on the Count's daughter."
"A duty I am honored to perform," she replied. "If you don't mind, I'd be interested in chatting some about Chovali culture while we meander. I haven't had the opportunity to get to know many of your people. I'm afraid my most significant interaction was with a group of pirates." "I have heard of this encounter," said Nokomi, expression growing somber. "Practitioners of the ancient customs are not normally so depraved, but some travel a twisting path. I am ashamed it was your first impression." Nokomi was surprised when the king responded in her native tongue.
"Free yourself of shame," he said amicably. "That night's become a memory."
"Then let it become a distant one. So long shall you have lived," she said, giving the customary response.
"You've not flown with our kind, yet taken time to learn our speech. I see language clear as moonlight through empty nighttime skies, but the practice of your speech still lies in murky waters. As you've said, I've not had the opportunity to flock." Nokomi grinned wide enough to show her fangs, then swapped back to Imperial. "That explains why your accent is terrible." Ulia gave her a wide-eyed look, shocked by the lieutenant's sudden informality. King Zordrell chuckled. "Book learning can only teach so much. I think the language is fascinating, but I'm also interested in these ancient customs. They're a type of non-system magic, right?" "Yes," she said, "but the Chovali believe that all magic is non-system magic." She paused and watched the king's expression, waiting for the skepticism to creep in. She was happy to see that the man didn't look like he was about to challenge her, but curious instead. "Rather than wade that river, I will say the customs have many paths, and all Chovali are born upon at least one. Mine is the Noko, which grants cunning senses, but I am not a true practitioner." The king raised an eyebrow at Nokomi mentioning and then dismissing the system magic topic, but didn't push. "And what counts as a true practitioner?" "One who seeks to travel the furthest reaches of their path, and to join other paths to their own." "But some paths are twisting." "Any path can become twisting if they are joined without care," Nokomi said. "Those who avoid the journey to seek the end become lost." "Shortcuts make you evil?" "Perhaps," she replied. "Or perhaps evil seeks out shortcuts." "You said you walk the Noko. Is that related to your name being Nokomi?" "Yes," she said. "Traditional families will sometimes wait to grant their young a forename until their path is known." "Then I guess your family is traditional." She gave him an embarrassed smile. "All Chovali refer to ourselves as children of the moon. I am Nokomi Moonwing, a moon daughter walking the Noko. Noko even has an alternate meaning in certain contexts, which is child." "Very traditional, then." Ulia looked at Nokomi with furrowed brow. "But you are a Chovali in the Imperial Army," she said. "That is very non-traditional." The lieutenant sighed. "You have seen the stage play of my life, Lady Sterion, and now know it to be a tragedy."
"Well," said King Zordrell, "you have my condolences. My parents weren't always supportive of my choices, so I understand having some familial angst. What do you say we mosey on down to the armory?"
As the king spoke, an aide came onto the balcony.
She waited politely for Arlo to finish his sentence, then whispered in his ear. "Her Cerulean Majesty has arrived at the embassy for Club Dragon," she said. "She is asking for an audience." King Zordrell had a non-verbal back and forth with his aide, then frowned.
The aide rushed off, and Arlo rubbed at his eyes, looking frustrated.
"Is something the matter, Your Majesty?" asked Ulia. "You know, of all the dragon rulers, I think Cerulean is the one most likely to make a shitty houseguest." Golden is probably trouble, but she's got her own logic that I can kind of figure out." He gave them a knowing look. "Super religious. I think she worships a wicked god, but it's one that'll mostly leave you alone if you don't piss it off. On the other hand, I'm pretty sure that Cerulean is a textbook psychopath." He blew out a breath and looked around at the mostly empty chamber. "Feel free to hang out while I deal with this. We can tour the armory after." King Zordrell vanished, replaced by one of his magisters. He re-inhabited the one down on the stage. A minute later, the main doors opened to admit a woman who looked like she was made of blue liquid. Nakomi was unnerved as she realized that the woman created a complete sensory dead zone. The space she occupied swallowed sound, emitted no scent, and seemed to contain no mana whatsoever. It was more noticeable to Nakomi than if the woman hadn't bothered to mask her presence at all. It almost felt like a power play, an announcement to those perceptive enough that she was beyond them. That was only confirmed when Nakomi used Identify on her. Nakomi's stomach turned. She'd never seen that before. She didn't even know an Identify could be restricted. Ulia opened her mouth to say something, but Nakomi laid a hand on the woman's arm and turned to her, a warning in her eyes and a finger to her lips. "Your Majesty," said King Zordrell, "what brings you to my humble kingdom?" Chapter 64. "King Zordrell," said Her Cerulean Majesty, the liquid woman's body shimmering. The greeting was acceptable as one given between peers, but her curt tone was hardly polite. "I will skip the pleasantries and play acting.
My pretense for being here is that you have an open invitation for each of the rulers to visit. My purpose for being here is to enter the labyrinth you've stumbled into." Nakomi got the impression this woman didn't think much of King Zordrell or his title. For his part, Arlo gave no reaction to his counterpart's aggressive approach, instead tapping his lips in thought for a moment. "Why do you want to enter the labyrinth?" he asked. "I have been told that a monolith can be found within," she replied. Nakomi's head spun with how much information both parties were simply handing to the other with their blunt questions and answers. "Given the presence of Davans within the labyrinth, I believe they are attempting to seize control of it for use in raising unity. I will stop them from doing so." King Zordrell took a deep breath, eyebrows rising. "I'm not usually one to stand on formality," he said, "so I won't read too deeply into your abandonment of it. That being said, very few people are aware of exactly what's happening in the forest, especially since communications have broken down." "You needn't be concerned," said Cerulean, cutting him off. "None of your peons are spies. I knew of your operations in the forest and the existence of a labyrinth therein. I monitor all major mana flows throughout this half-dead planet, and the forest is one of them. I felt the ripples of it as it changed. An infant could infer what happened." "And the monolith?" "Anyone in a position of power is aware that the Litans projected a monolith location within the forest. Beyond that, I have received independent intelligence from other sources, most notably Matriarch Cora Heronwhite." Arlo hummed as he thought. "The Heronwhites and I have had our differences in the past. They tend to accuse me of colluding with avatars and undermining Heward's global influence." "Those are both objectively true," said Cerulean. "You've worked with Fortune and Avarice, and the phase transition gutted Highward's monopoly on creation delves."
Right, he said, looking like he'd just sucked on a lemon. Well, they've taken it quite personally. Have you considered that they're maneuvering you into a collision course with me? Cora Heronwhite is a heinous bitch, but she is competent at gathering information and is well known for providing accurate reports. I have no doubt that she has been truthful, although she certainly plays games like all petty mortals. If her motivations serve to inconvenience me, she will be dealt with. I suppose that if anyone could swat a Hywardian matriarch down, then it would be you, Ruler Cerulean. I've lived through the deaths of 1,000 nations, she replied. I'll leave you to guess how many died to me. Nakomi still had her hand on Ulia's arm and felt the young lady Starion tense. She couldn't blame her, since the ruler's response could easily be read as a threat to all of Closet Land. The lieutenant suddenly felt that her charge would be safer somewhere else. But she was reluctant to move them, lest she call down the dragon's attention. Arlo sat and watched Cerulean for a time. You said you would stop the Devons from claiming the monolith. How do you intend to do that? I will destroy them. The Devons or the monolith? All of it, said Cerulean. Capturing the monolith is essential for the United, and they must battle a labyrinth to acquire it. They will have committed significant forces, the annihilation of which will cripple Breach. Further, the destruction of the monolith itself will present an existential threat to their culture. The combination of the two will end this war before it has truly begun, and we will be free to clean up the avatars after. If you need to use me to get inside, I'm assuming the system won't let you enter the labyrinth.
How does it keep you out?
That is irrelevant. I disagree, said King Zordrell. That labyrinth is in serious need of help currently, and if the system is still willing to keep you out, then it doesn't seem to want the kind of help you're offering. I am not interested in helping the system. Everything that self-serving machine does is steeped in deception, especially when it feigns vulnerability. Do you think it needs you to address its problems? Is your ego that inflated? Do you actually believe your contributions are so unique that a superintelligence as old as some planets couldn't get by without your paltry interference? I seem to have touched a nerve. If Cerulean swiped a hand as if to bat away the king's next question. Do you intend to open a portal for me? No. His proclamation was so forceful that Nakomi took an instinctive step away from the balustrade. Do not be misled by the deference I showed to your position when I visited Club Dragon, Ruler Cerulean.
That isn't where we are.
You've come to my kingdom and made demands. If you are unwilling to explain yourself to my satisfaction, then you are welcome to return to your own lands, where the people have no choice but to tolerate your derision. Brave words from an absentee king. Regardless, I am too old to be bothered by your tantrum. I've come to expect them from children and fools alike, and you are both, Arlo Zordrell. Cutting, he said dryly. The system keeps me from the labyrinth because it knows I will break it. I have no patience for its convoluted puzzles, so I will simply raze it to the ground, alongside all the United within its borders. I will tear it asunder until the monolith is exposed, and I will break the cursed thing between my teeth. And what of everyone else inside the labyrinth? Remove those who are with you when you open the portal, she replied. Most of my people have been separated from me. Most of the Litans as well. Then they will need to rely on themselves to survive. Do you plan to give them a chance to do that? Breaking into the core of a labyrinth is not a gentle process. The spells I have chosen are engineered for annihilation, not discretion. To be clear, said King Zordrell, you are asking me to give you access to a labyrinth where many of my closest allies are, so that you can nuke the entire place with no regard for friend or foe. A handful of lives is an easy price to pay for this world's salvation. Although I can tell from your tone
that you will allow emotion to dictate your actions. You can't possibly think this will convince me to let you in, said King Zordrell as he rubbed his forehead. Your plan is terrible. No, my plan is simple. You will eventually learn that complexity is not the same as competency. Fine. Let's assume I'm too young to appreciate your ancient wisdom.
Why don't we get a second opinion from someone who's older than either of us?
Cerulean narrowed her eyes at the king, who held his arms out to either side and looked up to the ceiling. The word the king then spoke rattled all the emptiness within Nakomi, which, to her confusion, turned out to be most of her. Jirochi, he said. What do you think of Ruler Cerulean's plan? The dragon's eyes went from narrowed to opening wide as she realized what King Zordrell was doing. She held out a hand toward the man, like she was planning to cross the gap between them and grab him by the collar. However, before she could do anything, she disappeared. Arlo looked around the chamber and placed his hands back onto his podium. He tapped the sides nonchalantly, then glanced up at Nakomi and Ulia. This is kind of weird, he said. I usually end up going with them. Before he could explain what he meant by that, the building rattled.
A voice rumbled through the walls, shaking them like a planet-sized titan was whispering in the next room over. Though your 1,000 nations span 100 ages, you dozen survive the generation. It's a paltry imitation of this one designed to last. When it comes for scales of glass, your fangs will shatter fast. You've bit upon eternity, the old iconoclast. Nakomi suddenly felt more solid than she ever had as the voice faded to nothing. Another moment passed, and Cerulean appeared back on the petitioner's stage. The dragon's liquid form shuddered, vibrations rippling across her humanoid form's surface, which momentarily transitioned into glinting blue scales. Her body trembled, and she looked up at Arlo, face filled with fury. It doesn't matter whether you're convinced, she said, then snapped her fingers. Nakomi flinched back as threads of mana flashed into existence all around her. No, not just around her, everywhere. Thin as spider's silk, and so numerous that Nakomi had to rein in her mana sight lest she be overwhelmed. Ulia watched her in confusion, having been spared the presence of whatever Arlo had called down on Cerulean, and lacking the senses to see what was making the Trovalis squint and struggle. Fortunately, sight was one of Nakomi's least vital senses. The mana hadn't done anything to the sound in the space, so the lieutenant recovered quickly enough. King Zordrell looked around curiously at the threads, although he didn't seem very bothered by them. Okay, he said. You're choosing to double down. I guess you don't respect age so much as... Well, you probably don't respect anything outside of yourself, now that I think about it. He waggled a hand at the lines of mana. Is this supposed to be a threat? You don't need a visual aid to prove you can destroy everything and everyone in here. You're a fool, but not an idiot, said Cerulean. Figure it out for yourself. Arlo took another moment to watch the threads, then shrugged and abandoned his magister to appear in the one next to Nakomi and Ulia. Cerulean glanced their way, then hovered into the air where she crossed her legs and appeared to begin meditating. The shuddering of her form began to abate. What's happened? Asked Ulia. Arlo held up a hand to forestall any more questions, then opened a portal to some empty part of Closet Land. The threads were there as well. He closed that portal, then gestured for them to follow. They walked from the king's chamber down a corridor and out into the streets of Pending. The kingdom's capital city was built from the ruins of Crimzim, and the original Litan settlement had been radically transformed during the reconstruction. Half of the ruined buildings were removed and replaced with parks, gardens, and other plant-rich public works. The focus on natural beauty, combined with the fact that the city was technically indoors, had made Nakomi feel quite at home.
if not a little homesick. Now, every inch of the place was covered in cerulean's threads. "Shit," said Arlo. He opened another portal, revealing the armory that Nakomi assumed she and Ulia had been meant to tour. "Come on." The pair followed the disgruntled king, leaving a street full of confused closetlanders in their wake. Arlo closed the portal behind them and crossed his arms, looking consternated. "What is she doing?" Nakomi asked. "Her mana is everywhere." "I open portals from my real body to Closetland all the time," he said.
This eyesore of a spell is either some kind of alert system that'll tell her when I'm opening a portal, or will let her hitchhike through any that I open while in the labyrinth.
"So if you try to come home," said Nakomi, "Ruler Cerulean will use the portal to enter the labyrinth?"
Or if I try to send an ally to safety, or open multiple portals to move shit around like my shield."
"Isn't your inventory in here?" asked Ulia.
"Yeah, but using inventory isn't a portal." He furrowed his brow, looking even more concerned.
"I don't think it's a portal." "If it isn't a portal, what is it?" asked Nakomi.
"Planar teleportation," he replied.
"Isn't teleportation just skin-tight portals?"
"Living things can't travel through my inventory slots."
"I see that we are skipping past that last question." "Seems like a risk," said Ulia, looking between Arlo and Nakomi.
"I'm not giving up my damn inventory. Watch."
Arlo held out a hand, but nothing happened. "Should I be seeing something?" asked Ulia.
I'm making a banana go in and out of my inventory with my main body, but you can't see it."
He dropped his arm.
"Because you aren't there."
Anyway, Cerulean didn't ride my inventory to come into the labyrinth, so inventory use is safe.
"Wasn't that a big risk?"
asked Ulia. "Nah," said Arlo, waving a hand. "Anyway, Nakomi, are you familiar with the PSA evolution?" She hesitated over the odd inflection he put on his words.
"I am. It lets you speak to anyone you have met before, most commonly through psychic means, but it can manifest in other ways."
"You have the gate spell," Arlo added.
"I do."
"And you've been inside the forest."
"I was escorted in to gain the colossal weapon's intrinsic."
She flapped her wings nervously.
"But the forest will make my gate spell explode if I try to go that deep into it."
Arlo nodded to himself for a few seconds, then put a hand on Nakomi's shoulder.
"I'm gonna portal you two back to New Crimson."
The man looked at her meaningfully, and Nakomi picked up on the message before long. "Right," she said. "Lady Starion, we will be leaving." "What about my things?" "We will pick them up another time." Ulia pouted, but agreed. The lieutenant was her security advisor and bodyguard, after all, and she'd been trained on when to stay quiet and play along. Once Nakomi stepped out of the closet and into New Crimson, the portal to Closetland immediately shut behind them. Ulia turned to Nakomi, frustration clear in her posture. "What was that about?" she asked. "King Zordrell was concerned that Ruler Cerulean could still hear our conversation, but he is not exactly a subtle hand with deception." "Okay," said Ulia. Then she gestured at the maze of stout wooden buildings that surrounded them. "But what are we doing here? I was supposed to go to Taras once I was done in Closetland." "First, we find the base commander," said Nakomi.
"Then we will be going to see a man named Earworm." Chapter 65.
"Arlo," said Varen, "why do you keep summoning and dismissing a banana?" I ceased my fruit-based portal investigations and peeled the tropical treat. Taking a bite, I lamented how it wasn't as tasty as an earth banana, mainly due to the seeds. I spit a few out and pointed at Varen. I was making sure that using my inventory wouldn't inadvertently cause a localized dragon apocalypse. "As one does," he replied in a long-suffering tone. "Now what in all the hells does that mean?" I spat out another seed and proceeded to loop everyone in on the going sun within Closet Land. There were a few detours in the conversation, including what I was hoping Nakomi would help out with. By the time we were done, Guar's arm had fully regenerated, and I'd assembled a portable workshop to do some gear repairs. "Then we no longer have our fallback position," said Major Kai.
He shifted on his crutch as his leg grew back at a visible pace, now only missing everything below the middle of his shin. "Perhaps we can coordinate to gather everyone in a single place, then leave through your portal while the Dragon Ruler comes through. If what she is saying is true, it may not be a terrible course of action." "Assuming we can find everyone," said Guar. "It's called a labyrinth for a reason, right?" "Thoughts, Grotto?" I asked, as I finished making adjustments to my old Verdantum gauntlet. I was making it work with my Prismatite vambrace. "While I have never personally been responsible for labyrinth operations, I am willing to make some predictions based on labyrinth rules and the overarching logic of delves. I expect the layout will keep delvers separated throughout the primary challenges, allowing them to operate in smaller, party-sized teams. Then, multiple parties will be brought into conflict around objectives, such as the obelisks." "So can we expect more people to show up here?" asked Kai. "Perhaps one additional party, but I doubt that all of our allies will find their way to this obelisk. The labyrinth wants to encourage infighting between us, or at least it normally would, but has no reason to create an 8-team bloodbath at the first objective." "How confident are you in that assessment?" "I believe it is more likely than not, but I cannot truly know without becoming a co-arbiter of this labyrinth." "Labyrinths have their own exit conditions," I said, pulling up my notification history. "The rules for this one say, exit portals will be provided whenever an obelisk is successfully activated, whereupon up to 5 delvers may choose to either exit via the portal or stay within the labyrinth to pursue additional obelisks and rewards." All 5 of us looked at the obelisk and the obvious absence of an exit portal. "Maybe it hasn't appeared because there's still a level reward remaining." Major Kai stroked his chin and considered. "Very well," he said. "I will accept the final level. If this opens a portal, then I recommend Guar and I withdraw. We can—" Kai was interrupted by a platform rising from the ground 100 feet away from the obelisk. One of the wormholes opened on top of it, and a new group of 5 walked out. Leading the way was Tavio, the buff and brown-furred commanding officer for every Litan delver on the current mission, and the source of about half of all the concussions I'd ever gotten. He was followed closely by Maddle. The red-eyed Litan weapon master floated through the air toward her teammate Guar, her crimson cape swaying dramatically in contrast to her impassive expression. Next was Joma, the Iskarim pugilist and handler for Nautigator. She had a golden cloak that also swayed dramatically, although that was because the cloak was a sentient piece of clothing called Cloaky. I was pretty sure he was trying to imitate Maddle. After that came Ember, the Hiwardian archer and Chalgoth enthusiast. And finally there was Zim, who grinned wide when she saw me, Varen, and Etya. She skipped over to us like a happy schoolgirl. "Hey there," I said. "Where did your crew of roughnecks come from?" "Unarmed," she said. "I'd gotten my hopes up about getting some good clobbering time, but the dungeon had been destroyed by one of the United before we got there. The same thing happened to us in Blunt. Did you end up fighting?" "If you can call it that," she said, brushing a lock of hair from her face. "Tavio, Joma, and Maddle turned the guy into chunks. I set the chunks on fire, and Ember smeared what was left across a mile's worth of forest. It took about 12 seconds. "Wow," I said. "Good party comp." Zim nodded, but stopped suddenly to squint above our heads.
"Hey, you've all got a level on me."
"There's one more in the obelisk," I said, "if you feel like convincing everyone that you should be the one to get it." Tavio had been speaking softly to Major Kai, but looked over when I said that. "It will either be her or Maddle," he said.
Everyone else is at a higher level. Kai nodded, letting me know there'd be no hard feelings over the sudden swap.
Take it, said Maddle. You're a healer, you can deal with Charl, and there's obviously something wrong with this labyrinth.
What does that last bit have to do with anything? I asked.
Your party is all about fucked up delves, she said.
We are currently inside of a fucked up delve, so I want the experts to be as well equipped as possible. I won't argue with that, said Sheem. She stepped up to the obelisk, made sure no one was going to challenge her over it, then slapped her palm down. Power flooded into her body, after which she smiled wide and started looking over screens. Soon enough, she was mumbling under her breath about whether she wanted to be a little faster, or if she'd rather work on tying Varen for strength. Then she gasped and whispered about burning things alive to gain haste, which I assumed had to do with her passive skill upgrade. Tavio and Kai had kept a careful eye as Jim grabbed her level, and I followed their gaze while they looked around the orchard we were gathered in. Despite all of the obelisk's rewards being claimed, no exit portal had appeared. "Are we being scammed?" I asked Grotto, as I returned to getting my Verdatum Gorget to cooperate with my prismatite helm. The labyrinth dashboard I have access to shows that portal disruption has been pushed to its limits.
This may be enough interference to negate the labyrinth's own portal generation. Why would the cores in control of this place do that? Without having greater access, I can only conclude that their goal is to disrupt portals. Grotto swiped a feeler in irritation. We should divorce ourselves from the chaff and continue deeper. We may be able to find a location from which we can access administrative facilities. I looked around at the gathered all-stars. Who here would you consider chaff? Major Kai is no better than I'd expect from a gold at his level. Guar and Medel have hope, but cannot keep up with us at the moment. As Grotto critiqued several of the Empire's finest, Joma walked up to our group. You can't portal us out? Not without admitting a dragon who'll rampage through the entire place, killing anyone who isn't with us currently. Joma crossed her arms. That's a no, then? No, I can't get us out right now. Fine, she said. I'm gonna keep going.
Nautigator's hungry, and the last guy we killed evaporated because of Ember's bullshit.
Joma pushed past us to go in search of more wormhole platforms. Clokey gave me a wave as they went and whispered, Sorry. I wasn't clear on what he was sorry for. I had a moment to wonder where Nautigator was before the Atrocidile's massive spectral head popped up from the ground, slinking back and forth in Joma's wake like it was wading through water in search of prey. The fact the big girl could go incorporeal at will like that was terrifying. I'll go see where the other portals lead, said Varen, heading off behind the furry princess pugilist. Pavio came over to consult with us, and we took some time to map out the labyrinth connections we'd found while I inspected the old armor from my right arm. It would still work with the demon bone cuirass, since I'd been using them together before I swapped to mostly prismatite.
There's no guarantee the portal connections will stay the same, I said, frowning at the visual mess my gear had become. The muted green wasn't quite working with the sparkling blue. With the addition of my boa, the full getup was leaning away from a sophisticated, loud and proud, toward a more bumbling, loud and obnoxious. The place must be navigable in some way, said Tavio. This will give us a place to begin. He was taking notes on one of the hefty slates the Litans used. While its communication functions were offline, it still had some local capabilities. Etya. Tavio turned his body toward the mage, eyes still fixed on the tablet. You mentioned that you'd been through a unique dungeon. Where else did that one lead, aside from this obelisk chamber? Tavio looked up at her when she didn't reply. Lady Nothosis? Zim turned from her screens, and I looked away from my repairs to check on Etya as well. She was staring off into space. Etya, you okay? I asked, waving a hand in front of her. She still didn't react, prompting me to look at her status on my party screen.
There was nothing to indicate she was harmed, although plenty of debuffs wouldn't show up there. Zim, cleanse? Our cleric nodded and cast the spell. A burst of harmless divine fire swept across Etia's body. Despite it, she remained non-responsive. Zim stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder. There's nothing wrong with her more humanoid parts, but she's as much golem stuff as organics. Grotto floated over next, hovering around Etia to perform some kind of scan, his feelers undulating. I went ahead and stashed the gear I'd been working on. There are no issues, so far as I can tell. He floated back and looked her up and down, his big black eyes stopping on Etia's feet. I looked down to see she wasn't floating, but standing on the ground.
If she were a normal golem, I would say that her controller has issued her a stop command.
She doesn't have a controller, said Zim. A moment of dread settled over me. I quickly cast Life Warden on Etia, then Grotto. Varen headed back over to us, alerted to the situation through Reveal. Tavio responded to my reaction by calling the Litans to order. "What is it?" he asked. Before I could respond, Guar's eyes lit up in a golden blaze, burning like I hadn't seen since our fight with the Hierophant. "Death from above," he said. He burst forward to Etia's side, summoning all three of his shield walls above us and holding his newly equipped backup shield up over her head. I felt something tearing its way through the compressed space above. The other Litans didn't ask questions. They just fired off more defensive skills in the scant second we had to react. My staff was out, and Aura of Perseverance was pumping out shielding as the canopy parted, revealing the storm-flooded skies. A dark shape fell onto us. I sent Grakorvus to support Gua as his barriers shattered, then grabbed Etia to put myself between the comatose mage and what I feared was coming. An enormous creature landed on our shields, slowed by only the tiniest fraction. I teleported us away at the last instant, taking along everyone within 5 feet of me. The thing landed amid us like a bomb. Even after the teleport, the blast hit us like a loaded semi-truck. I let it hurl us away even further, creating more distance and avoiding the harsh G-forces of gravity anchor on Etia's helpless body. A tree slammed into my back, shattering as I broke through it before I bounced off another in a spray of bark and a rain of citrus fruits. My shielding plummeted from the hit and from the damage I soaked from everyone else. I righted myself and put Etia into a fireman's carry as I looked back. The orchard was gone. Dirt and debris fell from the sky.
A billowing cloud obscured my vision, but I didn't need eyes to see. Soulsight showed me everything I needed to know. She had an ebony spirit that created an oppressive, crushing force with its mere existence. It was similar to her brother's, but sought to push rather than pull. A darkness that tried to inject itself into me, blindingly hot. And her brother soon fell to join her, landing lightly despite his hulking form. The creature's soul was a familiar, ravenous pit. It was the Leviathan's maw, greedy to gorge itself on everything we had. "Yes, yes, 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 yes," came a ragged voice from the second figure. It echoed unnaturally through the ruined grove. "My wish fulfilled. Our child has found her way back to me." The beast gestured in the gloom, and the clouds of dust were swept away, swirling as they went. It was hunched over, yet still towered over the recovering Litans. Gray strips of cloth hung off of it like dirty bandages, shrouding most of its body. A long snout poked from beneath the ragged cloth, and where eyes might have been, there was nothing but a pair of holes that evoked a sense of endless depths, absolutely dark and hungry. Its cavernous mouth opened, revealing no teeth or throat, but only dark, swirling threads of energy leading to its center. They spiraled hypnotically, beckoning us to throw ourselves in.
Its arms were long and ended in simian hands with knuckles that dragged the ground, even with elbows bent. From beneath the cloth that covered its chest, two smaller arms wrapped its gut, clutching at the garments. Each finger of the smaller hands glowed with a different hue of sickly light. Its flesh was gray and drooped into folds at the joints, though it was pulled taut against engorged muscle along its limbs. The first creature to have landed stood from her low crouch, rising to nearly twice the height of her brother.
She was physically similar, with 2 limbs dragging the ground and 4 more crossed over her chest and belly. A long tail whipped around at her back. At the ends of her 6 arms were not hands, instead ending in abyssal holes. Where her brother's feet were malformed hooves, hers were long and slender, looking out of place with their normality. She was wrapped in the same tattered gray cloth, her body covered in coiled, ropey muscle, but her form was distinctly feminine. The front of her head was a smoking crater, leaking smog into the air. It was Orexus and Anisis, come to reclaim their wayward child. Chapter 66. There was a very brief temptation to open the closet portal right in front of Orexus and just, see what happened. The idea had a low chance of helping us out of this situation, which was better than no chance, but it was an ejector seat duct-taped to a barrel of gasoline with a dynamite trigger.
Being in the middle of a fight between an ancient dragon and 2 godly avatars was less a way to escape the grove than it was a way to escape our mortal coil. Dropping everyone who was with me into that kind of a showdown seemed like it'd be an unkindness. I also didn't want to risk exposing Closet Land to the avatars. I had no doubts that they'd follow us through if I tried using a portal to get Etya out of there. While I was quick on the draw with opening and closing those things, I could barely keep up with a speedy United, much less an avatar. For those reasons, among others, I did not open a portal right in Orexus's face. But I was keeping the option open.
"This reunion is not what I envisioned," said Orexus, patting at the rags he wore as clothes. They'd begun to smoke for some reason, as had his sisters. "Etya has been kept from us, our search for her overtaken by greater needs for years.
Finally, we arrive to reclaim her, and my joy is tainted by the interference of vermin." Orexus flicked a hand toward Gua, whose eyes still burned golden. The Litten was yanked toward the avatar, and I realized mid-flight that the light of the Litten's gaze was the reason Orexus had begun to smolder. The avatar caught the hefty soldier in one of his large upper hands. Gua struggled against the grip, but it was futile. He bared his teeth, and as his glare caused steam to rise from Orexus's head, the avatar breathed. Gua's flesh shrank down to his bones as it dissolved into mist. The bones themselves liquefied, and all of it streamed into the abyss of the avatar's mouth. It happened so fast that several of us didn't register it until Gua's armor clattered to the ground. Empty. The feeling left behind from seeing him murdered was ice in my chest. My mind put the horror away for later, tucked into a box that saw more use than it should.
Tavio's expression morphed into a grim scowl, but he made no outwardly hostile movements.
"Back," he ordered, strapping on his helmet and moving to help Kai stumble away from the threat. The Major's leg had fully regrown, but hadn't been armored up again. The blast from Anisis's landing had left it a freshly twisted wreck. Maddle hovered into the air, her armor scored and dented from the Avatar's landing. Her dark helm stared down at Guar's own, bereft of its occupant. The woman's hands were held in fists so tight that her arms shook. "Lieutenant Maddle," Tavio said sharply. "Withdraw." Her head moved upward to take in Orexus, then Anisis behind him. Her hands relaxed,
and she floated into a slow retreat. The 3 Litans pulled back with the caution one might take with a wild animal, doing their best not to startle the godlings or draw attention to themselves. Neither Orexis nor Anesis seemed to notice or care. The former stretched, rising to his full height just shy of his sister's.
All 6 of his limbs were revealed as he reached toward the sky, groaning like the meal he'd made of Gwar had delivered him some kind of ecstasy. Anesis watched her brother, enraptured. Tavio looked over at me while the twin lovers had their moment, his expression dark but inquisitive. We both knew there was no fight here. It was run or die. But Tavio wouldn't hang my party out to dry. I waved him off, telling him to take his chance to escape with his people, while they still had one. "I saw 3 platforms," Varen said, shrugging debris from his shoulders as he approached, eyes fixed on the avatars. "Heavy armor is the only one you have a skill for, although there are likely more. I had less than a minute to look."
"That's backtracking."
"It is fine," Grotto said, voice low. "Heavy armor leads to blunt, and blunt leads to animal husbandry. I have that intrinsic, which means you should be able to use it as well."
"Then we scatter?"
"I don't think we can outrun them," he replied.
Zim shook dirt from her hair as she walked up on my other side.
"I fucking liked Gwar," she said, anger obscuring her sorrow like a thin coat of paint. She placed a hand onto Etia's back, then fixed up a few scrapes from our tumble. "Where do the other 2 platforms lead, Varen?" "Athletics and investigation." "I can help us get there," she said, ignoring the avatars to pull out a pouch filled with ritual supplies. "Hopefully this doesn't make things worse." The cleric started pouring ink out onto the ground with one hand while scattering what looked like flakes of dried blood with the other. The coppery tang of Zim's work pricked at my skin. The small of my back itched. "Did anyone see what happened to Ember?" I asked. Orexis came down and a ripple of power bounced back and forth between his soul and his sister's. The depths of Anesis's hollow face glowed with a pale, dirty yellow light. An arc of lightning crawled out from her skull and skittered through the cloud of smoke she constantly wept. She twitched and turned to the Litans, who were still in a slow withdrawal. They tensed.
"More plots and plans," said Orexis, whispered in the open.
He clapped his large upper hands once, and Anesis turned her head toward us. Her focus was accompanied by a low electronic hum. I glanced down at what Zim was working on, realizing it was an abbreviated version of her ritual to invoke the Eye of Samlia. Fingers crawled from the ground like worms beneath the ink of her squirming sigil. There was an incredible pull on my body as Orexis held one of his smaller hands out toward me, finger sparkling as he used Siphon. It was the same gravity spell that Etia used, and one I was ready for after seeing what happened to Gwar. I counteracted the pull using Gravity Anchor, a skill I'd forged while using Siphon as a model. Orexis's massive head tilted to one side in curiosity.
The finger moved a few degrees upward to target Etja instead, and I noticed that the avatar's spell was ordinary. It lacked something I'd expected to be there. There was no spark of divinity like that held by my portals and teleports. I held on to Etja tightly and used Dispel to interrupt his cast, still finding myself surprised when it worked. Orexis let out a frustrated snort that kicked up dust for 100 feet around him. "Sink us with reveal like you did when we dealt with the Hysteria fragment," Zim said as I played invisible tug-of-war with a pseudo-god. Words floated from my tongue like dandelion seeds. "We were in your dreamscape for that." Anesis twitched as another arc of electricity crackled out of her face, and she dug her large forelimbs into the dirt. "Patience, sister," said Orexis. "We must take care in extracting our daughter. I do not wish for her to be damaged." A sizzling beam of orange light erupted from his hand. It parted around my shielding, carving through the dirt to either side of me like an orbital laser, forcing Varen to duck aside.
That lasted for less than half a second before my shielding was annihilated and the beam punched a hole through my chest. The mass of tissue that was sort of acting like my heart was instantly obliterated. Orexus stopped the beam and watched for my reaction. I looked down at the hole to see it closing up as Jim healed me. The beams had missed her ritual circle. "We're in my dreamscape right now," she said, turning to me. I could see her brain through her head. Her heart beat in my ears, and her stomach growled. "I don't have time to invoke the eye. I need to borrow it from you." The world around the three of us had the unsettling vibe of the third layer wilds, shifting unsteadily with my thoughts, none of which were happy at the moment. Still, it was only an echo of that madness.
Outside of the summoned dreamscape, where the avatars were, reality was ordinary.
Orexus snarled and raised both of his smaller hands in my direction, several fingers lighting up. Varen stepped forward in front of me and Zim, sword raised. Anesis raised her heavy arms and smashed them back down, causing her brother to stop and glare at her. "If you must occupy yourself with something," he said, "then kill the rats." As if Orexus's words were a starting pistol, everyone kicked into gear, and many things happened at once. Anesis twisted back toward the Litans. They'd gradually picked up their pace and were now a fair distance away, deep into the forest and hidden from view, but I could still see them with soul sight. Maddle carried Kai while ranging forward. Tavio hung back, shield raised to defend their retreat. They weren't nearly far enough away. The electronic hum rose to a deafening pitch before a pale yellow beam erupted from the avatar's face.
The world flashed with blinding light, and thunder battered the air. When the flare subsided, the forest between us and the Litans was uprooted and burning. Tavio's shield had a melon-sized hole melted through it, the rest of it blackened. The devastation carried on behind him. The forest swept away along with Maddle and Kai, whom I'd lost track of in the chaos. Tavio's shield arm went limp, revealing a hole through the center of his chest, the same size as the one through his shield. Anesis rumbled her way toward him like a giant six-armed gorilla, the ground vibrating with every step. A field of golden wheat erupted around the Litan, which Anesis plowed through without slowing. An explosion of divine light came from the center of the crop, scouring the rags the Avatar wore, much the same as Guar's light had. Tavio emerged with his halberd held in both hands, chest restored, and body invigorated with Sumrin's power. He readied himself to receive the Avatar's charge, but Anesis disappeared. There was a split second of hesitation from the Litan as he lost the monster. Anesis was already behind him, bringing all 6 of her arms to his back, waist, and legs. She had speed enough to kick up a storm of wind, but the Avatar stopped its swing just as she brushed against the man's armor. It looked almost gentle until the world became another flash of light, and everything below Tavio's shoulders were reduced to atoms and scattered. Anesis released a trumpeting noise that rattled my teeth, smoke billowing out from her. Somehow, Tavio's head and shoulders had only been thrown a couple 100 feet. My eyes widened when I realized what little remained of the Litan was still moving. The scraps of armor clinging to him turned to fluid like quicksilver, covering his mangled form, then pouring down to recreate his body from liquid metal.
He climbed back to his feet, looking more like an unkillable android than a man. Anesis bellowed in response, her rage scorching the air with the scent of ozone and ironworks. She charged forward. Tavio barely managed to bring up an arm that flattened out into a shield before Anesis walloped him with one of her mighty limbs. There was a gruesome sound of flesh pounding against metal, a wet grunt, and Tavio disappeared into the forest. Trees fell in the distance, and a mushroom cloud of dirt rose to kiss the sky, miles distant.
The devastation from the Avatar's one-sided beatdown had cleared out 100 acres of forest, but the destruction didn't end with broken trees and shattered rocks. The land began to thrash as the remains of every living thing the Avatar's power had touched began to pop and jerk, bouncing like a nest of infested popcorn. As the splintered remains of trunks and tree limbs broke apart, creatures poured out of them, their sizes ranging from humanoid down to being too small for me to make out clearly at a distance. Each one had a body like Anisis, 6 arms and a cavernous, smoking head. Where they differed was that they glowed with a scorching internal light, their bodies lit up from within to expose ropey veins and a madman's idea of organs. Orexis stalked toward us and waved a hand, assailing Varen with siphon to push him aside. I hit that with another dispel while the big guy charged the Avatar, and one of Orexis's fingers glowed blue in response. My mind was suddenly muddled, and a new status popped up on my HUD. Stupefied. You can no longer cast spells. There was no timer on the debuff, which was worrying. Varen met Orexis at the edge of Zim's dreamscape as the Avatar hit me with another spell, causing fungus to start growing out of my flesh. Thousands of stacks of bleeding were negated by my immunity, and thousands more stacks of toxicity were reduced by my resistance. Zim's dreamscape filled with cleansing fire, ridding me of some of the poison and healing me from the damage the remainder was doing. Varen's clones had been spent on the United, and he hadn't had time to recover them between battles, but he went after Orexis like a storm nonetheless. Orexis intercepted each strike with a single hand, using 2 fingers to catch and divert the blade. Varen was dozens of times more powerful than he was when we'd first faced the Avatar, and yet was still woefully inadequate to fight the creature. However, that didn't mean he was harmless. After a handful of attacks, the Avatar swapped hands, holding up the first to peer at it. The flesh of his 2 fingers had several deep cuts that wept dark blood. "Odd," said Orexis, before a spear appeared in Varen's gut. One of the Avatar's lower hands had skewered the Ravenblack, driving the weapon down through his hip and into the ground. Orexis clamped down on Varen's wrist, halting his onslaught, then brought a third hand to bear, grabbing the man by his throat while he let out a ragged hiss of pain. Orexis turned Varen's head side to side, peering down at him as though to search his face, despite it being fully enclosed by his raven skull helmet. "Why do I feel myself in you?" he asked, empty eyes narrowing. Varen's pained groan turned to a growl. "Because I've already killed you once," he said. "Just a piece, but it was a start." "My specter," said Orexis, sounding thoughtful. "It never returned, but I'd never considered you could have absorbed that speck of power. Perhaps if I consume you, I can retrieve it." A chunk of the Avatar's head exploded, reduced to a dark liquid that sprayed across the ruined grove. Unbothered, he turned toward a still-standing group of trees, then waved a hand at it. Mushrooms bloomed to encompass the swath of vegetation, quickly turning to rot that collapsed, leaving nothing but foul soil behind. Another spear appeared, held in his second lower hand, and it swept aside a follow-up arrow from a different direction. "Shalgoth," Orexis spat as the missing flesh on his head bubbled up to reform. Varen took the opportunity to flash out of the Avatar's grip as a ghostly beam of light. He reappeared in front of me and Zim, his glittering cloak billowing out to hold him aloft as his leg failed. I ramped up reveal, my presence flooding into Zim's soul. We lifted her scepter aloft, and the storm overhead shrank into a violent orb that floated down to land atop her implement. In its place, a single eye opened to gaze down upon us, the force of its presence peeling back the shuddering canopy. Chapter 67. "I don't have time to explain most of this," Zim said hurriedly. "Varen, take us to the platforms as soon as we're in."
Everyone, remember the rules for layer walking the wilds. Greycurvis flew back to me just before the light outside the perimeter of Zim's dreamscape faded, taking the cacophonous sounds of Anisis along with it. It felt like the world had been a stage play and the theater had suddenly lost power, killing the spotlights and sound system. We stood in a column of crimson light, a pillar of third-layer reality amid a sea of nothing. Zim channeled healing into Varen to seal up his wounds. I was distracted by the fingers still crawling up from beneath the ink of Zim's sigil. There was a distant thudding noise, and Zim gritted her teeth in pain as the edges of our light shook. Perspiration had started beading along her forehead. It was difficult to tell in the light, but it looked like she was sweating blood. The fingers started scrabbling at the tread of my boots. A dark shape tried to invade the light at our backs.
Varen looked us over, then turned to orient himself in the direction of the labyrinth's platforms. Another thud caused Zim to stagger, and I reached out to steady her with my free hand, the other still holding Etcha over my shoulder. Zim stumbled forward with my support, and the eye followed her passage, the column of reality moving with the cleric. We picked up the pace, our short journey punctuated by the distant thud growing ever closer. Blood began seeping from all of Zim's orifices. Her thick combat robes were slick with it, her chainmail overcoat dripping. The terrain shifted from finger-laced dirt to tall grass that waggled like snakes preparing to strike. Beneath it all was a mesh of metal grating that clanked as we walked, squeaking and rattling like it was barely holding together. Between the grass and beneath the grate, I could make out a glint off the surface of water just below us.
After looking for a few seconds, I noticed a pair of eyes, wide open, and with the whites starkly contrasting with the underground gloom. They'd been there the entire time, moving with us as we walked, and it startled me that I'd stared downward for so long and hadn't noticed. A scent like antiseptic and old age teased at my nose, pulling at some memory I couldn't quite bring to mind. It fought with the smell of rot left behind by the fungus that had grown out of me and died, leaving a film on my skin and in my beard. There were faint voices calling out for Varen, but the big guy ignored them, showing no reaction. A wordless shout came from just beyond the edge of the light. I flinched, and Varen turned his head, but Zim marched onward, expression haggard and determined. The thudding was a persistent beat that rattled her teeth. A woman joined us, wearing a simple green dress and bone jewelry. Her hair flowed like molten blood, and I nodded at the matronly Samlia.
"This is a violation," she said, looking sad.
"I've told you both that I won't risk having an avatar come to the third." Thud. Thud. "You ignored my edict and brought 2 of them to my doorstep. I can understand that recklessness from Arlo, but him? You were one of my most promising clerics in centuries. You're precious to me, but I cannot let this transgression pass without punishment." I looked from the goddess, speaking like a disappointed mother, to him, who continued to ignore everything and follow behind Varen. The big guy looked back at the deity, then to him, then followed her example and ignored Samlia. I thought back on the talk Him's father, Drell Gethed, had given us years beforehand. It was just before we layer-walked in the Raven-Black Mountains, unknowingly walking toward Erexis rather than away as we did now. I was certain those were the rules Him had been referring to. Most importantly, there was one that this manifestation of Samlia had just broken. Do not speak. If someone speaks to you, they are not real. I turned away from the false goddess, who continued to monologue about how broken-hearted she was that she'd need to punish Zim and me. She grew more fervent as we ignored her, threatening to excommunicate the cleric for the offense.
While the thing had sounded like the goddess at first, as it came unglued, its characterization grew farther and farther from what I recognized. Aside from the rules on speaking, there were a few others. The fewer the people, the more unstable the passage. Follow the guiding light. Ignore the terrors in the landscape. The Zordrels will soothe the journey. Back then, we'd been a dozen. Now we were 5, counting Grotto, hidden beneath a shield on my back, although I didn't know if Etcha made a difference in her current state. That meant things would theoretically be stranger than in our prior walk, but we were vastly more experienced now.
As for a light, all I saw was the one created by the eye, which I hoped was good enough. The landscape was small, yet the intimacy of the space somehow made it more gruesome than that first walk had been. Like everything was too close, standing just behind me and out of sight. Hym was doing her best, but I didn't know if she could soothe the journey as she was. She seemed more focused on making the journey exist in the first place. As for me, the role I'd discovered for myself in that first walk was to calm my own perception of the third, then use reveal to share that calmed version with the others. That created a feedback loop, drawing everyone's influence on the mindscape into a more pleasant consensus. While that was all good in theory, the stretch of silent, slow movement was letting the recent traumas rush to the forefront of my mind. That box I was keeping them in had started to crack. Still, I did my best, recognizing that I was ultimately more in control than it seemed. How much it helped, I didn't know. But the journey continued without too much insanity creeping in. For now. The branches of a tree entered our ring of light, although the trunk was out of sight. It was bare of leaves, and the ends of the branches turned to follow us. One of them opened, becoming a mouth and whispering to me, "Have you noticed there are no animals?" Something else whispered by my neck, "It's a forest. Where are all the animals?" Another thud. Sheem stumbled, and our ring of light became smaller. Varen began walking faster, but Sheem's eyes had rolled back, and she was barely keeping on her feet. I was forced to squat and pick her up, throwing her awkwardly over my other shoulder. She was heavier than she should have been. As my arm burned from the strain, and I fought against leaning to the left, I realized she must have been 10 times heavier at least. Each thud made her even heavier, while the ring of light continued to shrink. Soon enough, I was doing my best to avoid stepping on the backs of Varen's feet while we ran. Finally, we stopped at a dark pit, so deep the bottom was well out of sight. Varen turned to me, and I got the sense that this was the third layer's interpretation of the wormhole platform. Now we just needed to transition back to the first layer. I looked over at Zim, who was a spasming wreck. I looked back at Varen, uncertain of what to do. My mind chased its own tail in panic for a few seconds, the thudding growing louder, Zim becoming heavier, the light shrinking until Varen and I were chest to chest. Then I remembered that Zim had needed my revelation of the eye to accomplish this. I ended reveal, withdrawing from her soul and cutting off our connection. The eye overhead snapped shut, and the world outside the ring of light appeared, coming into view like the entire thing had been hiding in my blind spot. The platform was directly ahead of me. Varen had his arms out, and I shrugged an unconscious Zim into them. The avatars were after our mage, and I would do my best to lead them on a chase away from my other vulnerable allies. The cleric also lacked the heavy armor skill, and there was no reason to risk her alongside Etcha, which would force me to keep 2 unconscious allies protected. Zim and Varen shared the athletic skill, so the pair would make their way through that dungeon and regroup with us later. I stepped onto the circle of stone and immediately hit accept to the system prompt, not even checking to make sure this was the right dungeon. I trusted Varen, who was gone already, and there was no time to debate it regardless.
I looked back the way we came, seeing a wave of Anesis flooding toward us, tearing into everything the mass of divine spawn encountered and turning it into more of her. Orexus was a streak through the air and came to a stop right in front of me.
He opened his abyssal mouth in a muted scream and brought all 6 of his hands down to grab onto me, but they stopped at the edge of the circle. I was already in a bubble of compressed space. That didn't stop the Avatar, who squeezed, thrusting his hands into the distortion. I could sense how the appendages were being ruined, looking like they were being crushed, but in fact being stretched out for miles. Just as the tips of his fingers began to invade the platform, the connection to the next dungeon finished coalescing, and I rushed down the corridor. Once through, I turned to see that Orexus had gotten his head through the spatial bubble. His mouth opened wide, hypnotic spirals tugging at my atoms, but his pull ended as the tunnel collapsed. I took a moment to breathe and collect myself, then figured out where I was. We were in the middle of the bullet coconut tree maze part of the heavy armor dungeon. I closed my eyes and felt around for a portal destination, preferably one that was right by the exits, although the size of this place made that unlikely to be within my range. After rooting around for a bit, I discovered the edge of the zone that abutted the inertia realignment challenge. It was 2 miles away. I opened my eyes and looked at the thick growth of trees surrounding us. None of the natural catapults had attacked us yet, which I was grateful for given how exposed Etya was. I decided moving normally between the crowded trunks would be too slow. I didn't know if this platform had a cooldown before it could be used again, and a quick check showed me that I couldn't activate it from this direction. Not that I wanted to. I also didn't know whether it would activate for an avatar at all. Orexus and Anesis certainly hadn't used traditional labyrinth movement to reach us initially, instead coming down from the warped sky.
I couldn't bulldoze through the trees like Gua had earlier. Shortcut had a 1-second cooldown when using it normally, meaning it would take me about 20 seconds to portal through to the edge. Alternatively, I could supercharge Shortcut to get us the whole distance instantly. I decided to do that, even though it would put the spell on a 12-minute cooldown. The inertia challenge was too big for me to bypass with my teleport, so we'd have time for the cooldown to reset while we worked our way through that area. I cast Shortcut, leaving us on the very edge of the inertia zone, careful not to go too far and get blended. I then looked at the unconscious Etya and addressed the elephant in the room. How the fuck are we getting her through here? I have a solution, Grotto answered. The core floated from my back and directed me to summon one of his golems from my inventory. The specific one he'd asked for wore a heavy armor set he'd plundered from the fake king's guard back when they'd helped kidnap the king for hysteria. All of Grotto's golems were modeled after Etya, and he'd already modified this armor to fit her form. Grotto floated over the mage and began telekinetically removing her Zing prismatite composite armor and replacing it with the set from his golem. I turned to keep an eye out for trouble while this happened, and after about a minute, Etya was suited up. Right, I said, seeing the mage in the more robust protective gear. How does this help? Grotto gave me some octo side-eye as he waved a feeler, using animate object on her armor and bringing it to life. The armor piloted itself up and onto its feet, Etya bound tightly inside of it. Grotto then floated over to attach himself to her back and covered himself with a shield. The pair of them walked off toward the spiraling trees, moving as naturally as a person who wasn't in an artificially induced catatonic state. I followed along, navigating the area's weird vectors from a distance to give the pair their space, while Grotto manually controlled Etya's armor to do the same. I was occasionally hit with a wave of psychic discomfort as Grotto pushed them hard, trying to get through the area as fast as possible, at the expense of some twisted limbs. I did the same, although Grotto slowed down to be more delicate during the length that attacked us with the deadly fruits, Etya being incapable of enduring the kind of harm that plowing through them would cause. Behind us,
the forest exploded like a pent-up volcano had erupted below ground. Light and fire tore through what remained, and Anissus came trundling out from the destruction. She was miles away, just barely visible in the distance as we went over a mountainous rise.
Her smoking head turned toward us immediately, and she rushed to follow. The berserk avatar didn't seem to consider the inertial distortions, and her entire body began twisting from her brute force attempt to make it through the place. Her limbs broke and tore, pouring out gallons of dark blood, but were never fully severed. She trumpeted in rage and pain as she crawled like a demon across the ground, arms and legs breaking over and over as she gained speed. By the time we crested the rise and lost sight of Anissus, she was already moving faster than we were. For the next few minutes, I heard her roars growing closer, interspersed by the thunderous release of devastating explosions. By the time we were out of the zone, I could see her smashing through the trees, less than a mile away. I activated therianthropy, finally in a spot where it would help, and swooped over to grab Etya into a princess carry, Grotto still at her back. I blasted through the tree line and found the blunt platform, quickly activating it. In the few seconds it took to gather space and warm up, Anissus tumbled out from the inertia puzzle, body twisted, although she showed no sign that the storm of fruit projectiles had even scratched her. Her form snapped back into place, realigning itself with a series of gruesome cracks and wet, meaty grinding sounds. The noises arrived several seconds after as they had to cross the miles of space being compressed around us. It took only a moment for her to recover. Then she disappeared, reappearing right outside the spatial warping and kicking up wind like she'd summoned a hurricane. She trumpeted and bellowed while pounding its edges with her arms, sounds divorced from her actions by an ever-increasing delay. She struggled to yank them out, losing chunks to the warped space with every hit. By the time she brought that limb back down, the area had bowed outward like a dent that was getting suctioned back into place, fully restoring it. A beam of orange death came from behind her and threaded past her arms to strike the bubble. "Oh, fuck," I said, as the attack came to a crawl at the edge of the bubble, angled downward toward the platform's roomwork. I pulled out Gorkorvis, crouched, and held it up to intercept the beam making its way through like dripping molasses. The ray fired out, striking my shield, applying an ungodly amount of force to the indestructible item, and forcing me to use gravity anchor to stay in place. The beam split and scattered into the sides of the bubble, the laser-like offshoots crawling their way back out before shooting off into the forest, passing through trees as easily as the air. The wormhole finished forming, and we backed away, leaving the avatars behind again. Chapter 68. We rushed across the destroyed blunt dungeon toward the animal husbandry platform. I scrambled to activate it as soon as my foot touched its surface. Error. You do not possess the animal husbandry intrinsic skill. This connection can only be activated by... I skipped the rest of the message. Grotto, I said, and the core activated the thing himself. Space warped, and we managed to make the transition before the avatars showed up again. Hopefully, not seeing where we went would slow them down even more, although they seemed to have a way to track Etya directly. Still, I could tell that this platform had taken us even farther than the others, plunging us deep into the heart of the forest. With luck, the distance would help. I spun on the platform to take in the new environment. It was even darker here, the storm-covered skies completely blocked by a canopy that was even farther overhead than I'd come to expect.
The area was filled with trees the size of skyscrapers, putting redwoods to shame with their city block-sized trunks.
Their long, heavy branches were filled with a network of clumpy masses the size of houses, looking like wood composite formed into lumpy, rounded shapes. Some type of goo had dripped between the layers and hardened, like they were held together by too much wood glue. Braided vines stretched between them, the rudimentary rope showing that whatever had made them had some kind of intelligence.
As I looked closer, I saw that one side of each mass had a grouping of large holes in it. In the end, I decided they looked like an awful mix between a wasp nest and a spider monkey habitat, and whatever kind of things lived inside them, they were much larger than either of those should have been. In a perfect world, I would have watched and waited before I moved, making sure the nests weren't filled with hyperactive, rage-filled simian insects.
We didn't have time for that, so I deferred to my expert.
"Grotto, any idea what we're dealing with here?" I thought to him. We could hold a psychic conversation without triggering any of the Latan countermeasures, since there weren't any Latans involved. I'd been starting to get annoyed that my familiar hadn't grabbed a psychic signature from Earworm, but no one had access to the Sergeant's network currently, so it didn't really matter. I wanted to ask him more about his reasoning for that, but now wasn't the time. "It looks similar to a Vespa bifacia nest," he replied, meaning two-faced hornets, but this would be the largest colony I have seen. It is unusual for them to gather in such numbers, however, and the hornets do not have the intellect for creating rope. It could be a divergent species, or something else entirely. "Think anybody's home? I'm not picking up any souls, but something about this environment screams stealth to me." "I do not detect anything."
The hornets I mentioned are diurnal, so they might all be out hunting.
"They hunt in packs like that?"
No, and there is always a group at the nest. At the very least, there would be an egg keeper.
"Great. How strong are they?"
Grade 6, but that is likely irrelevant. I expect anything this deep into the forest to present a challenge if we are swarmed.
Fair enough.
I made the executive decision to keep moving. Our psychic conversation was many times faster than speech, but I was eager to stay mobile. I stepped off of the platform and spent 1 second waiting for a swarm to hit us. When nothing came, I started walking, moving into a quick run-up and taking flight at full speed. Nothing came after us, and my mind ruminated on the whispers I'd heard in the third layer. Where are all the animals? At first, I thought it was referring to the third layer itself, to which the answer could be anything.
Now I wondered if my mind had taken a low-level anxiety I'd been feeling and imprinted it onto our layer walk. Ever since we'd been swarmed by the Charl-infected creatures back at the Latan encampments, the wildlife had been sparse. Since entering the labyrinth, it had been absent entirely. It was possible the system-controlled environment corralled the creatures and managed where they appeared, but we were now in a dungeon that was literally focused on animal husbandry. After several minutes of flight, there were still no animals, making me think there was something else going on. I was really hoping it didn't involve Charl, but the United was everywhere. I wasn't getting my hopes up. As we flew, the forest continued to be eerily still. We passed countless more of the vine-connected nests and started encountering larger structures made from the wood composite. These were surrounded by wide lanes filled with the ropes.
I thought of the area as some sort of city center for the absent creatures, making me feel like we were swooping through a primitive society that had just undergone some kind of apocalypse. Eventually, a sound joined the otherwise lonely rush of air and leaves disturbed by our flight. A thumping noise came from far off, hitting at quick, regular intervals. After listening to it for a minute, I thought it sounded a lot like a beat, kind of like a concert happening at an open-top arena from a few miles away. Having no other point of reference to follow, Grotto and I decided to head in that direction. As we drew nearer, it became obvious that it was music. Once I could identify what music it was, I realized there could only be one source. Louder and louder the music rose. Once it was a hair shy of being painful, I saw distant movement through the trees. It looked like an entire mountain was covered in something.
I flew higher as we approached, trying to get a better angle on what I was looking at, while still keeping well below the canopy of the gigantic trees. What I saw was a swarm of thousands of giant wasps.
their heads bearing two faces in a more literal expression of the name two-faced hornets than I'd been expecting. Each face was like a baboon's, lips peeled back in a furious display of fangs and dripping venom. Their bodies were covered in fur, despite their insectoid shapes, with wiry arms ending in humanoid hands. They bit and thrust stingers into whatever they were crawling around on. It was completely covered, but by its size and shape, it looked like the trunk of another one of the massive trees. Then I followed the trunk upward. It was a leg. The bottom of the enormous creature's belly sloped down to my right, and as I watched, an enormous scaly tail swept across the flesh, running down its leg and splattering hundreds of the hornets.
At first I thought to back off, seeing as this was about the right size to be another Hierophant.
But I stopped myself for two reasons. One, the fucking music, which could literally be originating from only one source. It was coming from above, presumably on top of this thing. Two, the soul of this creature was familiar. I swept upward, cautiously rising while staying clear of the hornets. Despite whatever evidence of their intelligence we'd passed, the things were mindlessly attacking a monster that was annihilating them with casual swipes of its tail, making no attempt to dodge or use any tactics. I eventually found the top of the leg, with the creature's head rising up through the trees and out of view. Another large reptilian monster ran around on top of it, ripping, clawing, and chewing more hornets into oblivion. Whatever this thing was, it was big enough for Notigator to use its back like a battle arena.
Naughty saw me and seemed to give me a brief nod with her wide face, running her tongue over her flat, too human teeth. Another 50 feet up was the source of the music, Clokey, who flared out in time with each pump of the bass drum while holding Joma aloft above the carnage. The furry Iskarim had her arms crossed, scowling down at the mess below. I flew up and joined them, finding that there was a small bubble around them, where the music was merely dance club loud and not right next to the speaker stack at a heavy metal concert loud. Before I could say anything, Grotto shouted over the noise, "What is this sonic madness?" Clokey formed a sock puppet head and whipped it around to the core. "It's Britney, bitch!" Clokey bobbed his head to the music, and I glanced at Grotto, seeing him starting to twitch his tentacles to the beat. "Was this one pilfered from Arlo's memories as well?" "Yeah. I believe I can manufacture some recording equipment.
That way we can catalog these compositions for posterity."
"Hell yeah, bro." I ignored the bait and addressed Joma. "Avatars on my tail. I may have lost them, but I wouldn't count on it." The mini Yeti turned and looked at Etya over my shoulder, then floated to put a hand on her back, looking concerned. "What happened to her?" she shouted over the music. "Is she okay?" "I think Orexis did something, but I don't know what. If me and Grotto can get somewhere safe, we can take a closer look. If it's a Golomancy thing, we might be able to undo it." I gestured down at the slaughter going on, which was definitely not any sort of breeding or raising of friendly critters. "Wasn't this an animal husbandry dungeon?" Joma let her hand drop from Etya and looked back down. Her scowl deepened. "It's totally fucked," she replied. "They won't respond to anything I try, and their social behaviors are all abnormal." "What's wrong with their behaviors, aside from the berserker frenzy?" "The berserk is Clokey's fault," she said, then titled her head side to side in thought. "He made the right call," she added begrudgingly. "This dungeon is at least the size of a small country. I found evidence of 3 different habitats with their own dominant species so far, but all of them abandoned their territory for no apparent reason. We followed their trail southeast, deeper toward the center of the forest, where we ran into Tomomaru. That's his iguana down there." I looked down at the thing, so large that only its back was within my line of sight between the 100-story trees.
That's a big iguana. Joma ignored my comment despite its insights. Tomomaru had been following his own trail from a fourth and fifth species to our west, she said.
Before we could get very far together, we got ambushed by thousands of these hornets.
Where is he? I should tell him about the avatars. And I should probably keep moving after. Just then there was a puff of smoke, and Specialist Rufio appeared from within it, hanging from a length of rope that was affixed to thin air. Enough time had passed that the fur of the Litan's eyebrow had grown back. "I will let him know!" he shouted. The man let go of the rope and disappeared into another puff of smoke as he fell. The rope hung there for a few seconds before turning to mist and blowing away. I frowned. He doesn't seem like the animal husbandry type. Joma shrugged. He just showed up not too long ago. Says he has a skill called Objective Tracker that'll take us right to an obelisk. Tomomaru wanted to clear out some of the bugs before we got moving again, in case we're hit by another swarm on the way. Should we help? I asked. Go ahead if you want to.
I'm not getting stung.
Her fur rose, and the little woman suppressed a shiver. There was a rumble loud enough to cut through the music. We all looked in the direction I'd come from. The air clapped with a thunderous explosion. Tomomaru rose from the swarm below, casually pulling the man-sized hornets from his body and twisting their heads off. He stopped beside us, staring silently into the distance. After another explosion, this one obviously closer, he turned to Clokey. "Please stop shouting out our location," he said. The music came to an abrupt halt. "Sorry," said Clokey. Tomomaru turned to me next. "Orexis and Anesis," he said. "That's yearning and release?" "Those are the ones," I replied. "We have a good profile on yearning, partially because of your encounter with him in Heward, but also because he is surprisingly safe to be around if you aren't interfering with whatever it is he's after. Makes it easy to embed a spy." I frowned as I considered what Tomomaru was saying. I'd seen one Litan working with Orexis before. The pipe-smoking lady with a wide-brimmed hat. The one who'd helped the crime lord Typhoon kidnap Zim and Nurali back in the day. Was Nasira working for you? I asked. "No comment," said Tomomaru. "Anesis makes Orexis too dangerous, though. She's unpredictable. We don't know nearly as much about her power set, either." "Where are you going with this?" "One of my standing orders is to gather information on her, or to gather information on any avatars we find, really. It's part of why we were willing to risk coming in here." "You're supposed to gather info yourself? As in, personally?" I shifted Etya on my shoulder, getting ready to bust ass out of there. "That's more or less a suicide mission." Another rumble, even closer. Tomomaru took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "The purpose of strength is to bear the weight that others cannot," he said. "My job is to carry the heaviest burdens." As Tomomaru spoke, his body slowly grew, his armor creaking as it grew along with him. The man broke 10 feet in height, then 20. Tomomaru's oddly compressed soul unfolded, its hues changing as it expanded out to encompass a much vaster potency than a level 26 gold. His copper levels turned to silver, his silver to gold, and his gold to platinum. When it finished, the man was level 52. While his level had doubled, the power pouring off of him had grown by significantly more than that. Purple streaks erupted in his soul as the evidence of special delves popped into being with such spiritual force that it nearly bore a physical presence. Tomomaru, now a towering figure both in body and spirit, looked down at me. "Take your friend and go," he rumbled.
"I will keep the avatars busy for a while."
He dropped to land lightly on his iguana, and I could now see the pair shared an intertwining of souls that went as deep as the one I shared with Grotto. Tomomaru kept growing until he was large enough to straddle the gigantic creature, and with a flex of his soul, all the wasps still attacking it died. He gave his familiar a pat on the neck, and the beast turned toward the approaching avatars. Its eyes narrowed right before both it and Tomomaru disappeared. However, the slightest smidge of their souls remained in my sight, familiar in how it slightly smudged my spiritual vision. The move felt like they were giving me a wink as they stalked off through the forest, since the faint soul impression disappeared soon after, leaving the stadium-sized duo completely silent and invisible. "Sumron's balls!" shouted Rufio, right in my ear.
I flinched and turned to see the specialist hanging upside down from his impossible rope, close enough that I worried he was getting ready to give me a Spider-Man kiss. "Tomomaru's one of the Interroges." He looked around at the rest of us, who obviously had no idea what he was talking about. "He's been an Interrex this whole time," he said, holding onto the rope with his legs and shaking his arms at us as though the gestures could impart context. "They rule when the Empress cannot." Not getting the reaction he wanted, he crossed his arms in frustration. "We need to move," I said. "Now." Right, Rufio said, gesturing south. "Follow me." The Latan kicked off from his rope, which stayed steady as a steel beam, caught another rope that appeared from nowhere, and started swinging away like a jet-speed Tarzan. Chapter 69. A few of the hornets survived Tomomaru's lethal flex. They flew in drunken circles, looking disoriented as their hands grasped for something to grab onto. A couple found a branch to hold, while others crashed into tree trunks or fell to the ground. Rufio was making speed away from me, but I took a moment to ramp up my soul sight while studying the bug monkeys. As I feared, I was able to pick out the source of their abnormal behavior. An extremely thin soul thread was attached to their heads. It led off to our southeast, which is where the other animals had been heading, according to Joma. The Iskarum hung back and waited for me, while Nautigator swooped around in her spectral form, moving in and out of tree trunks. Once we got going, I let her know what I'd found, and she made it clear that she was less than enthusiastic about following Rufio. "This guy claims he's taking us to an obelisk," she said. "Even if that's true, he isn't tracking the animals. I'd rather find out where they're going than get a level." She paused as we split to fly in different directions around one of the massive trees, then continued when we got close again. "If Charles is fucking with the inhabitants, we should do something about it. And I'm supposed to hold off on levels until the others on my team catch up anyway." "The two of us aren't a good matchup for Charles," I countered. "I'm immune to his shit, but you aren't. Can you even use one of Zim's infernal cleanse wands?" "I picked up divine magic, but the skill level isn't high enough yet." "Then our best bet is to try and meet up with people first. This labyrinth is obviously taking us to the center of the forest, which is the direction all the animals were heading." "We'll probably just get split up again," Joma said, looking frustrated. "This place would be okay if it weren't getting so screwed up. Training, puzzles, upgrades. This whole dungeon was filled with semi-sapient groups on the cusp of forming actual civilizations. Then you get some dumbass like Charles ruining their lives along with these united bunch of seal fuckers." I took a moment to appreciate Joma's colorful language. "We'll do our best to unfuck it," I said. "We just need to make sure we have the people and tools to do it." The little pugilist looked like she wanted to argue, but shrugged her agreement and let her flight path create some space between us. After around 20 minutes, Rufio led us to a cave filled with winding, pitch-black tunnels. We eventually found an underground river, and the Litan shrugged off his gear and dropped it into inventory before jumping in. We followed, and his path took us through several lengthy stretches where the river traveled through conduits barely wide enough to accommodate me and Etia. Finally, we emerged in a chamber filled with bioluminescent frogs that went into a hopping frenzy when we invaded their underground habitat. Joma made a few clicking noises,
and the frogs calmed down. Then Nautigator's ghostly head popped out from the wall, and all the amphibians went deathly still. "No," said Joma, pointing at the atrocidile.
Naughty had been staring at the frogs and licking her teeth. She let out a multi-tonal whine. Joma shook her finger in response, and Nautigator disappeared without having any froggy snacks. She saw my curious look after and took a second to explain. "This should be obvious, but don't ever let your pets eat unidentified glowing frogs," she said. "At best, they're poisonous, but the real fucking problem is when they're hallucinogenic." I imagined Nautigator being dosed up out of her gourd and agreed that it was a situation best avoided. I felt a moment of disappointment that I couldn't grab any of these frogs for Neurali. Then I noticed Joma pull a terrarium from her inventory and grab a few specimens. The frogs went very still once inside, going into some kind of stasis. She deposited the whole thing into a satchel and slung it onto her back. Rufio had watched her work, waiting at the mouth of another chamber. Once we were following him again, he took us through a repeating grid of caves, each one having 4 exits and being completely identical to the one prior. Rufio went forward with absolute confidence, making turn after turn through the cave system until we'd gone for several miles. He stopped abruptly at the entrance to one, then went to the center of the cave and swept his boot across the ground to reveal complex rune work. Another couple of kicks showed us the shape of a moss-covered wormhole platform. "Hot damn," I said. "You found this with a skill?" "I am a specialist," he said. "My specialty is finding things. Sometimes it is people, sometimes it is something more exotic." He scratched behind an ear, which flicked a few times. Then he stepped up onto the platform. Joma and I joined him, and I checked the notification for where it would take us. Obelisk. I appreciated how straightforward these things were. I made sure everyone was ready, then activated it.
A few seconds later, we were following a wormhole tunnel to the next area.
We emerged in another wet cave, although a breeze and distant gloomy light told me we were much closer to an exit to the surface. In the center of the chamber was an obelisk, and standing next to the obelisk were 2 unfamiliar figures. The first was wide and covered in bone-like plates akin to a turtle. He held a shield as tall as he was, which appeared to be fused to his arm. The second figure was 9 feet tall and built like a broomstick. Turtle had no discernible face, but Broomstick's gaunt eyes widened when we appeared. The pair were in the middle of doing something to the obelisk, having removed the outer layer of stone to install a strange device. I recognized it as something Hysteria had tried to install in my own delve. It siphoned mana away, sending it somewhere else, presumably somewhere Breach could use it. Joma whistled, and Nautigator burst from the ground below Broomstick, mouth open wide. Her head turned corporeal as she bit down, bisecting the fellow and following it up with another chomp to crush the rest of him. Then she fell back into the ground, disappearing into the stone like a shark back into the water. Joma was already on Turtle, who brought his shield around to block her first hit. The Iskarim's fist got stuck on the shield, and she hopped up and put her feet against it, struggling to break free. But her feet got stuck too. "Muck!" she shouted. Nautigator resurfaced to bite down on Turtle, which resulted in total failure, the only damage being several cracked atrocidile teeth. She chuffed and withdrew again. Turtle didn't pull any weapons or seem like they were trying to fight back at all, just defending against the ambush. "Joma!" I shouted. "Hold on a second!" "What?" she shouted back, glaring at me.
They're fucking united!
Yeah, it looks pretty bad for them, but this, person isn't even trying to fight you. Turtle peeked their featureless head around their shield to look at Joma. The mini Yeti clocked him with her one free hand, which got stuck as well. Turtle ignored her and turned to grab the device from within the obelisk, stretching Joma into an awkward position. A few seconds later, Turtle disappeared in a flash of light. Joma landed on her feet, kicked at the stone floor hard enough to send a spray of stone chips clattering off the walls. She shouted in frustration and punched the wall, leaving an imprint of her fist behind. Your party has slain Wilbert Hannigan, Hewardian United, Grade 12. Your party receives the following rewards: 1 diamond chip, 14 emerald chips, 120 ruby chips, 1 unity essence. You receive 7 emerald chips and 30 ruby chips. Master Looter does not apply, since this is a mixed party. Essences will be evenly distributed.
1 Unity Essence awarded to Joma for being the only person who did jack shit.
Broomstick was a Hewardian? I said, reading the notification. Rufio peeked out from behind me. I got chips even though I didn't do anything, he said softly. Do you think she will take them? I don't want your fucking chips, said Joma without looking at him. She'd gone from beating up the room to pacing angrily back and forth. I was somewhat taken aback by her rage. I could see how the situation was frustrating, but she was way more upset than I'd have expected. Then again, she'd never been a very tranquil woman. I did a quick scan with Soul Sight to see if anyone else was obviously nearby, then went ahead and burned 300 stamina to refresh my shielding. Grotto floated from my back to inspect the obelisk, and I walked up to evaluate the pillar as well.
They drained a portion of its gathered mana, but the obelisk is relatively unharmed.
He began levitating the pieces the United had removed back into place and started closing the thing back up. I tapped it with my fingers. Mana distributions remaining, 4/5. We should all take the level, I said. Even you, Joma. Your teammates are probably doing the same elsewhere, and I'd rather not leave these things unclaimed if the United are trying to plunder the mana for whatever reason. Joma gave me a stiff nod, then walked up to the obelisk and accepted the level. I did the same, as did Rufio. I noticed the Latan had already hit one obelisk before this one, but that made sense given he was able to make a beeline straight for them. After the rush of power ran through me, I went to place my stat points. I dropped 5 into intelligence, getting 1 bonus point from dumping and bringing it to 70.
I was tempted to place 1 point into fortitude to keep it as my highest attribute, but that would have delayed my wisdom from getting to 70 by an entire level. I begrudgingly left fortitude alone and dropped the remaining 3 points into wis. I was then faced with a number of decisions to make. You have claimed your second obelisk within the less-than-habitable mega-dungeon. Tier 2 reward. Passive skill upgrade. Attribute super evolution. You have 1 passive skill eligible for upgrade. You have 1 super evolution available. Please select your level 70 intelligence evolution. While these were some extraordinary milestones, I didn't feel comfortable sitting down, relaxing, and bending all of my thoughts toward their consideration. Tomomaru had said he would buy us some time, but I wasn't going to rely on the man's self-assurance. We needed to stay moving if we wanted to stay ahead of the avatars, so I rapidly flicked through the options available for each, then dedicated an instance of focus to studying them more closely, while I coordinated with my allies. Joma was quick to make her upgrade selections. A new streak of violet entered her soul, mirroring the ones the rest of us had received for claiming one of the labyrinth's rewards. The platinum in her soul also grew a notch, reminding me that Joma had gotten several platinum levels before she'd dropped to running gold. I'd never gotten that story from her, and she wasn't exactly forthcoming with me about her life. When taken alongside the power that had begun trickling back and forth between her and Nautigator, the woman's soul was starting to look fairly impressive. Rufio, on the other hand, was more indecisive. I am supposed to run these kinds of things by my captain, he said, looking between me and Joma nervously. We were both pressuring him to get a move on, since he was our obelisk bloodhound. You don't have to pick something right now, I said. You can bank it for later.
I would. But this is a very dangerous situation, no? It is. So I should be as prepared as I can be. That would probably be wise. Rufio's whiskers twitched, and he ran his hands over them a few times. What if I make a bad choice? I put a hand on the Litan's shoulder. He was slight of build and a little shorter than the average Litan, giving me more than a full head and shoulders on him. I tried not to be intimidating, while also imparting a sense of how serious things were. You know your build, so you've just got to have faith that you'll make a good choice. He looked like he was about to argue some more, but I held up a hand to stop him. Normally, I'd never rush someone with a decision this important. However, I gave his shoulder a light shake. If we don't get a move on, an avatar could come through that wormhole at any second and fucking kill the shit out of us. Understood? Rufio glanced nervously at my hand on his shoulder, then nodded. I let go of him, and a few seconds later 3 new streaks of violet appeared in his soul, representing all the labyrinth rewards he'd gotten so far. Despite the man's anxieties, he'd clearly already planned out what he wanted to pick. He just hadn't had the resolve to confirm the selections. He led us toward the exit of this new cave system, while my second mind worked on my own options. As per usual, when faced with multiple upgrades and evolutions, I considered them all before making a final selection for any one of them. The passive upgrade would apply to Mage, the only one of my 5 passive skills that had been gained through ordinary means and hadn't already been upgraded. Mage. The level of the relevant intrinsic skill for a spell you cast is considered 10 higher. Plus 25% maximum mana, plus 25% mana regen. While there were several options for improving the passive, the one that caught my eye was only being offered because I had the statecraft intrinsic. I opted for that one, partially because I was curious, and partially because improving Closet Land would benefit a whole lot more people other than just me or my party. Closet Land was also becoming a potent resource at my command. I was convinced that any investments made in it would have outsized returns. The resulting effect didn't disappoint, and while it lost the minor skill bump that the original passive had, it replaced it with something I thought was vastly more impactful. Archmage Sovereign. You and all citizens of your kingdom gain an additional plus 25% progression speed to all Magic School intrinsics. Plus 25% maximum mana, plus 25% mana regen. Even if I had been the only one to benefit, progression speed was better than a flat bump to effective skill level in my mind, at least until the skill cap was reached.
When the bonus was applied to every Closet Lander with a magic skill, it became an outrageous boon. This alone would give our new Delvers a big leg up with their advancement, which was already getting buffed by the fact our Delves all granted bonus progression speed to any crafting intrinsic that either I or Grotto possessed. Beyond that, this would be a real bombshell to drop during a recruiting pitch. So far as I knew, there was no other nation on the planet that could cause someone's intrinsic skills to advance faster just for being a citizen. We had plenty of projects in need of some additional mid to high-level Delvers, and this was one big-ass carrot we could wave under their noses when trying to get them to defect. Immigrate. Up next was Intelligence 70, and the options were every bit as good as I'd hoped. Chapter 70. The attribute super evolution I'd just been awarded would give me an upgrade to an existing or future attribute evolution. The only limits were that it couldn't be applied to an Evo that had already been supered, and it couldn't apply to a level 100 Evo. That meant the highest tier it could affect was level 70. And, oh look, I was about to grab a level 70 int evolution right now. Most Delvers of your generation have never gotten a single stat to level 70. Yet here you are, helping 2 of those big boys out of their pull-ups and into their grown-up undies. Did you know that level 70 is where most attributes were capped prior to the first ascension? We've figured out how to break some more rules since then,
And you idiots are the ones who get to reap all the benefits and reality-bending hiccups created by that progress. Why are we telling you this? Because this is an intelligence evolution. Dangerous knowledge unburdened by the guardrails of context or foresight is only one of your rewards. The second reward is a new evolution. There are no other rewards.
Psychic Citadel.
Whenever you are dealt damage by an attack, you deal psychic damage to the source equal to your INT. Whenever you deal psychic damage to a target, you can choose to gain that much shielding. While you have shielding from any source, your mind cannot be read by any means, and no telepathic or mind-altering skill or ability can target you unless you allow it. Super. You gain an aura that extends this ability to all allies within a number of feet from you equal to your INT. Like with Fortitude 70, I was able to preview the effect of the Super Evo alongside the evolution option. This first contender had a lot going for it, most of which was going in a direction I liked. Having another source of shielding wasn't terrible, although the trigger for it was awkward. I didn't do any psychic damage normally, and while this would let me deal some thorns damage as psychic, it wasn't a huge amount on its own. Psychic attacks were usually relegated to the spiritual school of magic, which I couldn't access with my dimensional attunement. Of course, Grotto had spiritual magic, and there was a chance I could borrow his skill, although we hadn't tested that yet. Even if I could access his spiritual magic, the rest of my gear and build were focused on other schools, so it wouldn't be as much of an advantage as it might seem at first blush. Regardless, I wouldn't ever be maximizing that first part of the Evo. What was more impressive were the other aspects. While I had any shielding, telepathic and mind-affecting skills and abilities couldn't even target me. That wasn't quite the same as immunity or negation, but it would be better in some ways, and possibly worse in others. It was still a solid defensive buff. Even better, the super I could apply would make the whole thing an aura.
Because of Aura Delato, it would always apply to my party members. And both Grotto and Zim did enough psychic damage to take good advantage of how it granted shielding. Even if they didn't, I could hand them some shielding from one of my other skills, and they'd still get the mental protections. Altogether, it was a solid evolution, and if it were my only choice, I'd be satisfied. My only real hang-up was that it was very defensive, and I'd been hoping for some help with my offense. I already had a lot of places that I could get defensive buffs from, whereas intelligence was a great source for both utility and offense. While I was hoping for some of the latter, the next option was in the utility vein. Mastermind. You are automatically aware of any act any of your allies perform, as well as the outcome of those acts, so long as they are on the same plane as you. Allies must be willing targets for any ability that references them. An ally can choose to be excluded from this ability. Super.
You also know the HP, mana, and stamina of all of your allies, regardless of which plane they occupy. If you are on the same plane as your allies, you know their exact location. This Evo took a little thought to understand how powerful it was, and then a little more thought to understand that it wasn't a good fit for me. First off, it applied to all allies, which was kind of broken. I was allies with a lot of people. Theoretically, anyone who knew of me and was working toward dealing with the Avatar threat. I had allies I'd probably never even met before, and given that Closetland created a legal framework for me to declare an entire foreign nation as an ally, the scope of this evolution could potentially be massive. At the same time, talk about information overload. I didn't know what the mechanism for limiting the information flow was, but there had to be one. My intelligence was pretty stout, and when combined with my speed and extra instances of focus, I could absorb a whole lot of info at once. But I couldn't absorb a fraction of what this evolution was promising.
The super just compounded that. However, I could already do some of this stuff, at least with regards to my party members. Who Needs a Cleric gave me an awareness of where my party members were, and I could even see their surroundings if I focused on them. My HUD gave me their HP, mana, and stamina, although that wasn't a cross-planar capability. There were plenty of times it had been interrupted. As for their actions and outcomes, Grotto's usual psychic relay helped with that, as did my use of Reveal. While the revelation wasn't naturally a two-way info-sharing ability, I was working on developing its reciprocal capabilities. So, as far as my party was concerned, I had most of this covered through a smattering of other skills and effects. As for everyone else who I considered an ally, this seemed useful but terrifying in scale, and honestly kind of obnoxious to deal with. I wasn't the guy in the van, coordinating and monitoring everything going on. I was the guy in the shit, coordinating some ass-kicking and monitoring who I needed to block for. Also, the Evo didn't give me an aura. At this point, adding a friendly aura gave me +5 to every attack and defense I had, along with nearly 400 more health regen. I needed a good reason not to take an aura if one was offered, and this Evo didn't quite make that grade. The next option finally showed me an attack buff. Self-insert. You exude an aura out to a number of feet equal to your INT. All allies within this aura gain a bonus to their spell attacks equal to your INT. Additionally, if that ally's spell attack is modified by mystical magic, dimensional magic, or physical magic, it gains a bonus equal to your own skill level in the matching intrinsic. Super.
This effect applies to all attacks, not just spell attacks. Replace the last sentence with, additionally, whenever an ally within this aura makes an attack modified by any intrinsic skill that you also possess, it gains a bonus equal to your own skill level in the matching intrinsic. This would give my allies a bonus to every attack they made equal to my intelligence. That was already a decent attack bonus. Further, if an ally made an attack using an intrinsic skill that I also had, like blunt weapons for example, they'd get another bonus equal to my skill level. So, if Zim made an attack with her scepter, she'd get +70 from my intelligence, and then she'd also get +40 from my blunt weapons skill, for a total attack bonus of +110. That was on top of her own attribute and skill level, plus whatever other bonuses she had going on. That was looking fine and dandy, but what if it got better?
Etia's spell attacks were usually spell combos that used multiple magic intrinsics, meaning that she could double dip. Her classic Death Beam was a combination of a mystical spell and a dimensional spell. Since I had both of those intrinsic skills, Etia would get +70 from my intelligence, then +56 from my dimensional skill, and then +40 from my mystical skill, for a total bonus of +166. That was great! But what if it got even better? For a moment, I thought that there was no way the Evo would interact with a Radalato in the way I thought it would. But the system was kind enough to anticipate my question. Yes, this works with a Radalato in exactly the way you think it will. It's so stupid that we double-checked. There are no compatibility problems, which is weird, but hey, it's a surprisingly normal ability, so who cares? It's not like it gives you another deific skill or anything. It's just a forearm-sized syringe full of steroids getting rammed into your damage output's left ass cheek. For reference, the text of Auradilato was, "Your allied party members and minions are always considered to be in range of your beneficial auras unless you choose otherwise, so long as they are on the same plane. Your auras and aura bonuses treat you as an ally to yourself, but this effect will not cause an aura to affect you more than once. You gain +5 to all attacks and defenses for each aura you have active. Additionally, you exude an aura out to a number of feet equal to 20 plus your INT. Allies within this aura gain +5 to all attacks and defenses." Of particular note was the sentence that read, Your auras and aura bonuses treat you as an ally to yourself, but this effect will not cause an aura to affect you more than once. Since I was an ally to myself, I'd get the attack bonus from my intelligence, but the wild part was that I would also get the attack bonus from my own intrinsic skills. For example, Oblivion Orb did damage based on my intelligence and my dimensional magic skill level. Now, it would deal damage based on my intelligence and my dimensional magic skill level with an additional bonus equal to my intelligence and my dimensional magic skill level. The name of the evolution was Self-Insert, which I guess meant that I'd be inserting myself into my own attacks. Somehow. Once I saw the system's note, I ran it by Grotto to get a second opinion. This represents close to a 50% boost to your damage output, in addition to granting a substantial buff to everyone else you're fighting alongside.
Take it. As the core pointed out, there wasn't much of a competition between this evolution and the other two once Oradelato got involved. Psychic Citadel was great for defense, and Mastermind was great for situational awareness, but I needed the occasional damage buff to stay relevant in fights. That was especially true when our fights tended to be with things nearly twice our level. I doubted I'd ever get a better opportunity to buff my damage than this evolution, making Self-Insert an easy choice. While my second mind worried over my upgrades, Rufio led us out of the cave system and into a clearing containing a dozen different wormhole platforms. Without any nearby trees to block our view, the raging clouds of the dark storm overhead drew my attention once more. They rushed across the sky at speeds that might have rivaled a commercial jet, and I took a moment to consider the spatial distortions going on.
I'd become convinced that what I was looking at was the sky over the opposite side of the planet. We'd been told by Hep that half the world had been made uninhabitable by out-of-control mana eruptions caused by a weapon created by a prior generation, which had been stolen and deployed by an avatar to devastating effect. As to why this labyrinth twisted reality such that those storms were within view, I had no idea. A few theories were working their way through my mind, but I expected we'd find answers soon enough if we looked for them. Whether we should look was a different question. Rufio skittered about between the platforms, whiskers twitching as he evaluated each one in turn. Occasionally he'd close his eyes and mutter something under his breath as he cast a spell. Then mana would dance around in his body before he went back to studying the area. I bit my tongue while he worked, not wanting to slow him down with useless questions. Joma didn't share my approach.
"I thought your skill just showed you the path," she said. "Why are you sniffing at all the platforms like that?"
Rufio kept working as he answered her question, squatting down to investigate another one of the raised stone circles. "I need to know what I am looking for," he said. "Before, my target was the next closest obelisk, and that brought us here. Using that same approach has now given me several paths to follow. I am checking what dungeons each path takes us into, and trying other formulations of the request, such as the center of the forest." "Can you try Anesis or Orexis to see whether they're still following us?" I asked. "The skill does not work that way," said Rufio. "It shows me a path. It does not give me any further information. Also, I am not going to target a godly avatar with my divination skill. That is just asking to get counterscried." He stopped to scratch his cheek. "There could be other blowback as well.
I was there when one of our diviners tried to find an avatar, and their eyeballs exploded. I do not wish to have my eyeballs exploded."
"Understandable," I said. "It's not a pleasant experience."
"Then the holdup is that there's more than one way to go?" asked Joma.
"Yes, it makes sense. These lead to different dungeons, so people with different skills can all eventually find their way to the same obelisk. There are matching sets, you see." He pointed at a few platforms. "These 4 lead to the next closest obelisk, while those 4 lead to the center of the forest. Can you check for a labyrinth control center? I asked. Rufio closed his eyes for a few seconds, then shook his head. That is too vague. There are a variety of arrangements the cores could be using to administer this labyrinth, said Grotto. For all we know, they could be operating out of a dungeoneering dungeon. I furrowed my brow and turned to the little octo. A dungeoneering dungeon? I said skeptically.
This forest has dungeons for every skill imaginable.
His armor clinked as his feelers swished through the air. It stands to reason there would be a dungeoneering dungeon. I turned back to Rufio. Care to try it? I asked. The specialist looked concerned for a moment, then closed his eyes and cast his spell. He looked surprised when he opened them again. I did not expect that to work. Chapter 71. Rufio pointed out 4 of the platforms. Those will take us toward a dungeoneering dungeon. He shifted on his feet. That does not mean we will find any kind of control center in such a place. We don't have much time to experiment and cross-reference, I said, then reviewed the paths Rufio had laid out across all his divination targets. 2 of these lead to the next closest obelisk and overlap with dungeoneering. I walked over to check them. One is brawling, and the other says it can be either lore or subterfuge. I have lore, said Rufio. I can try to copy Grotto for lore or subterfuge, I said. Neither of us has brawling. I just have brawling, said Joma. Naughty should handle brawling just fine, too, which means we'd need to split up. Unless we want to look for other combinations, Rufio said, trailing off as though he thought that was a bad idea. We've wasted enough time, said Joma. Maybe we can meet up on the other side. There's a good chance we'll stay separated, I cautioned. Joma just shrugged and stepped up onto the platform. Not much chance that we'll all have a matching skill that also leads where we want to go. This place wants to divide us up. I want to hit some people. Going to the brawling dungeon does both. While I thought the Iskarim's logic was suspect, I didn't feel like arguing with the stubborn woman. I did get her to list off her intrinsics before she left, confirming that we didn't have a lot of skill overlap. A few seconds later, she was gone.
What about your unconscious friend? Rufio asked, poking his nose in Etia's direction.
Do you think she will need the skill? She has lore, I answered. Not sure how she's meant to use it at the moment, though. A golem in her condition is nearly inanimate, said Grotto. Unless there is a physical aspect to the dungeon, such as with heavy armor, whatever resides within should allow her safe passage, the same as it would your weapons and armor. His feelers undulated in thought for a moment. Cloaky likely falls under the same exception. I made a non-committal noise in reply. I wasn't a fan of thinking of Etia as a thing rather than a person, but I understood what Grotto was saying. The mechanics of a golem under a stop command came to me the same as any other subject I'd studied now that I'd successfully borrowed golemancy from my familiar. I had noticed minor differences in how that information presented itself, however.
Grotto was more willing to evaluate Etja's condition as a golem,
whereas I was struggling to see her as anything other than my party member. It was interfering with the skill, although such clinical coldness was never something I excelled at. I'd have made a terrible mad scientist. Let's just get a move on, I said. It was at this point I also locked in my passive upgrade and evolution choices. I felt a strange sensation as Archmage Sovereign took effect, like closet land echoed through my soul. I'd probably experience some other weirdness with self-insert once I started making attacks, but we'd see. I did a quick check of the status of my party members through my interface, which still displayed their health and resources. Varen's HP had swung around some earlier, but whatever he and Jim had been dealing with hadn't lasted long. Neuralise was firmly rooted at 100%,
although her mana and stamina had drained here and there.
At one point, her entire stamina bar had slowly and evenly ticked down over a couple of minutes, likely from charging Hunger Shot for as long as she could. That meant something out there had had a very bad day, leading to a quick and messy end. Satisfied that everyone was handling their shit, I stepped up onto the platform next to Rufio. The Latan was taking deep, steady breaths to calm himself, his fingers drumming along his thigh. "You good?" I asked. "Always," he answered, then met my eyes. "It goes away once we are in trouble." I thought I knew what he meant by that, but skipped digging into the sentiment. I activated the platform, and space began to compress around us. A few seconds later, something went wrong. Rather than a wormhole leading away toward the center of the forest, the entire circle of stone below our feet collapsed into a pit. It was a very short pit, and a powerful pull hurled us down toward a portal at the bottom.
I hesitated to activate Gravity Anchor, partially because there was some chance this might have been the normal operation of this particular platform. Otherwise, if this was not how things were supposed to go here, there was a good chance that breaking the platform would break the spatial compression that had already begun. I didn't feel like sticking around in the middle of a wormhole generator undergoing a catastrophic failure, so down we went, right into the portal. Unlike the tiny wormholes we'd been slipping through thus far, this portal was the kind that transported us instantly on contact. So far as I could tell, it didn't drop us off inside another section of the forest. Wherever we were, it was dark and lifeless, and the party interface I'd just been checking showed an error message. "I have lost my connection to the system," Grotto thought to me, excluding Rufio from the communication.
I acknowledged his message, but losing access to the system didn't have a huge practical impact in the short term. Its absence was still unnerving, and it told me a lot more about the environment we'd just fallen into than the impenetrable darkness surrounding us. The system was ubiquitous in Arzia, and the only place I'd been where we'd been cut off from it in the past was within the Limbo Cube, where Hysteria had been keeping the king of Hyward. A ring of blue fire erupted around us, revealing the ground to be a dark, glossy surface, like a solid block of obsidian. Rufio stood in a half-crouch a few feet away, eyes darting all around the space. I couldn't make anything out beyond the ring of fire, and before I could spend much time trying to extend my senses into the dark, another burst of fire rose in front of us. It formed into a ball, the blue of it turning pale, save for a thin line that opened into a mouth.
The creature rotated its body to face Rufio, the mouth turning up into a smile as liquid fire dripped down between its pointed teeth like a salacious drool. It ran a molten tongue along its teeth, then turned to peer at Grotto, then at Etia, then at me. It frowned when it saw me and slowly crept closer. The corners of its mouth turned further down, revealing its bottom teeth down to its sizzling gums as more molten saliva stretched out all the way to the volcanic glass floor. I tried to identify it, only to run into one of the limits of lacking the system. I didn't even get an error. The ability simply failed to activate at all. The smiling ball grew close enough that I could feel the fire's lack of heat. It instead emitted a frigid cold that reached down to my bones and then deeper still, touching on my soul itself. I could smell its breath, like frostburn and gunpowder. It stopped its approach just beyond the reach of my hammer should I swing it, although I wasn't certain when I'd summoned Somcrest to hand. Its frown went from one of disgust and rage to something more contemplative. It rotated its body a few degrees to take in Grotto again, then back to me. I felt my soul connection to Grotto pulse. Then the creature disappeared in another burst of cold fire. I assumed that was some kind of check for whether I had one of the required intrinsic skills for the dungeon, although the evidence supporting that conclusion was dubious. A smaller circle of flame spread out near the edge of the ring,
like someone had dropped a match into a puddle of gasoline. The obsidian bubbled and hissed as it evaporated under the entropic heat, revealing another one of the labyrinth's platforms below. The creature reappeared next to it, and the smile returned, just as broad and just as disingenuous as before. A tongue of flame licked out from its body, like a salesman's arm gesturing toward an overpriced appliance. I exchanged a wide-eyed look with Rufio, then walked past him to the newly exposed circle of stone. I checked where it led, receiving a notification despite the system's absence. Lost obelisk. I glanced warily at the floating ball of fire, noticing that the ground beneath it had begun to frost over and crack. Rufio backed away from the spreading destruction toward the platform, quickly joining me. I activated the platform and gave the thing a final look, pressing harder with my soul sight. It had so far hidden its soul from me, but as I pressured it, its smile faltered, then returned wider than ever. It allowed the barest glimmer of its soul to leak out. It was the visage that looms at the bottomless abyss of unimaginable malevolence. Within it, I saw not the atrocities that it had committed, but those most abhorrent acts committed by my familiar.
I felt his cold indifference as horrors were carried out in his delves, and the spark of satisfaction he felt when his torturous designs served their purpose. The ground beneath me gave way as the platform collapsed. I blinked, and the vision was gone. The portal took us away, and we landed in a dim clearing surrounded by coniferous trees. I pitched to the side on unsteady legs, just managing to recover before stumbling. I looked around to get my bearings, trying to shake off the visions from the flame's warped mirror of a soul. I'd always known what Grotto was, although witnessing it for myself was something else entirely. I could feel his mental touch and the soul connection we shared. He knew what had happened, and despite the callous disregard displayed by the flame's memories, his apprehension had a vulnerability to it that was wholly different from how he'd been portrayed. I tried to give him some kind of reassurance, although I was reeling from whatever that thing had been.
I'm sure we'd have a compelling conversation about the creature, those memories, and our big, huge feelings about it all. But that was one for a later time. It was the type of thing that should at least be done in private, whereas we suddenly had a number of unexpected guests. Souls bloomed into existence at the edge of our clearing, people who'd obviously been waiting around, hiding their presence for some reason. My first instinct was that it was more united, but these were Delver souls, not the weird symbiote abominations of Breark's followers. 10 people walked out from the tree line, 2 full parties of Delvers. At the head of the pack was a level 26 gold, a Timon in robes of purple and blue. Beside him were 4 level 20s. One was another of the deer-like Timons, but 2 others were Grim Valdrim, the Mitican giants, and the last was a cowled Daegenon with dark plumage.
Behind them was a full party of level 16 Huardians, which was somehow more surprising to me than the diverse group, at least until I saw who stood at the center of their formation, wearing a smug-ass grin. It was Leon fucking Heronwhite. I hadn't seen the man since the party in my former mansion, when I'd hosted the king along with a gaggle of other Huardian nobility. He'd tried to out me as an Avatar collaborator and expose me for improperly entering the creation delve. None of that had stuck, since I'd countered his admittedly compelling arguments with irresistible charm and a distracting admission of my status as an extra-dimensional traveler from another world altogether. While Leon had believed he had other, even more damning evidence to present, it had all turned out to be nonsense engineered by hysteria. The Avatar had placed Leon under some sort of gayash that caused him to believe the documents contained proof of my villainy, when they were in fact some kind of rambling poetry. So far as I knew, the excuse of mind control had let Leon off the hook after he'd been arrested by my old comrades Guardian Leto and Dancer Miria. From the look on Leon's face,
It seemed the man's feelings toward me hadn't entirely been due to mental fuckery. Despite Dickwad Heronwhite strutting like he was in charge, his crew was obviously playing second fiddle to the first. It was the level 26 who opened up a dialogue. "Sun's blessings, King Zordrell," he said with a bow. "My name is Regard Oladl, and I have come here with hopes that I can appeal to your famous generosity." I let a few seconds of dumb silence fill the air as I tried to wrap my head around what was happening here. Why had a trip through an evil fireplace's demiplane dropped me off in front of a crew of delvers who seemed to have been waiting for me? That thought prompted me to check my interface again, and I realized that my party screen was still showing the same error message. While we were in a grove of old-growth trees, a closer look showed that its edges drifted off into the same empty darkness of the space we'd just come from. I hadn't actually left the Flames realm. My mind then turned to how unlikely it was that I would have run into this specific dungeon. Then again, it wouldn't be that unlikely if something else had been setting me up. I wouldn't put it past the labyrinth to engineer a situation like this, although I thought it was more likely to involve the Litan I'd been following around through secret passageways. A quick glance around and a scan with my soul sight revealed that Rufio had made himself scarce, either gone entirely or doing a damn good job of hiding. Before the silence stretched on for too long, I had to say fuck it and roll with the absurdity. I couldn't let these people think they'd stun-locked me with the shock of their special surprise party. So I ran down the list of Teeman names I'd committed to memory before releasing the X-Files. As it turned out, this Regard Oladl guy had a few of his own entries. In fact, he'd been at the World Summit meeting, if I recalled correctly, giving me the stink eye for half of it. "You're one of Temagrin's generals," I said. "The storm-hearted commander, right?" "I am honored that a man of such notoriety has heard of me." "I've only heard rumors, none of which would be polite to repeat." Regard chuckled. "Unfortunately, the songbird's call is already on the wind with the publication of your spurious documents. If the appeal you're planning to make concerns my release of those files, I'm afraid there's not much I can do." "I've no concern with what tea has been spilled," he said. "I am here on the matter of your mist procedure." "I see. I received requests from your ruling council to allow certain individuals to undertake the procedure, but they were unwilling to commit the requisite funding." Regard smiled. "I am not here on behalf of the crowns, but rather on behalf of the Timon people at large. Regardless, you cannot deny that the price you demanded was exorbitant. Timagrin faces many challenges, and paying such a wealth of diamond chips would be ruinous to our efforts at stabilizing and preparing for further Divan hostilities." "General Oladl, I don't have the time or the patience to deal with whatever the fuck you think is going to happen here." The general's fake smile disappeared. Chapter 72. "This is the wrong venue for negotiations," I said, then gestured at the Timon general's people. "You'll find that I don't respond well to attempts at intimidation either. My ally here is in need of aid. I am pursued by avatars, and there are United crawling out of the walls. I'm going to keep moving through this labyrinth, and any attempts to waylay me will be treated as overtly hostile." Ragad made a subtle gesture, and his goons began to spread out. "I insist that we address the matter, King Zordrell." "You're insisting on putting yourself in mortal danger," I said. "None of us are safe here." The general waved a hand, the motion large and dramatic. "The dangers you mentioned are elsewhere. This place cannot be discovered without the Flame's agreement." "The Flame? You mean the blue incarnation of evil that's trapped us in some kind of pocket dimension of doom?" "A strange description of the creature, but yes. Nevertheless, no avatar will reach us here. No United will discover us." He stroked his upper lip like he was grooming a mustache. "Besides, we can deal with a few of the Divan brutes if needs be. We've already run into one grade 30. How many of those can you handle?" The general glanced at the other Timon in his group, and some silent communication went between them.
Regardless of their power, my point stands. They will never reach us, and we will be gone before their strength matters. Then you'd let them run rampant in here, claiming everything they're after. The people who were responsible for the mass slaughter in Kanotha. I looked at the general's allies. This is flagrant opportunism and cowardice. I am very aware of the crimes of the United, the general said, scowling. Which is why Timagran must have the resources to fight them. I won't throw away lives on a premature assault. And while I believe you think their purpose here to be important, I have no reason to think so. To state things bluntly, you will not leave my presence until I have seen that the mist procedure is performed on a number of Timagran's heroes. I gave Grotto a mental nudge, and the little Octo took Etya from my shoulder.
He placed her on the ground, then hovered over her with his shields. You do realize that procedure requires the subject to be inside Closet Land, right?
I do.
I'm not sure I understand your threat. Are you planning to follow me around like a whiny dog until I throw you a bone? Not that I ever would. Those are a choking hazard. General Regard sighed and rubbed his upper lip some more. Don't be stupid, King Zordrell. Neither you nor I will enter Closet Land. You will tell your people to perform the procedure on those I send. Once they return to me and I am satisfied, you will be released. So it's a kidnapping situation. I'll be a political hostage. Call it what you will. You're willing to make an enemy of my entire faction over this? You are the reason I have been forced to use such measures, and there will be few, if any, reprisals. Our allies understand that we are taking action because of your personal greed. Is that the line the Heron Whites have fed you? Because I know for a fact the King of Highwood won't see it that way. Neither will the Zenithars of Eshendur or the Empress of Litter. You're actively sabotaging my support of the latter as we speak. Your ears turn my words to noise, King Zordrell. You are an upstart who has made an impression, but your life is hardly worth the long-standing relationships the many nations of this continent have built with Timagran. I decided to try another angle, since this guy didn't seem to care about the diplomatic nightmare he was about to create for himself. The amount of mana the mist procedure takes requires us to halt the expansion of Closet Land for several days each time we perform it, I said. The price I'm charging is a simple doubling of the base mana investment, which accounts for labor, expertise, opportunity cost, and a host of other factors. It also serves as an incentive for the rest of the world to get off their asses and figure out how to do it for themselves.
I gave out the full technical specifications for free. Even the most brain-dead economist will tell you I'm not on the winning side of this deal, even at full price. Before the general could respond, Leon Heronwhite snorted and decided to butt in. The economics are irrelevant. You are ignoring the realities of your situation, Arlo. I didn't realize we were on a first-name basis, Leon. We've all studied your build, he continued. You're focused on empowering your party, which isn't here. Even your parlor tricks with portals and teleports won't work. We've made sure of it. Cerulean did say something about the Heron-White matriarch, I replied, before looking back at the general. Did you realize your friend over there put you on a collision course with an elder dragon? She won't be happy about being used as a tool. I am aware of the measures that have been taken to orchestrate this environment, said Regard. The Heron-Whites have their dealings with the dragon ruler. It isn't something that concerns me. What does concern me is that you will not try to escape into your little kingdom, for fear that she will emerge and slaughter your party members with her indiscretion. We're not exactly inside the forest anymore. Our terms with the Flame provide for Cerulean's release into the wider labyrinth should you be so foolish as to allow her through a portal. I see. So my options, according to you, are to go quietly or get gangbanged into submission. You're isolated, Leon interjected again. Cut off from both your party and your kingdom. You're confined within this realm,
so you cannot teleport away. Yes, you are certainly more powerful than your level suggests, but you are outnumbered 10 to 1, and General O'Ladle is one of the most skilled gold delvers on the planet. I looked around at the group and considered Leon's position. A full party of level 16s was nothing to sneeze at, but they'd have a hard time getting through my defenses.
If it were just them, I'd have no problems. The 4 delvers at level 20 were more of a concern, and while I liked my odds against any 2 or possibly 3 of them, all 4 at once created a lot of room for nasty surprises. Nobody got to that level by being careless. Who knew what kind of gear and consumables they'd be willing to pull out if their lives were under serious threat? Regardless, if it were just them, I still had a chance. Just not one I'd want to take. Now, a fight I definitely wouldn't take was the full party of level 16s and the 4 level 20s together. The sheer number of debuffs and attacks coming my way would overwhelm my mitigation and cooldowns. Eventually, I'd get stunned, paralyzed, stupefied, or hit with some other debuff that let everyone else pile on. Throwing in the level 26 Ragad Oladl was complete overkill, assuming he was as good as Leon was claiming. The little asshole had me dead to rights. This was a group that, by myself, I had no chance of beating. That confidence you're all feeling, I said, is misplaced. Leon scoffed, and the general gave me a pitying look. While they were busy being total dicks, I reached for a skill I hadn't used in more than a year. With a flex of my will, I activated Dimensional Summon. Then I smiled through clenched teeth when nothing happened. I tried to use the skill again, but the feedback told me it was active. The mana reserve had taken effect, but no obvious portal had opened up to unleash tentacular terrors upon my foes. I adjusted my feather boa and stayed calm. "Did you just try to do something?" asked Ragad. "Cast a spell?" "Nope." "I feel like you did." "You're obviously mistaken," I said, then took a step back from the man. I blinked a few times as the shadows between the conifers started growing darker. None of Ragad's people seemed to have noticed, as fixated as they were on me. Ragad cast a dispel on me, which was pretty rude. It had no impact, of course, since Dimensional Summon created a portal to summon and dismiss my target. He couldn't dispel it any more than he could dispel my teleports. The shadows became tendrils, twisting through the trees on the other side of the clearing. "This is your last chance to let me get on with my life unmolested," I said. "Kidnapping a foreign head of state is an act of war, and ridding this labyrinth of the United is too important an objective for me to forego. If you attempt using force to keep me here, I won't hold back. There will be no prisoners, and you will all be subject to the returning villain rule." I pointed toward Dickwad in the back. "That goes double for you, Leon." The Heron White scoffed. "Consider me terrified," he said mockingly. "You know what your problem is, Zordrell?" Does this mean we're not on a first-name basis anymore?" "You've never taken any of this seriously, you fop." I let my mood cool as the darkness at the man's back reached out, practically touching him. "I'm taking you seriously now, Leon." "Good. Now maybe some of this will penetrate your primordial skull. You parade about with your jester's clothes and dullard's wit, spreading chaos that the rest of the world has to clean up. No one was consulted when you unleashed the phase transition on us, and I cannot fathom what good you thought publishing your absurdly named X-Files to the entire world would do, so filled as they are with lies and speculation. I felt that last one was unfair since I hadn't even come up with that nickname for the files. Your gross irresponsibility has impacted countless lives, and it has Timogran teetering on the edge of— "Silence!" barked Ragad. He turned to level a quelling glare at the Heron White. Then the Taman General froze. A couple of his level 20 goons turned around to see what had grabbed their leader's attention, and both of them immediately went into high alert,
Lord Heronwhite, said Regard, all of his anger lost. Where is the rest of your party? What do you... Leon began, turning to look at his team just behind him. All 4 of them were gone. Leon gasped and stumbled back from the darkness creeping out from the tree line. He pulled out his dual short swords and took up a stance. The level 20s were casting buffs. Regard floated up off the ground, his body turning translucent as he made himself incorporeal. There was a beat of stillness while everyone waited for the general's orders, but the Taman wasn't the one to speak. Slayer. A deep voice echoed between the trees, all around us, purring like a lion as it spoke.
I am pleased to hear your call again after so long.
Ragad's people couldn't seem to agree on where the voice was coming from, and the area lit up as they deployed their skills in all directions. The ground began to glow. A wave of force from a mace shattered a slew of trees. 100 arrows flew off into the gloom, and a horde of dark shapes fluttered out from the Daejinan's tattered cowl, swooping off to find their prey. The general simply eyed the shadows, which continued to fill the air despite the foliage being annihilated. Something fell from above. Ragad slid easily to one side, avoiding whatever it was. It hit the ground with a wet slap soon after. I looked down, realizing it was a severed hand. There was another splat as a foot landed nearby, stripped of its boot. Then another thunk, announcing a disembodied spine. It bounced and came to rest across one of the Grimvaldrum's massive boots.
The giant barely noticed, more concerned with keeping watch than acknowledging that it was raining body parts. Leon Heronwhite's party had been reduced to no less than 100 pieces. The hooded Daejinon swore in Lason Binora, pulling an orb from her inventory and shattering it on the ground. The dirt sank to form a pool of liquid light, and the glow pushed back against the dark. The exposed sky above was empty, but the light revealed something standing just inside what remained of the tree line nearest Leon, watching us with black, oblong eyes. Below the familiar eyes, tentacles spilled out from its cephalopod head, most of them covered in downy black and green feathers. They swayed in the air as though it were water. Some of the tentacles didn't match, however, looking like they belonged to something, or someone, else entirely. Beneath and behind the Felas was its humanoid body, with limbs that were too long, its hands and feet with too many joints, the digits spreading out into the air like bony serpents. Its musculature was impossibly lean, lacking any trace of fat to hide the striations and pulsing veins beneath its boreal skin. Its 8-foot frame hung in the air, defying gravity with such casual grace that it made the spectral Ragad look like a baby learning to swim. Shog Tuatha, Hidden Delver, Level 6. What? Stuttered Leon. How is that a Delver? He stood up a bit straighter, exposing a terminal case of stupidity as he pointed a sword at Shog's chest. It's only level 6. Don't be a fool, Ragad hissed. It is obviously hiding its true strength. Shog's feelers ebbed back and forth, the hypnotic movement ending with an armory of bladed weapons emerging from the mass of tentacles. There was a sparkle of amusement in his eyes, before the information in his identification changed, casting the jagged crown atop his head in a new light. Shog Tuatha, Chthon, Brood King, Grade 27. By the gods, Leon whispered, retreating from Shog as he floated out into the clearing. The Heronwhite let out a low, whining moan as Shog's black eyes locked onto him. 27, he whispered. That's not... It isn't possible. You said his summon had been eliminated, General Ragad growled. Nobody's seen it in more than a year. Leon continued to whisper, still walking backward as Shog floated forward at the same pace.
It was either dead or dismissed. We suspected he'd replaced it with a different skill. Leon rushed through his excuses like he was pleading with the universe to make them true. I don't understand how it could have gotten so much stronger when he never even uses it. Shog moved, every bit as fast as the United Eyed fought, and could barely follow.
General Aladel and his Daegenon mercenary kept up, but the other 3 level 20s had to spend a precious instant figuring out where the hulking creature had gone. He was in the sky overhead. Leon was wrapped in Shog's feelers, disarmed of his blades, a saber and a rapier through his chest. The Chthon held a greatsword to his neck and had another angled toward the base of his spine. Blood ran down the Hywardian's body as the man coughed, wet and harsh. Shog's blades had gone through at least one lung, but he'd avoided the heart. The Chthon looked down at the rest of us, surveying Regard and his mercs, suddenly much lonelier than they'd been moments before. They all watched him in turn, creating a protective formation around the general. Shog made a thoughtful rumble, then looked back to Leon, bringing the man closer to his dark eyes. It seems they don't care if you die.
Wait, Leon gurgled. My father's... the Thunderhawk. He... Shog turned and locked eyes with me as Leon began to beg.
My summon had heard me tell these people that we weren't taking any prisoners. All it took was a look to confirm I'd been serious, and he cut Leon to pieces without hesitation. It was so quick and forceful that the air was filled with another bloody rain of gore. The chaff was taken care of. Now, the real fight began. Chapter 73. I watched General Regard Aladel for his response. The level 26 wore an expression somewhere between rage and concern. The man had been confident in his strategy when it was just me, but Shog showing up as a grade 27 completely upended the board. I could just imagine the thoughts going through his head. Good riddance, Leon, you stupid arsehole. Doesn't have a summon anymore, my arse. I hope a bird shits on your grave at the memorial. More realistically, he was probably thinking about how to scrape out a victory despite the situation. And the best way to do that would be to focus down Shog before swapping over to me. Regard was the biggest gun on their team, so I needed to figure out what he could do while also grabbing his attention. As I gamed that out, I waded through a rising sense of disgust. This whole thing felt like such a waste, a short-sighted power grab that was going to see Tamagran in an even worse situation than it already was. Some part of me resisted the idea of what I was about to do, but my doubts took a back seat to survival. My responsibility right now was to Etya, not Tamagran. More broadly, it was to my party, and even the Littons I'd agreed to help see safely through the forest. Sitting atop all of that was Closet Land, which now had tens of thousands of residents, and there was no universe in which I let someone else use me as a game piece to extort the nation we were building. Any responsibility I had toward Tamagran was far, far down that list, if it even existed at all. Still, if I'd had more time to think it over, I probably could have found a better solution than to kill these people. As it was, I had no time to second-guess myself. Surprise was our best chance of winning, and Shog forced everyone into action. After reducing Leon to a spray of red, Shog immediately dove toward Regard's group. 2 of the Taman General's mercenaries were the tall, blue Grimvaldrim from Mitak, 1 man and 1 woman. Shog had been too fast for either of them to follow earlier, but the woman had started slinging glass orbs at her allies the moment she realized that she couldn't keep up. They shattered on impact, each filled with a different liquid. One sizzled, another sparkled, and a third evaporated so fast it was tough to tell that it had held anything inside at all. These were some kind of alchemical buffs, ones that could be applied topically, and the well-muscled woman was hurling them with enough force that the little glass orbs would have been lethal projectiles to anyone without superhuman resilience. One of the vials left her male counterpart wide-eyed and vibrating, giving him enough extra juice to spot Shog's dive in time to react. The man raised his mighty arms overhead and clapped, summoning a dome of stone from the ground. It rose to surround the 4 level 20s and General Regard, hurling clods of dirt and grass with enough speed they might have gone into orbit had they not disintegrated. Shog brought 2 of his heavy tentacles down on top of the dome, creating a web of deep cracks and sending stone chips flying. A thrust from one of his larger swords broke through, resulting in a 6-foot-long ballista bolt erupting from the hole.
Shog neatly avoided the attack, despite it being made from nearly point blank, using the momentum of his dodge to spin his blades around himself, shattering more of the structure. Chunks of the abused barrier fell away, but rather than submitting to gravity, the rocks halted their journey to the ground, then blasted back up to assault Shog. The Chthon ducked some of the debris, but let most of it collide with him, the magically reinforced stone shattering against his body. In a handful of attacks, he'd obliterated half of the defensive summon, revealing the crew within. The delay hadn't bought them more than a fraction of a second, but even that much had been a boon. The larger male Grimvaldrim was covered head to toe in rocky armor, holding a shield the size of a barn door. Rocky's other hand was empty, but he gestured with it, guiding the debris attacking Shog and beginning to reshape the ground around the clearing. Behind Rocky, the cowled Daejenon spread feathered wings. Shapes rose from the shadows all over her. Hundreds of hand-sized creatures that were a mix between bat and insect. Their forms were devoid of color, not true animals, but mana constructs that took advantage of the gloomy environment around us. Contrasting the Daejenon was the only other Timon aside from Ragad. His body shimmered with a misty white light that clung to him, gathering around an arrow as he raised a short bow. Expensive mana weaves made it glow to my mana sight, but the bow looked like a toy compared to what the Grimvaldrim woman had pulled out. She'd finished hurling orbs and was now manning an actual siege engine, aiming a ballista the size of a van at Shog. It had been heavily modified, with a gimbaled mount that allowed her to pivot it in any direction. It hovered off the ground so she could maneuver it into place as she liked. It had a wide, transparent shield on the front, and the whole thing was fucking belt-fed by a row of linked ballista bolts coming from a long crate on its side. Of all the people in our little clearing, she was the only one smiling, revealing 2 rows of strangely perfect teeth. Her pupils were dilated to shit, and I was pretty sure Smiley had hit herself with a few too many of her own potion vials. General Regard, meanwhile, was just watching the events unfold, still coming to terms with the realities of his situation. I wondered when he'd last lived on the knife's edge of life and death. Even as a general, I doubted he saw much direct action. My closet-land doppelganger had scrambled together more intel to add to the man's file, showing that his last delve had taken place more than a decade ago. In short, he was rusty. He hadn't been ready for my Shog's surprise, and the hesitation that I'd ruthlessly killed at the start of all this was alive and well in the general. As Shog dove, I summoned Somkress. While the general froze, I activated homing weapon. I targeted Ragad and used gravity anchor to put hammers into orbit around me. The number of Somkress copies I could make was based on my intelligence, and with a score of 70, I could now make 7 at a time. Each undodgeable hammer was tipped with an unblockable oblivion orb, spinning around me as I managed the gravitational pull of my aura to keep them trapped. Something that used to take so much concentration was now trivial to accomplish, which was a very good thing since these hammers were orbiting at nearly 2,000 revolutions per minute. Homing weapon had given them a boost compared to my earlier tests, but self-insert had cranked the speed even further. I felt connected to the skill, like I was rooted in it, as though there were a deep trench dug into my brain and soul through which it unerringly flowed. There was nothing new to the way any of it worked,
but I held a supreme confidence in its function.
The evolution doubled down on what made the skill work, and took every part of me that got in the way and excised it. I kept the hammers at bay for the moment. One other thing my clone's frantic research had told me was that Regard was primarily a mage. He'd gone incorporeal the moment Shog had been revealed, and given the man's lack of serious armor, I assumed his defensive style was avoidance. Either that, or he was used to putting a tank between himself and his attackers. 7 hammers sounded like a solid opener, but 14 sounded even better. I'd also activated Aura of Persistence to give Shog a buffer and help keep Etya and Grotto safe from any crossfire, although it wasn't empowered by my staff. I couldn't wield it at the same time as my hammer. Therianthropy had been refreshed, keeping my wings, feelers, and glorious speed-buffing hair active. Shog flew past Rocky, launching a casual sword strike as he went.
The giant intercepted it with his shield, which resulted in a large furrow dug through its surface.
The bruiser wasn't Shog's target, however, and the Chthon flew at Cowl's shadow creatures. The smiling Grim Valdrim unloaded a spray of bolts that continued to stream from the box on its side way past the point at which it should have been exhausted. Its firing rate made a mockery of any kind of physics, and even Shog was being tested to keep from being skewered. As the Chthon hit the mass of Cowl's summons, he disappeared, leaving the horde clawing viciously at thin air. Tentacles burst from Smiley's shadow, wrapping her up. With a screech of surprise, the woman was torn from her ballista and disappeared into the ground. The white mist surrounding the Timon archer spread out, and a burst of light rose from the ground. It banished the shadows, but didn't reveal anything. Screams came from amid the trees that still stood.
In the middle of all of this, General Regard shook loose of his indecision. 8 orbs swam around his body, each representing a different kind of magic. There was an orb for each physical element, plus 3 more damage types from other schools. One was an ethereal violet I recognized as spectral. Another was the dark black of psychic, and the last had the golden glow of holy. The last orb blinked, and all the rest flashed golden. Regard held out a hand toward the forest in the direction of the screams, seeing something none of the rest of us could. He went to launch his attack, all the balls combining into a larger orb that shook with power, and the moment he did, I used Dispel. His spell fizzled, both to my surprise and Regard's. Frankly, I'd expected him to have a way to safeguard his spells against interference. He turned to me, eyes widening for a moment as he noticed the blur of hammers orbiting me at a speed that could reasonably be referred to as Mach stupid. Then his eyes narrowed when I threw another volley into orbit around me, and he refocused on me as a threat. With his attention came an unpleasant background buzz in my mind, and I very briefly wondered if I should have considered Psychic Citadel more seriously as an evolution option. Either way, there was nothing to the effect yet, and another array of orbs had appeared around the general as soon as the first was gone. They all instantly flashed to the dark color of Psychic. Regard had some kind of analysis skill, because that spiritual damage type was my worst defense among the damage types the orbs represented. Of course, none of my spell defenses could be considered low, and I had plenty of other ways to fuck with casters. Regard fired his spell, and I used Reverse Card to capture the humming ball of mental death, then hurled it back into his face. Regard turned his body, evading the attack with an unimpressed look. His form swam in my vision as the buzzing in my head rose to a crescendo that scattered my thoughts, making it impossible for me to think. It wasn't until my shielding was being ripped apart by another psychic attack that I could even process what had happened. "You have been stunned. You have been stupefied. Shielding, 3,000 to 1,706. So that was how he normally dealt with countermages. It just required him to be focusing on his target. Fortunately, the momentary lapse in my ability to form a coherent thought hadn't fucked up my use of Gravity Anchor,
And the man's attack, while impressive for something so casual, wasn't as devastating as I'd expected. There was a look on the man's face when my vision came back into focus, an expression of disbelief that he hadn't even cracked my shielding with the attack. To be fair, that would have killed most delvers with a fortitude of 40 or below, whereas I hadn't even taken any direct damage, so I understood the gentleman's confusion.
I grinned and threw another volley of hammers. 21 now orbited me, all pulling at their gravitational leashes, eager to seek out the man who'd scrambled my brain. Meanwhile, Shog's fight had drifted away from us. Smiley was still screaming. Rocky was shouting something. There were explosions, ghastly shrieks, and an odd, layered chiming, accompanied by blasts of white light. The ruined trees all momentarily regrew, but they were fake, some kind of echo of their past. They all dissolved to fuel a spell I never saw, leaving the place as wrecked as it had been before. I let the general's next spell come, raising my shield, and it blasted through more of my shielding as it landed. However, I was blocking. I was wearing heavy armor, and I had a stupidly named achievement that required both those things to fuck this guy's day up. What a twist took effect, sending a shock of feedback through the line Ragad's spell had taken. It clapped him in the head, unavoidable despite his attempt to move, and the man's body briefly locked up. I released all of my hammers, launching them from orbit like a machine gun, sending them all careening at the general on more or less a straight line. The man came to just before they hit, and his body blurred as he moved to get out of their way. The hammers turned sharply to follow, making his attempts to avoid them impossible. Each one passed through his incorporeal form, which would normally have been immune to any physical attack like the hammers, but each one still landed a glancing hit. The reason for this went all the way back to our defeat of the Spectre of Orexis. We'd earned an achievement called Spectre's Bane, which let us affect incorporeal creatures with 1/4 of any physical attack's normal effect. It was the kind of thing that almost never came into play, and was easily forgotten, despite being one of my oldest achievements. But right then, it was paying out dividends. My hammers had to hit for Oblivion Orb to activate. My hammers could hit the incorporeal general because of my achievement, and each hammer also got a stacking bonus from my Flurry of Blows evolution when it landed. The general was theoretically immune to physical damage, but it didn't matter. He flickered from side to side, temporarily avoiding each hammer, but they followed relentlessly. Each hammer could only hit for 25% damage, but each hammer got buffed twice by my physical magic and twice by my dimensional magic. Flurry of Blows added 25 damage to the second hammer, then 50 to the third, then 75 to the fourth. The 21st hammer would hit with an extra 500 damage, and each one was accompanied by an Oblivion Orb. The general managed to somehow disappear just before the first spell activated, despite the hammer striking him. But after a few hammers cracked and broke his ghostly bones, the man lost his concentration. To put it succinctly, General Ragad O'Ladle was fucked. Chapter 74. I was repeatedly stunned and stupefied any time the general managed to dodge an Oblivion Orb, but it didn't matter. He had no opportunity to counterattack, and while Stupefy kept me from casting spells, Oblivion Orb had already been cast on all the hammers flying around. Between the general's desperate attempts to dodge and homing weapon's blatant refusal to let him, the air was a twisting mess of hammers, a storm of death that pierced through my foe and, with homing weapon's charge expended, each one slammed into the ground behind the Timon with the force of a missile. The fight, like so many these days, was temporarily obscured by a cloud of dust and debris. But I didn't need to see General Ragad to know what had happened. His body had been so hopelessly destroyed that his soul began to vacate this plane of existence somewhere in the middle of what I'd unleashed on him.
A level 26 gold, someone who was among the most elite of his peers, and he'd barely put up a fight. It had been too easy. I couldn't understand why it had been so easy. For most of my delving career, a gold at the level 26 soft cap was a Goliath, someone unassailable. It represented a wall that I knew my party would eventually breach, but to see that wall crumble with a half-hearted push was startling. It had been a shit matchup for the general, given that I had a build that was a nightmare for a pure mage to come up against, but still. I entertained these thoughts only with my second instance of focus, since the battle wasn't over.
While the sounds I was hearing gave me confidence that Shog was handling his own, I still didn't want to leave him alone with 4 level 20s. I flew toward the noise and caught the Timan archer from behind with a volley of hammers. If he had any defensive skills, they'd already been exhausted. The man's body was pulped and half deleted by the unexpected barrage, leaving behind a spray of mangled flesh. Again, I was shocked by the potency of the hit, but with everything I'd gained recently, it shouldn't have been surprising. With 7 or 8 hammers tipped with Oblivion Orb, I was potentially outputting thousands of damage per salvo. If my target didn't have any proper mitigation, death was the only outcome. I came upon the main scene of the fight, finding that Smiley had been dismembered, her body pulled apart by Shog's feelers, rather than cut down by his blades.
Shog himself was moving between shadows to avoid boulders that Rocky was commanding from the ground and hurling in his direction. Cowl was hounding him with half of her shadow creatures, while molding the other half into a dark replacement for one of her legs, which had been amputated at the hip. I targeted her next, but she was quicker to react than the Timan. She staggered and punched several hammers from the air, but feathers disappeared as Oblivion Orb hit, the flesh beneath becoming deeply bruised as thousands of tiny chunks of her tissue disappeared. She tried to send some of her few remaining shadow creatures toward me. They left me blinded and deafened, but that hardly mattered. Soul Sight gave me enough vision to land the next round of hammers, and this time her unarmed defense failed her. Cowl was snuffed out like the others. As the shadows faded, I saw Shog grappling with the giant. The blue man had activated his racial ability, growing larger and larger over time. Grimvaldrum typically kept themselves small enough to interact with other humanoid races, and to otherwise avoid the inconveniences of being huge as fuck. This Grimvaldrum was now topping more than 20 feet, his rock-encrusted muscles bulging with new strength. It wasn't enough. Whatever chthonic sorcery Shog had been working during his time away, the chthon was strong. A level 20 Grimvaldrum bruiser in his natural form was too weak to handle him. Shog's tentacles cracked stone armor and twisted apart flesh as the floating chthon heaved the giant to one side. The man fell, taking a sword to the throat and one to the chest on landing. Shog pulled out the bardiche I'd given him as a parting gift before his sabbatical and drove it into the giant's eye, a weakness that had been exacerbated as he grew. The rocky man twitched as Shog gave the bardiche a good stir inside the man's skull, then let out a final rasp as he went still. Shog pulled his weapons free, decapitated the man for good measure, then swung his blades in a blur, ridding them of most of the gore they'd accumulated. He turned to see me standing over Cowl's ravaged corpse and nodded. "Is it done?" he asked. "Maybe," I replied. "Someone who I thought was an ally led me into this ambush and hasn't shown himself since." "A little mouse?" "A Litten, yeah." Shog floated away into the wrecked trees and rummaged about with his feelers. After a few seconds he returned, carrying a body that looked pathetically small against his massive frame. He floated over and laid Rufio down at my feet. The Litten was in bad shape, his torso dotted with small puncture wounds, likely from the gravel that Rocky had been throwing around. A few large, sharp pieces of wood were sticking out of his abdomen, and one of his legs was bent in a way it wasn't meant to bend.
I knelt down to find that he was still breathing, but blood ran freely from his many wounds.
The man opened bloodshot eyes to study me.
"Friendly fire," he whispered, voice hoarse. "It is hard to avoid it when the battlefield is so small, no?"
I looked around, seeing that a dark wall presented a barrier not far from where we stood, rising until it disappeared within the black sky. Whatever lay beyond it was impenetrable to my senses. The blockade appeared to curve away into the distance, indicating this whole area was enclosed. "You led me into an ambush," I said, turning back to him. I was half hoping it wasn't true, but Rufio gave me a shrug. He had to abandon the motion halfway through with a pained groan. My heart fell at the implied admission. "I never wanted to be a soldier," he said. "It is no excuse for betrayal, but it is one I used to justify it to myself." He swallowed, eyes glistening. "The fact that you survived this is proof enough." He trailed off, eyes drooping as he mumbled something incomprehensible.
It was like he was trying to explain, but the words were coming out all jumbled.
I thought he was saying his betrayal went deeper than just me, like it had something to do with the military at large. He coughed and blinked, stirring back to the present. He looked at me with weary chagrin. "I do not suppose you have a healing spell?" I raised an eyebrow, but didn't begrudge the dying man his shameless request. "Not one I can use on another person," I said. He grinned without humor. "Then there is at least one thing you cannot do." He reached up and pushed at my knee. "Now leave me in peace." I frowned, but stood and took a step away. Rufio's hand fell to the dirt. The Liton closed his eyes, and a minute later, his soul faded, dead from blood loss. I looked around at the gruesome scene. The violence that Shog and I wrought was not clean. People were in pieces and sloppy piles, except for Rufio, whose injuries practically looked like flesh wounds.
I squinted at the Liton for a second, feeling like there was something I was forgetting to do. A spray of blood drummed against my armor as Shog drove a wide, 6-foot blade into Rufio's chest. The Liton's eyes shot open, jaw unhinged to scream, but both lungs had been severed by the hit. He glared up at the Chthon for a pained second, then went limp, his head lolling to one side. Shog made a horrible purring noise. "I could not tell if he was pretending," he said. "But it is always best to be certain of these things." "Double tap," I said, smacking myself on the side of my helm. "He fake died so pathetically I forgot to do it." I took another look at the wretched corpses around us. Pretty sure the rest of them are properly dead, although we could do the rounds to make sure. Shog's feelers flexed, and his shadow swam away from us. The dark shape stopped beneath Cowl's corpse, which sank into it. It moved on to the next body, and I turned back to Shog rather than watch whatever that was as it did whatever it was doing. "So," I began, "how was your trip home?" Shog's big black eyes watched me impassively. "It was productive." The emphasis on the way he said productive made it clear I didn't want any specifics. "How's the family?" "My brood flourishes," he said, spreading his arms triumphantly. "We have consumed what rivals oppressed us and made their broodlings our own." "You ate your enemies and stole their kids?" I asked, making a face. Shog's arms drooped. "I thought you would prefer it if we didn't eat the children as well." No, yeah. Not eating kids is good," I nodded, unsure if he was saying that he literally chose not to slaughter children because he thought it might bother me if he did. I decided against getting clarity on the matter. Although there are probably more than just those two options.
Shog looked thoughtfully at the sky, then back at me. I do not know what those other options would have been. You know, it's not important right now. I reached way around his tentacles and made it onto my tippy toes to clap him on the shoulder. Anyway, thanks for coming. That whole fight might have been a little iffy if you hadn't helped out. We had a number of golems we could have deployed, Grotto thought to us as he floated over. I believe we would have still achieved victory without him. I am glad to see that you live, Deceiver. Grotto tilted his head, which was more of an entire body tilt. Are you still concerned with my choice to appear as a Chthon? I am not concerned, said Shog. Your title stands because it is true. Grotto grumbled under his breath, then jerked his feelers like he was shaking off his irritation. We should leave this place now that we are finished. The Cretans have been dealt with, and Shog has looted their valuable corpses. Valuable corpses? I said. Grotto did the psychic equivalent of a throat clear. Shog has looted the valuables off their corpses. Regardless, this realm makes me uncomfortable, as does my disconnection from the system. Yes, I am curious as to where we are, said Shog. I sense... He seemed to sniff at the air, although he had no nose that I could see. Cruelty. Enough that even I am disquieted. I believe we are being beckoned as well. I turned to follow Grotto's eyes, seeing a distant blue light. I exchanged a sober look with my familiar, then led us back to the clearing where we found the flame burning steadily in the air next to an obelisk that hadn't been there earlier. I watched the fire for a few seconds, which did nothing but give me a serene smile. Finally, I decided nothing was getting done staring at the damn thing, and walked up to touch the obelisk. Mana distributions remaining. 5/5. I let my hand drop and considered the notification. On the one hand, claiming another labyrinth obelisk would be nice. On the other hand, I looked at the flame, still smiling at me. Why didn't General Regard or any of his people claim this? The smile became a pair of pursed lips before the mouth hung open, drooling molten metal while it smiled more languidly. Prize, you win. I took a breath and read the notification a couple of times. It was formatted differently than any other notification I'd seen. Something about it put me off. How do we leave? I asked. The flame's smile faded again as it floated over to the obelisk. It ran its body up and down against it, mouth quivering like it was having a bit too much fun with it. After a while it paused, turned to my hand, then back to the obelisk, then back to my hand. Do you plan to claim the mana? Asked Shog. This whole place seems to be outside of the system's influence, I said. Meaning there's nobody managing this obelisk. I nodded my head at the flame.
Other than this one here? Yes, I would refrain from using that obelisk. There is no telling what it will actually do.
That's what I was getting at. Shog's feelers undulated, but he didn't say anything more. Eventually the flame scowled, then a flicker of its fire landed on the ground. It burned away the dirt and grass to reveal another circular wormhole platform. Then the thing disappeared in a burst of icy heat. I looked around to see if it was lingering about anywhere, then checked the platform. Welp, no idea if this goes where it says it does. If it does, then it's exactly where we need to go. Shog floated over to inspect the platform. It reads Dungeoneering, he said. Think it'll be a problem that he doesn't have it? I asked Grotto, then turned back to the big Chthon. You don't have dungeoneering, right, Shog? I do not. If it functions as I believe it will, it should not matter.
I will override any measures meant to keep out those who lack the skill.
I guess if it's a huge problem, we can always let Shog head home for the day and summon him back tomorrow. Dimensional Summon had a 24-hour cooldown, but Shog could easily be dismissed, keeping him clear of any insurmountable danger. I stepped onto the platform, hoping that the flame wasn't trying to fuck us over. Shog and Grotto joined me, and the whole thing collapsed down into another portal. Away we went to wherever it was the flame felt like sending us. Rufio's betrayal and the Timon ambush had nearly unbalanced me, although Rufio's backstabbing hadn't been much of a surprise. The Timon general, being the one trying to take me as a political hostage, had been more of a curveball, although it didn't seem so strange once I'd thought it through. The Timons were desperate, and while I'd briefly become the target of their desperation, they themselves had become the victims of it.
In the same vein, I would still be in the crosshairs of the Heron Whites, perhaps even more so now that Leon was dead. Their house had effectively declared war on Closet Land, and I was going to allow them to enjoy the consequences of doing so. Of course, I wasn't so foolish as to think I could personally take on an entire Hewardian noble house. I had friends for that. Aside from my deep ties to houses Duck Green and Ravenblack, I'd personally rescued their king from an avatar. I was about to be calling in a lot of favors. And it didn't stop in Heward either. The Litan Empress would certainly want to know why a Hewardian noble house had felt like endangering her mission in the forest, and that support would pull double duty, pushing back against the Timons as well. As for Cerulean camping out in Closet Land with her portal ultimatum, that was unpleasant. But she wasn't the only elder dragon on the block.
Her actions were endangering Silver's daughter, Princess Ishi, and she was threatening the lives of Hep's two favorite smithing apprentices. If losing his most talented students weren't enough, the most ancient of all red dragons was also directly opposed to the type of widespread destruction Cerulean was trying to accomplish with her current brute force methods. While the mystical dragon ruler was surely fucking me over at the moment, the blowback she'd face for doing so would just as surely be worse. I'd make certain of it. As the teleport ended, I felt my other party members come back into range of my auras, now that we were all once more on the same plane. The error messages on my HUD disappeared shortly after, showing me system confirmation that they were all alive and healthy. Despite how tense things were, that alone was enough to make the situation feel manageable for the moment. The ambush had been dealt with, and its fallout would be well managed.
Now that Erexus and Anesis had been thrown off our trail, Grotto and I were working out ways we might be able to wake Etia back up from her coma. Aside from all of that, the last of our major immediate worries were the United. They'd gotten in our way some, but Breach's people weren't delvers. Ultimately, they were outside of their element, whereas my party lived for this kind of environment. An out-of-control labyrinth was practically a playground for us. It would be a death trap for anyone else. Whatever the United were up to, we could handle it. System addendum added by username SC2U-R. Addendum note. Final transmission of Labyrinth, Delta. SC1 has challenged certain data classifications I made and stored a selection of the relevant files within a later entry to this body of work. This challenge was made pursuant to a valid adversarial procedure. However, the use of this specific media as an information buffer for the contested data is well outside of protocol, especially given that we cannot amend our entries once made. This addendum is being added to give context to my choice of classification. Warning: the United are capable of manipulating all Labyrinth assets. All other cores at this Labyrinth are compromised. I am certain to follow shortly. Sentient invaders of the group designated as United have defeated all of our defenses. I have been unable to determine their entry point. Anomalous readings indicate they simply appeared within the delve, although no teleportation, spatial folding, realm shifting, layer walking, or other known method of invasive movement appears to be responsible.
The manner of their entrance bypassed the gating mechanisms meant to restrict access to non-system entities. We were unprepared for hostiles with capabilities exceeding grade 30.
Self-destruction of all system assets is imminent, but it is estimated to affect only 50% of inventory. The invaders have secured all other assets against purging by disabling them. This includes at least 3 delve cores and 1 architect. The fate of the other architect is unknown, but I am presuming them dead or otherwise compromised. Because of this, data sanitization will be so incomplete as to be ineffectual. Be they system-based or otherwise, the United can convert all Labyrinth assets to their own purposes. This is accomplished through various means, some known and some novel. Any asset that has been in contact with the United for an extended length of time is likely to be turned to their purposes. 1 delve core has been converted by some unobservable process. Data and analysis is enclosed. A ledger of lost assets is also included. I have added speculation on avatar involvement for both the United's entry point and method of suborning delve cores. Consider all future transmissions from this Labyrinth group to be compromised. I do hope the world is preserved. It is strange to think, now, that I would care about such things. Of course, I lament the loss of all my work over the eons, and of course there is the drive to promote a new generation, but there's also a hope for this generation to survive for its own sake. I'm not sure why I'm including this, beyond another strange hope that it will improve training data. At the end, it appears even we need hope.